Actually, it was a magazine article that he read to that. He has a book that's a fictionalized version of that. And there's a Kentucky trail. So at least until then, it was being covered up by the Society for Scientific Research in Great Britain. They were studying these things as well. And they were trying to figure out what the true potential of the was. He wasn't as spiritualism and table tipping and all that shit. That's another story. What they're actually to accomplish their research in the old books. Sure, we are just getting to it right now. Like Stanford research, remote viewing, psychokinesis, and stuff.
Stopping hearts.
One of the ones in research in this world where we found that you can influence muscle tissue and focus on how to contract and make muscle and turn it into a weapon that has an attack. It's crazy how much it's right there under the surface. When you read research, the T brackets are right there. It hasn't been written except for people just don't go for it. It's so crazy.
Because it doesn't even, it's like the crazy thing about it is it doesn't even like it could just be out in plain sight. People could run with it. People still don't know.
So there's sort of a comments earlier in the podcast.
As long as there's like 20% fake stuff out there, you know, the rest of it can be real. No, never know what's going on. Yeah. That's crazy. I guess we'll just grab that. So I wanted to ask you about these goggles that you created. What are those? What's the history of those things?
Okay, so the history is back a bit ago. Using material wasn't a thing online. It was my personal collection. I was, selling overflow collection on eBay.
Yeah.
And I like to collect trading on machines, secondary devices, basically things that I read. One of the things that I came across on the internet was these mysterious tablets that came out of CPU. I wondered how much they were over selling this. Right. So I went to reference and couldn't find it to save me. Nobody was making reels.
Yo, I'm here.
Strangely enough, the guy that was making them last was a naval intelligence outfit.
Yeah, we just started here fucking talking to you anyway.
Get into that. But it wasn't available. So I had to go get antique bearers and turn back engineering. Acquire get into manufacturing for that as well. To see if these things were even real. So we did that. I made some initial pairs for myself and had a couple left. And that's it. So I'm not reading. One of the people that I have to sell to, I have a million followers on TikTok. Thank you. Shout out to that. That's a good stuff. It's fantastic. And he talked about these and we got blown up and said, people want these. Let's sell some more. Show them more.
So what's the story?
The story is back about 120 years with Dr. Walter Kilmer in Great Britain. Medical doctor, he was a medical imaging specialist, working with a radiologist.
Right.
And he started using various forms of photoradar new dyes to see if he could see the energy and such to do that. He found that this was one of the chemicals that allowed him to see things that were actually going on the surface. Dark areas, risky things like that. And he announced the public community. They loved it. They were great. And then the theosophists and it took on its own lives and continued on. Like I said, so it was these works from this time. Pairs of these out there available.
So it makes everything very dark and purple.
Yeah, if you go outside, it activates your eyes to the spectrum, and you start to see, dark and you start to get the effects. Yeah, there's actually one. If you see the little fingers, right there. I'm going to see these guys that I saw was not the research. And I have a picture of cobwebbing between the figures. So yeah, just one more.
Bottom right.
And
so what's the story? How is it? Is it a real? How do you explain that lighter color around?
there's a photo for guys that actually It's a good deal. So there it is. See what's up with
Is there a conventional like explanation for this?
yeah, the last thing I'm talking about that's in Russia, the full period of is well established. A lot of research research. Yeah, established research. And not second research in Russia is integrated with research. They see it.
Really? Even today?
Even today, that's what kicked us off trying to catch up with you. We actually have really had a better Russians. They have to catch up in the 70s. And because they treated it as a science, that's easy. We got to look at it. Facility. We had a facility of talking about their strides up to 1960, what they actually figured out about this. And it was always interviewed. They did partition.
So what is the deal? What's going on with the chemicals inside the glass there?
Well, it's coding on these. Everybody's kind of Johnson there was a between two glass pieces. The last couple of months, we started to see. So we can come up with a technology like a telescope lens that was coded with this degree. So that's one of the things that we have established and everybody else has got out there. What it does is it just shifts the light to that correct spectrum. There's no good light. Unfortunately, see that it's we can see that opening on the side of the that oversells it. There are things people look at different energy. They look at dark areas and absolutely. You can see it if you're hit the light conditions.
So you use these when you go to sites and look at them and you can see. So some things have more of this light purple aura.
The traditional those have been the areas that we congregate to do ritual work and some sacred work. We also found that these areas correlate with maybe polar. So we'll find areas that great where the local for that area is usually food. Go to those areas that are great site. And it's kind of in place. So cathedrals do this. It's a magnetic anomaly that is in these sites that are occupied by the structures of these sites. And this corresponds with other research we have. Because we have research we find that people have better psychology, their voice typically, things we can actually test when they're in these sites and when they're in these sites. And you can go along with the person who's research as well, because everything is magnetic based.
No shit.
And it's like an integrated theory where we want to make a visual of these sites and see it, but we can also test it with an magnetometer and infrasound. We can see what's actually there with the quotes that we're going to do with these sites, but not just there dousing.
I take them outside real quick.
Absolutely.
I'm just going to hold that door.
Yeah, give your eyes a second. Yeah, as your eyes acclimate to it, it'll become we recommend people put these on for 15 minutes, let their eyes adjust, and then go out and then you can see it. And that's how killing it is as well.
Wow, so how did you get that photo? Did you put your like camera up to the lens?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I did a spectrum this when I was initially doing it. But it's in Mile Beach. So yeah, it's the people talk about like blue and white don't exist. There's no red dye sign, there's no blue dye sign. It's like a legit type of purple color. And you see this the social media a lot because people take something from them and there were no red light visual values in Vietnam, but a lot of people see this. That's a urban mind. Or else I would have thought
They had a lot of crazy shit there.
they did.
A lot of really like high tech stuff. A lot of it didn't work with Rock and Dead. That's when dark was like fire in Vietnam.
Yeah, it's still open, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they had that all that stuff they were doing on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The nerve agents. Was it? No, that was Agent Orange, wasn't it?
You were talking about bioenergy in the plasma establishment. They found there was a regional contract back there for dowsing. You could find the Recon Heights dowsing was an actual thing through the state. Through that mankind research that did these.
They're like dowsing rods.
They had special dowsing rods for the Marines that they condensed up, pulled up and put inside. And it was through the same company that had these rods that they realized that mankind research.
Dude, I'm reading this book right now. It's called, but it's by that one lady who talks to Steve, that Travis recommended. It's called something Scorpion Bombs and like ancient weapons. It talks about like the ancient Greeks and the ancient Romans and the different biological and chemical weapons they're using for war. One of the things that they would do was like the elephants were used for war, so they would light pigs on fire and send them at the elephants in hopes to like make the elephant go crazy and trample all over all the people. And it often went really wrong because they didn't get big fire, poison arrows, there's a newer version of this. And one of the things that they didn't account for that lit their pigs on fire is they couldn't control where the pigs ran after they were lit on fire. And they often ran back into their own army and like fucked up a lot of people.
One little pig that's lit on fire. Run way.
Exactly, right. The short side. Okay, we're gonna lay on fire and you're gonna run that way.
There's things going around. Poison wells.
There were lots of water supplies that were poisoned in Egypt and all over that area. And yeah, it's fascinating stuff. Which is what we were able to do back then. We've been using chemical biological warfare forever. Yeah, and then they also had they would fill bags full of scorpions, some of the most deadly scorpions, and like throw them over walls at people, kind of take out tons of people. They were some of the earliest the Mithraic people were dipping their arrows in microvenomous and using that to kill people. It's crazy. Of course, that's not right. How do you know if it's scorpions like that? I'm sure a lot of people died just doing that.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what the lips coming at you.
Yeah, that's crazy. And then like also a lot of the things that I've been learning about recently is how much stuff we got from the Nazis and how we like took that and like expanded on it. And now about bonds and different scientists. I think even with I think a lot of the scientists were looking on this in Texas.
So a lot of that is MK Ultra was not German. It wasn't a scientist. MK was specific about the one in Sweden. It wasn't Germans. We had craft, we had 49 things.
Right.
Some video that brother. Yeah, it's my brother. No, it's 2 years old. It's about last week. And they had
I believe that. I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah, there was a North Korean landing strip. It was the longest one we ever did. That was where they tested it. But it's a better story than aliens getting
right. Because they would want to be getting intelligence on our nuclear sites and on sites of areas we want, right? So
I think there was a lot of interaction at that time. So I think the Cold War was I think when the Cold War was a very powerful stance.
I haven't gotten to like the full military industrial complex as opposed.
That certainly keeps society moving in a certain direction.
Yeah.
What it looked like to me is that we're allies, and even though we look at side research, we look at electronic research, and all the Soviet scientists might be going back and forth between the US and doing atomic research. This was happening at the highest levels of their secret sciences. Still left contracting for us, what it looks like to me is that you run a scale on society, you tell one side of the capacity that those people are doing, so this side that those people are doing, and then you get the best thing to create the best technology. That's that. What shit and look at this. What looks like to me is that a long-term development, kicking the ass for society. The only agree not to weapons that can be used to control the entity, not just
So walk me through what you believe that was.
Roswell. I believe it's
I know, like, what was the beliefs behind it? Why did you do it?
if you don't want to work, you can step on decades later. 45 years into mathematics and things. You don't want to know about that. So you put a hockey stick over here. Or UFOs from Henry Taser is very great. Or you have these that would factors that are actually aliens. They have their own species. They had to cover this. So you create this hokey story about alien Foo Fighters and see all these internet cartoons.
Yeah.
You not Bugs Bunny. And then if you have physical craft that you do that like Afro Canada, we're creating something that you can shoot. Yes. If you have these different groups that are working on technology like geographic, you never really get it. Kenneth Arnold, I have the first issue, maybe magazine that brings out his story about this before he says,
Yeah.
well, it's awesome. The flying units, if you look at the picture,
I think Giordani was telling us about this.
yeah, it's very obvious that when we're flying these things around, you got to put down some kind of flag. And I think it was sort of people don't ask, we're going to get laughed out of it. We've seen decades ago. Now, nowadays, people
I heard Ian Jacobson's theory was in her book, Area 51, she interviewed a top level EG engineer. And when she was interviewing him, he was really old. This was like, she interviewed him, I think maybe 10 years before he died. And he basically said he was working for EG, and he confessed to her that the Roswell incident was a Soviet-controlled drone, remote-controlled fake flying saucer with surgically manipulated children to look like aliens by Miguel. And they crashed him here to basically sow some sort of like chaos, some sort of like global wars type thing in the U.S. And so she asked him, like, okay, well, if the Soviet Union surgically altered children and crashed them in New Mexico, why wouldn't we just say they did that? Because that would make them look terrible, right? Why would we keep that a secret? And this EG engineer responded to her and said, because we started doing the same thing.
honestly, I think it's a bullshit story. And they always have an explanation for things. Thanks for telling me, but that's pretty true based on what the rest of how that kind of fits together.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about EG, based on the best of interest in keeping the truth. Department of Energy, EG, Area 51. We want to go back to Rothschild, the governments. What the governments actually see in Area 51. You see laws on this that faster than going to science and trust.
Yeah.
So they brought up the that was quite crazy. These are facilities testing like these models of weather, these lasers, right on the mountain. I think it's called Coyote Pass.
Yeah.
It's a part of energy laser facility that none of you know. And they still see they still haven't let you know. We're just now doing that. We're talking about as well. And I know for a fact that we can share this very much.
And the NSA literally parked right across the street from his house, and they were like eating stuff into his house, telling him that they were aliens from another planet or something because they ran out of water and they'd be here in a couple of years.
That were in this education we get rejected the things and that's it's a mental institution like there are other groups. It wasn't just Air Force. Doty, so play devil's advocate for Doty.
Yeah.
Right? Take him Patsy for this. He's the bad guy that's got everyone's going to get integrated with him. But he might not have been the guy that drove the crazy. He might have been whoever even got him and said, hey, everybody that really did the job on him because it was still beneficial for them to kind of turn benefits into a useful asset about this information. But anyway, you ask me what I think just on something. I think it's a little bit different.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think so. I think that, from the way the Mirage documentary posted it, though, the way they portrayed it is as a conduit of disinformation to poison the well of the UFO community to throw off the Soviet spies responsible that were then UFO community.
the worst part is, I'm just,
Yeah.
you're just a quick run. I don't know, I don't just work for anybody, I don't care. But you're a nice guy. Yeah. When they at the top of that house, sure.
Right.
You can never scratch that inch of future.
Yeah.
So, could be, sure, it could be, but it's not. I mean, it doesn't look anything like things.
And you told me something about how that documentary had something to do with British intelligence.
Yeah, God, yeah. Did you took that out when I said to you?
I couldn't find it.
Oh, okay, so
Did you send it to me?
I did send it.
Okay.
I followed right up. Okay, so there's a guy who does a program called he exposed that the guy that did Rothschild, there's two guys, I think it was Lundberg was working with British intelligence. He was living in a British intelligence paid for house in China. And he was doing, he had working for doing fake crosswords. And that had been a project, the circle making site, that this was a thing being done, funded by British intelligence. And it was integrated somehow with Air Force intelligence as well. So there's some of them on Air Force Base here. So how that goes together, I haven't thinking through, but I know these guys, intelligence, and then they come out with the documentary, the book, and then the documentary, like, what do you look like? And it's spy versus spy. Interesting. It's ultimately the UFO stuff. First UFO book came out, and it was a British book, came out in 1950. First UFO documentary came out along with it, the media campaign, created something like flying saucer. And they came out with 3 images in the British high ability, admiralty, whatever they considered it at the time. Yeah. Disinformation about what was going on with German technology. And then later, I think it was a year or two, they came in Montreal, kicked off the old triple meeting, CIA, and a lot of stuff came with it. And that's when you get to McGill University, CIA study, McGill University, Intellectual Studies. It was a joint project. It wasn't just the CIA. It wasn't German. Guys that done it in CIA. So we got Charlie and Rose controls. They weren't trying to they weren't trying to Project Paper. But how does that integrate with British intelligence? We can't get that.
Have you read Chaos by Tom?
It's good.
That's good.
It's good.
That I haven't seen documentary. I could watch it. Just came out. Yeah, with who was it? Daryl Morris. About that together.
You're pretty good, right?
That's Hamilton's dad. He's in a lot of documentaries.
Yeah.
Tom O'Neill something wrote the book.
I read the book. It's got a lot of detail on Charlie and how far he got the things is that it's got his base that he may go off and kill a little girl. That was a Charlie West. And then the timing of it was that this guy goes psychological work with Joey and West a couple of days before that goes off and is found walking up the court, the girl is killed, dressed in clothes, whatever, and Joey and West it's all
and he found that, and Tom found out that Haight Ashbury clinic was directly was funded by a CIA cutout.
Yeah, it was Joey
And they were doing all the testing with psychedelics and amphetamines together. It's bringing the girls up there all the time.
He was doing it almost he was really that's up to yeah, exclusive for David Jones. Check out LA 78, 1966.
LA 78.
I think it's LA 78.
It's so far away.
I think it's LA 78.
That's it. Battery site, Los Angeles.
Yes. If you pull that up, actually, you can pull it up on Google Maps. Nowadays, it's supposedly being used as a firefighting facility. Okay. It's in the middle of the hills. John and West petitioned Stubblebein, who was, you can find it.
Stumbleblind's the guy who offered
finds, I believe it is his brother, is the head of California Health and Services. Charlie was petitioned to use this unnecessary facility to bring in runaways and prisoners and people from various walks of life living and test on them in this site. Now it's used as a firefighting facility. I believe that's the same Stubblebody as the brother, General Stubblebody, who was the leader. He was the head of the INSCOM, John Alexander's daddy, and started off all the shit with the Naval Institute, which is another continuation of the MKO track. Bob Monroe was the mentor, and he took the technology from Andrew Marsh. Says, but let's get all everything in pop culture about these subjects fused together and supported.
Yeah, some of the stuff Greer says is so crazy. He's like a guy who is really easy to dismiss.
I got the for that reserved for you once. It should be
but like, I mean, he's been on this stuff for so long.
If I would appreciate that. Maybe may not be something you want to put.
Emily and Stephen Greer, Haifa, Israel. Emily Kramer and Stephen Greer were married Saturday at Baha'i World Center. The bride is the daughter of Miss Douglas Kramer of Palm Beach, Florida, and the late Dr. Cromwell. She graduated from the University of Pennsylvania and received a master's degree in occupational therapy from Boston University. She was employed by the Peace Corps in Barbados. The bridegroom is the son of Mr. and Mrs. James Greer of 1201 Preston Avenue. He attended the Appalachian State University and is employed in the Information Processing Department at Baha'i World Center. After a trip through Israel, the couple will live in Haifa and work at the Baha'i World Center.
As the original marriage notes, Baha'i was regarded as an intelligence gathering operation for the South.
And some big remarks with these people.
And he worked for them. He started with those people. Then he got this before he was an emergency room doctor. But he liked them switchers. I don't want to make any claims to get me in trouble about Stephen Greer. It doesn't look to me like he had enough time to even do the scope as you can see. And certainly the older brothers don't refer to him as Dr. Greer. He did something that's right to him. So if he worked, there's indication he worked for a very short time in a small hospital in Western North Carolina that went directly into showing off his Rockefeller. If you go to the next page, that's being done.
Those rights. What can I say? Rights of homosexuals, opposite opinions, the National AIDS Hysteria Awareness Test. Okay. We thank you for publishing the Associated Press coverage of the October 11th March in Washington for gay and lesbian civil rights. However, as part of our 75 marchers from Asheville, we would like to correct the important inaccuracies. Okay, so what is this about?
So that's op-ed piece that Steve Greer wrote about himself and the highlighted pieces there.
Oh, the highlighted portions. We feel that the struggle for our civil rights as gay and lesbian citizens is intricately linked to all struggles against racism, sexism, and anti-Semitism in the country and worldwide. We have fought and died for this country. We are its doctors. Signed by Dr. Stephen and Greer, MD of Asheville.
Now, I have absolutely nothing against homosexual rights or anything like that. I completely agree with the premise.
Yeah.
And if somebody's living a double life and doesn't bring that out, we own that in this world. If you believe in the CIA, the president, all these people being first, this early life. Look at the date on that resolution.
What's the date? Oh, October 16, 1987. The marriage was August 30th, 1979. Wow.
So what's his story? It doesn't add up if you go through all these people. I don't want to editorialize it or give my opinion, but he's never presented anything that worked out from his accountability, any of that. He has been saying the same shit for decades and being given a platform, almost like a behavioral conditioning program.
And for playing the podcast,
Is it organic? One thing I've noticed with so many people,
yeah,
a lot of bots, a lot of media companies that push you to make you look something bigger than you are. It's how it becomes.
I've been noticing so many of those bots lately. There's like I feel like it's I don't know how else to say this, but it seems like the anti-Semitism is exploding right now on social media. So I watched a video, a clip from the Joe Rogan podcast the other day, and it was like him and a bunch of his buddies talking about the JFK files or whatever. And then one of, I think it was Rothschild maybe, brought up all like the Israel connections, JFK files that just came out. And then Joe said something else, whatever. And almost every fucking comment in that episode was like, essentially like, if anyone ever mentions JFK and never bring up Israel, I don't want to. And it's all like, Joe's him off because he changed the subject and this guy brought up Israel. It's like, Israel is behind everything.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of hateful stuff jump up in the comments that looks like you're working with the person posting it in this group.
Yeah. It's even my point is it doesn't feel organic.
No,
It feels unnatural.
you can't not look at the social liberal issues and see the same things. 100%, of course. But that is not to take it to take. It's just, the data's not there, then you should be looking for phantoms just as a boogeyman. But certainly, they should be including. He was next up to Harsh, and Harsh went over to Israel and met with Europe. He asked and sought met him, was hooked up with him to bring out and bring over to the United States. James Randy, two sides of the same argument. Back and forth with one another in the media to discredit the lady. But Courage came back and started doing this to children. And that was after his country. So somebody gave him
My mind is always going overdrive on this stuff, this visual stuff too, and it makes me wonder about this sort of like deep state war, if you want to call it that, over Donald Trump. And if there's one thing that we know is absolutely true, is that the CIA hates the Mossad. The CIA and the Mossad do not get along.
is that just all of us?
It's pretty obvious to me talking to a lot of former CIA operators, and when I ask them about Israel and I ask them about the Mossad, it's just constant fucking frustration.
I hate thinking that the CIA. I love you that there are actually people with these organizations and that they're as frustrated as shit. Epstein's as we. I don't know who's content. I don't know anything we've had on the podcast at the time. But yeah, it's a dark moment when you think that you need to look over your shoulder and people that are supposed to protect you. And I don't know.
Yeah, and anyways, like, so based on that, like, based on just the feedback that I've gotten and what I've learned about this feels like just a hatred combined with like an annoyance of the CIA and Mossad, because the Mossad is admittedly by a lot of CIA people way more advanced and way more effective than the CIA. For whatever reasons, obviously they have a history, and they want to ensure the survival of their race, and a lot of it for good reasons. But it is argued, and it's legitimate, that at times they've gone way too far. And if you have this sort of intelligence war happening behind the scenes with Trump, and you have what it seems like coming out in the news now, like RFK, Trump being like highly funded by Israel with like the Abelsons and all this blackmail they have on everybody, and you have that document that came out. I think it was in 2020, where it was like 40 something CIA agents signed off on Donald Trump. What was the number again? It was there was like 43 or 47 CIA agents signed off on the Russia thing, that it was real, that it was real, and it was proved later to be false. Or maybe they signed off on that. Maybe that was the Hunter Biden laptop story. And either way, I think that has something to do with some sort of internal CIA versus Mossad thing.
I know the people go through this week. God, that's crazy. It's like, okay, that's one. Isn't that interesting correlation with that? And the Epstein documents were supposed to come in.
So Virginia Dufresne just got hit by a bus or something, and she apparently has a couple days to live. And you find these articles, Steve, happens all the time.
Nothing suspicious about that.
I don't know what the fuck to think about that, but that is completely batshit.
It's like somebody got an early version of the Epstein documents or maybe this thing. Where they just
yeah, and then you had this alleged leak of these Epstein files that were supposedly all brand new. No one's seen this up before. You had these people, these influencers, standing outside of that building, like with their phones, like talking about how they have this, all these Epstein files that like shit's been out forever.
Yeah, it's funny because like I'm wearing the shirt. The shirt's a joke. Everybody, the shirt's a joke.
The conspiracy is great. I
don't believe it started as like 45.
Yeah.
But it's awfully interesting to go back to Maxwell's daddy, which that book, and the plotting to make that country. If you read that book, really? Yes. Read that book. And anybody else that wants to read that book, Changing Images of Me, go to my website, go to the blog. It's a PDF is up there. It's absolutely free. And they're related all that. And it was Maxwell's father, but Maxwell's father wasn't just his Israeli son, he was first. He was, it all, his Mossad, his Israel, he was proxy, as a conflict, essentially, for British intelligence, or they do. Is this one big unit that we're all doing? It was all connected. Is Israel get started with the doctrine of revolutions, given along that way. So I don't know what the motives are. I don't know how they interact with the CIA. I'm not into military. I don't know any of this. All I know is it is hypothetically there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of like the Jewish family down the street doesn't
yeah, a lot of people that don't have any Jewish friends or didn't come up in a place like New York or like some of the stuff. Like I said, to me, it just feels natural. It doesn't feel shitty. Some of the stuff you see. And I'm just talking about comics too. I'm not talking about like real people I talk to.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think most, I believe that they interact very. I think most of the interaction has a guy who bots. Like I literally worked building AI bots and interaction with my representative. Most of the internet just stinks. Just big bots, especially. I'm not going to name the app, but it's kind of. You're on there for on that app. Yeah, they would because they already shut it down.
Really?
Their stuff is spoiling us with viewers have been like dead for like a year and a half. It's been straight across. So we should be talking about YouTube. No, about YouTube, not Instagram. I'm not going to say it because they'll just they took it down.
Really?
And people will follow us and they'll have to go pop in and we'll get an email or DM and they'll say, I followed you and I have a refollow because they retweet my follow.
I get that all the time.
Yeah. It's like,
yeah. Well, Google was quite literally created and incubated by the CIA, which is crazy.
yeah,
And it's a dark technology, PageRank system, it's dark technology. The Syrian brand is visited by CIA and NSA people the whole time when he was developing that.
that is one reason for subsidized it. I don't think any of it. It's also something that's it's always been fed. That's all like this cybernetic thing. And it's going to go one step further. The Neuralink is the technology. It'll be great. But they're going to pretend like it to get you to adopt it. They're going to
You listen to that one?
Yeah, unfortunately, last year.
I heard, I saw that. What did you make of that?
He was here.
A lot of people were telling me that that was fake, that he wasn't really who he says he was. His email, he was emailing before we did that podcast, and his email was on Harvard.edu.
Yeah, I don't know if it makes sense.
And you can fake that if you're a little technical.
No, if you still that's not as well. But I see these things real things so much because you just tell me what should be the truth. Right. And that's exactly what we live in. So it's
Yeah.
some of the stuff is absolutely technology. The change, Dr. Change that goes back decades.
Where do you think we're going to go?
Into a late celebrity. I'll give you the hope
Okay.
and culture we've done on and first, we have John Calvin, the National Institute of Mental Health and Studies. Are you familiar with the Institute? Okay. Dr. Calvin with an NIMH. It's the old secret of men cartoon that they have in New York. Mrs. Frisbee writes an M cartoon. Dr. Calvin did like 50 years of research into this. But he's specialized in also to use computers for teachers. Go to Steve, look this all up now. Look up John Calvin. That's the weakness. I don't know why they came out with this, but the research. Yeah, look at John Calhoun or Mouse Utopia. This is important for other understandings. Okay. Good. Living and working in his Mouse Utopia. Giant guy.
Yeah. See, blow that up.
He bring up generations of life within this and study how the behaviors will change as the okay, so as the population progresses, find out that we should provide all the space they needed, the food they needed, everything they needed, simply by interacting with one another on a basis, having been on enough tasks, they would develop things like social autism, they would develop all these behavioral changes that would last in eventually generations from there. This was being funded by the CIA. NIMH was the CIA. I wonder at the top of it if somebody at the CIA saw our society integrated with this technology of each other. Developing all these behavioral measures, the ability to make folks get correctly together without this. This you get caught in these constant problems. And the behavioral issues that come along with autism, ADHD, divergence, and these things, just like the last one. I wonder if somebody saw that and they actually come up with ways to save humanity from that happening. This guy says, estimates 2035 first phase because of this. It's not just the population it's interaction in those groups and population that cause these problems. And then eventually something switches from biologically real life. I think they're trying to keep it fine. And if that's the case, maybe they didn't do it. It's something that needed to be done. But we do have to do it. And we're at the stages of this. And it was super.
And you think some of the researchers just were sort of getting this research?
I hope it's not just sociopaths and child intelligence. I just want to control everybody. Social media, internet, it's shitty some of these systems creates these problems, especially kids that have these outreach researchers terrifying, probably the truth, and we didn't. So I think these are mitigation strategies.
Yeah, you certainly see. I don't know. I haven't been to a ton of other countries and studied their culture, on their social interactions, but it certainly seems like the division here has been like gasoline on fire with social media. And just like there's no sort of like national identity here or any sort of thing that like binds us all together for like specific or like some other like or some other countries may have. I think a lot of that probably has to do with foreign intelligence and foreign countries trying to use their warfare to try to
Treat them as Germans. It's a how-to guide to make that happen, to get us to go away from old-fashioned schools into something that maybe something like the stuff that we talk about, which has a very spiritual beliefs. It's Christianity is Islam is fairly spiritual. As they lay out in that book, is a trick grab that there's no cohesion. Right. And you present something to somebody, and they're footing off each other. It makes it's just like that. Right? You don't know what's going on. And you got people working about them based on whatever the stimulus is that day. That takes them in a direction that you're not going to be privy to like your upbringing as a Jew or Christian Islam isn't. You're going to flip off, and that's what it is.
have you noticed or seen the recent articles on how Silicon Valley is trying to, there's like a new movement in Silicon Valley to map Christianity onto everything that's going on?
No.
Yeah, there's a huge Christian movement in Silicon Valley, and it's mainly being driven. Peter Thiel, guy who is the head of a company called Y Combinator, who's in the Silicon Valley Kingmaker. And he does open conferences, or not spiritual, but basically Christian conferences. And there's a huge church in Silicon Valley he's going to. And this is, I think, I don't know what it is, but Thiel, just think Thiel, he's a gay Christian billionaire. And I think his theory is that we need like some American, like a united religion. And when you're in Silicon Valley and you're developing and innovating some of the most advanced technologies in the world, including AI, these people don't believe in it. I mean, Silicon Valley, the history of Silicon Valley has been anti-Christian for the most part, or anti-religious. So the fact that there's this movement to really push Christianity in Silicon Valley, to me, is really interesting, and especially when you tie that into a lot of these huge companies that are military contractors. So I said Andrew, I think it was.
Yeah. So I have no experiences. Interaction with all these companies, etc. They do have a spiritual. It's just not spirituality. It's not religion. It's right. So to turn that into Scientology, to create the recall, what has led up to that? Did you just come out with it out of the ass?
No, I think this has been something that has been percolating in this information maybe for a while, but these articles started to come out like in the last year or so.
Because we live in my opinion, he's another hero. It's a fake back. And just funny, just to show up. But everybody knows that is that is he pushing?
Or does he believe that impregnating Christianity into Silicon Valley and into American culture will improve national security? So against some sort of, in his mind, against some sort of woke one world government. So if that idea of this extreme left woke one world government, World Economic Forum takes hold, and if you want to use your imagination, extrapolate that to like if they start imprisoning people for violating climate change laws or something like that, right? Maybe that could be one of these features.
Sure. Is the World Economic Forum? I remember Schwab, he just kind of popped up back there. Are they spending that information on these two agencies before this information happens? Or come up with a synthesis? Get rid of that. So that's what we're saying. These are the synthesis in the middle of the entry of these solutions. So that they can push that center is more that needs to adopt that more woke is up for far left and far right. Collectively together into something that we can control. It doesn't really ask you to motivation. If he's got all the money, he's got to do got to understand what he doesn't believe in left the two stands, but together into something that isn't going to be. I wish I did. I wish I had some good shit. Politics right now is what we talk about. It's just we don't know. We don't know what the teams actually are. All I know is that for decades that we've been used to control the fed. The lying signs and numbers that we use to get everybody to accept whatever is going to accept. It's getting everybody's to make it to have an equal framework or agency and so on.
What we did, we got moved to the Amazon.
No idea. I'm trying to tell people to get up here and find myself talking on camera to tell people as much as I can about it. I don't know if it's up here. Unless it's good. It's going on YouTube. Somebody asked me about the weapons. And he goes, you have to be really careful. You don't see what has to be given to get rid of this. What things is your agency? So it's the side of it everybody so that you can fight it. Because they do it in the and it'll be taken. And he's part of the patient like I said. He's not going to do it.
When you look up Premier's theory, or it's called theory, obviously, that there is like some rogue military industrial private company that basically has its own autonomous air force, navy, military that is basically has such powerful technology that they figured out with like anti-gravity, who knows what, that they won't even let the U.S. military see it or know anything about it because it is more powerful than every single military application ever combined.
Okay, so I am all for. I know that Rockefeller funded career and did well in all the UFO group. Scott Jones, he's funded how all these people will spread this UFO message. Who funded them? Rockefeller. Larry Rockefeller. Just these pictures of standing in his boots with him.
I said that the picture of Hillary Clinton, what she had, just in UFO.
Yeah, with some kind of like civilization. I would think that was him pushing his, because he used so if he's got, if Northrop, if Donald Douglas, or Boeing, or somebody has like his technology, and they kept it in those companies so that you couldn't freedom of information request anything about it. Like, so the military couldn't find it, but the into the elite. So the public couldn't find it really through the military.
Sure.
But into the box. Yeah, in that case, the most companies do that. Star Wars has had its own reference.
Yeah, right. And but my point is, like, if they got that technology and they advanced it so far that basically we could tell the military, they could tell the military, "Fuck you," and hold them hostage.
I don't think they have to, because the people that sit on the board of directors for the military. So I think it's up there. I think, like, it doesn't. The money people that were funding crash into Russia were the masters of bombs, and like British high society in Eastern had Eastern establishment money. It wasn't even military, it was government who was funding like that with like these little things. But they're all boards of these. Wow. Yeah, it's like the true reason partition between the two. The government and the military are a dozen countries. They're show for people. I just don't know if they actually do it. So I've seen letters go back and forth between like high-command militaries to like Rockefellers and this or those sorts of bitch. I thought you had the guns. What are you talking about? That's right. He's going to make this up. You really want that picture? That's like traitors. I won't do that. Well, it's the fun. It's the money.
Some money for you know it.
For control. It's the you have control. Career goes better than the end. The bed that once you got rid of yeah, like harsh and aspects. Too harsh died on the estate of Rothschild, the heir to the Reynolds tobacco future. And he was doing mind control research on Archie Reynolds' private property. That was Archie Reynolds' research with Henry Bell, the department stores. Emperor separate of the bill, separate of the bill. So yeah, so is it a hard Sure. Do I think that there's some rich son of a bitch in Bob or Great Britain trying to lift it? Maybe, yeah, sure, yeah, whatever.
Crazy shit. Yeah. Brett, thank you for joining us. This has been an incredible, crazy time. So I didn't know about any of this stuff.
I try to go in script directions.
You are very unique individual because the reason you stand out to me is because you actually do the hard work and like actually dig into stuff that seems like it's so easy, but nobody wants to do.
It takes a long time. I have to function every time. I did well. I was able to put money into this. I have really got this. Spend 2 hours a week for 2 weeks. Look at what I don't want anybody to Chris White said, fantastic.
What's your YouTube channel and your other social media sites?
Across all platforms, it's at Museum of Terror,
At Museum of Terror.
and museumofterror.com if you want to check out any of the products that you can't get anywhere else. There's best and books and
Thanks again, man. Appreciate it.
that will
We have like probably 60 accounts from academic journals reported by uploads, reported by universities, even presented and displayed in universities. Even in the Smithsonian reports, there's 17 accounts of 7 to 8 foot tall skulls. 7 to 8 foot though, that's not like that's not huge. That could be easily explainable with something like the gigantism there. People have there's people in the NBA or 7 to 8 foot. That's true, but none of them had gigantism. That's the thing. None of them were all perfectly strong. And it was just normal for that. That was the normal response.
Praveen Mohan, when he was on the podcast, he was showing us articles that were from the New York Times from the like early 1900s, maybe late 1800s. I think it was like 15 to 18 foot giants.
You get a few. Yeah, you got a few. Okay. In the New York Times, other places. Oh yeah, I mean, I'll bet this way. That's so many accounts. It's proper news. Some fly-by-night publications, even in Washington Times, that kind of thing. Washington Post. Even in Britain as well, that's the same thing. It's all over the world, really. But there's little evidence to publish. Right? Very good, especially here, especially now. So you've got nothing left.
So maybe this is a good opportunity to give your explain people what background is.
Okay, cool. Yeah, who am I?
how are you?
Hugh Newman.
Yeah, my name's Hugh Newman. I'm a researcher, author, explorer from England. Live right near Stonehenge, Wiltshire, which is a very interesting, scary place to live in some cases. And we live next door to Gary. Okay, so it's together there as well, not just in America. We live next to seven programs, and we have music activity. Have a look at stuff around where I have. It's pretty freaky. But my main area of research really is away from that. I'm focused on Europe for a long time, but actually I'm fascinated by what's going on in Southeast Turkey. That's where some Caroline Tepper, say that you've got like dozens of sites now. I mean, reporting on 12,000. So that's where I'm focused on now. That's my company. I've got a little book out, I've got a bigger book coming out, part of JJ. That's a little book, yeah. Works for the book, yeah. Regularly Tepe, Caroline Tepper, got the letters, and yeah, holographic. Yeah, it's very pretty. Very pretty. Adorable. Yeah, it's one of a series that publishing puts out. So yeah, we're working on a big one, part of changing games where we go deeper into the story of what is known as the Tashtapulan culture, which means stone hills, kind of translated from Turkish, but actually it's more like sacred stone hills, or sacred, very sacred areas, these structures, and, complexes. So all around the city of Shanghai.
Have you actually been to Budapest?
I've been many times. Really? Yeah. I've been there for like 10, 11 years. Yeah. I mean, it's been known since about 2000, but it really started to be excavated in the 1990s. But it was actually kind of partly discovered in 1963. So they didn't recognise what's deep there.
So what do you think it was?
Rabbi itself is a major megalithic complex. I mean, I believe that it was like a whole kind of change in consciousness was taking place in the last ice age. This was within 200 years of the young dryas coming in. So the weather had improved. It feels like groups coming in from the south of the two fields, you've got groups coming in from the north, coming in from Anatolia, all kind of met, kind of like decided things had changed now. Not into ice, but put it into stone. Right? But they did it with profound unity, this is like, you look at the stone circles, they're kind of rough hewn stones, placed in circles, slightly different geometries. Here they were doing that to another level. They were carving every stone precisely, beautifully, with 3D reliefs, with abstract symbols, abstract human forms.
They have fingers on them,
Belts,
little bags.
that's right, yeah, and strange V-necks, there's like pendants, which is now there. It's like it seems like it must have come from something culture. I call it like third world civilization. It's actually now they say there's officially 12 sites, which is called Carrying Temple, the same version of these others. But now some could be 38 sites. But then another one of the arguments is that it could be nearly 100 going this whole area across Southeast Turkey.
Based on what makes them think they're doing?
Well, they keep finding all these surface artifacts. Because most of these sites appear to be buried.
Did they use LiDAR?
I think they have done, but it's mainly kind of rocky terrain. So I think it's hard to penetrate. I think you get it through trees and see what's on the surface. Rock is a bit from, so there's GPR is the right places. So they're going to get it. So they're ground penetrating radar. Yeah. So they kind of work out what's going on.
Now, what is the modern consensus of when it was constructed, the Göbekli Tepe building?
Göbekli Tepe officially dates to 9,600 BC, 11,600 years ago. That's the earliest date. It stretches, according to the earliest, but that's currently only like a small percentage has been actually uncovered so far. So there's actually 5, 7, 8% being uncovered.
Right. Because my understanding of it was that it was intentionally buried to preserve it from something, meaning that it couldn't be constructed before some big cataclysm or something flood. So there's the dryas was there. People think of it
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it being deliberately buried, that's been kind of challenged actually, because that's what Klaus Schmidt, he was the main archaeologist, the original head archaeologist there, and another guy as well, I can't remember what he was called. And he proposed that it was deliberately buried. And this is a tradition we find in that part of the world, where they bury sites and those also used for 1,000, 2,000 years. But recent research done by the archaeologists there, they found that the enclosures that have been uncovered, excavated, there's been like some kind of slope slide where it's fallen down over years and years, stuff immediately rubbish and everything to do with that. Some of it filtering, some of it like that. But then it's pretty much net belief that some of it will get buried afterwards, because there's obvious repair work. If repair work, put stuff back in place. Alright, put everything where it should be, even artifacts, statues, things like this. And then it's kind of covered over. And so I don't see how a slope slide would knock things out of place. So it seems like it's a bit hard to get a slope slide buried. So Karahan Tepe, that was done.
Oh, they prove it.
Yeah, that's it.
Is Karahan Tepe the one that Ben Van Kirk was showing me where it looks like they performed lots of sacrifices there?
Sacrifices. Oh my God, really? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Show me a place in Turkey, because he recently went to Turkey and he said,
Yeah.
this audio sounds really weird. Do you know that, Steve? Is it just me?
It's just your sexy voice, man.
It's just in my head, huh?
All right. Here we go, Karahan Tepe. Yeah, these are
This is Karahan Tepe. Okay, he was showing me one site in Turkey. Maybe that one down below on the bottom. Yeah, right there. Yeah. That looks like there was a place where they would cut people's heads off and the blood would like flow through that little.
yeah, you got a channel actually. Yeah,
A channel there for blood.
next to the one on the left there. That's what's called the Pillar Shrine structure. Where you've got like it's carved from bedrock that one. Completely carved out separate. Yeah, and then apart from one, only one of them is a freestanding pillar. Right. The rest of these phallic shaped pillars are kind of leading into them. Some people have suggested it's either for water, for fire. I mean, they found it as a site called Chean, which is further dates to about 8,400 BC, where they think they've actually found hemoglobin and on top of this slab, which looks like a sacrificial slab. Right. So some think it could be for that as well, but there's no real evidence of exactly what they do. But you never know. You could have been some really dark stuff there, but it's certainly something special going on, especially for this time. But, I mean, this is like 7,000 years before Stonehenge. Like same as stones, that age difference with the pyramids. And yet,
Stonehenge was supposedly when
earliest phase officially around 2,500 to 3,000 BC.
so around the same time as the pyramids.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes. There are some older elements in the area around Stonehenge. But yeah, this pillar shrine thing is really interesting. It's quite bizarre. It's got like a porthole stone carved out of the bedrock, a hole going through to the main enclosure, which is a 75-foot wide enclosure, stone circle, just especially geometry. And actually, yeah, down there, the image of the various ones. What's that one? Yeah, if you type in, if you actually type in Karahan Tepe winter solstice, that'll come up with that. And it shows good images. Right, there's, yeah, you see this is our stuff here. So we found this weird alignment on winter solstice, self-generated this year, and accidentally turned out that we got kind of a little bit of trouble to go the next morning because officials were going to come in and throw us out, arrest us, and this, that, and the other. And so we had to go the first thing in the morning, 20th of December 2021. And if you get on the top of that page, you can see that this blade of light, this blade of light, it was hitting the face, his head. You see this head side.
What is that?
It's like carved out of the bedrock, his head. With this serpentine
Where is it?
Just on the right there. If you go down a bit, you can see some other images.
that line going through this diagonal?
That's where the winter solstice sunrise.
Oh, I see. It's the head. You're just sort of illustrating.
Yeah. Go down a bit to see it. And that's where it goes from the main enclosure. It goes from a little hole. This is perfectly winter solstice. It's perfectly winter solstice, and it hits his head with light. That's it there. And so the light moves around, hits the head, but moves around the head for 45 minutes. So it's perfectly aligned to the winter solstice. It's pretty crazy. And so that kind of blew my mind, because that proves an understanding of solar astronomy nearly 12,000 years ago, at least 11,400 years ago, which is the age of Carrier Tempo. And so that, in fact, you can go there now, and you can see the winter solstice it happened. You can watch the light move around the head, like from here, this side of the head, move around here, and it's pretty epic. We've actually got time lapses on it and things like this. So that proves there's a sophistication about these sites, and there's just one of them related to these sites. That's kind of what the head looks like after it's full. It's pretty weird. I mean, that's 3 times the size of a human head. Carved out bedrock, got a flat top, it's got an open mouth, and the eyes. This was actually like straight. Well, apparently, because Graham Hancock initially proposed went in the pillar shot of the structure AD here when they were filming the first series of Ancient Prophets. Looked carefully at it, and noticed that the eyes were looking to the right, his right, towards the whole stone. So it's even though the head faces right. Oh, really? Yeah. Can't really see it clearly, but they said they were going to. So yes, we've got this winter solstice. But then that suggests, if they were doing that then, that they must have known about it long before that. They must have developed it, built the site, because the head, the whole pillar shroud, and the whole stone are bedrock, carved out of bedrock, so it's a permanent fixture. They're not stones that can be moved. So it must have been doing it for a long time before they even started building the site. So yeah, it's pretty compelling. I mean, then you've got possible alignments like this tempo, and as more gets excavated, there's going to be a whole bunch more these kind of things coming out of this part of the world. So it's a lot to consider when you're looking at these sites.
What is that bedrock? How hard is bedrock?
This is limestone.
It's limestone. Okay, gotcha.
I mean, it's not super tough. It's still got work in it. It's not like easy. Plus, it's better tempered than carving out beautiful 18-foot tall T-shaped pillars and then moving half a mile. Some of them weigh up to like 20, 25 tons maybe. But then they carved it so the lower section, like the tall section, and then they have the top section. It looks like it's separate, but it's not. It's the same stance. On top, with a no face on it. No face on it. It's supposed to represent the head, because the arms coming down the side, right? Hands across the back, coming out the front. Belts, like fox pelts, and things like this. So there's like the intricacy and the abstract nature of the artwork really shouldn't be in it. It shouldn't be in it. There is a build up. You can see the Tufian sites down south of Syria, places like this. We show geometry, we show astronomy, we show stone, nothing like this. It's just went bang. But in this case, it's
Now, how far is Karahan Tepe from the Red Tepe?
It's about 20, 25 miles southeast from that area. Yeah, you've got like a kind of a 3D scan of it. That's like the drone stuff there. Oh shit, that's incredible. Yeah, but this a lot more has been excavated since this we've done in 2021. Wow. So look at that. Yeah, so this one at the front here, that's called structure A. That's called pit shrine. But up there, behind that, the pillar shrine, structure A, the big structure, big kind of stone circle structure. Structure AD. But on the right hand side of that big structure, where the curses are, that's carved out of bedrock. So some of the T-shaped pillars, benches, are carved out of bedrock on the right hand side, the western side of it. Whereas the rest is got freestanding pillars carved and placed there. So look, it's just unbelievable.
Have you ever seen the Kailasa temple in India?
I have, yeah, I've been up there once, yeah.
That whole thing was carved out of bedrock as well.
Yeah.
I don't think it was limestone. It was even harder than that.
It was yesterday. That's insane. That's like a one of the world, that place.
It is
Unbelievable. Like, I went there in February.
It's like a cathedral carved out of the side of the mountain.
And apparently it's like one, it's almost like they're coming from the top, have a clear design in their head and just go down.
Yeah.
It's somehow.
And like, how do they know they weren't going to encounter any sort of cavities or cracks or inconsistencies in the stone material that was beneath them? Like, and then the level of cleaning that had to be done to create that's insane. It's huge. It's like 5 stories.
Yeah. But that's it. The thing about the Kailasa temple, I mean, that's one of about 30 or 40 temples. There's one southern, which is right. Which I didn't realise when I got there. Day there, and I spent my whole time there. I mean, I'm sure Rabbi talked about this.
Yeah.
Man.
Have you been there?
I've been there. Yeah, and it really got me. I mean, I was like, wow, this is like much bigger, much more intricate than I realised.
When did they say that was built? When is the accepted?
For the Kailasa, I think it's only about 1,000 years ago, so less officially, but Praveen doesn't think so. He thinks it's much older. I mean, now they found sites like this. They found Kailasa. Everything is going to should be looked at again. It needs to be looked at sites around the world because if they were doing this thing,
How do you think they carved all this?
well, officially they were using antler picks. They were kind of using slightly harder stones like basalt.
Yeah.
And for the fine stone work, they were using obsidian for like the really precise detail. It's like this. There's no finishing that metal right there. Although at Cheyenne and one other side, they found copper, but it was like beaten copper. It wasn't like heating up copper. They weren't smelting like this. But they had the oldest worked copper in the world, which found at one of the sister sites.
And then what exactly here did they use to carve it big?
Yeah, I think they just used materials they found at the very lowest levels. They found burnt wood, burnt grains. I think maybe burnt wood, especially at Göbekli Tepe. But even at Göbekli Tepe, the problem they got there is that they're choosing stuff that's in the bottom of the walls that are placed in between the outside pillars around the circle. These walls could have been added later. That's the problem. So because you can't, as soon as you get rid of the bedrock, you can't go any further. You can't go anything below the bedrock. So they were using stuff on top of the bedrock in the walls, which could have been added later. But I think they were. I think that they were just utilising bedrock initially. Temples were they were slotting some megaliths into like little sockets, bedrock like little steps, curves, which you can see around the sun.
It's interesting the way they build the walls by stacking all those little rocks together.
Yeah, I mean, they are probably later. I mean, that's the point. They are probably later. I mean, because you can see the sophistication is a whole different level. Here, you can't, it's different. I mean, there's so much. I think in Kailasa, it was kind of deliberately dashed before it could bury it. It's like decommission, by the people in and it got buried. And like, whereas it's very temper, it doesn't seem to have been deliberately damaged. It was like, it was preserved. It was like almost rebuilt. It was repaired, then put back in place, and then finished after the slopes laid. Whereas here, it looks like stuff's been knocked about, things like this. So yes, slight problem when you have a look at the site. I mean, even the floor, some of the floors of the new enclosures, they are made, sometimes they carve flat bedrock, and it's perfectly level as well. Perfectly level. And sometimes they use terrazzo, which is like this lime cement.
Terrazzo?
Yeah. And so because officially the Romans are the first people who invented it. Yeah. But they found it in use in abundance here. I mean, serious abundance. I mean, hundreds of square meters of terrazzo being used. And so what that means is they were heating up limestone up to 850 degrees, some of them, and like then turn into this more powdery form, which they can then use, which is quite toxic. Kind of,
And that melts limestone.
well, it breaks it down, yeah. And then you see water, blood, and other things.
What would be the temperature to melt down or smelt copper?
Yeah, I'm not sure about copper, but I think it's probably less than that.
Less than
Yeah. But when it comes to creating,
1900 degrees Fahrenheit.
okay, that's pretty much. But they were making this cement. Basically, it was really, and it was waterproof. It was just perfect colour. So they were filling in gaps. They were making floors. They were doing this whole thing. But yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Type in limestone melting point.
Yeah, put it to that. So, oh yeah, that's 825 Celsius. So that's
825 Celsius.
So that would be, say, pretty down.
So a little bit harder for copper.
So yeah, they had all these kind of innovations and technologies as part of the world, which really developed here. This is like loads of inventions that the world first ever saw. Science.
Have you ever been to Egypt?
Yes. Yes, I've been to Egypt.
You went to Southern Pyramid and all that.
Yeah, that's a whole different level. That is insane. Yeah, when you come to stonework and technologies,
Right.
So you've got like just one of the Egyptian.
Yeah, let's go 3D prints.
You've got stuff like this going, but actually you've got these plates. If you want to have a look, there's the one from Callahan Technology. Stone plates. If you want to type in Callahan Technology stone plates, these are insane as well. And so, not quite the level of these vases and vases, but here we go. Yeah, so these are really fun. And yeah, these stone plates are like 2 or 3 feet wide, sometimes 4 feet wide max.
Oh yeah, I think I have some.
These are carved basalt, granite, and other stuff.
Oh, yeah?
I've actually got some better images of this.
There you go. Is that it?
Yeah, that's the more basically. But that's so these were deliberately broken as well at the end of the evening and placed on the benches around the beds and tap out. And again, but these are like 11,400 years old, so considerably older than that's Egypt. Wow. But some of them are extremely hard stone, very well done. Even that one on the right, it's got almost like a kind of cut mark, a little kind of indentation, perfect, circular indentation, smoothed out. So it's hard. There are hundreds of these potentially. They've had a whole kind of a cache of them. A new area can be in the kitchen. Because I believe they're preparing food there. But in this kitchen that they found, they're actually they found quite a lot of Anatolian fighter slave skeletons. Oh wow! So slave skeletons. So they don't mention that, of course, but they do have found it. So they've either eaten snakes, or they were getting the venom out of the snakes for some controlling purposes. So well, this is it. This is what we're picture. That's the image there.
Click on that.
Yeah.
11,000-year-old kitchen stuff, vessels and plates to stuff are on check.
Yes, this is the image. Yeah, it's really bizarre. So there's a serious amount of things they're doing on these. And they weren't making any pottery experience. So there's no pottery. Everything was made of stone. To that, so
This thing up there, is that a skunk?
yeah, that will be stone. Yeah,
So that would have to be carved. That wasn't clay, or that wasn't cast.
no, nothing like that. The only thing they were doing was terrazzo, and also similar to terrazzo, they were making limestone kind of plaster, covering up some of the griddles and things like this.
Yeah, that pot looks pretty symmetrical. That pot looks like pretty damn close to perfect. that's full of dirt right there.
Some of them are really
It looks even more circular than the actual plates themselves.
well. Look at these. I mean, these are in good condition. Actually, some of them. They're not broken. But hopefully, you get scans of these. That'd be kind of useful. Obviously, check out the accuracy, but I don't think it's quite the level of what they're doing in Egypt. That's ridiculous. What it does. Yeah, not small either. They're pretty epic. Some are beautiful carvings as well. You can actually see the carvings around the beautiful kind of chevrons and those great fingers. It's pretty basic, but I think that they were into that. They had its own kind of
Well, I think like that part of the world, the rivers, snakes were a big problem. Like I know in the classical area, a lot of people died from snakes. Snakes were like and they had to figure out anti-venom and about treatments to help people survive snake bites. And people were also consuming viper flesh.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many serpent carvings these days.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that too.
a lot of serpents. And so, yeah, and lots of other animals and creatures, leopards, such things.
Oh, they're branch in next to the head. Oh, because you could scale of it.
Yeah, that's it. Well, yeah, it's bigger than you
Holy
think.
cow, that thing's big.
Yeah.
A little bit bigger.
That's the 3 or 4.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, and that's the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more being discovered. If you put in the Karahat up on new discoveries, it might come up with what's being discovered on the top of the hill. If they discovered a 7.5 foot statue, actually, you can see it there. If you go to look at the origins,
Maybe
and that they found this 7.5 foot statue is sitting down on the bench. This is the Karahat right there. And he's holding his parts, phallus, whatever you may call it.
Yeah.
And it's clearly got this kind of emaciation thing around the kind of neck, sort of thing on his neck and the ribs.
Yeah.
And so it's also got a weird beard. It's got almost like a very fake Egyptian beard.
Yeah.
His haircut is almost like a mullet going down the back, shaved above the ears. I mean, you can see other Mohican type haircuts carved in stone there as well. I mean, which is pretty bizarre. And next to
Do
it,
you know this was carved around the same time?
yeah, I mean, they think it was pretty much the same time. They're actually saying it might be a fraction younger, a few hundred years younger.
Right.
But I'm not so sure. And also, there was like a vulture statue kind of and giant T-shaped puppets that get all the money. But again, even this statue is working with like 3 puppets. Right. You see this deliberate kind of breakage. And then some of the other human statues, they've done through this. Again, they're broken. So it's kind of it's sort of ceremonial breaking of the statue. This is what some people have suggested. So yeah, I think there's a lot more to this.
Or it could be competing cultures or tribes like going to destroy them. Like what's similar to what happened with the Kailasa temple.
Yeah, well, they tried to destroy that main thing.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job destroying some of the stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
A lot of the Indian stuff was pretty. A lot of the famous Indian sites were ravaged by the Middle Eastern cultures. Islam.
I guess it could be like the West. You get like in Egypt, you get like the kind of statues of noses broken off, things like this. And it's just take things away their power and such things. It could be similar principle of like this. There are traditions in some areas where you to decommission, close down something, you finish with it. You do great things in certain ways. Very carefully and bury it. This is one of the main things. So we don't know. It could be one or both of these different perspectives.
Yes. Just the comparison from this to some of the shit you see in Egypt, just mind-bending. And some of the places that are in Egypt, those perfectly symmetrical granite statues of those pharaohs. It's just mind-bending.
Yeah, that kind of thing's a whole different level. It's like computer design.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty. I mean, I'm a big fan of Chris Dunn and he's done in the past. It's just like he's put this different ideas, but his thing about the precision and the symmetry dedicates me. It's just the symmetry is really hard to good and precise. But there's a lot of elements here of extreme, extremely sophisticated geometry within some of the site. Not necessarily the symmetry in the statue, but the layout of the site is very specific geometries.
How so?
Well, I don't know. Maybe if you type in Göbekli Tepe. Karahat Tepe or geometry. So we've got some geometry that's been done by some archaeologists. There's other stuff that I've done myself, which that's not you might have to go to one of my but there, so you've got this, it's in Britain, you've got these stone circles, you've got about 1,000 stone circles, it's the whole country, going into France, other places as well. Yeah, and they've got a YouTube channel, they've got a home, they've got a YouTube channel. So, in fact, it's in the book, it's in the little book as well. So, yeah. And so you've got all these certain geometries that were analysed, they were surveyed by a Scottish engineer from Oxford University, Alexander Tom. And he published this in several books, 2 or 3 really profound books, and caused a massive stir in the establishment. It's improved the understanding of sophisticated geometries. If you go to the top, there are links right here at the top left. If you skip through that, you'll find geometries there for sure. Earlier, if you just start play it from there, let's turn the volume down. I can explain a couple of things. This is the geometry on the left. That was discovered by Rabbi, where they found the centres of the circles in their kind of geometries were created a perfect equilateral triangle. And then this was analysed by my friend Adam Tetlow, who's a metrologist. As long as you play it, go through the next few slides. He found that they were using very specific types of measurements. So looking at metrometry, like Sumerian foot, Sumerian palm, word cubit, and we've got them all here. He worked out that they were using Persian foot as well. These are all very important measurements, but even the Egyptian foot. And the cubits also been found in some of the sites. And these are the same kind of measurements we find in the British stone circles and in the pyramids that we found at the Göbekli Tepe. But the geometries, if you move on a little bit, go to the next couple of slides. They found those also perfectly north-south. This is the word, so it was built, you can understand it was north-south, which they thought maybe was pyramids, they found that. Actually, they found Göbekli Tepe. This is the work of Howard Progress. These are the geometries we find all across the British Isles. We find these 6 to 8 different types, including the ellipse. They have different construction ways of doing it. They can flat legs, they can flat circles, egg-shaped circles, things like this. So I applied this to the Göbekli Tepe to see what I could say. Yeah, so here, this is like close to these. I've got an egg-shaped circle type 1. So you get different, like the name of it's a bit complex, so you get different widths, heights, and of these different geometries. And just keep going on, there's a few other geometries like that. And you see these in the British stone circles, you see them in Britain, France. In fact, as you find it now, Göbekli Tepe, which is 6,000 years at least, right? Which is pretty amazing. And then even at the player in Egypt, you have the same geometry. Around 7,000.
Conventional archaeologists, they're not mad about this, right? They're pretty in line with all this stuff, right? Except that not at all. They don't. They're interested. Conventional archaeologists discovered it.
They discovered the equilateral triangle. That was it. Yeah. And,
I mean, I'm talking about go back to
but yeah, this one here. No, they're not interested for sure. So this one's the most fascinating one. This is the flat circle modified type. and it almost perfectly fits and closes seat precisely. And if you even the construction points where the seat is, that is actually where the teeth is well. So this is exactly. I mean, this may not for those that have an understanding of British style circles. You get all different, Alexander Tom's work. And people that work. This is pretty compelling because this was supposed to run into Curtin Britain like 4,000 years ago, or 5,000 years ago perhaps. But here it's happened to be 12,000 years ago. So what is going on? Did these influence the British style circles very much with their ideas, the different geometries, the different kind of principles? If you want to go on a little bit further, I mean, what I found here is that measurements as well. This is what really gets me. And it's a quality of these sites. So the people are going to hold for the pyramids, Stonehenge, they found what's called the megalithic yard, which is 2.72 feet, or it's 1.83 meters. That's found all across the British sites. Some of the Alexander Tom worked down. But there's actually an old canon of measurements, which are in the next few slides, where there's actually multiple different measurements that you can get here. We have some quantities. Oh, yeah, this is what I put together. So I managed to work out the measurements of the boat. So this is like work in progress, so I'm still working on this. Yeah. But what you got, if you find a whole number of measurements of different ancient measurement systems, they would probably use it. It's highly likely they would use it, something close to it. And when you're looking at ancient sites and trying to understand the nature of, what measurements they were using, you always look at one single measurement. People think, oh, it's got there, it's one measurement. Yeah. There's archaeologists at Stonehenge who claim there's only one measurement they use, but it's not how it works. There's people like John Michel, John Neal, the kind of mentors who proved that there was a system of different lengths of the foot. Probably a slide on it as well. Different lengths of the foot. So you've got the British foot, then you've got the Persian foot, you've got the Sumerian foot, you've got the Assyrian foot, you've got the Saxon foot, you've got all these different foot, 12, 15 of them. But they're all perfect fractions, harmonics away from the British foot. Mm-hmm. They're a bit longer or a bit shorter. So what there's
they're related to like the royal cubits and all that stuff.
Yeah, it all fits in. You can see on here, look, you see the royal cubit is the diagonal, right, of a square. And if you put a double square together, you've got the megalithic yard is the diagonal of two squares, things like this. And then the render is there's one length of it, so everything fits in a really profound, weird manner. Mm-hmm. And so what we realised, and what John Michel, John Neal realised, is that you're not looking for one measurement, you're looking for a camera of measurements, maybe 12, 15 different measurements. They relate to each other, perfect harmonies. It's almost like music. So you often find in ancient sites, if you look carefully, 4 or 5 different measurements, because they wanted to apply principles. It's almost like the languages, like the accents of that culture. So it gets complicated, but really this was the elites were doing this. The commoners were doing this. You can get the people, just the people hanging around and trying to do the work. Those main people that had these understandings. But what gets even weirder is that most of these measurements are derived from the size of the earth. So that means they must have had an understanding of the size and shape of the earth going back into 12,000 years. This backs up the accounts with the same. But they had these on the maps to prove that they surveyed the earth. So this is how it gets when you start getting into it, because these measurements aren't arbitrary, they're not just made up, they're derived from measurements of the earth, fractions of a degree at certain latitudes and things like this. So it's quite hard to get your head around having it fully visualised and shown. But this is what they're doing. So there's a high chance.
How do you think they use the exact circumference?
I think they were measuring. I think they were measuring. They had people going out to different latitudes, taking different measurements, using astronomy to do so, using shadows of day and year, then marking that at different latitudes, and then working out the angles of the shadows and things like this. It was known they were doing that in ancient Egypt. This has been documented. So it's highly likely that they're doing that here. And also, if you look into things like the Book of Enoch, this remarkable, very weird book, used to be part of the whole kind of Old Testament. It talks about him being taken by the Rothschilds, the angels, different latitudes, but very different weather, different environments, taking cords and going to measure. And this is going back into deep antiquity, like the era I'm talking about. So it's even a reference to somebody in text, somebody else or sacred text.
Did they say was being taken?
Enoch. Well, the book of the Lion of Noah, this kind of stuff. And so this is pretty strange. I mean, that can't be proven, obviously. But the fact that the evidence is there with the measurements that are being found at these sites, so they must have had some understanding. They could have guessed it, but that's highly unlikely. But what it seems is like there's some very advanced group of these possibly taking measurements. For example, Stonehenge, they found these giant objects would be placed there. They could have been like 30 feet tall, over 3 feet wide, 7 feet deep. They're dated to 10,000 years old. So this is weird. So it's built to 5,000 years after that, at least. So why were they marking the position of Stonehenge with these giant timber posts? Then, back in 10,000 years ago, it's quite weird. So I've got the impression of it. It says he put the post holes where. Which image? And these are most, I think, pretty much the top ones there, and there's a little illustration there as well. But the circle things? Yeah, but they were originally. I mean, for a while, they were blobs of paint in the car park. That's all they were. Because they got it. It's just reference bits of charcoal and things like this. But these go back 10,000 years. So these are really intriguing because these, it's almost like someone had gone out to different parts of the world. The thing about Stonehenge is a very important attitude if you understand astronomy and surveying, because it's roughly 51 degrees.
Oh, that's so funny. You're my favorite. Oh, I love you. I fucking love you.
So between 51 and 52 degrees, that measurement affects the measurement from 51
Not at all suspicious.
that is the mean polar circumference degree. So if you would have a perfect circle, that's what that length would be. So it's a mean circle at that latitude. And similar things happen then 38 degrees as well. Through different elements of ceramics. So it gets a bit tense. Yeah. We're going to write all this out in our next book and kind of explain detail. It's quite hard to do. And we're still working on it. We're still working on how they could have measured 12,000 years ago. So if you think about it as well, if there was some kind of if there was this level of drought, there was chaos, everything got destroyed, whatever there was, ice age was there for a while, this, that, and the other. Are they going to want to have another, these very elite, very smart people, kind of survivors, they're going to want to remap the earth.
What is this shit?
Things have changed a bit. Land mass has changed, the ice has shifted things around. So to me, there's a good case for that. It sounds like we're going a bit far out, but actually I think it's something to that for sure.
Well, no, I don't think it's that crazy of an idea that there's people that maybe got some sort of warning or some sort of signs of a cataclysm coming and maybe decided to find high ground or to go to a certain spot where they knew they would be safe or build a boat or whatever. I mean, the Younger Dryas wiped out, we know,
Look at this. This motherfucker throwing up gang signs. Bitches doing coke lines.
34%. Possibly, yeah. And then it was the biggest devastation.
Look at this
was
move.
in North America, right? Because there's an asteroid that we believe.
Somebody said that the link takes you to a white sheet.
North American ice sheet, up where Canada is. Yeah. I think they found
Oh, man. Fucking that is so fucking weird.
some sort of satellite. They found evidence
Throwing up gang signs, bitches doing coke. Why? Motherfucker? Look at this move. Look at this move.
That opened the freaking ice wall that was blocking all the water
Look at this move.
the western part of the United States, killed
comes with it. That's why we have like giant boulders in the north, Midwest that are from like way up north where Canada was. And in Africa, like we lost all the megafauna, the giant sloths, the saber-toothed tigers, the mammoths, but Africa still has all of its megafauna. There's still all the elephants and everything. But Africa's probably spared for the most part. So, I mean, even if the people that were right in harm's way didn't survive, there's still tons of Earth where they would have been fine.
There's a place in Syria that got like an airburst during it's actually pretty good
Life.
Syria kind of airburst.
Yes.
And actually one of the sites, I forget the exact name, but they were actually kind of completely flattened the site and then rebuilt it afterwards. This was one of the people that started down in Syria. So this is probably kind of pretty strong as airburst. It's around 12,800 agriculture feature. Yeah, Abergaray.
Oh, Abergaray. Okay, good.
So that's the one. And so I think Graham's talked about this as well. And this is, I mean, that's really close to Becky Temple. I mean, that's like a couple of hundred miles away. Yeah. And so it's not like it's that far away. That whole area, it's just down south from the Euphrates River. And so that, to me, is really compelling because that is like a direct effect of the young dryas, potentially, affecting people very close to Becky Temple. So people have becoming in their consciousness that happening and being revealed in ceremonies and things like this. Then you have people like Mike Sweatman and Ray as well. They can't talk about this, the carvings of Pillar in Equebec actually are kind of almost like a memory of that, like a kind of monument to that, and a kind of warning about anything that may go against the future. And so I find that really, the fact it was happening and the effects of it were recorded somewhere very close to the end of what we're talking about as well, were things that we took off afterwards. So were they kind of like doing things, getting together, putting their heads together, say that we left things, we sort of get some new places, organised, but certainly, the case of that, the effects were known by people in these things.
What did you think of the Graham Hancock debate they did?
I thought it was good. Yeah. Cool. It was interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think something needed to be done. I don't know if it was essential. I mean, it's fine. I mean, the academics are going to have people like Graham Hancock. It's so popular. I mean, I think Graham's overall.
That's the thing that before that no one really challenged. No one's got stood up face to face before that.
Well, they did. I mean, they did back in the 90s. I mean, we had this panorama TV show. Tried to completely destroy it. They had him on, and they had him on. No, they didn't. They destroyed his TV series.
Well, I'm talking about like actual victims.
Yeah, but then the problem is, I think he then charitable.
Graham,
yes, they got really messy. And so he's been challenged all along. Now it's just become social media, people can see. So I don't think it's changed. I think I've got a lot of time for Graham. I think what he's done over the years, he's pushing stuff out into now the mainstream. Which I think is really good. He's putting the driest what's now. He's pushing forward the sophistication of the ancients and things like this. And this really wasn't addressed very well before. It was in some cases. A lot of books coming out in the 70s with everyone showing what I was talking about. Really. So he, to me, he's a pioneer. He pushed forward. Because I think he's given some truths, quite a lot of truths in his work, he's going to get challenged for that. Because it frustrates
Look at this.
their own version, which is much more
he made it way more interesting. Yeah, he turned it into something that the everyday working man can get behind, find fascinating, and with his book.
Right, yeah. I mean, in that, he does tons of work on archaeoastronomy, for instance. Yeah, really being addressed for them, format, people can get their head around it and appreciate it. I just think, I think the debate was interesting. It came across okay. I know you had Flint on here.
Yeah, I did.
Well, yeah. And so, but
It was okay.
the frustration I've got with that whole thing. I mean, I don't want to kind of say too much about it, really, but
Why not?
well, it's because, firstly, when you've got archaeology, you've got like academia, you've got them digging up the sites, doing archaeological work. They're focused on what they're good at. They're really good at that, and they can do that well. They can archive it. They can analyze the different things, dating and stuff like this. When it comes to interpretation, there's a whole other story. I mean, because we've got the culture that they're from. You've got to look at their tradition, their languages, their way of life. And I really think you need to have a multidisciplinary approach to interpreting science. You can't rely on one group of people who specialise in digging up things, to interpret everything correctly. And so I think this is where experts in geometry, measurements, things like that need to come in and have a look at how they oriented the science. Archaeologians need to come in and have a look. One of the issues with Göbekli Tepe recently, I said to myself and JJ made this winter solstice discovery at Caravan Tepe. Before that, Graham was talking about it with Andrew Collins, writing about the signals and orientation of the structures there, general signals and things. And but the thing is, we're alternative researchers, independent, things like this. So we put it out there because it's dismissed because we're not. So actually, we're making Caravan Tepe. You can go there yourself. You can see the actual phenomenon. But since all this is clear, it's been put out publicly as no at all associated with Caravan Tepe. Whatsoever is false. Even though many people really put it out there. And they say the reason is because there were roofs on it, so therefore they never looked at the night sky. Things like this. And so you get into this kind of almost like kind of battering around the headlock kind of thing you can't get through and actually kind of put this stuff out there. So I'm frustrated by, I want the academics to discuss discoveries made by non-academics in a nice way. Why do we have to be mean to each other and be bitching about everything? I mean, and I think that needs to be addressed. I think because there's people who just focus their whole lives on archaeology. They may want to have a look at the Tepe and they're dismissed because someone who doesn't know anything about archaeology, the academics, the archaeologists, say there isn't anything there. So you can't go in there and do the research. And so I think there's something that needs to be addressed. There needs to be a multidisciplinary opening for other researchers to officially have their say on things as well and discuss it openly. I mean, so I'd like to, we've written a kind of paper, myself and JJ, on the winter solstice, sunrise alignment, but we can't get published everywhere academically because we're not academics. And so it won't get addressed, it won't get looked at, it'll be ignored. So that's the frustration we've got. We're actually going to try it. We found a journal. We're going to try and get that.
Paying attention to the journals anyways. Post on YouTube, that's where we go.
Well, that's what we do. We do that, whatever. Yeah. But, look at Mark Swellman. He's written this. He's an academic from Edinburgh University. He put around the past. He speaks at our conferences. And he's written this paper. He's written several papers now about a calendar system encoded in Pillar 43. And also actually Caravan Tepe, the pillar shrine, the way, like what's called a lunar solar calendar, where they're kind of counting certain aspects of this calendar. And he got that peer reviewed and published in academic journal. Eventually it took about 2 or 3 years to get it through. And now that is like that went ballistic, that went all over the internet. It caused the sensation, really frustrated a lot of the academics and archaeologists who said that we weren't conservative and agree with that. So he managed to get one through about the astronomy and astrological symbols and calendars. That could be so in a way, let's open the door for other people to write about that. But since then, the archaeologists said, no, none of that's true. There's no astronomy that worked looking at the skies since they came out. So hence, I thought, we've made this discovery. Yeah, he's not discovered his conflicts. So that's my frustration with the whole kind of debate. I just think everyone needs to be a bit nicer to each other. It's as simple as that. And actually listen to each other. Because there's no need. I mean, the ideas are flowing. You know, if we are a kind of advanced civilization, which we claim to be, we should be collaborating, not fighting about it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and it's definitely not right about that. We're more focused on fighting each other than on Twitter
Yes.
about people that lived potentially 10,000 years ago.
I know. Again,
They're not really innovating anything anymore. We're just sort of, it's almost like we're disintegrating as a species. It feels like because of technology. Technology is doing all the work for us now, and now we just want to figure out the next place to get our next dopamine hit.
that's it. I get that. I guess it's like with Twitter or X or whatever. That's to me, that is like a hell with a body. It's just a million opinions flying around. Everyone thinks their opinions correct, and it gets so frustrating. And I was listening, and everyone blocks each other. It's like, where's the educated and enlightened discussion? You know, why can't I go and talk to the head archaeologist, Karen Tucker, and have a discussion with him about what the solstice around is, actually show him it and talk about it, and actually get it properly tested.
You know, it's a lot of balls to be able to publicly defend your research and your ideas, you know, in the public square, to have and to risk in front of a lot of people, right? And I don't think people want to do that. People would just rather leave a comment, you know, anonymously on a social media platform.
Yeah.
And Flint did do that. I don't know if he knew the repercussions or what was going to happen. I mean, it seems like there's a huge group of people who just hate his guts.
Yeah.
You know, that just like, you know, they hate his existence. They hate every fiber of his being simply because he disagrees with Graham Hancock in every way possible.
But it's the way he does it as well, isn't it?
It is the way, yeah. He definitely doesn't do it in the best way. I think he could do things differently, but look, we're all human. None of us are perfect. You know, do I think blocking everybody on Twitter? I don't block anybody on Twitter. I've never blocked anybody on Twitter. But you know, maybe I can't judge him for wanting to block people for calling his name or calling him a moron or whatever it is. But you know, I think humans just like to not be wrong about shit. They like to be right about things, especially when you're like him and you've dedicated your whole life. You know, not only that, but like his whole family is tied up in archaeology. So it's like his dad did it for X amount of years. Now he's doing it. Like it's his legacy. Archaeology is his legacy, and he doesn't want to be wrong about things. You know, and at least he had the balls to go do that and face Graham head to head. I give him that. And on the, you know, I don't agree with him about. He's not an expert in Egypt stuff, but I asked him about these bases and some of the stuff like the pyramids, what their purpose was. He buys the conventional explanation of how they're built. He thinks that these were just done by hand with like a stick and a rock on the inside, like that. I think it's absurd. But that's not his expertise. I think he just sort of falls in line with academia when it comes to that. I disagree with him. But one of the things I think was really compelling with Flint when I had him in here was how he broke down Atlantis, the story of Atlantis. Are you familiar with that at all?
Yeah, I know about the whole story of it. Yeah.
Are you familiar with like his theory on it?
Not so much.
It's actually his field of expertise, right, is perfectly in line with Atlantis. So he's actually like the perfect academic archaeologist to confirm or deny Atlantis because his location that he specializes in is ancient Greece. And the time that he focuses on, or the part that he put the timeline he studies, was the time that Atlantis was supposedly there. So it's compelling. And he came in here and he broke down. We talked about Plato and Plato's writings and some of the stuff. Like, that's some of the biggest evidence for Atlantis existing is Plato talking about it. And I had also another guy, another classical philologist who studies ancient Greek, very well versed in Plato. He's basically read all the philosophy of the ancient Greeks, the classical texts. Basically, it seems like Plato was a liar, a prolific liar, and some of them were called noble lies, like lies to make society better, to basically lie to the people in society to make them conform to rules, to humanity advance, right? So the philosopher kings would run society, and then below that you have like the knights and like the parliament or whatever. But there was also many documented accounts, but there's also like many accounts of him actually telling like outright lies in his writings, like even about Socrates. And this is known. This is known by classicists, people that don't even like pay attention to any of this sort of Atlantis stuff, or any like the Grand Hancock stuff at all. So that was interesting. And then he also broke down like the game of telephone that was that I guess was told to Plato for his account of Atlantis, right? I guess it was like, you'd have to pull it up again. I don't remember exactly, but apparently like Plato got it from someone who got it from someone else, Solon. His grandfather was told this 1,000 years before he ever wrote, before it was ever told by anyone else. And then it was told to that person by some Egyptian priest 1,000 years before that, but there was no text or anything. It was just told, right? So it's like thousands and thousands and thousands of years of games of telephone, right? Before it was ever allegedly written down, and it was only allegedly written down. It was never actually written down. And then 1,000 years after that, Plato wrote it down. Okay, so it's like, and then on top of that, Plato is synonymous for telling fake stories. Yeah, right. He's telling, like, have you ever heard of his allegory of the cave? No. The Plato's allegory of the cave is basically, the idea of these people in this cave and people behind them playing shadows on the wall, right? And these people think that the shadows are reality. And then eventually someone finds his way out of it. So there's this whole new world and wants to tell everyone in the cave. And they're like, no, leave us alone. This is our world. We're living in this. Like, we don't want to hear your theories about whatever else. Like, they're comfortable in our world. And it was a created story of like basically how a society can be tricked and fooled to thinking reality is something that it's not. And he's basically saying what Flint made the case for was that Atlantis was the same thing as Plato's cave. Okay, that's interesting. It was fascinating. Yeah, it really was fascinating. And then he went into some of the archaeological evidence to how Atlantis wasn't actually a real place. It was a hypothetical place that Plato wrote about. Yeah, no. And I know some other people have other evidence for Atlantis that completely, doesn't rely on Plato, which I believe we talked about. But anyways, that was, he made a very compelling case in getting out of Atlantis. And yeah. Yeah, no, my current teacher here is Mr. Atlantis. Oh, is it? Yeah, talk to him. Love it. I mean, I'm not a big Atlantis fan. Yeah. I mean, I don't really. I'm not sure about anything about it. I mean, I'm very aware of every one of his books on Atlantis and every other subject on it. So I've read a few of them for sure. But if there's anything Atlantean, in my opinion, then it's more of it's not a landmass. It's not a lost continent. Western technology, whatever people say it was. To me, it's more of a kind of cultural, like a civilization's kind of focus. Like it may be a kind of lost, forgotten memory of just an advanced culture. So the Göbekli Tepe, it could even be that. Because they were quite advanced, they were playing measuring things, they were doing this and that, and so maybe it's more like that is an actual
place. That's just my version. Possibility, but I don't mention the A word. I think my writings,
I think Plato was out of the hypothetically what would look like between Athens. Yeah, this place called Atlantis. And they were basically like trying to like simulate some sort of scenario, some sort of like I guess you call it a coordinated scenario. What would happen in society if they do that? Yeah. But yeah, no. Like as far as people getting back to like conventional archaeologists and Graham Hancock, I can totally understand somebody who spent their whole life doing this stuff, like eating Google and archaeology, not doing a lot of the boring shit too, a lot of the fun shit, and see someone like Graham Hancock come along and do a podcast. He's selling his clothes and making all this money, becoming a worldwide celebrity and getting all this attention. Yeah. Motherfucker, I've been doing this my whole life, sludging through the mud. I haven't written any books, I haven't made a fucking dime. I'm just sitting in class, teaching people, and traveling to all these places. But nobody gives me credit for any of it. Instead of this schmuck, this Graham Hancock guy gets to go write all this stuff. I'm gonna go find every hole I can possibly find every piece of it. I understand that.
I get that kind of perspective. You've got to look at all different perspectives on these things. Yeah, for sure. But maybe
I'm not saying it's a good thing to do. I don't think it's a good thing to do. But it's human nature.
But it is, but it doesn't look good for archaeology. You've got someone trying to call someone else out on, and then getting personal, they get attacked. This whole racism agenda that's behind it. It's like really weird. Yeah, and so that stuff. I mean, you don't do that, right? You don't do that. You're an adult. You don't do things like that. Just you focus on the actual research, like what some other, author like 150 years ago that reference once.
Did he say his ideas are based on white supremacy or something like that?
It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. I mean, it's sad. It makes them look foolish. When they say things like that, because it's just isn't. I mean, he's you can read Fingerprints of the Gods. I don't think they've read his books.
I think Graham has. I think Glenn has.
I'm not sure. I think if you'd actually read his books, there's no hint of that. It's kind of absurd. It doesn't make any sense to bring racist colour into it at all. I mean, it's absurd. I think it's a misinterpretation, or he's quoted people that said stuff in their other works or something like this. It's weird. But the point is that maybe Fletch should write a best-selling book, and that would be up there. Right.
We got a YouTube channel now.
There you go.
So podcast.
Yeah. Get a Netflix show, right? A million.
Get a Netflix show. Yeah. Also, the thing that somebody sent Netflix like a open letter about the first season of Graham's show. Yeah. Basically saying that they should recategorize the show as like science fiction or something. Yeah. That's just as well. Can you find that? Find the letter that was written to Netflix for the first season of Ancient Apocalypse. From who it was from? Society for American Archaeology, something on Netflix, and ITN Productions about the Netflix series Ancient Apocalypse. The Society for American Archaeology requested that Netflix reclassify the series as science fiction instead of a documentary or docu-series.
Yes. So I was reading up on this recently, actually.
We should find out who's behind the Society for American Archaeology.
Yeah.
I wonder who funds them. What would their incentive be?
Well, initially they were founded to bridge a gap between what was archaeology was doing and what amateurs were doing when they were writing and presenting about archaeology. And it was all very polite when it was set up. It was all very neat and tidy, very polite. Now everyone else is pseudo-archaeologists that were dismissed from the court and things like that. And when it was set up, apparently it was all very polite. They wanted to genuinely connect with bringing archaeology and amateur work into the same kind of mix. That's actually weirdly, that's one of kind of like why we set up that Megalomania conference back in 2006, because
you're not going to find it on the website. You're going to have to do some digging to find out who the biggest funder behind it.
There's actually an article called really horrible. Actually, Dan DeDunker, he posted this video last night. Dan debunking. He kind of debunks the academics and the skeptics. But there's a Apocalypse Not, which they put out about a year or so ago, which is kind of strange. But yeah, so we set up Megalith mainly to bridge the gap between academia, archaeologists, and the alternative. We create a stage for it because we felt it was important back in 2006. It's still, to me, there's too much battle out. People need to kind of lighten up. We should talk to each other. Like, sure, we get through the next amazing breakthroughs.
Keep scrolling down. Keep going. 6,000 members, represent professional, educational, board of directors. Yeah, click on board of directors. Let's see what that says. Let's see if George Soros. Daniel, okay, Sandwise. Who's president? He's been president. 2025. 2027? What is this?
I don't understand that. Is that when they're 10-year enemies?
Is he time traveling archaeologist?
All volunteers.
Over on the left, there, committees and task forces. I think that's the right
Task force.
That's the Studio Archaeology Task Force, I'm sure. Yeah, it's not real, but no, I think it's like John Hoops, Carl Fegans, Franklin Dibble, things like that. They wrote this paper called Archaeology Not, down posted last night. And
It just must piss them off that Graham, is getting all this crazy attention and is pushing these theories, and they feel like it's an attack on their tribe, I guess.
yeah, I guess it is. But I think, a lot of what, but the problem is, a lot of what Graham says is true. It's good, it's quality research. He's an exceptional researcher. And I think people overlook that. And he's an investigative journalist. He's super. The stuff he's uncovered was, it's like no one had ever seen before. It's quite remarkable. So I think you got to look at that, from that perspective as well. And that gets ignored when it's good, it's really thorough research, which frustrates me because I know I've read all this book and nothing's going to get in there. So, but I think, there's a lot of other people, thankfully, are getting their books out, they're publishing, they're getting videos out, they're doing TV shows. So a lot of this alternative information is getting out there. I mean, I'm actually involved in ancient aliens, quite a lot of history. A lot of people dismiss that, but I find what it's done, I never talked about ancient history. So what I find it's done is a bit like ancient apocalypse now, is that it's pushed out these ancient sites, like the Temple Garrett, all these Namadol, all these other sites around the world, and put them into the mainstream television, which is actually some really good theories, which are really valid at getting out there for alternative researchers. And I don't necessarily agree with lots of the alien UFO stuff, it's not my speciality. But the fact is, they focus a lot on ancient sites and ancient and interesting theories, astronomy.
Aliens do?
No, the show does.
The show does.
Yeah, right. And so I think it's like
alien. They're basically essentially like alien gaps, right? Like this shit we don't understand from the past, like the Great Pyramid. Humans couldn't have done it too long ago.
Yeah. That is a general way.
Very general.
It's looked at.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's because of the high technology. You can look on the side, of course. Right. It's almost like a computer. And so you have to kind of, so it's a way of popularizing it. But at the same time, it's getting information about into the public domain in a mainstream way, which I think is great. It needs to be done. So it's allowing alternative researchers and authors to get their information and theories out in that world. I think that frustrates a lot of the academics in this society. Same as Graham Hancock's upsetting as well. But it's all good. I mean, I think it's just a case of, I just think things need to change. And like I said, the reason we set up the conference was to bridge this gap, put all these people at the same stage. We can have a discussion about it, and not dismiss each other, and not ignore people's discoveries, actually discuss them. And if the discovery gets proven to be wrong, we can let it go. We can discuss it and what it's working out. I think the archaeoastronomy definitely needs to be addressed.
Have you ever heard of Jeffrey Drum?
Yes, I have.
Land of Him?
Yes.
What do you make of his theories?
I've had a look at some of it actually. I think it's quite interesting. Yeah, I mean, you go into the red pyramid. It stinks of ammonia.
Right.
That is weird. There's no way that is just bird poop stinking that place up. Yeah, with the cat food. No,
Right.
it's like, this is weird. That is a weird kind of chemical smell in that place. But yeah, no, I've looked at some of this stuff and it's pretty cool. I know you had them on here once, didn't you, as well? Yeah. So, I mean, you look at them.
I think that's probably one of my favorite theories on the pyramids and what they've done is kind of the manufacturing stuff.
Yeah.
I think it makes so much sense.
You can shape, what's that, how you shape the stones then? Like, sort of, easily using chemicals.
Yeah, for metallurgy, they would use those chemicals for to create metals, metallurgy, and then also for like fertilizer, right? And like crops. That's what you say, right, Steve? They were like using that to help fertilizer stuff, agriculture. It doesn't really answer the question of like how did they lift those giant blocks and stuff, and how did they move those giant blocks? But like when you get into the Serapeum and you see those giant boxes in there that have those scoops that are taken out of them, he makes a case to where you could use some of these chemicals to do that, to soften that, and to turn it into like a soft ice cream and scoop it out.
Yeah, you got a lot of scoop marks there.
Yeah.
Stone as well. You get that in there.
And if you could use some of these chemicals to soften these stones, it would make a lot more sense.
Yeah, especially when you think of granite and diorite.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Limestone's fairly workable.
But I would love to see Jeffrey Drum and Chris Dunn collaborate on something.
Well, because Chris Dunn, in his, he's a power player. He talked about chemicals.
Yeah,
He talked about
chemicals would
chemicals.
go into the heat chamber down one of the shafts. It would be what chemical it was. Hydrogen, liquid hydrogen or something.
Yeah.
That would go down one of the left-hand shaft into the queen's chamber and create a chemical reaction in the queen's chamber. Go out there up the Grand Gallery and do something in the king's chamber where like the microwave, those wave guides that were coming out of the king's chamber would combine with the hydrogen in there and do something that created free energy, I guess.
Yeah.
But and he also thought that the chemicals were being poured into the ground outside of the Great Pyramid, and then they were being like somehow pushed up into the shafts that went down into the Queen's chamber.
Yeah, it's pretty epic. I mean, that's another level of technology.
Oh yeah, just a crazy thought experiment that book is. He's holy shit.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. He's still he's got a new one out as well.
Tesla connection.
Yeah.
That's basically about that's the idea that there was this hammering device that was in the subterranean chamber of the pyramid that would hammer the ground underneath the pyramid, deep underneath the pyramid. I forget how exactly deep it is, but it would basically so the foundation that the pyramid sits on, that part of the Giza Plateau is very, seismically active. And when you pound the ground, you hit it like a hydraulic hammer underneath the pyramid, it creates a little mini earthquake. And when the ground does that, it creates these electrons that flow through the Earth's surface. And he was saying that these electrons somehow interact with the pyramid to create this power.
Yeah, no, I think you wrote about magnetism as well, and things like electromagnetism in the Earth as well can be manipulated. That's like this. Yeah,
And the earthquake lights.
Yeah.
There's Martha, Texas, where there's like a famous place where all these earthquake lights that come up.
where the rocks kind of rubbing together.
Yeah.
Deep underground. I mean, just coming back to Göbekli Tepe, in Close D, something was published in the 2000s, and it was by Pablo Derpatolis of Trieste University. And he basically did some acoustic research inside Enclosure D, which has this very interesting geometry. It's kind of elliptical, but it's also got this very special geometry there. And he also did, while he was there, this is when Klaus Schmidt was the head of archaeologists, they found within it a spiraling magnetic anomaly coming up out of the ground in between the two central two pillars. and he freaked out. So he went at all the different angles, got the same thing from all the different angles to prove his point. So they were building on top of a magnetic anomaly, which we know can affect the consciousness. So the reason they chose them on odd, it's really kind of bizarre location. If you look at like middle of nowhere on these kind of hills, stony hills. Makes you question what they must have recognized some kind of special quality about them to choose that site. But also, if you know the work of John Burke, who wrote Seed of Holy Stone and Plenty, he did a whole book basically like 10 or 15 years of reading, going around to other ancient sites with magnetometers, picking it up, working out where the magnetism was the strongest, there was anomalies. And he eventually concluded that these were the places where the ancient people placed their seeds and grains, that this magnetism and telluric currents were charging up. And so, he did testing in labs and everything as well. When you then go and plant the seeds and grains, you get a much higher yield, higher quality crop, frost resistant and things like this. This was all published, it's all very scientifically documented, has been proven by other people doing tests as well. So many of these sites, these ancient sites, even the pyramids, what they were doing, they were creating, like as you mentioned, fertilizing kind of energy to enhance their agriculture.
Right.
And if you go back to Göbekli Tepe, so this was 9,600 BC, they were doing that here. So I postulate, hypothesize, speculate, whatever you want to call it, that it's known that agriculture developed in that immediate area within 200 years of Göbekli Tepe being built. And the agricultural revolution, that boom, started happening. People were growing food everywhere, bringing their seeds around, sharing them, planting them, getting good meat, things like this, in a fertile kind of area at the time. And so, did they have some kind of understanding of how to enhance their seeds and grains at Göbekli Tepe to then go and do this effectively? So that's another thing we're looking into now, but hard to prove, can't find much data to back it up. But the fact is there is a major spiraling magnetic anomaly right at the heart, the main enclosure of the Göbekli Tepe. So that's fast. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
And who found this?
This was Pablo Dermatolis from Trieste University, and it's in a paper, it's published. You can see it online.
Do you find this thing?
Yeah, we mentioned it in our little book. We do a big thing about it in the next book, for sure, because we think it's really intriguing. And the other problem, I want to get inside, so I'm reaching out to the archaeologists here. Let me insights with a magnetometer. Let's see what else we've got. Because if that's really interesting, and it's scientific. It's not like we're just making it up. This was published. Acoustics, Pablo Dermatolis. But yeah, so this is just one of the things. I mean, so there are definitely acoustics occurring at these days. Andrew Collins is a good friend of mine. He's done a lot of research on the fact that these are kind of elliptical shape. So these are very specific acoustic properties. Elliptical enclosures, closed structures, surrounded. And so he found out that this guy here, Pablo Dermatolis, that you might want to look at. Go back to my lecture. There's actually in there. Might be this one right here. Yeah, it's there. It's definitely online.
Are there any other places that you found these? Besides Göbekli Tepe?
All over the world. Loads of sites. Loads of British. Even the mount culture sites in America. There's things that were found to do with ions. I think you mentioned that earlier, that ions being collected. Even the stone chambers of New England. Electrons. Yeah, he's got solid state electrons. If you can get hold of a copy of John Burke's book, Seed of Knowledge, Stone and Plenty, it's an absolute super Seed of Knowledge, Stone and Plenty. I think he died, unfortunately, and the book went out trick. You can't get copies of it, but it's quite. This is it. Unbelievable. This was before Göbekli Tepe, so he didn't mention it in there. But his research can be applied, I think, to the area very much so. Because you've got earthquake zones as well. You mentioned Craig's earthquake kind of thing, the pyramid. Right, you've got a whole. Right, when the earthquake happened a couple of years ago, it was felt at Göbekli Tepe very slightly, but it was felt there. In fact, in Şanlıurfa, nearest town, nearest city, to Göbekli Tepe, something fell off this bell tower or something. It shook it slightly. The main part was in Gaziantep, which is 100 miles away. So, and it's also felt like Karahan as well. So some people, I'm speculating as well, based upon his word, but just even a subtle earthquake kind of zones. You can, we've got, snow rubbing together deep under the ground, and balls of layers. So that can also be enhanced and manipulated to enhance seeds and rays to John Bird. Yeah, because you're getting all this electric energy coming,
right?
Things like this electric charge. I find that really intriguing. And I think it fits in with Tristan's theories as well. Very much so. On the pyramid.
Wow.
So it's all happening. This is obviously long before the pyramids technique officially. Right. Like people say that. But there's other innovations. I could just waffle on about this. There's other innovations that have been recorded in Chinese Turkey. One of them is air conditioning. The first ever air conditioner, which I hugely appreciate, was discovered at a site called Novara. So what happened here is that this was about 8,300 BC, so it's 1,000 years after the Göbekli Tepe. It's now being flooded, the whole area is gone. This was researched by Harold Helpman, Clark Schmidt and others back in the 1980s. They go into the 90s. And they found not only these sort of square enclosures there, which are like floor and some amazing statues, but they also found some of the living structures where people live. Some of them were 16 meters long, 40 feet long, and so forth. But what they found was that it was next to what's called the Kantara Stream, which was a tributary of the Euphrates River, one of the paradise at the moment. And they found that there were channels carved out under this house throughout, all the way along it, all these different channels. And it would allow sluice gates and things like this, very cold water to come in from the street on hot days. They'd let them in there, and then they would open up the floor part, and it would cool air, would cool down the environment they're in, so they could live comfortably in very hot weather. Yeah, very classy. And another site called Cheyalu, which is further north of Gilgit, where they possibly did these sacrifices, they found underfloor of the domestic structures, underfloor channels carved out between them. But this was for cool air to be blown, to flow in and out from. So, and then they would have air to come up into the structure. So that one was air.
So the water would cool the air?
Well, in the Vardy Tree, yeah, there's no evidence for the water going through the ones that checked, but cool air they may have been used for storage. The Vardy Tree was fascinating. Yeah. And little details like that's mentioned in the occasional academic text that I'm making through. And to me, it's like, oh my God, it's like innovation heaven. That is so useful as well. Yeah. I mean, if you're boiling to death, 100-degree heat and things like this. So little things like that really get me. Plus, you've got the fact that they found calcium oxalate in some kind of big stone bowls at Göbekli Tepe, which is a byproduct of brewing beer. So they brew very low alcohol beer, which is just pretty accidental from touching the barley and substances. And but they had an alcoholic beverage. It might be brewed. It probably wasn't very tasty, that's pretty well chew on that. And but still, they had alcohol back then, and they were possibly growing it back then. They found them at the Natufian sites as well. There's even evidence up in a site called Kultik Tepe, which is actually down in the Tepe. That's further northeast. That's along. There's a whole series of sites that are along the Tiger Tube Road, which is a couple of 300 miles to the northeast. But this, they found possible evidence of wine production going back again to about 10,000 years ago, maybe even older, maybe 11,000, 12,000. And there's actually been someone's written a book about early alcohol. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so it's Kortok, K-O-R-T-O-K, if you will. K-O-R-T-O-K. And it might not be on here. It was mentioned briefly in one paper or one book, so it might not mention it in one paper. But then it was proven.
That big thing, that tea cut out of the ground right there.
That's probably the site. I mean, also you see there, see the kind of one on the top left there, that is some of the stonework from Göbekli. So this is before Göbekli Tepe. So it's about the size of your hand. It's not big, but it's 3D abstract relief. So this could be where the ideas of all the abstract 3D relief came from before the Göbekli Tepe. So there's a
Go back to that big T sheet that was cut out of that floor. But yeah, right there on the left. That's cool.
I think that's how I'm telling it actually. I think that's that's the trench that cut out.
That's where they cut the T pillar out?
No, I think that's just the trench, the shape of the trench. I don't know. Well, maybe it's 14 to that. Oh yeah, you can see some of the small circular kind of areas which they have there. But this is pretty much almost being kind of semi-flooded nowadays, unfortunately.
So it's just a huge chunk of bedrock that's just like chilling there. And they were
No, I think this is covered in mud. I think Kortic Tepe has lots of these small circular, they say domestic structures. In this area, this is where they think they found certainly this part of the world is where the first ever wine was produced was in Turkey. It was in eastern Turkey, southeast Turkey. And so you've got beer, you've got wine being produced. And one of the other things that's being talked about a lot, which we're going to get into when I talk about is the psychedelic use in southeast Turkey. Because there's evidence at Rothschild Cave, I think it's called, Israel, where they found evidence of sort of alcohol production there, which is 14,000 years old, this and they found possibly ergot as well. From so they're getting ergot kind of mold growing on the old kind of vehicle or whatever it is, grains. And that could have been in the Göbekli Tepe because they're brewing stuff there. And so they may have been accidentally taking a whole load of LSD with their vehicle.
by accident.
Tripping the way, fantastic. Yeah. And that's a logical kind of reality to that because you look at the abstract nature of some of the stuff.
What the fuck is that, dude? That's the creepiest shit I've ever seen. Rat Fact.
Yeah, you've got that
High Priest of Rainbow.
That's Father Cross.
Jesus.
Yeah, look what comes up. Oh,
That's fucking nightmare.
that's what you see if you have too much oil built up.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, but so you've got so the little innovation, some of them could have been accidental. They could have accidentally discovered powerful psychedelics growing on their beer,
Growing on their food or their wheat or their beer or whatever.
Because ergot is what Albert Hoffman synthesized LSD for. So it's unbelievable. And there's also mushroom symbolism throughout this area. Terence McKenna wrote about possible mushroom symbolism, possible use of cannabis at Çatalhöyük, which was like the famous first city in the world for a long time. That's further west in Turkey. It takes to around
Where's that at?
7,000 BC. It's near Konya. It's in sort of central kind of Turkey.
Okay.
And so there's quite possibly they were really going full shamanic at this time. I think there's a strong case for that, and that could explain why everything's kicked off because they made these possible accidental discoveries that kind of blew their minds and inspired them in profound ways.
Yeah.
Plus, they were definitely cattle. They were known as warlocks, different kind of bovines in the area. So this part of the world, when you've got dung of these beasts, that's where psilocybin grows. So different strains of it. So there's lots of little possibilities like that. It's really becoming intriguing. Because I'm always trying to work out why do they do this? What gave them the incentive to do it? It just seems to there's no clear reason. Maybe it was the end of the young dryas, things were getting better. There's amazing, incredibly crazy abstract art carved out of stone. It's temples, things like this. I think there's more to it than meets the eye. Come to that kind of trying to understand what they're doing.
Yeah, I think so too. There's definitely a lot of evidence for drug use throughout history, every civilization. And yeah, you never know. You never know how much that stuff inspired everything they did. Could it inspire? We obviously didn't have a foundational understanding of chemicals like we do and how the human body works and processes different alkaloids and chemicals and all that stuff. So take eating mushroom and seeing God, you've got to think that's something, especially if you're living 12,000 BC, you're going to have way different experience than someone's going to have now when they actually know what the fuck's going on inside their minds.
Yeah. And the geometrical nature as well. You see lots of geometry.
Yeah.
Things like that. You see serpents carved everywhere as well. You see that kind of thing. You see combinations of human and animal. Right. You find a lot at these sites. Things like this.
Right.
And also just the kind of inspiration for seeing patterns and movements and stars. If you get inspired by that from these different substances, that could be why they get into the astronomy and solstices, laying out things in a certain way, sort of geometrical forms and things like that. Because who knows? But it's just a bit of speculation going on, I think. But it's worth discussing.
Yeah,
and trying to understand these people.
one day we're going to figure out backwards time travel. We're going to go back there and see exactly what they're doing. So exactly what's going on.
That would help, yeah.
And figure out that from the future that we built the pyramids just to confuse the fuck out of all of us that are caught between.
Yeah, I mean, like that. That would be maybe it was built by time travelers.
Yeah, it's built by people who are way later than we exist.
Yeah. I mean, they're abstract as well. The pyramids, man. They're proper abstract art. They're like the ultimate abstract art installation. And I see the Göbekli Tepe. I see them like art installations as well. They're not just temples. They're not just like places where people lived. Right? They're not just where they studied the stars and the sun and the moon. Almost like it feels like there's a kind of art. And the thing about the artwork there, the stonework, the artwork, is that it didn't change for 1,500 years at least. It stayed the same style spec, almost like the same principles of artwork, design and layout, T-pillars with hands. Everything stayed the same. It barely changed. That's what I find really interesting. That it came up with.
It's also similar with the giant heads on Easter Island. They had those little hands carved. Similar to the T-pillars.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, that blows my mind. Possible connections with these cultures as well. People have talked about a lot, but I just think that it's often overlooked the artistic nature. One of the things that was discovered, if you want to bring this up, you can. This is the boar statue from Göbekli Tepe. This giant boar statue, it's life-size boar statue, like the kind of beast in the area. That was found last year at Göbekli Tepe, at the close, there it is. And the thing about this, talking about artworks, this had red, white, and black pigments on it. So they found paint all over it. And this has then opened up the whole kind of question. But was this whole site painted? Was it?
Right.
It wasn't just stone.
Right.
And so that really gets me, because it's like, especially red, black, and white. They're the three colours found here. Right. It's the whole site going to be painted red, black, and white. There are other colours, a couple of other colours as well. That would look very different. But this is it. He's holding like a head in his hand as well. His boots are very cool. And you still see the red pigment in his mouth. That's huge. That's like, big. So the size of this table.
Is that how big that is?
Yeah, it's huge. And everything's much bigger than the government.
What is the current plan with Göbekli Tepe? Are they planning to keep digging down to try to find more? And what is plans, if any, to excavate more?
Yeah. Sure, I think it'll start at Göbekli Tepe. Yes, so there's been a big drama going on about that. People are claiming it's Jimmy Corsetti. He's been talking about this. There's saying that they've stopped, they've halted excavations there. So they've certainly slowed down since the whole COVID time, for sure. But I've been there. I go there twice a year because it's test groups out there and stuff, and they're constantly doing things. There's always stuff happening. They're always cleaning out, sorting things out. Yet the issue with Göbekli Tepe is that this area is so deep. It's huge amount. 30 feet of rubble, stone, dirt, but carefully put together. It's stone. See, I can understand why it's a bit slow. It makes sense because they've got to do it carefully. If they do running on their hands. So clean it all up, they conserve things, fix things, glue things back together, and so
How much deeper do you think it is?
So I think they've reached bedrock in the main one area there.
So it's not deeper.
But there's like 90% of it barely been touched. This could be just as deep. So huge amount of work needs to be done. But they are working on it. They found some new carvings in the closure B. They found this last year. This had a whole bird just above the head of that board. Wow. But since they exist for years, for decades, they only just found this because they cleared away some dirt. So that really kind of gets me. And so they are working away slowly. The new bit of information is just come out from the head of the whole kind of task people that are organising it. And they're saying that they are now going to remove trees. There's trees being planted. They've got controversy about landowners, which was done partly to gives them more value on their property. They're going to remove some trees and start excavating new areas. This is actually being announced, but I don't know if it's been publicly announced. We saw the Turkish announcement. So more is going to start to be done for sure. And I think they're being kind of pressured into it a little bit. But in a way they're not. They really could do a lot to it. I really want to see the whole place excavated. They're saying they're not going to do it anyway for future generations. But luckily, Karahan Tepe, they're going for it. Oh yeah, it's like, lasting for they're not messing around, but just they're working on it for half a year, pretty much. And then they extended dig all the way to right up until November. Yeah, they put it in the museum. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they had. I think they kind of had to. You could say. So they're excavating around it.
Yeah, the toucan. See that little toucan?
Oh, there's all sorts of it. It's crazy. Oh yeah, that's supposed to be a vulture. From Karahan Tepe. That's one of the discoveries. That's about 2.5 feet tall. And so now they're working on the Karahan Tepe, which is insane, amazing place. And they're also now working focused on that product, yeah. And they're going to short little stubby shows.
I wonder what that's about. Why are they showing their dicks?
Well, we think it's fertility. We think there's fertility rites going on here, self-engagement, that's a kind of possibility. It fits in with other traditions, other cultures.
Are you familiar with Mark John Legro?
Yes, I am. Yeah, the sacred mushroom and the cross.
Yeah.
I'm aware of his work very much. So yes, that's that.
Pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, that fits in.
Jesus Christ was a psychedelic mushroom.
Yeah, I mean, this fits in. This weirdly fits in with a lot of this kind of era stuff in my opinion. A lot of the symbolism and the knowledges come from that kind of psychedelic kind of inspirations. But the other sites have been excavated. There's one really interesting one called Saint March, which is something like the URC in the city. You go check that out. And that is a fascinating site. Yeah, you see the images there. And this is a whole thing going on. This is like the second part of the excavation.
So they're probably getting ready to build a neighborhood here or something like that. And archaeologists have come out to survey it and they found this.
Well, the thing about this is that most of the site is buried under a village. They've actually demolished one of the houses.
Wow.
Yeah, if you go on the one on the left there, so you see that's like indoors on the left. The panel there with the 3D. Again, he's holding this. And the box. And so there you see that's under a structure, that's under a house. But that house being removed. This is all open, you know. We went there recently and they've removed the entire house.
Well, some sort of like wild beast attacking somebody.
On the left, you've got a rock. You've got a guy jumping, holding something in his hand. Then you've got two leopards.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, look at the leopard eating the guy right here.
Yeah, trying to go for the guy.
Having a wank.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's the playback version. But this is like full of symbolism. The archaeologists claim this is what's called a narrative scene. There's a different process of like kind of teaching almost going on here. I think it's astronomical. I think it's like, Taurus, Orion the hunter, the leopards which could be Leo, things like this. There's a lot of this kind of symbolism seems to match what's constellations and other such things. And this is all carved out of bedrock, like we find Karen and Tepe. So there's a huge amount going on here. There's even underground areas here as well, which you guys go inside deeper. It's almost like a cube, small section of an underground city. And they found all sorts of things here. So this is completely carved out of bedrock. So it's incredible. And they're going to hopefully excavate the whole thing over the next couple of years. There's more sites. There's other sites like the Yangtze, which is going to be proved to be bigger than Berkeley Tepe. There's like Chapman Tepe, which is older than Berkeley Tepe. All these little sites are east of pretty much, just west of Berkeley Tepe and Shanghai. And there's like 12 official test evidence sites, but really there are probably 38 people. So there's all sorts of different stuff. And it's all very similar. It's all the same design. It's almost like the same artist. But these are all stretched over 1,500, 2,000 years. Yeah. And all unique as well. All unique, but they all got the same style. But like in Egypt, you get the same kind of look. In the Mayan stuff, you get the same look. But it goes through multiple different sites and eras. And that's happening in this part of the world as well. Because it's a very specific design spec. I mean, there must be some genius level people coming up with the first batch of the designs that they've got to take places that they've cut spread through this whole. Why they would build so many sites in such a kind of relatively small area back there. Here on the left there, you've got like these small enclosures with like, they're only like 15 feet wide, less, with like 7 or 8 pillars, 2 pillars around the edge of one of the pillar. You've got like the skeletons that found in this place as well, actually. Like the skeletons in there. So there's no official like elaborate burials in this country where it hasn't been found yet. They found some bones, some skeletons in various places. They found works. They found actually skulls like the temple that have been kind of worked like the bones. Yeah, so that's what you basically you've got what could be a skull type of you get the same kind of thing, you get caches of skulls actually as well. So yeah, so there's a whole this is just it's all happening. This is it, this is the time of like discovery of this objects is happening there. Go there, see it's like going back a few hundred years to Egypt, stuff still covered up by sand. There's jars of water, coins, cards, and techniques. So this is happening now. It is rocky landscape of Southeast Turkey. This is like the time of discovery. This is cool. Such cool stuff, man.
And I think it's a great thing that Graham's getting such much more wide attention doing another season of his show on Netflix.
Yeah.
And Keanu Reeves likes it too. That's fun.
Yes.
And it's making it more available to people, and it's getting more people interested into it. Hopefully, bringing more funding to stuff like this, and digging up and finding more sites and more discoveries. Which exactly timeline I probably won't be able to imagine up until now.
Yeah, for sure. It's cool shit.
Where can people find your YouTube channel and find your books and all the stuff you're doing?
Sure, yeah, they can search for me, Hugh Newman. They can go to megalithomania.co.uk. They can, I've got we've got a YouTube channel, I've got a couple of 100,000 subscribers, just Megalithomania UK. And yeah, we have a whole bunch of, I've just recently published a video about Jericho. Yeah, that's a very cool site.
Oh, yeah.
That's actually got a summer solstice sunset on there as well, dating back to 300 BC, which is pretty epic. And yeah, we have a whole bunch of lectures. We run conferences. We've got the Origins Conference in November this year. Do a big Megalithomania thing. Conference in May. If you want to come out, yeah, that's the one we've got coming up. We've got some cool speakers. That's the whole if we like a project, we do conferences, we do tours, places like if we want to get out there constantly, check what's going on. It's great to show people around to tell them what stuff like this. And so so we're kind of busy doing a lot of things, but they can just check out Cuban or regular domain.
Well, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All the way over here in the US, going home back to the UK tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Well, yeah, again, I really appreciate it. And everything's linked below, folks. Good night. Talking about the effects of the I was just super afraid to try it on myself.
Yeah.
And people I've spoken with that know more about this than I do, which is insane. They said that there's not really any documented cases of people having any like real adverse effects of using protein or using this.
Yeah, that's my experience. Once or twice a year, I get a note from somebody who's a smoke away and they get officers and kind of notice kind of messing around with their field of process. If people don't agree with this, so it's kind of messing around with conversation.
Have you ever heard of anybody smoking DMT and sort of like not coming back fully, getting like stuck in like this weird slippery version of reality for forever? So I have friends that in high school that took a lot of LSD or smoked a lot of weed, and after a certain point, they were just never the same.
Yeah, that's hard to say. I mean, each personality is modified, or it can be modified. But it's more of I think that they to change more in their lives. And that might be harder for them to just take more action on something else instead of I think that's like something like this. Is it just increase the strength and power of the majority system? If you want to be a happy person, you might become happier after you mess up developing because you're convinced.
Yeah.
That is good to be happy.
So, you were the first person in the United States to do human research on psychedelics. You are probably like one of the most legendary people in the psychedelic world. And one of the things that really blew my mind was that you were explaining on, I think it was Hamilton's podcast. I could be wrong. I think it was Hamilton's podcast. You were explaining how you had the idea to get this funded when you were hanging out with Terrence McKenna, and you guys decided that it would be the best way to get it funded through the war on drugs.
Right. Right.
That's great.
Yeah, it was 19 years. And I was kind of at a crossroads. Where my parents but I still interested in my parents. Yeah, and I met Terrence a year or two before. He's the first person to give me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. A couple years later, I was driving around from Canada. I stopped at their place and we spent the day at Rothschild driveway. Yeah, and we just did those these war, some of the war on drugs looking for skin and we came up to the ultimate step.
give DMT to people is the way it is. You can't really argue with that. And I describe it as a usable drug. It's a prototypical classic psychedelic. And people were smoking psychedelics. And we didn't know how to work really what they did in the face of 20 years of intervening health. So they were pretty straightforward concepts of arguments. It could have been gas technique or the first and we framed it as let's find out more. And the drug based on the therapy was just
What do you think DMT in a healthy dose does to the human brain? Not necessarily, I know it's speculative when thinking about what it does to the brain when you're taking it when it's active, but like, kind of like when it subsides, like what do you think the after effect is?
well, I think it works on the imagination. So if you can, divide the mind into an intellectual part and imagine based on some of the ideas that you start. That imaginative part of the mind holds on to perceptions, emotions, the feelings of something. And the intellectual part is the ideas, abstract notions. So I think that DMT ultimately stimulates the imagination as compared to stimulating it makes them, it appears, but what the appearance actually means is more dependent on the intellect.
Yes. One of the things Dave Nichols explained to me is that there was a technical word he used to describe how it actually increases neural density. And there's this term, a scientific term for these neural branches, like the branches on trees, that they grow and become more connected and more full.
Yeah, he's probably talking about neurogenesis and neuroplasticity.
Yes.
Yeah. Stem cells convert into neurons as neurogenesis.
Right.
And neuroplasticity is increasing the greater complexity of connections.
Yeah, because every person I've ever talked to that does DMT, they're all super smart.
Yeah, well, that is, there are a lot of ways to try and figure out what DMT is and also I think interesting to consider why.
Well, it's not just in the brain, right? It's like the body, is that true?
The best is just been found most recently as objectively in the brain.
Okay, so it's mostly in the brain, in the pineal gland, or also the brain?
In the cortex, visual cortex, in cortex, so there's a number of cortices on the brain, and each is responsible for certain psychological functions.
So do you think that is the idea that DMT existing in the brain is sort of what's responsible for giving us our perception of the world, for which it animates the world around us, gives us this depth and color, and there's this other idea called it, I think it was Down or explained this to me, the filter idea of the brain being filtered, where it filters out all this other stuff that could exist in reality, but we can perceive and we can survive.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to say now the role naturally in the brain is, but you can consider it as a way that maintains consensus reality. Too much makes things that really psychedelic, and not enough might make things flat and boring.
Yeah, I always wondered, like, is DMT, is that breaking down some sort of filter in the brain, which is enabling us to see more, but like temporarily making us see something, like overloading the brain with information. That maybe explains this stuff that we're seeing, or these things that we're experiencing, communicating with, and once it fades away, and maybe those filters are coming back into place.
Yeah. Well, there's a part of the brain called the reticular accumbens, which people have considered for a long time that use that mechanism.
Reticular activating system.
Yeah, it's in the it's in the extreme primitive parts of the brain. And many people have thought in psychedelics or the function of that part of the brain.
Right.
And psychedelics affect that part of the brain pretty significantly.
Now, is this where the third ventricle is?
That's probably
The water of life is in the third ventricle.
well,
It's not third.
well, it's the cerebral spinal fluid.
Right.
I'm listening to
Okay, that's right. It's right dead in the center.
Yeah, it's so yeah, there are receptors that part of the brain that psychedelic finds and change the activity of the neurons. Yes, that could be
Yeah. What do you make of these going on with Andrew Gallimore doing to try to put people on a steady state intravenous DMT to seek to sort of map this world?
yeah. It's the
Sounds wild.
it's a continuous infusion.
Yeah.
I speak about that with them in the experience an extended period of time. The problem with smoking or going to church is the filter of it's usually the level of 6 months. Yeah, so there's a couple of in a few years later, the person is suggested that the paper which describes the basis of this. It's the real.
Right.
Yeah, and the Imperial College and one of these programs.
I can't imagine how that would look. That's right. We have somebody on the IV DMT all day long.
Well, yeah, you're right there.
Look up to a crucifix.
Well, you're laying in bed, but
Okay, right. Still, yeah, you got your arms out, filleted open, and like, what do you have to pull them out to get the data? Like, pull them out, like briefly say, tell me everything.
I think that it's two people in this
While they're talking to them and getting the data.
It's reportedly being interesting. Like DMT for half an hour. Fusion.
Right.
Yeah, and I think it's and that's the thing.
Throw my test.
Well, you can go in and out like that. I don't think anybody doing that. I think that kind of would be helpful for psychotherapists. Well, I think it would be useful to use it for very highly electric state for what they have kind of top therapists. That go deeper. Go back to it takes some time off. So I thought that holds promise for therapeutic purposes too. Yeah, but I think the therapy is also important. Like the beings, how do you interact with the beings? Once you've got used to the presence
And what even are? Because you said that all this stuff is amplification of what's already in your mind. How do you explain people seeing aliens that are talking about it?
Well, I think the visions convey information. And the brain uses what's in its
Like, are you talking about like epigenetic information?
well, that's the question. Is information that's coming from us
Right. Right. When is it coming from us, or is it coming from our ancient past? Which could also be argued that's kind of an external source because it's not really us now, it's maybe us in the past.
Well, I think that's for the future.
Or in the future.
Yeah.
Have you seen the my buddy Danny photos and there's this thing called the NFT laser?
Oh,
Have you seen that?
yeah.
That's crazy.
What's that? What's that?
I did it. I did it. I didn't see the code. But I might not have gone deep enough. So I saw kind of like we shine. I had laser here. We shined it on the wall, and I looked at it. And I could see the depth through the wall, and I saw like at first like tiny little particles flicking through the air, the laser beam on the wall, and then those particles turned into heat across the all interconnected. But I've talked to a few other people that have done it, and they all. I mean, my friend Neil came here and he did it. He said he saw like Sanskrit behind the laser or whatever. I'm gonna try it again, but it's interesting because I don't know anything else. Maybe you can elaborate on this, but I've never heard of any sort of psychedelic trip where people do like something that's specific.
Well, your friend mentioned that he doesn't really understand it, but if he was familiar with what Sanskrit looked like in the first place, he can identify it. So that is what I think of the Torah, it's described as what comes to the fore.
Yeah, that's the one. That's one of the questions I have too, because if you're talking about seek matrix code, and you say, hey, take this thing, don't find the matrix code, maybe you're kind of like pushing him in that direction already. But there's an argument to be had that like, tell them what the basics work wouldn't be at the front of their mind anymore. But I don't know how that works. How do you make that like a double blind sort of test to see if there's something there? Because you can't make a picture of it.
You might be able to record the brain to see the response of that. Is there some his signature in brain connectivity that is associated with student Sanskrit and other languages, so Japanese.
Right.
You could develop some profiles that say, and you have to give people DRT and have this like a laser to obtain some kind of firm association between brain activity and person.
Yeah, I think he recently he tried to step it up a notch, and he took magnets and he put it behind the walls so people couldn't see what the magnet was, and then like move the magnet around and see if people could see if there was some sort of distortion in the code.
Yeah.
And I think he said there was nothing significant that could measure in that.
Yes, I wonder what percentage of people who do the experiment actually see this.
Right.
It's does Dan have an idea?
I don't think he actually told me the percentage, but he said basically upwards of a few hundred people have written him or asked him or called him or told him that's what they, and he sent them off the laser or whatever, and said they saw the same exact thing that we saw.
Yeah.
But that's the same thing that Gallagher's questions. How credible that could be. If you're telling people this stuff beforehand, but then you talk to Gallagher, I think Gallagher's going to try to help us.
Yeah. In terms of like a chapter 5
Right. Right. I don't know how you do that.
Right. Yeah, well, I think if you with the benefits, you might see some similarity.
Right.
My guess is that it depends on the person. There are certain kinds of people who say they're interested in Eastern ideas, Western ideas, and it will manifest in that way.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because that was part of this famous John Hopkins study on psilocybin, the religion. That was for some reason published in the idea was to get religious leaders from different like Christianity, Judaism, Eastern religions and see if their religious worldview affected their experience on psychedelics. Basically, just a bit of a construct.
Yeah. Yeah. I've heard about this.
I thought that was a famous one that was never published.
I think it was going to be
Oh, really?
some information. But I think it's something I'm not sure. We better explain it.
What would you speculate the outcome of that?
Well, I think there's another motivation as well, which is to demonstrate that there's a common spiritual experience regardless of your specific faith.
Yeah, they're motivated to prove the psychical cranialism.
Yeah, the mystical experience, which is the combination of ego dissolve, no time or space kind of experience, which is part of most psychedelic experiences. But I don't think it necessarily preclude two differences. I think overall, too, it would be clear. Possibly educating clergy and the religious.
Interesting thing about it, but that's like that, as Travis pointed out to me, which blew my mind, is that there are so many different groups with different incentives that are looking into psychedelics and trying to use them to push forward their narrative.
Right. It's a wild moment in time.
It is.
Yeah, a few days ago, I was watching that clip that was on TikTok.
Oh, yeah.
Discuss some of the things.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah. I saw that. What was Alex? He was saying that they're. First of all, he said he ate some DMT or something. Can you find that clip? It'd be great to watch that so you can get a refresh. Go to YouTube, type in Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, DMT. It's a short.
Yeah, it's only 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's like less than a minute.
Yeah,
there it is. That's it right there. Yeah, give us some volume on that. So click on it.
I haven't done DMT, but I know a lot of famous people that have and others. And the government since the 70s has been doing interviews drip with it. It just didn't become popular the last 20 years by eating it. I've talked to well-known people off record who have gone to these big DMT rituals at sacred sites because really those are like caves or places where dimensionally they've been doing sacrifices for thousands of years. So maybe the things hang around there or it's a ley line, they're not sure. But if you know they're going to take DMT, they're having 20, 30, 40 people are seeing the same hallucination on it. At the same time, they basically say aliens come up the steps of the pyramid, or and everybody's seeing at the same time. Maybe it's not a hallucination. Well, it's happening with individual hallucination thing, but then sometimes people get attacked by these things. So I would be very afraid that those drugs open up a portal for psychentropy. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that they're probably right. The portal. I think that's one of the things that psychedelics and they are portal to the previously just a couple of times of information. Yeah. So if you open that portal, there is the information conveyed by the visions, which is angelic. So you believe in angels, obviously. So,
Have you heard of anybody getting chased by them coming after them?
I imagine what's the
Oh, yeah.
or we see as a
Right. Yeah, so this angels and demons worldview, which is very much, I think Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones are very devout Christians. They talk about it all the time on their program. So, like, if they're trying to fit this DMT experience in their worldview, that would make sense. And going back to that John Hopkins study, where they're trying to prove some sort of common core to all religions. It's trying to basically paint the fact that, like, what would the ultimate goal of that be? Would the goal of that be to say that psychedelics created all religions?
Well, that the certain aspects of the psychedelic experience, which are defined by this rating scale called the mystical experience question. That if you answer, regardless of your denomination, your score on the mystical experience scale was number one high enough, and number two, cut across all the categories. That there was a common mystical experience that I was wanting to describe, which then lead to one being able to propose a universal religion. And that universal, that if it's all the same across all of the religions, there must be some universal religion that can be extracted. But the problem with universal religion is, who's universal religion? And what you don't
Right.
think we have inherited.
Yeah, and how do you push people into a universal religion when people are already in their own religion that give them value to their life already? Like, how do you do that?
Well, I want to continue.
Right. And one of the even scarier ideas is that if you give church access to psychedelic drugs, or give them the license to bring psychedelic drugs into their spiritual practice, now you're making these people who are already subscribed to this idea that there's this deacon that has direct communication with God, who's giving these people the answers to their life problems. Now you're putting these already vulnerable people on psychedelics. I can see where that can be a problem.
Well, I think, you're pointing to the issue of how do you propagate the universal religion, which I think, I think the cult personality will start playing a very big role with the enhanced transfers that occur on psychedelics.
Because people, when they're on psychedelics, I think you've said this before, people on psychedelics are way more, not just vulnerable, but they're way more agreeable.
More suggestive.
That's what it was.
Yes.
Right.
And even with repeated exposure to the same suggesting psychedelics.
Mm.
I think we get kind of fanatic.
Yeah. Yeah, because even people who are like, huge psychedelic proponents who think that psychedelics are the panacea for everything, culture and society, they kind of get pretty fanatical to some extent, where psychedelics become their god.
Or they become God somehow. I was getting
The Messiah complex.
there's a lot of this in this really religion, social, for example. It would be a new religion. And a couple of years ago, I wrote a book review on the Rothschild's book. It's John's Hoppy, and I referred to the idea of a psychedelic universal religion as the psychedelic religion of consciousness. And there would be some dogma and some theory, probably some that would be the religion. Certain the problem with the religion based on mystical experience is that the mystical experience in and of itself is free of any kind of mystical rules. There aren't any ideas in that state. All of those ideas are most common. You come down in Western expressions. You come down and then you say what it was.
Right. You try to put it into some sort of verbal context.
But the interactive relational trip, where there are vision for you interacting with is full of information, specific information, oftentimes verbal. So if there's this thing saying X, Y, and Z, it would be those are words that you remember. Like, translate, talk about it. As opposed to just a feeling, which I think is the mystic. There's a very intense feeling, but there's no company. And so it's made of everything like that. And so it would be more dependent on personality than personality.
Right. That would have a huge effect on the person's experience.
Yeah, the words they would use to describe.
And you've also talked about it being some sort of like a super placebo. And is that, when you say about that, I mean, does that have to do with like your intention?
Yeah, well, your intention, which is part of the set. And the set, and there's everything isn't your set. And the set. Is it a setting that you supported in the set? Your intent, and your mental and physical state, and your spiritual state. But you would set an intent. So if it was for scientific purposes, for spiritual purposes, or intent, to a large extent, the experience itself. There's also dealing with anxiety. The initial experience of DMT is very intense. Really, it's quite isolating. So, you need to anxiety as well. And so, it's a compliment. It's a, to me, for most of us, the experience is a very common experience.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of, it feels like you're kind of like drinking from the fire because of information. When what's happening, and then afterwards you're like, oh my god, how do I digest all of this stuff?
I know, that's the problem. It's a feeling. You're overwhelmed and saying, intensely with the stream of information. But where's that information?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Oftentimes it's very nice, and usually quite related to the personality experience. Like your friend you envisioned in Sanskrit.
Right.
He wouldn't have called it Sanskrit without some prior knowledge of life.
Yes.
He makes you see.
That's interesting. Yeah, he even showed me a bunch of photos afterwards of the Lord of the Rings. The ring, like a kind of like engraving that's on that ring, and it looks just like this. And no one else I've ever heard said it like Sanskrit. They all said it looks like, I think Galamore said it and stuff looked like some Japanese, what do you call it? He thought it was some like some obscure Japanese type of like subtext that's used in that culture. But
You did the experiment.
yeah,
And so it happened to you.
yeah. So I did it, and it was my first time doing DMT.
First time,
Yeah, it was my first time. So I kind of like I did it. I did like the 4 or 5 hits at the pen, and then I was kind of like on the couch and I kind of closed my eyes for a little bit. That was the most intense part of it. After the super intense part of it was over, I was like, okay, I think I feel I'm back in my body. Now I can go check out this laser. I really wanted to.
still very stunning.
Yes, still very stoned. Not anywhere near the peak of the experience though.
Well, you can't move that. You're in a completely different place.
Yes, exactly.
That's the weird thing about it. Is it feels like a completely different place.
It's crazy. And I was like, I felt like I literally, like, I've talked about this ad nauseum, but it was the way I am such a lightweight when it comes to drugs. I was terrified even when it comes to like smoking pot. I can easily go over the edge. So I was super terrified that this was gonna like send me that times a million. I don't know anything about this stuff. What do I know? But it was like nothing like that. It was just my soul being ejected out of the top of my head and like leaving behind every attachment I have to my mortal being, like my wife, kids, this podcast, everything I've ever known, just being completely detached and just my soul being shuttled through like light arteries, and then I opened my eyes and depth was crazy. Like my depth perception was like on steroids, and I could see like pockets of space floating around. Anyways, after that ended, I was like, I want to check out this laser, so it kind of shined on the wall. I walked over to it, I stared at it for a little bit, and like I said, I could see these little speckles of light, and keep in a tear in the wall, and I could see this pocket of space back there where these gears were moving around.
Yeah, I moved those gears.
Just spinning. Just spinning. As far as I can remember, they were just spinning. They were all connected. I never saw any sort of text or code.
Spinning, like the gears were big,
So very tiny.
very tiny.
Very tiny gears, millions of them. And they were all connected.
Yeah, the first time I saw 5 and 5 DMT, I found myself surrounded by doors, like 7 doors, and just countless circle of the chamber that I was at the bottom.
Wow.
Like a catwalk.
Like a silo?
Yeah, like a silo.
Oh, wow.
And the extensive catwalk. The catwalk was completely filled with doors.
That's amazing.
It was kind of scary. He wasn't expecting it at all. And they didn't have the best motivations to come to the book. It's in kind of things.
Really?
Yeah. And it was an interesting experience. I was a lot younger, and I was wrestling at the top of the notion of getting and with the doors, usually think of doors as fun. But these had a interesting.
Do they communicate?
Only by the expression that you feel the photographs.
Okay.
Yeah, so you came out of that and said, there's like who's in the city. What should I choose? Should I choose you? Should I choose you? And she said, there's no difference. Something which
Wow, there's no difference.
helped calm me down.
You had five thoughts in seems terrifying. Is it nothing like editing, or is it similar on steroids?
It's the like when you're completely, like in most cases, your mind doesn't typical usually you have conditions and cognitions. A more typical experience is it's just the right things, it's just made up. And it's a step. And time and space.
Is that the only time you conditions on the final thoughts?
It was the first time
You ever did it?
uh, well, I've only done DMT. I've only had one DMT experience. It's a very strange thing. You expect that I would have thousands, but I know most of that from the volunteers. That's not true.
You've only done it how many times?
Just one time.
What?
One big time. Yeah.
For real? And that was how you just explained.
That was the time in the mid-1980s. Yeah, it convinced me to study DMT. And
Why haven't you done it since?
I really felt the urge to. It was so intense. I used to you do take a risk after take such an intense experience. And I really done it well. Just after that. This is kind of like, I guess, attaining a mountaintop the first time, so it's
Interesting. I would have imagined you would have thousands.
yeah.
Because that was the basis of your latest book, right? Was that the latest book that you published the first time you talk about all your personal experiences? So down.
Right. My old experience.
My old experience. Yeah, I know I can imagine that somebody like you would have been done at one time.
It's not 1986 or something. Yeah, I was at the point of ending my military research. I was getting ready to do. I was speaking at a conference, and speaking at the team. That's what John's came out and said, "Drop the smokes." Yeah, so I said, "Sure."
How do you say that?
Yeah.
What was the background of your military research?
Well, I was looking for an endogenous compound for spiritual experience. This fascination in college that I believe that there was horrible substance spiritual experiences which were bloodline and spiritual experiences like those brought about by meditation take place in common biological effect as I in the first steps. So the unknown plan is the first piece that I feel like she found as the most vibration of people and I found out not a ton of nobody knows about the physiology about that. So there was some evidence that with psychedelic treatments, like psychedelics, we studied melatonin actually, and was that substance responsible for sleep. This ritual ones which is
Yeah, I heard recently that melatonin is created through this thing called melanopsin, which is a chemical, or not chemical, but it's a hormone it's created through your eyes. So, like when you wake up early, you watch the sunrise, your eyes can produce this chemical called melanopsin, or a hormone called melanopsin, which is converted to melatonin, which regulates your circadian rhythm. And I guess melatonin kicks in really heavy 12 hours after that first light enters your eyes.
well, my understanding is that tryptophan is the precursor for melatonin. Things with tryptophan.
Oh, tryptophan, dietary.
That just modified to melatonin. Gosh, I think that's a protein.
Can you find this? Find out the connection between melanopsin and melatonin. I might be getting that wrong, but I could have sworn that was the way Alexis explained it to us.
This might be good people.
Yeah. Sure. All right, we're back. So I was saying, to clear up the melanopsin thing, it's a photopigment that belongs to the opsin family that basically it suppresses melatonin for 12 hours after it's created in the eye. And I think it has something to do with sunlight. Oh, blue visible light, yeah. So it's the short wave is blue light from sunlight.
Yeah, that was discovered in yeah, we found out melatonin was not essential.
So what made you decide to publish this book all about your personal experiences with psychedelics?
Oh, right.
My altered states.
My altered states. And that came out in December. Yeah, it's an illustrated novel of my altered state experiences. Yeah, and a number of psychedelic experiences. First time I saw cannabis was first time I did one half or so of chapters of experiences. Yeah, and there's some from meditation, some from depression, some from actual physical abuse. Yeah, and a friend of mine is from California, which is, I think, which is
Yeah, I still find it so interesting that you never pursued DMT more than once because, like, after I said that, I had this deal with something about doing it again. I don't think I would be far. I never saw any sort of meetings or had any communication like that.
Yeah, like I remember vaping DMT.
Oh, you didn't vape it? How did you do it?
Yeah, I smoked it for days. So what I've heard is that you don't get a silence.
That looks funny.
Or you didn't take enough hits. Like you're
Right.
still, like regular smoking from the vape. Find you could like inhale it or other stuff.
No, I never had any sort of issues. People I was with, my friends that I was with, they were having trouble coughing. I had no problem holding it in or anything like that. I was, I think it was the fact that I was just sick. Because I did it. Remember I did the first hit. I felt a little tingly. I was like, okay, go again. Well, then I held it in for 5 seconds. And I exhale. Second hit, I was like, okay, now I'm feeling. Then do a third, hit a third, and I'm like, holy crap, I can't do it anymore. I'm like really tripping now. I'm seeing patterns, I'm seeing the fractals, all this stuff, geometry. He goes, okay, now you have to go again. I'm like, what? I'm like, I couldn't even think how to even hold the pen by the time he told me to do it again, let alone take a hit of it. So I managed to take one more hit, and as soon as I did the inhale, that's when I just ejected out.
Well, that's a pretty intense experience.
Yeah.
So that sounds like what happens.
But I wanted to inhale.
Oh, but
Because it just sounds fun to be an alien, communicate with an alien, find something profound. I want to get. I'm interested in the idea of using it as a tool to improve my life or improve my thinking. Or
so what would you ask?
it's a good question. I don't know. Would I even be able to ask a question in that state?
If you know what's going on, or keep your focus.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what I would ask. One of the interesting things that I've noticed, at least with marijuana, is that whenever I get really high, I always come out with at least one thing that I can use in my life out of that experience. Because usually it's kind of like, as I told you before we started, it's been, if I go too far, my world kind of caves in on me and I start to focus on all the negative things in my life. But at the end of it, I always take something positive out of it. And one of the most recent things I've been taking out of it, one of the messages I've been getting from it, is to basically spend more time with my kids.
Well, that's good advice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, so where did that advice come from?
That's a good question. I don't know.
My feeling is it comes from yourself.
It's some sort of deep, untapped something deep in the soul.
It could be to cover what you aware, or it may just be strengthening the things you claim of the truth before.
Right. So it's like a magnifier.
Yeah. Stan Groff, the Czech psychiatrist, I worked with LSD in his legal, and he developed breathwork technique as well. Describe them as non-specific or non-specific amplifiers of the unconscious. But they also seem to me to be non-specific amplifiers of everything, which is your mind, conscious, unconscious. It could be like anything else.
Right. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. That does make sense.
Oh, you're asking about the super placebo idea. Yeah. Well, if you, back when the interest in psychedelics was very crystal, you could see in articles and every paper once a week on the benefits of taking psychedelics. They make you more compassionate, more open, more progressive, more in the community. And it seemed like and it had depression, alcohol abuse, despair. So they were, basically, doing, doing everything to everyone for every condition, which made me think about panacea, which is a cure all. And the panacea's worth is below kind of related to the placebo response. So if you're amplifying the placebo response, you're directing the outcome in the direction that you're already wanting to be.
Yeah.
So that's why I think that is super placebos. They, you can use them, you can direct their power and their effect in any direction. It just depends on what's happening.
Wow. Yeah, I've never really described that before. That's super interesting, but it does make a ton of sense.
It's a unifying theory of how psychedelics work.
our drugs, they work on receptors. Functional cognitive, they can be subjectively, objectively within your body. They seem to activate mechanisms.
Have you ever heard stories of people describing, because I know you've studied or are currently studying the idea of the tolerance being built with DMT? Because there's like a tolerance with LSD, if you do LSD for X amount of days, it starts to stop the health effect. But have you ever heard stories of people all of a sudden not being able to get higher?
Oh, yeah. I've heard from somebody not long ago described that he smoked the 18 passed full on experiences.
Yeah.
And then just started responding.
Yeah.
That's very, it's a mutation in serotonin receptor. But how could that come about? It's strange.
Yeah, this guy I just had on recently, Zoltan Back, was explaining to me, he's the guy that was explaining, he's done this thousands of times. And he was saying that he went in, maybe a little, not maybe thousands, maybe 1,000 of them.
Yeah,
Still, that's a lot. He was explaining that he went somewhere, saw some being, he was in a room with a being, and the being became aware of him. He's like, noticed him out of the corner of his eyes, like, okay, what do you want to know? And then his response was, I don't know. Like, what do you mean? What do I want to know? I have no idea. And the being was sort of annoyed by this, that he showed up without any sort of intention or wanting to know anything. And then all of a sudden, he was kicked back into reality. And then he kept trying to go back for weeks and months afterwards, and he couldn't get it to work.
Yeah.
And he thinks he was intentionally kicked out by these beings.
Well, I think we need to know what's going on interacting with the being, which you describing ideas of Zechariah, Robert's in the room, who was experiencing a vision of horses. And of horses, one time, and another time it was near the middle of the candlestick kind of vision of that. And he was speaking with an angel. And the angel said, I can see. And Zechariah said, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. The angel said, well, I don't know that. Don't you know? Why don't you? And so I'm asking you. And the angel describes it. Yeah, so if you want to ask, go through the how to ask anything.
But what would be the chemical explanation for why this stuff would all of a sudden stop working? Has that ever been studied? Like, do we know for a fact that the serotonin receptors can just be turned off?
You can do knockout mutations develop as a strain of drugs that is not the gene for the expression of this protein receptor is knocked out.
Oh, really?
Knockout genes knock out this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can knock out the gene. For example, for the serotonin receptor, you can do the animals, which there's an enzyme that's involved in the synthesis of you can make knockout that can make that enzyme.
So they just don't have it from birth. They never have it.
And they still make DMT, which is very interesting. It's an enzyme called dual amine methyltransferase. And that's the way that tryptamine is methylated into DMT. When you're making DMT, the body first it takes in tryptophan, and from the body it becomes tryptamine, and then it turns into not tryptamine. Yeah, there's an enzyme that you can't knock out the gene that produces it, but it still produces it.
And then it just somehow comes back after it's knocked out.
No, it just continues. Yeah, Nick Clemens and another doctoral work looking at these and they still make DMT. Yeah, you were saying that Nicholas.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, what is endogenous DMT, which is it's a conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, concentrations of the brain actually.
Mm. About this, and explaining to me that it could have something more to do with endorphins.
Yeah.
Like well, I think that was specific about dreams, lucid dreams, things like this. And, his idea is that DMT in the brain is not enough to have any significant effect.
Yeah. The presence of DMT in the pineal is still equivalent. It's still not really that. But you
I say, why can't we figure it out? Why is it so difficult?
what's this? Well, there's not much interest in endogenous DMT.
So it's hard to do the studies.
Well, people aren't doing this.
People just don't do it. There's no funding.
Yeah, there's no funding. Right. The woman in Ann Arbor who's overseeing a lot of the DMT work there is Jim Ritchie. Who's the man who has the executive funding to look at the role of endogenous DMT. What is DMT doing with the brain?
Well, not even just what it's doing, but space level. How much is there? Like, can't we just cut out some pineal glands and expect them to measure the DMT? How hard is it to measure DMT in somebody's pineal glands or even their blood?
Well, it's quite difficult in blood. Concentrations of picograms per minute, which is millions
Right.
of grams per minute. You can't really depend on in the brain of the living brain. You would have to get fresh frozen brain tissue or something.
Yeah, because I guess I wonder if after death, if it somehow dissipates, or if you can study people that are close to death, because people say that there's these near-death experiences people have are very similar to DMT, and even people that are even my grandmother who recently passed away, and know that she was explaining this, how she was seeing visions of dead relatives, speaking to her, communicating with her, and she had never done any psychedelics or anything like this. This was just these voices and visions she was having weeks before she passed away. And I've read lots of other descriptions of this where people kind of have these deathbed visions, and it is that. And one of the ideas people speculate is that might have something to do with DMT.
Yeah. Well, the Michigan group demonstrated increases in brain DMT in the dying especially the visual cortex, that part of the brain. So that could be a way to explain the visual components of the experience.
So they somehow were able to measure the brain levels of DMT in dying.
Yeah. Brain tissue.
Wow. That's wild.
It's pretty interesting. It's one of the interesting elements of DMT is neuroprotective in its theory. It means when you expose to low oxygen levels, and it will die. Okay. With DMT, it allows the neuron to live longer.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and it also reduces stroke size. There's a very numbers in that. So it's starting to be studied in stroke because it's very protective. And it's like a classical psychedelic that stimulates neurogenesis.
So for people who have suffered stroke.
Yeah. There's a group in Canada that's been consulting or have been consulting with that. They're working on the DMT stroke study.
And how would they administer DMT to these people?
Yeah, they've looked at something with a lot of 6 or 8 hours psychedelic. Still, you have some biological effects, but it's not as special. And like source like those, I think there's
Interesting.
yeah.
That's fast. I just still do.
Oh yeah, they're moving ahead with. I think they're clinical, although I'm just not sure. But I think they're thinking about clinical work at least. Yeah.
One of the most interesting things to me is this how people call this telepathic experiences on DMT. And not only that, there's telepathic experiences like within near-death experiences. There's I don't know if you've ever heard stories of people who have like been in a car accident together, explaining they're in this, having this near-death dream, hallucination, whatever you want to call it, with the other person that they were in that accident with. And in some cases, that person being carried off if they died, then being put back into their body. And then you have like Dennis, when he talks about what they, him and Terrence and La Chorrera, I think Dennis ate mushrooms, like so many mushrooms that he was in this other universe for like 10 days.
Right.
And him and Terrence were communicating telepathically the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. Well, you share your telepathic experiences, and I like to talk more about them. When the opportunity comes up, and this is a good example of the first time it's cannabis, which is one of the chapters of my book, My Altered States. Yeah, I had a telepathic experience with my roommate. We were sitting on a Persian carpet on the floor, and the floor just gave out from under us. And we floated over town, and we were controlling the movement of the web because we were all comparing what we were seeing down below. All the together, and we were listening together and steering higher and lower. And we both had
This weed wasn't laced with.
well, it was hash.
Oh, it was hash.
Yeah. It's a funny story. Like it's a Friday night in November, and there was a knock on the door, and the senior resident supervisor came by and said, "You haven't gotten stoned yet," which was true. And would you like to smoke some blonde that didn't use hash? So yeah, he came in, and he smoked and some things came out. The flying carpet experience took place.
Oh, that's wild. Yeah, the telepathy thing. How do you explain that?
Well, I think it would be just sort of a step up from shared feelings or shared thoughts. Why not have shared perceptions too? I think if you're close enough, vibrationally, and if DMT, let's say, were involved, which would be mediating visions, then you might be able to share an experience like that.
Have you ever heard anybody ever engaging in any kind of trip, like how Dennis describes what they did at La Chorrera, where he's basically gone for 10 days, and he explained that like he had to eat the mushroom that was just like the calories for the day, and he couldn't even like shit on his own. He literally explained like how he had to take a shit. He had to like ask somebody to take a shit for him. And really, he was just like completely out of his body for 10 days, communicating with parents.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know if there's ever been anything like that done before, and I'd be curious, like how many of those experiences where people are sharing an experience like that and communicating telepathically, how many times has that been done or recorded?
Yeah, I've got a colleague in Styria University up in Seattle who's interested in actually doing brain scans on people in the distant areas and seeing if they can be telepathic, and if so, if their brain function, their genes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very cool study. I don't know if it's been finished or published or whatnot, but I think that's one of the ways that we can start to study telepathy.
I always wondered if like these experiences that we have are like something that we were more attuned to centuries ago, or 100 we had these abilities to communicate telepathically, or to, even be in more of an altered state, or have just more of an experience of reality in real life, similar to how people describe their experiences, like when you go into Amazon for the first time, how they explain like all these dormant senses just wake up, being in the jungle, being disconnected from technology, and all these things,
Yeah, and that's one of the ways in which we can think of telepathic.
Right. I wonder if this telepathic, if just ancient humans were more, our bodies were more technologically advanced, and we had ways to communicate without verbal, right? And just because we had our antennas were more in tune to something else.
Yeah.
That now our antennas are kind of just, they've gone dormant because of the evolution of technology and phones and the internet and all these things.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Julian James at that camera?
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of the camera mind.
Yeah. Yes. So James taught that there was the spoken verse, which occurred all of the time and everywhere. And then at some point biologically things just or at some point there were changes in brain structure and function that made this verse go away. It's interesting within the tradition of Hebrew Bible prophecy. There's an end of prophecy that occurred at a certain point. And so that would not have taken place as far back as Jesus.
So she's saying human might operate in a non-conscious state until about 3,000 years ago, where individuals experienced auditory hallucinations as commands from God, guiding their actions.
Oh, yeah, so it places the self inside. And there was no self. I think there was no self. Self just responded.
The right hemisphere of the brain interpreted sensory data, judged, and decided in form of language, while the left hemisphere acted on these commands without being aware of the decision-making process.
No free will. It's experienced in and then the authority became interjected. If for some reason, which may have come about because of volcanic activity, those kinds of things, some natural things.
3,000 years ago.
The end of the prophetic stream was about 2,500 years ago or so.
The end of the prophetic stream.
Yeah.
So this is so you wrote the whole book on the Hebrew Bible and prophets, and the idea is like the idea of prophets and psychedelic hallucinations. That there's a connection there.
Well, I think there's a lot of similarities phenomenologically. The visions are the same type.
Like Ezekiel.
Ezekiel's vision is very psychedelic, very much like there's beings with wings and eyes. There's lightning, there's personalities, there's circles, flashes of lightning. It's quite psychedelic. And those are what I call the canonical prophets, the ones we have written in the Bible. And the canonical prophets ended at a certain point in history. Maybe halfway through the Second Temple. So maybe.
When was the Hebrew Bible written? 1000 AD?
It was maybe before it was closed at about 50.
I thought it was written.
It was written in Hebrew.
10th, the Hebrew Bible.
It's quite old. It's the basis of Christianity and it's mentioned regularly by the Quran.
All right, so what? There's no way. Because the Septuagint was. When was the Septuagint?
around the turn of the year.
So the Septuagint was Hellenistic, I thought.
It was Greek. Yeah.
Right. 10,000 BC. Okay, so this one is saying 12,000 to 100.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
It's the crazy thing. The crazy thing about the prophets is the crazy thing to me about the Bible is that all these prophets that are written about that were like Moses, Ezekiel, all these people, they're only written about in the Bible, and there's no other historical writing about it. You know, like Moses, I think he existed like 1,000 years before the first allegedly. When the Bible says he existed, it was 1,000 years before he was ever even written about.
Yeah. Well, you have to go even further back than that to Abraham.
Even Abraham.
Yeah. Abraham, he received Moses by many generations.
Yeah, so it's like, to me, like, it's so fascinating how, like, you have in antiquity all this stuff that's going on. You have all this philosophy, all this science, all the medical literature. You gain them with like 10% of the classical literature that exists today in Greek. You have comedy. You have legal documents that are written in antiquity. But then you have this narrow lane of the Bible where you have all these other stories, but none of those people are corroborated out of the Bible, right? Like there's none of these people in the Bible, Ezekiel, Muhammad, like none of them. Is there any historical text about them? Is there any medical text about them? Did any of these guys have physicians? Because that's usually how you corroborate things when you're studying classical history, right? You look at like when even quoting people like Julius Caesar, when he quotes a historian, that's how you validate that historian thing that he writes about.
Well, and you're wondering then if the stories in the Bible and the figures are real.
Right. Well, I mean, I think they're all fairy tales, but like that's just one of the most obvious things to me. It's like the way I love to look at it, which is a way a friend of mine who's a classical philologist explained this to me. It's like, imagine 2,000 years from now, there's people that are saying Gandalf is real. And how they know Gandalf is real? It's because there's this divine trilogy that was written about Gandalf and how he lives in the middle of the earth. And it's called The Lord of the Rings. But there's no one else is writing about Gandalf except for in this trilogy. It's the same thing almost.
Well, it's been a couple of thousand years and realizing in the place which I think is an interesting aspect that he characterizes as possibly unique. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been very influential. Our kids are named after figures in the Bible. Theology, architecture, art, poetry, Christian literature. It's all contained in the Bible. It's influenced by the next in the church and Christianity as well. And so it's been quite enduring and quite influential.
Yeah, I agree.
Which I think makes it unique.
Yeah.
Compared to Gandalf, which has influenced people, but we cannot be in churches if there's not a clerical establishment. Yeah, it's the creation compared to the influence of people.
Yeah, no, it's been a huge influence, but like times are different right now, right? With technology and everything else. Back then, people were so different.
Really think so? Yeah,
In certain ways. In certain ways.
Yeah. Well, it's strange. It's kind of like, 1/2 of the world's population is Christian.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not. Is it the same way? Like the way people are Christian and Muslim and Jewish today, is that the same way that people thought about religions in antiquity? Like, did they live and die by their religions back then, or were like for example, like think about pagan religions. People were just use religions. They can swap religions. They can have 5 different religions people, and then you add the internet into that, and the way people communicate now, it's become this just confusing cauldron of ideas, ways for people to argue, and it's become, I think, more divisive than ever.
Yeah, but do you think that's because of the invasion of demonic forces? Speaking of,
I don't know what do you call a demon? How do you define a demon?
when you see it.
Yeah.
Well, it's the effect on it as well. Are you a better person?
Yes.
By bunch of destruction.
Yes. Right. Right.
Yeah. You threaten the chaos. Well, I think also, do you tell the truth? A few months back, I read a book on the Antichrist, which was called the Antichrist. And the Antichrist is characterized by a big lie, or a lie. The Antichrist is a lie. And that's
Huh. Where did the Antichrist first come from? Who was the first Antichrist?
The first Antichrist, probably people who didn't believe in Christ was from the side.
Is Satan the first Antichrist? Or was that a word?
Yeah,
Was it a term?
it was a term that was used twice in the Bible, and in both times it was accused
Yeah.
all the time.
Right.
Then there's the story of Jacob, the prophet, who did on and well, he was a false prophet, as a pagan prophet that was quite potent in his predictions and his spiritual. Yeah, and I think
Yeah. Yeah. There's an idea that
on the Antichrist.
Yeah.
So he's like meeting his enemy because I don't know if to get off there because it's a major place where it's threatening and threatening part is the is the formation of the universe.
have you ever heard the idea of Christ being a drug term?
John McGrew.
Oh yes.
And,
Yeah, Rock actually endorsed his book, Sacred Mushroom Cross.
Second mushroom.
Yeah.
That's the classic idea.
Yeah, no, his is different. I think there's a lot of gaping holes in his idea because he traces the Hebrew. I guess he was a scholar of the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? He studied the Dead Sea Scrolls for a long time. Yeah. He translated the Hebrew, and he was making a lot of connections in that book to Sumerian roots, and I don't think Hebrew has any shared commonality or historical roots with Sumerian.
As far as I know, no.
Yeah.
And there's a Canadian influence in some Hittites. And Arabic as well.
Right. So the idea, the main connection I think he made is that mushrooms fertilize that just comes from the rain is the semen of God, and then it's the earth, and the mushroom is divine.
Well, I think you need to be careful in analogize and allegories.
Yeah.
To really take it too far from the basis of the text, which is what it's intended to communicate.
But no, when the idea I was talking about was there's the word Christ in antiquity in Greek means to apply drugs to somebody, to give somebody drugs, and there's multiple different definitions of the word Christ, but and that's the hard part about trying to define what this meant. But according to a classical philologist that I talked to, and a bunch of other people that study this stuff, the ancient Greek, his name is the other top doctor of philology. There's different meanings to Christ. To put roofs on it, put roofs on houses, that's called Christing. basically the idea, his idea of what Christing was during Jesus' time was somebody who just did drugs and gave people drugs. It was kind of like a prophet in a drug sense.
Yeah, that's taking away liberty with the word. Yeah, Hebrew.
We looked it up on the Greek. There's a website where you can translate Greek, and it's one of the many definitions. So there.
Yeah, it is the basis of the idea of Christian.
Yes. Right.
Yeah,
Correct.
so the Hebrew has to do with Christos, who would not be Christian by order. And Mashiach is the Greek Messiah as well. And so that's what they're making Messiah and Christian.
Right. Right. Yeah. And
Yeah, it isn't related to drugs as far as I know from the Hebrew. Well, it's an interpretation of the Hebrew language.
yeah, no, this is. I don't think it has anything to do with Allegra because this guy he only translates Greek, so he reads all the ancient Greek. So what he does is he reads all the Greek from classical antiquity and tries to figure out what words meant in certain time periods, like between the word Christ had different meanings from 1000 BC than it did at 100 BC. So he reads like the medical stuff, maybe he looks at medical texts, like Galen and other things, but he also read like economies, philosophy, all kinds of different, because there was so much Greek literature on Christ. It was unbelievable. No, not just on Christ, but everywhere. But lots of people were using the word Christ in random areas throughout all the literature, right? A lot of it was in medical literature. So he's like, okay, let's take the consensus on what the context was for the word Christ during this time, from Julius Caesar to a couple hundred years AD. And his idea is that overall, it's drug like drugs.
It could just be applying oil for therapeutic reasons, or be some kind of oil.
Maybe.
Some kind of oil. It would be, I think it would be like.
Yeah, but his dissertation was on Galen, who's Marcus Aurelius' physician, and which also happens to be like 10% of the literature we have to take.
Right.
And Galen just talks about all of the drugs being used and everything he's prescribing Marcus Aurelius. And like Marcus Aurelius gets hooked on opium, and he's writing in his journals all about all the opium he has to keep giving Marcus Aurelius. Like he keeps having to increase the dose, and he's getting annoyed by how much more opium he has to give him. And they're using viper venoms. They're trying to create antidotes to viper venoms by using the human immune system. So they're impregnating bandages with viper venom, North African viper venoms. Basically, putting a little bit of viper venom on the bandage, cutting children, wrapping their cut in viper venom so that because they have the most robust immune systems, they're going to develop more antibodies. So they can use the children's blood or their bodily fluids as an antidote to snake bites. Like all kinds of crazy stuff. There's this thing called the Theria, where they mix this concoction of like 12 different North African snakes into the flesh and the viper and all this other crazy stuff. And they explained that as a panacea. He's giving it to Marcus Aurelius, and he's like in his notes, he's like the king is starting to look better after taking the Theria. But then, this could be just looking through the lens of somebody who's focused on ancient drugs.
Well, yeah, so he's primarily focusing on missionary.
No, he's focusing on
On
Greek.
the ancient Greek.
The ancient Greek.
Okay.
Which was, he explains, was everywhere.
Yeah.
The Library of Alexandria had over 100,000 copies in its height.
Yeah.
And it was all Greek. All Greek. No Hebrew, no Latin, nothing else.
What's this? They're talking about the psychedelic experience.
No, heard he was never into psychedelics, really in himself. I don't think.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes people are, master of a foreign language that they're there to study.
Really, modern day people.
Yeah. I know a woman who's a member of one of the Rothschild churches in Mexico was struggling with Portuguese. I mean, not Portuguese, just with quite fluent. Yeah.
But they're telling me this. No, he said he's spent his whole life. He has a master's, has a PhD in classical philology, which is the translation of ancient Greek.
Yeah. I was just interested in words. Yeah, when I was studying I had two dictionaries. And just spend all my time.
Wow. Yeah, isn't it interesting? There's nothing in ancient Hebrew outside of the Bible. It's all canonical.
Yeah.
There's no ancient medical texts in Hebrew. There's no ancient philosophical texts in Hebrew.
Yeah.
And it's 7,000 words, right?
Not
From ancient.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, ancient Hebrew.
Ancient Hebrew. Yeah. It's an old text. So that
right.
The Palestinian Talmud and the Jerusalem Talmud are both good. And they're after the turn of the common era. Yeah, they're written in Hebrew. But there is contemporary use with Bible. Philosophy. I wonder if these texts are found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm not that familiar.
So the Dead Sea Scrolls, as far as I understand, they're all religious texts.
There's no medical text.
There's no medical text. There might have been, I think there was a few, something like for people, farming a cow or buying a cow in exchange for something else or whatever.
Yeah.
But they were all religious texts, and it was Greek too.
Yeah.
Those were discovered when?
1940s.
1940s, and they dated them to what? They dated like 200 BC, or 150 BC.
Not that far back. They're pretty far back.
Right. Yeah, I had a scholar who was explaining to me all the crazy stuff. Like, he was explaining to me how there's all these, there's this huge market of people peddling fake scrolls, like fake fragments of scrolls, selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah. Have most of them been discovered? Most of the Dead Sea Scrolls, I still think they're
I mean, they found them in some cave in the desert,
some cave and a number of caves. Yeah. They discovered that first one.
In Qumran.
Yeah. Some people think that's the origin of Christianity.
Dead Sea Scrolls, where I found the city date. It was early. It was like 150 to try to date it to.
The second temple, which was destroyed in 70 BC, but stood for almost 500 years.
Yeah.
Which is the 200 years BC. Probably not much further than that.
Yeah, but this guy, this cosmetologist, right? Like reading ancient Greek is almost like a mind-expanding drug in itself.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you really study those ancient religious languages, put you in a state.
Yeah, that's what he's explaining to me.
Yeah, I think it's like reading sutras. Sutras in the religion language. Yeah, it produces a meditative state. I don't think understanding the language more affects it. Yeah, I spend about an hour. So,
Wow, good.
Yeah. We would always put them.
Yeah, I ancient Greek has over.
It's like, well, well,
But the whole language is built upon words that are built upon things.
Do you think that? Do you believe that people in that time period around the time of Christ were experiencing mind-altering drugs?
Probably, but I don't think it's. Oh, right. Yeah, I don't think it was. No, but it might have been. Yeah, I don't think it was. Yeah, I don't think it was that common. Yeah, I guess.
Right. Yeah, because like from one of his books, it's called The Chemical News. He was talking about how like in it people were dying all the time from everything, and the infant mortality rate was like 50%. There was always combat going on. There was always plague, famine, people dying in the worst ways all the time. And people were one of the things he explains. People would walk through the town and basically fumigate the town with cannabis.
Yeah.
And people were just always trying to get high just to get through the day.
Really? Yeah.
According to his book, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's interesting.
Yeah.
And then you have the LUC Industries. What was going on there? That's crazy too.
Yeah. Well, they got containing mixture. What's it called?
It's cookie on. Yeah, Rothschild
Yeah.
with Wasser, Hoffman.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole the relationship between the drugs and cocaine. Very interesting.
Yeah, that's one of the things Dave Nichols explained to me was that what we were talking about. Was actually an Ergot museum
Oh, really?
in the U.S. and this was tied to one of the guys, his name's escaping me right now, who was trying to synthesize a lot of LSD. And he got arrested.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I brought him up to dinner. He had one size. But this was like right before, or no, I think he got money for MK Ultra. He got some sort of a grant as a part of MK Ultra for a couple $100,000
So how long ago?
to synthesize DMT. Oh God, I want to say it's the late '60s, early '70s. Yeah.
Yeah, there's all kinds of business going on.
Yeah, no, it makes me wonder what's going on now. Like, because this is, nothing else is fine. Like, every single thing that gets every single technology or every single bit of research that gets the most amount of funding gets it from the United States military industrial complex.
Yeah.
They have the most money to throw it just blue sky at it. Just throw $1 billion and see what happens. Like,
I think that's the case, yeah.
like even with the remote viewing program that we had in the '70s, like they threw millions and millions of dollars at that, and I think the excuse for that was we can't prove this is real with a scientific method. We can't measure this in a lab, but if there's even a 1% chance that this works, and we can spy somebody using this remote viewing stuff, then it's worth $10 million.
Yeah, small price to pay. Yeah, and it would be.
Right. And that was the whole story behind the whole MK Ultra thing, trying to use LSD for mind control.
Yeah. But, there's the CIA established these houses where people live in hospitals.
Oh yeah.
Hospitals. Like folks. Yeah. It was
Yeah. So what do you think happened when he was there? Like, he was obviously, not only a crew beyond a shadow of a doubt, like he has brings receipts in his book that hate asteroid clinic was funded by a CIA cutout, and they were doing experiments with LSD and amphetamines. Because he was going there, and his people, and his girls were documented being there. Even his probation officer that he was there.
Yeah. Well, have you seen Chaos? That documentary about his years?
It's out.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I heard about them working on it. I had no idea it was out.
That's what I understand.
Can you see if it's out? Oh, I had no fucking clue this was out. When did this come out? It just came out. Holy crap. That's crazy. I gotta watch it. What's it on? Netflix? Daryl Morris is one of my favorite filmmakers ever.
Yeah.
And I didn't make the connection to even Hamilton until a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I was like, my mind was exploded when I figured that out.
Well, you know, I think we had him on the show.
No, but he's coming. He's coming next month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was on a show just.
I just listened to it. Yeah, he's a fascinating guy. Super deep into this stuff, chemistry and such. He's like legendary. He's kind of like a legend in this field. Did you know that Aaron Morris, he like invented this special camera where somebody can, because he kind of pioneered this way of interviewing people where they talk directly into the camera, right? So when you watch a lot of his old films, when the interview subject is talking, they're looking straight down the barrel of the lens, and it's hard to do when you're conducting an interview. Usually the interviewer sits next to the camera and they're kind of looking off camera when they're talking. So he created this like a mirror contraption where it reflects his face up through like a tube, reflects his face, projects his face like on a mirror in front of the camera, so that the person is looking directly down the barrel of the lens and seeing his face.
Yeah.
So they're talking. That's it right there. So they're talking directly to his face, and they're talking right to the camera. It's fascinating. Super interesting guy.
Well, you know, I think it's a benefit.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're back from our tea break. We were talking about, you said, so you didn't do the first interview with Rogan until 2022, but you knew him for years. Like, he was even a part of that documentary.
Yeah, I met him on my 5th year of high school. Yeah, which would have been between 2000 2019.
Oh, you might have been knowing him that way.
But no, before that, my 40th in 2009.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's what I thought there.
Yeah, I heard about that from a person which is contacted me who said they've never heard of Joe Rogan, he's just talking about it. And so I said, I heard of Joe at that time, this time, and I got his number, and I called him, and he said, I think so. I got him. He said, hey, man, cool, I have to look at it, I'm at the airport, I'm right back, so I got to him, and just talking to him.
Isn't it crazy how he's been hugely responsible for catapulting this stuff into the mainstream in the last 10 years?
Yeah, it's interesting.
He's like created the whole meme. That's the whole meme about him talking about DMT. It's like his first podcast. It's like asking every guest.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, most of the people in this movie would ask me about Snoop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. That's like the ongoing meme.
Yeah. Snoop.
Just talking about it. How did that not go?
Yeah, it's got. It's really helped bring it to
What the hell was I going to ask you about before we stopped? I think I lost my mind. Somewhere around here. Oh my god. Oh, yes. We were watching the trailer for Chaos for that on top of this. But yeah, the Cold War was so crazy. Johnny West, he gave an elephant a huge dose of LSD.
Tusker.
Yeah.
That was the elephant's name. That's the name you said.
And I think the elephant died.
Well, he went into convulsions, and then he gave a big dose of frozen. And then it died. So a combination of these things. It's an anti-psychotic.
What's the anti-psychotic? So it's supposed to like be antidote to LSD.
Theoretically, I think given the elephant sounds this.
Lord, and he was like, Tom was explaining how Charlie Wesley wrote about that. He was like so proud of it.
Yeah. It was strange time. It's like adult research. You know, what do you think about the current interest in psychedelics? Do you think it's a good thing, a bad thing?
Right now?
Yeah, right now. Yeah, as compared to back then.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm like kind of new into this world, and I probably am not the best person to ask to get some sort of grounded um, vision on or idea on where it's going. It seems to me though like it's going in many different directions. I think, like I said, when Travis Kitchens came on here, he elucidated it to me in a way that made the most sense. It just seems like there's so many different groups, whether it be commercial groups, like people trying to use it to monetize it in a commercial way. It seems like there's people that are trying to take it and use it in a religious way to revive Christianity. There's that one idea with the Rescue's book. And then obviously it seems like there's a huge interest in government and DARPA with that $27 million fund to take the trip out of psychedelics for soldiers. So it seems like it's all over the place, but like, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder if there's some underlying methodology behind, or the belief system behind all the research. All that's that's out there, I think, is kind of, or it's beginning to focus on the religious implications of psychedelic research. People describe religious experiences as psychedelics. They're so very understand if you put new traditions or older traditions. Yeah, like infuse Christianity with psychedelics to try to revive it. I'm just not sure. Well, I think that idea is predicated on the role of the psychedelic experience in the creation of Christianity. Yeah, I just don't know if there's enough support. And if it's a good thing, you have to be developed enough to partake in just and you have to have the right intent, the right setting, the right setting. One of my favorite authors is Neil Turkis. He's a student writer and also a statistician.
What is his last name?
Perez, Perez. And in the 30s, before the discovery of LSD, he wrote a book called St. Peter's Snow. Travis actually was the first person to tell me about it. And it's about a chemist developing that operator to give to the masses to bring about the religious revolution. Very interesting. This was like 10 years before the discovery of LSD. So the early 1900s. Yeah, that's some work out of the chemistry program before we discovered LSD.
We never been able to actually, there was any sort of ergot in any of those phases that we found in Athens.
Yeah, I'm just not sure.
So the idea is that if you look at it, if you take Ruck's book with Gordon Wasson and Albert Hoffman, they're looking at the Eleusinian mysteries and the experiences people are having with this wine that they were drinking that was infused with something. Barley.
Well, somehow I wrote that.
Do we know for a fact that is there any literature that says anything about ergot in that wine? That you know of? So, like, the idea is that if they were doing that 800 BC, is that are these psychedelic experiences what created religion in the first place? Is that where they got the idea to create these all these, these pagan gods and all these religious people described to eventually bottom out, right? And then we kind of like lost control of it.
Well, I think what you're talking about is the source of the visions. Was it coming from them? Or was it coming from like an objective, freestanding source of information?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's the difference between your top-down model where the divine communicates through the visions or in which case it's just amplification is all.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. But go to one of the huge motivations behind it. Like we said, there's multiple people, multiple groups, multiple motivations to study psychedelics. But with one of the big groups is the church, right? That goes behind the Immortality Key book, where he studies this stuff and he's trying to. I guess in the beginning of it, he kind of describes everything about the Eleusinian mysteries, talking to Karl Ruck and all this stuff. And sort of at the end of it, it's kind of like, could this be something that could revive Christianity, right? Or is this like, is there this common core of religion that can bring about a new spiritual renaissance or a new religious renaissance?
Well, you have to go into more detail. I think if you're going to talk about religion, what exactly does it mean?
Yeah.
Do it mean more art coming out of the sector, the literature, or development of the political system?
Yeah.
Religion.
And Ruck's big thing is, from my understanding, which take it with a grain of salt, there's a lot of people who study classical time, they study ancient religions, they study all this stuff. But Ruck's view, which I've heard through the telephone game and from reading his books, I would estimate his view to be that Christianity and religion in general is the source of just an immeasurable more suffering and more human suffering and death than anything else in the history of humanity, right? So he's not a huge proponent of the idea of reviving any sort of world religion or any sort of Christianity. It seems like his view is more anti-Christian than most. And I don't know this for a fact, this is me speculating.
Yeah, well, I think it has to do with the source of the information. Is it just people things that or even like you're talking about the lack of a need for a new religion. I think it has to do with the energy of a teaching with concept of difference and the notion of God, which is a very kind of personalization.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that Uber described it as the most aligned of words in the Lord. Martin Luther, he was a German Jewish theologian. Yeah, he said it was one of the most, he said it was the most religious word in the language. God, the word God, with a capital H. And therefore, they're worthy of the most study and discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than
Yeah. And also the Jesuits are like the most interesting sect of Christianity. There seem to be more Jesuits in like top levels of society.
People who are molecular and drawing everything from all that was written on the form of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jesuits are like, from what I understand, they're like anti-war. They want to like make a peace, and they seem to like the idea of there being like some sort of like harmonious one world society that everyone's
Well, their students are more philosophical.
yeah, definitely. But one of the most interesting things to me is research into this stuff that we don't even know about. Because we didn't know about MK Ultra until the church the stuff came out in 1975. Yeah. Stuff like that stuff is buried. With Charles Manson and all that, no one knew about any of that until way later. I wonder what they do now that we won't find out until 15, 20 years from now.
Yeah.
If that means we never find out, right?
Well, as you mentioned, the budget that the government has got for research programs is
$27 million to the University of North Carolina to study how to take the trip out of psychedelics to heal soldiers from PTSD and like combat fatigue.
psychedelics. Yeah. They are supposed to stimulate neuroplasticity and neurogenesis. What's that the term? Yeah, there's one which is a compound symbol that I begin called G. Cabernet. I think that's when you start finding one of these psychedelics.
Do you think that you can get, like, okay, it's a super placebo?
It could be, and it might be as effective as, for example, poison.
But do you think you can still get the effect that you get from psychedelic with that? Because I feel like the trip is like the major component of it that gives you that effect.
Right.
Well, you can have psychedelic without the trip.
Well, I know, and that's still a point of edge conversation. I think is the subjective experience necessary? My feeling is that the non-psychedelic ones will be like super persons and very helpful in most people who don't want to have a trip. And the drugs that continue causing trips, it's very difficult. There's a high chance of responding, but also a high chance of adverse effects. And that's the reason, that we don't use it in cases that don't respond to non-psychedelic ones.
Have you ever heard of any sort of use of psychedelics on the battlefield and not being used sort of post-combat PTSD, like as far as like with like vision acute edge detection or accuracy or something like this?
Yeah, I've read accounts, but I don't know if they're really based on objective data, but it may be those are the kind of studies that are occurring behind the scenes.
Travis sent me an article about this guy named Dan Beal.
Yeah, I know.
And I think in this article it's explained how he was trying to take Ebola from Africa and fly it to Ukraine to use with soldiers fighting in the Ukrainian nation to give to these Ukrainian soldiers, but they weren't just using it, they were using it as like a way to get people back out there, right? Like if they're experiencing combat fatigue or PTSD, they can get them on this Ebola or ibogaine and like turn and burn, like get them right back out in the battlefield. Or even enhance their combat skills.
Yeah, I think smaller doses would be like a microdose.
The microdose, yes, exactly, right?
And it could theoretically enhance fighting ability. At the same time, though, it might also affect somebody's desire to fight.
This is from the article. Cannabis activists advocate travel to Ukraine to promote the use of ibogaine for treating war veterans. Right, this is all about the PTSD. To be truthful, he believes that you can use ibogaine to turn soldiers into super soldiers, and has been actively campaigning for its use in Ukraine despite facing legal challenges in the United States. And he was arrested. Yeah, he's been in and out of jail. So if I was the military-industrial complex, I would be trying to figure out I would be throwing the most money on how to weaponize psychedelics. And I think they could. And we know they did it all throughout the Cold War because they used Manson, right, to basically sting the psychedelic movement, right? They tried to.
Yeah, did you see the Jacob's Ladder? It's about BZ, which was used on soldiers in Vietnam. BZ something. Yeah. Look at Jacob's Ladder.
See if you can phone that Jacob's Ladder. quincellated benzylate, a glyphosate anti-cholinergic cholinergic. It causes powerful hallucinations and altered behavior, portrayed as chemical warfare agent, and soldiers to experience nightmarish visions and lose control of their actions. This was like a nonfiction. So this was a.
Well, yeah, so I think giving soldiers with psychedelics is a fact. It's the guarantee.
Yeah, what's the year 2? Just gonna all drop their weapons and each other hugs.
Right.
But when so it's the microdoses. You don't experience sick building effect. I've never opened a microdose. I've done it a couple times, but from what I hear from people, microdose all the time because it's a stimulant, right?
Yeah, which is why I think that microdosing, I think soldiers more
It would be far better than using methamphetamines, which the Russian soldiers are taking. They're taking Captagon.
Captagon, very interesting. Yeah.
Which is basically just it's not a methamphetamine, but it's a strong methamphetamine.
Yeah, it's a stimulant, that's for sure.
Yeah, super stimulant.
Yeah, well, wasn't that like really an important source of income for the countries there? Captagon exports.
I think it was coming from Syria, right? And Syria and Russia were close allies, so I think they're somehow exporting that, or Russia was buying the Captagon from Syria. So isn't that what War was explaining to us?
Oh, well, this really reminds me of what I've been wanting to mention that about the stigmata of Palmer and Eldridge, the 3 stigmata of Palmer and Eldridge, which was a book by Philip K. Yeah, are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the P.K. Dick, I've not read that book.
Yeah, it's a competition. The 3 stigmata of Palmer Eldridge. It's a novel that kind of describes like a war for dominion of the psychedelic market between a terran psychedelic and an interest. So the money investment puts people into the world of working pen. It's in a dollhouse, and he lives in the dollhouse, and a lot of people spend time in space. With the compound that's made on Earth. And the one that comes in from interstellar space is totally related to it once. And they never come back. It's not just part of the trip. Yeah, it just goes on. It's really just this night. So Captagon, there's all this thing on which what's going to be what they're taking along the lines of the Brave New World. Right. So
The amphetamines, basically the Nazis proved that the amphetamines didn't work, right? Because they wanted it to blitz. They thought they put their soldiers on, which they did. They put them all on these like super strong methamphetamines. And then they were waiting for 20 days straight that they were getting burned out.
Well, they just burned out. Yeah, they might have for a short period of time. Yeah. And one of the towns in Mexico, I worked in as a leader in the gas industry, and I would implement the clinics in that town. And I saw them for workers. And when they started work there, they were given lunch money, with an apple and a sandwich and nothing in order to help them get through their 2-hour shifts on a regular basis.
What was this?
This was 2004, 2006.
Is that legal?
I don't think so.
It's bizarre how many people take methamphetamine, methamphetamines, or like how many people prescribe amphetamines for just things that it seems like could be fixed with other like more healthy alternatives, right? Because like so many writers, so many researchers, and so many, like, especially kids in college, are just like they've been on. I know people, like friends, who have been prescribed these amphetamines since they were, in their early teens in school, and they're like now they're in their late 20s, early 30s. Some of them got pregnant, like, oh my god, I have to stop taking this Adderall now. I've been taking this since I was fucking 12, and they have this just insane draw. They've been taking it their whole entire, they've been prescribed it since the beginning of their lives.
Yeah, well, in some of the clinical situations I've worked on, I would prescribe it. It would be helpful when I was hopeful.
Mm-hmm.
This was in the early 2000s, though. I think people are more liberal with diagnosing people with ADHD. But if you have bad symptoms, medical cures. Yeah.
Isn't the idea of it that it basically just like stimulates dopamine release?
Mm-hmm. It stimulates the release of dopamine. I think it also directly stimulates dopamine receptors.
Yeah, because I think I have some level of ADD, ADHD, but like whenever I take Adderall, and I've taken it in the past, I hate the way I feel, and I hate the way I feel, especially the next day.
The next day, yeah. One of my friends once, in Dayton, and I went home and worked, and took it, and it was like 20 pages looking for this.
Really?
Yeah, but the following day, I read what I wrote. And
Okay.
It just was terrible. Yeah.
Wasn't Stephen King doing just heaps of cocaine when he was writing Cujo and some other books? I think he writes there's stories about how Stephen King was just drinking tons of alcohol and doing tons of coke when he was writing his novels.
His story. Yeah, my stepkids used to buy Stephen King novels for Christmas for me. Oh, read this one. Sure. Yeah.
So, he did too. What was he up to? Wasn't he taking stimulants when he was writing?
Yeah, stimulants, things like that.
He was a meth.
No, he wasn't taking meth. I think he was taking
Just
yeah. Poor guy. Really.
yeah, that's interesting. Some of the most prolific writers were just on heaps of drugs. And one of the other things that was interesting, we're learning about this stuff from Ron Old, he's the guy who read the history of drugs in the third grade. This company called Merck.
Yeah.
Pharmaceutical company that was alive and well in Nazi Germany. They were developing, I guess, cocaine was like developed in the 80s, and they had a cocaine, developing cocaine that didn't have any sort of negative withdrawal effects to it.
Mm-hmm.
And there was actually an article I read, which was fascinating, about one of the guys from the Rolling Stones was talking about how they would just have, heaps of cocaine behind the speakers and amplifiers on stage, and they would be able to do it all day. They had to do shows, do cocaine, and they would never have any withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah.
Because that was Merck cocaine. They were doing actual pharmaceutical grade parts.
Yeah. Well, you can still, find pharmaceutical cocaine out there. It's still used in medicine.
Right, for brain surgery and things like this.
I think that most of the things have to do with it makes the cornea it is still a music schedule too.
So, like for cataract surgeries and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay, particularly for ear, nose, and throat procedures, because it numbs it. And it comes in dark colored glass bottles.
Wasn't Merck making MDMA too? What's in the first synthesized.
When was in synthesized? 1914.
Yeah. It really wasn't explored for application into medicine. Yeah, it wasn't until MDMA psychotherapy became a thing back in the 80s.
Yeah, the MDMA was not tried. But David made, and then they made a bunch of MDMA.
Yeah. I think that MDMA would
Yeah, he said he made a ton.
Yeah.
And so, how did you guys first meet when he developed all the DMT for you?
Yeah. Some type of Nicholas Mayer DMT. I'm him at the Salem Institute for a conference that was organized in 1995, I think. Organized it. And it was a collection of people interested in doing psychedelic drug studies. And Dave was there last night. And we showed him the study. Yeah. So it's it was a good place to come. The history of maps is very interesting.
Yeah.
Its history. I've known it since.
The interesting thing about that article that Travis did, which was that trial that never got published, the one never got released, the findings, the religious one with the psilocybin.
Yeah.
Was, I guess, a lot of the big pushback to that stuff was a lot of the people that were doing these experiments were also engaging in using the drugs themselves.
Right.
And that's frowned upon.
Well, especially for any kind of substance, any kind of drug with a lot of mind-altering characteristics. If we had researched to that doctor, let's say, a particular model and to the influence of psychedelics, that's going to affect the treatment of the person in a psychedelic state.
So would the ideal situation be to have somebody conducting the study who had never done psychedelics? Is that the argument?
Well, I think it would be interesting to compare in that kind of person. Just it would be a hard study.
Well, my thing is like how do you even have somebody interested in doing the study in the first place if they haven't experienced psychedelics? Right? I can't conceive how somebody would dedicate so much of their life to studying these things unless they have experienced them themselves. It's like that relating to something.
Yeah, but I think as a result of your experiences, you're coping with the mind based on your experiences. And if you haven't experienced it, just
Right.
You wouldn't have as many preconceptions about what is going to happen to the person and how to interpret it.
Right. And you knew John Miller?
I'm not sure.
Really? He was doing, I had a guy in here, Richard O'Berry, who's a dolphin trainer for Flipper.
Oh, really?
And he made that documentary, The Code, which won
Yeah.
one of the top awards for documentary. What's it called? They documented the slaughter of dolphins in Japan. And he said that he befriended John Lilly in Florida. And John Lilly, and this was in, what year would that have been? That would have been, what, in the 60s?
In the 60s.
That would have been in the 60s, in Miami, when Rick O'Berry was working for the Seaquarium. John Lilly had some crazy funding from NASA to do studies on dolphins with psychedelics. He was like doing shit to their brains, putting them on LSD, things like this.
Well, I think he was very interested in communication.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he thought it was against that. Yeah, between him and his daughters.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about
Right. And I don't think he ever came up with it. When you create the fact of NASA, why was NASA fine?
well, I suppose if your astronauts have suspended animation, you can DMT for 3 years and then be student. I feel really, when I was doing my DMT studies, I looked at NASA. I said, if you want to get a virus that's going to go a long time, then you don't need to. I thought, well, if you're just getting DMT for 3 years, so for extensive periods of time, and that would get the time of life.
Wild those days.
Yeah. I never heard that. Oh, God.
Yeah, like, because, you know, I don't know how long it takes to get to Mars.
About 3 years.
3 years. So is the idea that when we do Mars time travel to the So if you put the astronauts to sleep, you could give them DMT infusions, and they would somehow be able to telepathically communicate in these.
Exactly.
In these things. Oh my god,
Yeah.
that's crazy. That's crazy. We haven't been able to get back to the moon since the moon landing. Elon Musk to take us to Mars.
Yeah. It'll be the same human problems. Human before. Hate to leave. We'll do that. Are you familiar with the science fiction where the moon will run off state action? Yeah, you're fascinating. You read a book in the 40s on 19 species of humans. In order to perfect the species, we slew the species. Yeah, it's like the 2 billion years of human evolution. There's a telepathy is the final stage of human evolution. The same thing.
So, like, in far in the future, like hundreds of thousands of years from now, you'll be able to develop the ability through normal evolution, or would this be some sort of
No, it's not genetic.
genetic?
Yeah. So that's the issue of one people develop some species.
Wow.
And that's the
It accelerates it into this sort of AI or pharmacological stuff.
What do you think of the? I mean, I think it's a good thing that you're working on or discussing this for chips.
The Neuralink stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's terrifying to me, man.
Everybody has the same thoughts. He was, I think he was saying this a good thing. And I was not so sure.
He seems to be one of the themes. What I've noticed about Joe is that he seems to be fascinated of this idea of humans integrating with machines and people being able to communicate telepathically, being able to read each other's incentives, motives, being able to detect lies, and know people's automatic intentions, right?
Will there be no privacy?
There'd be no privacy, exactly.
So, yeah, most people want to do it, right? Most of the time.
I mean, do you think that he thinks that's a good thing? If people were able to just read each other's minds and be able to detect lies, or being deceitful or dishonest?
Yeah, it would force people to get that way. I think that's
It would force people to get that way, or at least the people that decided to integrate.
we would be shown monsters.
I think for most people, though, the writing process, formulate ideas, it's not instantaneous, right? Like during the writing process, you have to like sit and just have this flow of consciousness through your pen and paper and on that pen and paper. It's like through the process of editing, are you able to refine your ideas, right, into something that people can digest and understand? And in the mind, it's typically just like this chaotic nest, or it's this chaotic hornet's nest of ideas happening all the time. And if people are able to see that, it seems like it's just going to be miscommunication. Sometimes like I don't think it would be a good idea to have, say, like for some reason somebody has some like dark thoughts going through their mind. That's not their intent, right?
Yeah. Oh, I know. There's a big meeting, it would be a lot of self-incriminating.
Yeah.
It would just.
Not necessarily. I mean, also, yes, self-incriminating, absolutely, but also like just because somebody has a million different ideas rattling around their mind at one time,
Right.
that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what that's not. You can't convey their intention or what their ultimate ideas are based on that soup of chaos in their head.
Yeah, I was right for misinterpretation.
Totally right for misinterpretation. And if you compare, if you look at just the evolution of social media over the past decade, and you look at how divisive that has been on our society, and that's sort of taken, that's sort of broken down a barrier of communication at some level, to where now people can just spew out some sort of random thought that they had on Twitter, and people can argue So if you just take that, like I feel like the next technological level of that would be this Neuralink idea of telepathic communication. Right? I don't know. I can't imagine it being a good thing.
Well, there would have to be a new species of human to be able to tolerate that, to be able to use it. Preservation of the species, otherwise that would just be chaos and just destruction. Humans can go their own way. I suppose the kinds of different can be different.
And it almost goes against human nature to want to do that too.
Right.
To want to integrate with the machine. It's almost you have to be forced to for that to become something that's ubiquitous.
I guess the trade-off would be eternal life.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the final species and stuff like this, first and last man, they live 35,000 years. That's how long it takes to acquire all the knowledge that's accessible. And
30,000.
yeah,
Have you ever studied John?
yeah, John wrote a book for the
Oh, really?
which I can replace one.
What do you think of the experiences that he documented with all of his patients? Because a lot of those experiences, those abductions, they seem to be also super similar.
Compared to DMT, too, if you look at the phenomenological description, the shaking, the transport,
Telepathic communication.
Well, I think there's a spectrum of contact experiences. One
Yes.
is just our consciousness to consciousness. There's no spectrum it's just your mind, the mind of the alien. And there's the physical examples, the physical part of the spectrum. The people you've invested in original physical records. So it's the line between the DMTs and the consciousness to consciousness and the contact experience is very interesting.
Yeah, and a lot of, according to a lot of his people that he interviewed, and I think he hypnotized people when he kind of documented their experiences.
Yeah,
But
yes.
trying to get them in some sort of progression. A lot of them, so there's a chunk of them who explained these beings being from like another star system, like Betty and Barney Hills, and like Zeta Reticuli or something. And then there was also a vast majority of them that explained these beings, communicated with them, saying that they were from the future, that they were us from the future.
Yeah, that's just hard to say. There is like speculation on the way and staples, but that it is it's a history of being told the present day humans to prepare them, to help them accept the development of the species. So it's a message coming from the future. And so, it's impossible to predict or to experience the force of the future on the present. It's cause and effect. Just different type of cause.
There's one interesting story that stands out to me. There was these children that saw, I don't know if John Mack, I think this might have been earlier, John Mack, but there was this documentary of these two brothers that experienced seeing these beings that were outside of like some sort of craft or whatever, and they brought them into the craft, and they were asking all these questions, and these beings were answering all these questions that they had, like, what does this do? What does that do? How does this thing fly? Where are you from? They said they're from the future. And there was only one question, allegedly, that these beings wouldn't answer. And they asked, what is God? Or they asked him something about religion, and they wouldn't answer that.
Yeah, I think people who are stuck and being enslaved by it and understanding what it can, the description of aliens, I think, is the most compelling. But I think we want the physical description of them. And their presence. And what is their intent? What's their information? And from a religious point of view, they could. So it isn't like whether angelic, but kind of supervised, something like that. Yeah, they were creative.
They were creative.
Yeah. And, they have a mission of some sort.
Yeah. One of the fascinating ideas to me is that, like, because a lot of these experiences also, according to John Mack, is that a lot of them had like eggs and semen extracted from them during their experiences. Very weird. One of the most interesting theories I've heard about this is that if these are future humans and there was some sort of just indulge me in mind experiment, that there was like some sort of cataclysm or bottlenecking event in humanity far in the future, and they needed to, in order to reproduce and not stagnate, they would have to go into the past to diversify the human genetic gene pool in the future. So that's why they would be coming back to our time to get our DNA to repopulate themselves in the future. If there was some sort of like a global thermonuclear war or something like this.
Oh no, we should be able to look into the future. I think we can go in general, specifically what
Yeah, no, but I've always been super curious to like how much does like the endogenous DMT have to do with, what does that have to do with some of these experiences? Because that also you have a lot of the people that experience this stuff that seem to have had lots of trauma in their lives, like people that have had lots of childhood trauma report having these experiences.
Yeah, well, there's so much research that needs to be done. There's a lot of information. I think when talking about the beings, you still need to speculate where they come from. Like just in thickness of our imagination, the brain on drugs. It can really come from someplace else. Yeah.
And why they look so much like us? Like why like what's that word? Anthropomorphologically.
Yeah.
How are they bipedal, upright hominids
Yeah.
that look just like us?
They're being viewed by us.
Yeah. Are they making themselves look like that? Or are they really from some other star system? Like how did they happen to evolve just like us?
Yeah. I think it might be just our imagination, which gives them human form. Or they might have human form wherever they come from. Or we can only see them with human form. Right.
Yeah, this idea of the portal, of this opening some sort of portal to something, the portal in the brain or a portal into the past seems like the most, like a magnifier, as you explained it to me, like a magnifier of something that's already deep buried inside the brain.
Or it might be from some other place.
Right.
Which is the notion of religion, which have orientation towards an external God.
Didn't you talk about having an experience of like a previous life? Like having previous lives?
Oh, yeah, that's the first chapter in the Electric States.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of previous lives. And one was from the early 1900s.
And how did this come about? What were you on?
Yeah, I was on some variant of resource. Seeing sacred animals.
A variant?
Molecular modification of psilocybin.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's synthetically created.
Yeah, it was a lot of yeah.
Anything you ever heard of before?
No, this was experimental. It seemed to be something other animals, so there was interested in that's what we can do. Yeah, so the experience like that is the content of the first chapter. Yeah, I mean, actually, so my grandfather, in the fighting, because it was the other is a concentration camp. Last month, we bought them the heat. The corpses were almost corpses. And then, yeah.
How long have you experienced rock support?
It's just one afternoon.
Just one.
Yeah. It's
Those experiences.
yeah. It was rough. But it was very useful. It gave me empathy for my ancestors and
So do you think that this can happen? Is there any documented accounts of this happening to other people and how it connects them to ancestry or where they came from or anything like this?
I think so. Yeah. But I haven't come across anything. It would seem like a natural connection. It's not past lives, or at least it would be just different. I've looked at it like that.
Are you focused on just writing more stuff now, or do you think that you'll ever participate in any more, or get involved in any more of these experiments or studies?
I'm not sure. Like I still consult and mentor other researchers. I give a lot of time to that, so I'm not much giving people something on trips. Especially if it's just but mostly work on a version of Genesis, a translation and commentary of Genesis.
Oh, really?
Well, it's been like almost 20-year project. It's beginning to feel fun. Publishing it. It's not 1,200 pages, so I need to break it.
How many?
1,200.
1,200.
I need to shrink it down to 200. It will be a readable translation and commentary of Genesis, which is important. I understand just from Genesis. So I'll start with that. That's the first part of the chapters of Moses. It was the result of this new book was a result of all the notes I was scribbling from the translation of Genesis. And after a certain point, I just had to tune out. There's nothing to draw. So I began the word file, which was just huge. All the notes were from reading other commentaries.
How do you think these people that wrote this stuff came up with these ideas of these people?
Well, that's just it. They say it's the word of God. Yeah. So there's just no question about it.
Like even the idea of Ezekiel and the wheel and all this stuff. Like you're writing about something that happened 1,000 years ago, and even like during that time, there's no record of anybody being named Ezekiel.
Yeah. Well,
But here's a couple.
I think it's a preceding gradually reading the Bible, like Adam and Eve and how Abraham and Noah's Ark. They took place, but and then gradually projected itself onto ours. And therefore, I started like second day, let's say, first temple, those kinds of things.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I don't know what to make of it. There's lots of interesting things on the Bible and what was going on. How these people, these prophets, come about and relay these experiences over centuries.
Well, and you're very influential. It's affected almost. Well, in a lot of ways, the foundation of the West. And there's Bible or West. Information to refer to. It's the old one. Yeah, I just love it. I just love it. And
The Hebrew.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder. I sometimes think about what would society look like right now if they had never burned down the temple of Moses, and we're still living in this world of all these monotheistic religions with multiple gods, and not just stuck to one.
It may be that the one that came about because of the loss that came over. There's no longer spoken voices. They may have felt as an angel, for example, and all the angels disappeared. The three kinds of courage, right? Thanking, praising, and keeping.
Yeah, which I think can also have some sort of a placebo effect.
Well, if you enter into a state, as a result of doing that, then you walk into the placebo or category.
Is there some Eastern religions?
Zen, yeah, practice and state under the supervision of the master. I never became a because I think it's important.
The during the Vietnam War, when the guy that monk lit himself on fire,
Yeah.
the burning monk,
Yeah.
that was, I think, at one point one of the most like famous images on planet Earth. It was like the most shared. More people saw that, and it was from what I understand recently, Zoltan's explaining that a lot of people think that was like a political thing that he did, but according to him, and according to other Buddhists, is that monks absolutely wanted nothing to do with any sort of political ideas or movements at all. Like they were almost like the idea of their practice was the actual opposite of politics. So what he brought, Burning Monk, was a call, like a recruiting call. From what I understand, is more people got interested in Buddhism and meditation after that.
Yeah.
They never.
Yeah, well, speaking of the Defense Department in DARPA, when I was at Stanford, I took a class on Indian by a freshman to PhD from the University of Wisconsin, who told us that these departments around the country were established by the Defense Department to understand Buddhism, because who are essentially centered in studies of a number of universities.
Right after this happened.
Yeah, great story.
That's bizarre. Oh my god, I don't even know what to think about that.
Yeah, it was a national security kind of issue. It's hard to understand, but
If we wanted to understand how you can attain that level of self-control or enlightenment to where you can
I think it's of interest to understand what is Buddhism, what is the teaching, how do we do it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so, well, it established a number of centers in Buddhist studies around the country. So there is a positive outcome. Yeah, and other motivations.
There's lots of stories of not that relates to Buddhism in particular, but lots of people like high up in the Defense Department and like intelligence agencies, and even people that are involved in like rocket launches, like for with NASA, or formerly for NASA and outer space, that are really into this idea of Rosicrucian.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I don't know much about it either, but like the basic idea of it is you can sort of follow specific protocols to be more tapped into. This is like a kind of a Jungian idea, but you can tap yourself into this like universal consciousness and sharpen your antenna or increase the signal of your antenna to some other consciousness, like kind of like where you can download information.
Yes, I did do that.
One of these guys who's described in a book by Diana Salta, it's called American Cosmic, and he was I think a mission controller for NASA, and he explained it by like he would go outside and get out in the sun first thing in the morning, spend a lot of time out in nature, not drink caffeine, drink lots of water, and somehow like the idea of having lots of water in your system, no like caffeine or stimulants, somehow tuned his antenna. And this guy claimed to be now this guy has like patents, all kinds of like crazy medical breakthrough patents where he's like made a lot of money doing it. it's the misinformation from these downloads that are just like coming to his mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you wonder where the information comes from.
Yeah.
Just in good information associations and the other people for it. Or do something yeah, well, if you think it like I always wondered what others are going to work in from a psychological point of view because it's the message, the information. It's the message, the information that's contained in the state is more important than the state actually doing.
Yeah, and what stood out to me about that is like it seems like the more you get away from technology, if this is true, if you can tap into something by following these protocols, it seems like the general consensus of it is the farther away you get from technology and the diet, the processed foods or energy drinks that we drink all the time, fucking what are those things? Those caffeine pouches or nicotine pouches and all this stuff. And the more you can tap into like this ancient antenna that we have buried in us to get information.
Yeah, well, I was wondering if those ketone bars contribute.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
You might get more fine-tuned.
Yeah, the ketone stuff's interesting.
Yeah.
There's this crazy story I heard of this guy who's like a whistleblower who was talking about how he was this secret aerospace, this private aerospace company where they were trying to recruit people for some sort of psychic program where they were trying to basically and to intelligence to sort of control aircraft or to spy or whatever. And they found that the people with the most psychic abilities were people that were in third world countries that weren't connected to Western civilization at all.
Yeah.
And also young people. So like there was a story that this guy told me, he was a whistleblower, and his account of like two people who corroborated it, that they went to Indonesia after there was like an earthquake and they went there to rescue a bunch of people. And they were trying to find young people who were left-handed and homosexual. And those were the people with those traits that specifically had the highest psychic psionic abilities.
Well, the one thing, like I just moved to Albuquerque last year, and I was living in a town called Mexico. And we were in the country for it was really quiet. Like it just was really quiet. You could hear yourself walk, that there were cars. Yeah, it was just really quiet in Albuquerque. The main thing that I problem is the sound. Like that you can basically see. Oh, yeah. And it's not difficult to think. Like I would just be alone for days and days. I'm listening to all just, doing what
Yes, for sure.
productive too. With fewer distractions.
Zero distraction.
Really quiet. People like you get pretty kind of effective at work.
Yeah.
Just makes
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to that. But Rick, man, thank you for doing this.
Yeah.
This has been fascinating. Yeah.
Sure.
I'm glad we met. And also, for people that are listening, they can find your books on your website, is it?
Yeah, and they can order through as well. And so rickstrassman.com. Oh, right, and I just joined XC, so I just underscore Strassman.
Great color.
Yeah, I really did that. Well, there's got quite a few Easter eggs. Like there's an e-cat in the corner
The Cheshire Cat?
There's a real cat.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
And the cactuses.
Cactus and crystals and everything determine
That's amazing.
some things that are unique birds.
And your next one is going to be about Genesis.
It'll be a That's fine. Opened up a good Genesis. I was debating whether or not to do one or two, just because I know a lot of notes. Right. Yeah. Because I was kind of waiting to see how things were going. Yeah. It's been slower than I truly said.
What is the best protocol for you to write? Is there a state you have to be in a certain time of day, certain drugs like to mix in with it?
Usually after chores, I'll spend about an hour. So, if I have a good stretch of time, I'm working on a contract, that's for the more critical stuff.
Yeah.
And once I start
Pretty straight, pretty sober. Right? So.
Yeah, it helps to talk out loud too. So
oh, really? While you're writing?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it kind of helps you think about it.
When you write, do you use a computer or do you write with pen and paper?
I have a big old block film from the 1970s. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks again.
Well, yeah, great. Thanks.
Yeah, this has been fun. All right.
Yeah, great.
Here's Scott. Nice to meet you, bro.
Thanks for having me, man.
So, tell the world what you just did to my house. You just basically ran all your crazy meters and found out that me and my wife are barbecuing ourselves every night.
Yeah, a little EMF testing. So I had a radio frequency meter that is testing the power density of radio frequency EMFs. We had a multimeter to specifically look at body voltage, which is the electric fields from your electrical power inducing an AC voltage on your body, which to me is a great way to test how high EMF exposure from the power frequencies you're getting.
Yeah.
Then we looked at some magnetic field stuff as well. But for you, we honed in on the bedroom. It's important because, especially someone like yourself, you're not working at home, you're pretty much coming home, lounging and then going to bed, right?
Eating and sleeping in space.
Yeah. So the sleep sanctuary for me is most important because you cannot avoid EMF exposure at all. You definitely have less control during the day when you get work done. But if you can go home and get a restorative night of sleep, that's when you're going to repair. That's when you're mitigating the damage that you just incurred the whole day. So going home and sleeping in a super hot bedroom in regards to EMFs, and you're looking at a blue lit screen right before bed, you're really not going to sleep as well. So you might be getting the numbers in terms of hours, but you're not getting the quality. And that's why we're seeing some of these chronic diseases younger and younger. So what we did was we measured the RFs in specific areas, and we found out that the cameras you have for your children's bedroom, the baby monitor, especially in your bedroom, was a super high source of radio frequencies. I was actually shocked. Yeah. Because unlike a cell phone, which is very pulse, like every 8 to 10 seconds, let's say, it hits this peak. Right. That baby monitor in your room to be almost consistent, and it was right on your wife's nightstand. So it was at like 100,000 microwatts per meter squared, which is very, very high. Yeah. That's pretty much the power density of a outgoing cell phone transmission, like constant.
Right here, it's going from 75, jumping from 40 to 48,000 to 87,000.
That was on the bed.
12,000.
That was on the bed like a foot away.
That was a couple feet away from the big monitor.
So that's a problem because that's what you're sleeping next to.
Oh, look, 403,000. Yeah, that was right next to the big monitor.
Yeah, and that's what you're sleeping next to pretty much all night long. So we can get into why that's a problem, but we did our best to mitigate that. And what I was preaching earlier is that really distance is your best friend because electromagnetic waves and fields have inverse squared law. So if you put a 2x or 3x distance between you and the source, you're actually 2 square, which is 4, or 3 square, which is 9, reduce the intensity of that field. So putting a foot, even putting a few inches away from the source, like your phone, like a baby monitor, like a Wi-Fi router, can make a tremendous difference. So what do we agree on? We agreed to you should put the baby monitor across the room.
Side of the room, yeah. And then we're also
Phones on airplane mode.
phones on airplane mode, but you have to turn it. It tricks you. You can't just turn on airplane mode and do shit. You got to turn off your Wi-Fi and you got to go into the settings and turn off your Bluetooth to make a difference.
You got to make sure that when you press airplane mode, they all go off and they have that strike through on the settings shortcut. Because if they just go from like blue to white, they're not actually off. Which I don't even know why Apple does that. It's insane. But that's one. Or you just keep the phones out of the bedroom, charging in the other room. So that's the radio frequency realm. We also experimented with putting tinfoil and a Faraday 80 on your Wi-Fi router. Agreed that you buy it since your kids' bedrooms are closer to the Wi-Fi router. You can get like a $30 Faraday bag.
Right.
You don't want to turn the Wi-Fi off at night, which is best case solution because you have cameras for baby monitoring or security cameras.
Right.
You can buy a Faraday bag, which will reduce it like 70 to 85, 90%.
Yeah.
Is a lot. It's a great in between low hanging fruit.
Yeah, I think we got to get. I think we're going to upgrade to hardwired security cameras instead of those Wi-Fi ones. I think that's probably a huge difference, and as well as that Faraday bag, and then also definitely figuring out a way to turn off the breaker panel that connects to our bedroom, and just use. We found that in my bathroom, we can plug everything in my bathroom, wire it into the bedroom, just move it into the bedroom. That shit that we actually need, and it still reduces it by like 10,000 or something.
Yeah, so what we were measuring there was, as I said, the body voltage. So that's the electric field inducing voltage on your body. And your body's like semiconductive, so that's why that happens. It's a great way to get an idea of the EMFs from the power frequencies, from the electrical power in your sleep environment. So what we did was we measured it before and after turning the power off. So you were between 2,000, 3,000 millivolts on your bed, 2 to 3 volts AC. Again, this number in nature should be zero. Nature. So you want it as close to zero as possible. I think my bedroom is like 100 millivolts, 0.1 volts. It's hard to sometimes get below that unless literally all the circuits in your house.
And you're in Wyoming.
Yeah, but again, I think what we talked about here is, for me, that stuff is important. What's external, like, if there's a cell tower nearby, 5G tower, if there's a substation and transmission lines really close by, that's a problem.
Yeah.
But the immediate air environment, what you have with your own technology, is more important almost 99% of the time because it's just that much closer. So we turned the circuit breaker off to your bedroom, and you went from 2 to 3 volts to 0.25 volts on your bed. So it's a 10x reduction in the amount of AC voltage being induced on your body, and that's just by flipping the breaker on. So
what does that actually do to the body, though? All that AC voltage is running through. We know.
We don't.
We have no clue.
We know. We have studies just talking about.
Maybe it should live longer.
Yeah, it could if you harness it correctly. No, the problem is that's pretty.
Crystals,
It's high power stuff. That's 60 volts. 60 hertz and pretty high voltage. Your body's operating on very small scale in terms of the intensity of the fields, the intensity of the currents that are running through it, the intensity of the voltage. So to give you an indication of the voltage, which is a proton gradient across your mitochondrial membrane, is around 150 millivolts. So it's pretty small in comparison to what we have in our lives today. And although that does sum up, because you have trillions of mitochondria in your body, that's debatably what being alive means, is that collective voltage across all your mitochondria and all your cells is like 30 trillion volts. But that's divided across every single mitochondrial membrane. And that's why this is also fascinating, because people might already be listening to this like, what are they talking about? We're talking about how your electromagnetic environment is affecting your biology and affecting your health. And there are a lot of studies out there since, across the whole 20th century showing potential biological effects that are negative, and they span a swath of different end side effects. But it comes down to really like oxidative stress, mitochondrial dysfunction, and the most like electromagnetic activity respective energetic areas of their biology being compromised. And it just happens to coincide with this proliferation of chronic disease, chronic fatigue. And people are maybe not considering this as a large reason for that. And I would say that would be a bit ignorant. And I want to, bring more attention to this topic. But the problem is, it's very, 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 very inconvenient for people to have another toxin to deal with. And one that, guess what? They really can't do anything about, and they probably have the least consent to overall, and is what's powering our lives.
It's also the one that's the least obvious.
It's invisible.
It's invisible. It's so easy to forget about.
Intangible, invisible, unless you are an engineer or a physicist or took high level like physics in high school, you probably don't even know what an electromagnetic field is. And that's kind of why this all gets buried into the conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat, and blue subject. But reality, it's pure science. It's pure physics.
And what are these lights you brought in here?
I brought some portable incandescent lights because I wasn't satisfied with the lighting environment. So I do that when I travel. It's great because incandescent lights, in my opinion, healthiest lights.
Obama banned those, right?
Yeah, they've been on the chopping block for a while now, so they're banned from manufacturing in the United States. There's a 45 lumen per watt efficiency standard by the Department of Energy. So that is measuring the amount of brightness versus the amount of power that's required to power the bulbs. The
Department of Energy.
Yeah, and that's
The same company that was renamed 3 times after it was originally called the Manhattan Project.
sure. Yeah,
The company that made the fucking atomic bomb.
Department of Energy.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's crazy.
But the problem is they have a standard that is completely ignorant of the fact that infrared light is vitally important for our biology and our health and all life on this planet. Sunlight is 50 to 55% infrared light from an energy perspective, 70% infrared light from a photons per second perspective. And when we switch to LEDs, that goes to 0. When we're inside behind energy efficient glass, a lot of that gets filtered out. So what I like to do with incandescents, Steve's pulling up some nice spectrums here.
Yeah, this is what you were showing to the house.
Yeah, we measure it with the spectrometer. It's rich in long wavelength, low energy light that is very, very beneficial for our biology. It does things like stimulate melatonin production in the mitochondria to actually balance the oxidative response from higher energy wavelengths, such as blue, violet, and UV. And we're deficient in infrared light. So the incandescents put that back. So I'm a much bigger fan of incandescent infrared maxing as opposed to blocking blue light during the day.
Yeah.
And
So you were just at my house and you gave me a new incandescent bulb, one of my lamps. And when you first scanned the lamp with the LED bulb, it looked exactly like the one on the left. With that huge blue spike. And when he did it with the incandescent bulb, it looked exactly like the one on the right. And when we went outside in the sunlight, it looked more like the incandescent chart on the right.
well, it looked like the one on the left here that's
right.
sunlight, which is full spectrum. So you get a lot of violet, you get ultraviolet, you get everything. You get everything from ultraviolet to infrared. And these spectrometer images don't even capture most of the infrared spectrum. The infrared spectrum goes from like 750 nanometers to tens of micrometers. Like it's very vast, and the visible spectrum is very narrow. It's like 300 nanometers. So the majority of what we're taking in from sunlight is infrared. But
Steve, if we lit our studio with these incandescent lights, what would be the downside?
it would cost money.
So I mean, I've lit tons of studios, and it just takes like hundreds and thousands of watts. Like, so if I were to use, for the key light back there, I'd probably use a 2K or a couple 1Ks, like minimum. That'd probably be probably a 2K or maybe.
And they
4,000
get really
watts.
hot, right? Yeah, that is the infrared light. It's not as great down here in Florida, but in Wyoming, when it's too cold for me to work outside or it's like snowing or something, I have a 250 watt chicken lamp, which is just a 250 watt incandescent bulb next to my indoor work setup, and I just blast that on me all day long. It makes such a difference. Yeah, it's such a difference. And you were talking about red light therapy. Well, we were talking about a little bit about your house, the red LEDs and the red light panels. Those are great, sure, photobiomodulation, but they're like 2 wavelengths, or 3 maybe. Whereas the sun is all of the wavelengths, in the visible, so many wavelengths in the infrared. So I'm a big fan of broad spectrum lights. And
Jeff was in here and he was like, you guys are, you need to take the roof off this building, open up that wall. You guys are blowing it.
You could just open the windows.
There's no window. We're in a spaceship. You notice?
Yeah, that's kind of tricky. Yeah.
I tried the best I could. We have full spectrum cinema LED.
You know what I like here? That we're not being assaulted with some like high-powered LED or fluorescent lights.
Just that light.
Yeah, and that's not bad at all. Like I think this is much better, and it won't be as draining as being blasted with those typical bright lights you have in the studio. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the trade-off, and it's crazy because it's all about energy efficiency. When that energy that's invisible and therefore contributing nothing to brightness, which is driving those standards, is so important for our health. And those standards, the DOE is going to 120 lumens per watt in 2028, unless the new administration changes that. So I would say
DOE is going to 120 lumens per watt. What does that mean in English?
it means it's the standards for efficiency are tripling and how stringent they are by 2028. So even current solutions that just get by, like warmer LEDs, or there's optics engineer who I'm great friends with, who's done a lot of this research on infrared, named Scott Zimmerman. He has a company that does a hybrid LED and infrared bulb that will no longer be legal because they have tripled the standard. So even the current LEDs are not efficient enough. So what does that mean?
This episode is brought to you by Square, the all-in-one point-of-sale payment and inventory system.
If people are the most, bright and most efficient wavelengths, the high energy blue, violet, green, so that there's going to be more of those wavelengths and less of the lower energy, longer wavelengths to balance that. So it's just going to be more distorted, more unbalanced, and worse for them.
Can you search for something about the Department of Energy with light bulbs and wattage output mandates? Find something about that. That's fascinating that they would be putting this stuff into place. U.S. Department of Energy finalized new energy efficiency standards for general service lamps, which include common residential and commercial light bulbs, take effect in July 2028. Wow. For newly produced bulbs, the standards will require bulbs to produce more than 120 lumens. Spot on, bro. Up to the current standard of 45 lumens per watt. These updated standards are expected to save American families $1.6 billion annually on household energy costs and reduce harmful greenhouse gas emissions over 30 years. The DOE projects these standards will save Americans more than $27 billion on utility bills and cut 70 million metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions. Holy shit.
But it's nonsense, because guess what happened in the last 20 years? We have so much more light at night. So even though we've switched from incandescent to LEDs, yes, they're more efficient, we're using just way more lights. So we're pretty much like just net neutral in terms of we haven't really saved any energy. We haven't saved any money. We just have more efficient lights, and we use more lights like throughout the day. Whereas if we switch back to incandescents, and again, who needs that many lights on during the day? You shouldn't really. Let's get more, natural light from the outdoors, and then at nighttime, you just have some low-powered incandescents. It's really such a narrative spin, and of course, the entire energy efficiency, greenhouse gas situation is it's a giant ploy to just move to this like higher efficiency, smarter life, but it's at such a cost.
So the Department of Energy used to be called the Atomic Energy Commission, and before that, it was called the Manhattan Project.
I didn't know.
This is the same people who made the fucking thermonuclear bomb, bro.
Well, it's not the same thing. It's like 7 years before.
Well, it's the same organization.
Corruption. I mean, every three-letter agency, we can talk about that. It's the FCC. It's all the same.
So
this is like, okay, I'm trying to see if I could play the devil's advocate here and see like what would be the downside.
The devil's advocate, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I asked a coworker in San Francisco.
Yeah.
He said their price per kilowatt hour is 45 cents. That's insane. That
For these.
for electricity, they're paying 45 cents a kilowatt hour. So I don't know if you ever looked at your electricity, but
I have no idea.
you're probably paying 10 to 15 cents a kilowatt hour, which is
Okay.
like a reasonable amount. So they're basically paying 3x what you're paying in electricity. So to put incandescents in their house is going to cost a lot more money. Again, if they have their lights on all the time, like 45
Why are they
cents,
paying 45 cents?
because the utility companies and
In San Francisco.
in California are a joke. That's why. Yeah, and utility companies in general, it's this weird, public service utility for a public good. They're quasi private companies. So it's the same thing like in Europe right now. With all the natural gas issues and the Russia-Ukraine war, the price of electricity in like Germany is similar. It's like 40 to 60 cents a kilowatt hour. So they banned incandescents a long time ago, and it's all about energy efficiency. Yeah. But it's not practical, and that's where the whole energy generation and energy consumption conversation is so important for society. But we should not be compromising, because no one is acknowledging how important light is for our health. And if we just put time outside or got more outside light indoors, then we wouldn't even have to worry about how efficient our lights actually are. And at what cost? $1.6 billion. Okay, how many people have chronic disease? How much does that cost?
Right. Way more than that. So, what is the lowest hanging, most obvious thing that these lights are doing to us that we know of, that's been like studied or is being investigated or has been written about, whatever, or that interested you?
The good or the bad?
The bad lights? Yeah. What is like those? So if they do implement those lights, with the new, highest, most energy efficient blue lights possibly ever created by human beings, and we're not allowed to use these kind of lights, what would happen to the human body?
We would just have more oxidative stress, more mitochondrial dysfunction, which leads to pretty much all chronic diseases, because it's unbalanced. Like I said, the higher energy wavelengths are higher energy, so they come at a cost at the cellular level. So blue light blue light's vitally important for our biology. We go outside in the morning, blue light so wakes us up. It stimulates cortisol production, suppresses melatonin in the moment, and it provides a more dopaminergic response. Like go and do stuff, seize the day, hunt, gather food, etc. So it's very important. But all of that, and then the ultraviolet, which is also extremely important for our biology, but it happens to also have this oxidative response. The red and the infrared, longer wavelengths, penetrate deep into our cells. They stimulate melatonin production, which is the master antioxidant, and it cleans up all of the free radicals and a lot of the oxidative stress that's being occurred from the higher energy wavelengths. And melatonin even upregulates glutathione and other antioxidants. It's a miracle. I mean, it's agreed upon pretty much that melatonin's like anti-cancer. But now, what like Scott Zimmerman and these researchers found, it's not just about what you're producing at night from a melatonin perspective. It's about what you're producing during the day from exposure to mostly near infrared light. When you're inside all day, you're getting no infrared light.
Is it true that in the morning when you're outside during the sunrise, I guess it's a couple hours in the morning before the UVB light kicks in, where you're getting that red light from the sunrise produces that melanopsin, is that right? Which also produces melatonin that automatically with our body, with the circadian rhythm, when you get that light in your eyes in the morning, it knows 12 hours later you're going to start putting you to sleep.
Yeah, so light is the main input signal to set our circadian rhythms. And out of all the light, blue light is the main sight giver or time giver. So blue light is the main clock signal for our bodies. And that's because of melanopsin. That's because of the photoreceptors, how they've been designed. And that's why it's so important. But
so what if I just woke up at 6 a.m. and just put my phone in my face?
That would wake you up, but because it's so stressful and not balanced, so that's the cost here. It's an unbalanced spectrum. So you never get blue without red and infrared. You never get UV without red and infrared. And they've done studies in isolation looking at just blue light, and it damages the mitochondria in the retina. They die off at a far higher rate. The oxidative stress, free radical production skyrockets. And then they've also done it with red light as well, and that has actually a positive effect. So you never get one without the other in nature, and that's all we need to do. And that's why like incandescents are great, because they're adding back in infrared to the indoors.
That's a crazy thing that I've noticed and read about over the last couple of years, is how that red light therapy, those light panels, can actually reverse poor eyesight and regenerate visual neurons.
Yeah, it's insane. And if we got outside, and we can do that too. And it's just the whole indoor environment being toxic from a light perspective, EMF perspective, and just spatial perspective. Like our eyes, you could say that eyes are kind of the most prevalent health issue in the world today because of modern technology. I mean, in East Asia, they have like 90% rates of myopia for young kids. And that's 990. That's insane. And it's because we're indoors all day, looking at devices 6 to 12 inches in front of us that simultaneously have a lot of blue light and no red infrared. So that's the cost, really. And then there's a flicker component as well to LEDs. So that's an underrated stressor to me, but pretty much all LEDs are flickering at a certain frequency. I would say overhead lighting, the flicker is not as bad as from your phone screen. Phones are above and beyond the worst.
Right.
So if you've ever wondered why staring at your phone is way worse than staring at your MacBook, it's because of the flicker. It's not just because of the blue light. Because the frequency they use to, the reason why it flickers is because that's what's used to control brightness. So they use an electronics control mechanism called pulse width modulation, and that controls the brightness. So instead of just lowering the amount of current that goes through the diode, that emitting diode, instead they turn it on and then they turn it off. So that has a more consistent output of like color, especially at lower brightness, and just a higher precision for control. So instead of literally the dimmer switch just turning it down in terms of current, like you would with normal things, it's literally just cycling it on and off and increasing the amount of time off versus the amount of time on to get to lower brightness. And on phones, that's happening at a frequency in the hundreds of hertz range, which is just above visual perception, and it drives your brain and eyes crazy. And this is known side effects. You can look up like electrical engineering standards, even agreed. Flickering LEDs causes eye strain, headaches, migraines, aggravates symptoms in ASD, autism children, panic attacks, anxiety. And guess what? Every single phone display and pretty much every LED light is powered or is controlled with pulse width modulation. So I'm an electrical engineer by degree, who became obsessed with health because I went to many concussions. I played soccer in college, so most of them from that, and then the last one that put me over the edge, I didn't even know I was concussed, just like passed out, hit my head, did everything wrong in that acute recovery phase. So went down the rabbit hole, and I was fascinated with health. And you know, my mom's from Austria. I grew up in the outdoors, like I love the outdoors, and just kept going down these rabbit holes and realized quickly that we're just so disconnected from nature, and that's a large reason why we're so unhealthy. And that there's a big electromagnetic, piece to this conversation. Like I started with the food, I started with the plastics. I wrote a book half about regenerative agriculture and food, and then I just was like, hey, these people online are talking about EMFs and grounding and stuff, and honestly, they don't know what they're talking about because they've never clearly taken physics course. Right. And I see these like pendants and neutralizers.
If I had $1 for every fucking influencer I talked about grounding on my Instagram feed, that'd be
it's blown up now. It's blown up now. And for me, I was like, wow, I have an opportunity here. I'm an electrical engineer to actually bridge these worlds of electromagnetism and biology, because all the electrical engineers and physicists are just in their lane, and then the biology doctors' lane, they don't cross at all. And I just got really fascinated and started reading a lot of this research on these topics, and just it made sense as to why on my own, the more time I spent outdoors, the more time I spent in an environment closer to what exists in nature, the better I felt. And then, 14 months ago, I had Arjun on my podcast, and he's, talked about daylight. He's like, oh, this is what I'm meant to do. And then joined him immediately because I was like, this is the last piece. We can eat cleaner food, we can wear, natural fiber clothing, we can get outdoors more. But to me, technology is the most pervasive environmental toxin that exists, and we have literally no alternative. So that's what we're trying to fix at daylight.
Credit card debt has reached an all-time high, and it's trapping Americans, making it harder to pay off. But there's one company that has become the light at the end of the tunnel, and that's American Finance. Prices for the last few years have been and continue to be high, and most people, unfortunately, have to reach for credit cards to cover bills and expenses. But this is not sustainable. American Financing is helping homeowners pay off their high-interest debt by using the equity in their home. American Financing is a family-owned mortgage lender that's been growing like crazy, and it's licensed in all 50 states. Their mortgage consultants are salary-based, so there's no incentive to put you in a loan that won't work. Their customers save on average $800 a month, and they don't charge any upfront or hidden fees. You may be able to close in as fast as 10 days, and may even be able to delay the mortgage payments up to 2 months during the process, creating an extra bonus in savings up front. You can join hundreds of thousands of happy customers with meaningful savings by going to American Financing. Pretty cool if you ask me. Go to AmericanFinancing.net/Jones to get the best deal. There's no scientific peer-reviewed studies that have happened in regards to exposing people to these radio frequencies, EMFs, 5G, all of this stuff, right?
There's sort of that's partially false and partially true, which pretty much means the same thing, I guess. There's been so many studies on electromagnetic fields having biological effects, thousands. If you saw the clip from RFK talking on Rogan,
oh yeah,
that there are thousands of
5G
studies.
crosses the blood-brain barrier.
Yeah. Well, that study was from Alan Frey, 1975, was funded by the U.S. Navy for 15 years because guess who was interested in radar and microwaves? The military. So that's where a lot of this research in the 50s, 60s, 70s was all from the military, and they were interested. And there was some, sidebar DARPA stuff to look at what was going on in the Russian embassy, which we can talk about. But really, he found a lot of biological effects at low power density, and it just so happened that the frequencies he was looking at are the same exact frequencies being used for telecommunications today. There's no way we would have known, but they're around 2 to 4 gigahertz. They call it microwaves. They're the same frequency as the radio, communications we use, probably just different modulation techniques, because they're not transmitting data for cell phones or radar equipment. And he found that it opens up the blood-brain barrier. He found that it made rats very docile. He found at a very low power density, he stopped the frog's heart completely. Just exposure to.
Who was doing this?
Alan Frey. He worked for GE, and he went down this rabbit hole because some operator came to him and was like, "Hey man, I can hear the radar." He's like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "No, I can hear the radar. Come check it out." And he could hear it too. And they realized and they figured out that it wasn't from the ears; it was a neurological response from the microwaves. And Alan Frey, and there's this whole debate, literally a microwave debate in the 70s about this stuff, especially because the Russian embassy crisis, people kind of got freaked out.
Yeah,
and then there was another thing with ionizing radiation where TVs that GE made unfortunately had X-ray exposure by accident. So then the public became very distrusting of technology for a little bit. And then they kind of was a big deal. Someone wrote a book called Zapping of America, Paul Brodeur, and then it kind of just went away. They're after the 70s, just swept it under the rug, and no one's connected the dots since. And now they're well, there's been no studies on 4G and 5G, but a lot of biological effects have been studied for the same exact frequencies for decades. And there's thousands of studies even since 1990 that are showing harmful biological effects. Thousands. But they're mostly on rodents. A lot of them are epidemiological. It's really hard to do studies on people with electromagnetic fields. And some of the population-based studies that they've done have been, pretty damning.
How deep into the Bannon syndrome stuff? Like the people that have these symptoms of like really bad tinnitus, their ears ringing, and like hearing that crazy migraine, it's like unbearable migraine that were in the embassy in Cuba as well in Moscow that experienced this stuff.
Signal in the Moscow embassy, I've read a lot about that, and that was basically, it's funny, this was like a big topic during the Cold War, because Russia was very much aware or like stringent on electromagnetic fields, and they had 1,000 times stricter thresholds for microwave radio frequency safety. And they, were in a Cold War, and for whatever reason, they decided to mock the U.S. and blast the embassy, the U.S. embassy in Moscow, for over 15 years. I think it was maybe 20 years, with a quote-unquote low intensity signal in the microwave range, 2.5 to 4 gigahertz, which is exactly, your Wi-Fi is at 2.4 gigahertz. Your phone in 5G midband is operating roughly in that area.
So the difference is these were directed, right? These were shooting like a gun out of some sort of
No, it was just like it was just being beamed from like a building onto the U.S. embassy.
Oh, like a big wide.
Like this wasn't like, hey, we're doing this. This was like what, like they never have admitted to this day that they did this.
Right.
So
we have no idea how they actually. Like
exactly.
It didn't. This like I would imagine that if I was some like the Russian intelligence agency KGB, and I knew that the CIA was right across the street, we'd go in the building, and we'd get some sort of like crowd control device that shot fucking 5G right at the building at a certain, because it was directed at certain floors.
Yeah, I think
like
so.
It was only certain floors where people had those really bad symptoms.
Yeah, and they did some weird, like, the U.S. kind of freaked out, but they couldn't tell anybody because they were like, well, it's under our safety threshold.
Yeah.
So they're in like a catch-22.
Yes.
And they start doing these side projects like Project Pandora, Project Bizarre. Project Pandora was, they took a couple monkeys and tested it with like 5 microwatts per centimeter squared, which is 50% of the U.S.'s current safety threshold. And they were just trying to figure out, like, is this actually dangerous? And that's really high, by the way. That's like maybe the peak transmission of your cell phone for 1 second. They blasted these monkeys for 10 hours a day, and for 10 to 12 days straight. And on like the 10th, 11th, 12th day, the monkeys would straight up fall asleep, like standing up. They would just be like zombies. They were performing all these tasks, apparently. And then eventually on like the 10th, 11th, 12th day, they would just like basically be asleep, but not asleep. And then every time they did it, like they let them recover, and then they would do it again. It was a shorter time, and then eventually they just stopped the studies, and the monkeys like never technically recovered. But that's not, I'm going to say that's not indicative of like normal cell phone exposure.
It's way more. Yeah.
But you should be pretty concerned.
Sure.
Like in any capacity that exists. And then there's some more studies. They ran some blood work, and they didn't really tell people. And eventually, people figured it out and like broke the news, and it was a big deal. But it was so inconclusive that no standards, nothing was really changed at all.
Right. And there was also the Philadelphia experiments that were done in the U.S., where they were shooting like frequency beams at some of the sailors that were on the ships and the Navy guys.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with that one, but there's a lot of crazy.
The Cold Dude was like one of the craziest, most sci-fi dystopian periods in America, bro.
And that's where people are like, oh, there's all this like, MK Ultra stuff. I'm like, this was for war. They were just trying to figure out and get the upper hand. And a lot of progress was made. A lot of
to the moon.
Crazy stuff was going on. I'll say that. But what I want to say is there is no shortage of evidence that there's potential biological effect. It's just the context.
No shortage of evidence.
No, I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds of studies from that time period. Even more if you want to look at actually the Russian studies, which are way more, I would say fair in terms of how they're measuring effects. Because what you're saying with like Havana syndrome, Russia acknowledged, I think it's called like asthenia or what we call today hyper-electrosensitivity, that there is a repercussion from overexposure long-term to electromagnetic fields. And it's funny, two of the pioneers of technology in the early 20th century, Nikola Tesla and Marconi, the radio guy. Marconi, at the end of his life, had like 5 heart attacks in 10 years. And it was literally, on radio transmission all day. And Tesla was always playing around with stuff, and he literally went crazy in his later years, died poor. And if you look at it from, an unbiased perspective, you would say that for sure both of them had electro-hypersensitivity or some sort of electromagnetic related condition, because they were just, their nervous systems and bodies were fine.
Wow. What is this phone game thing that you keep up about? In France, there's some sort of thing about phones being labeled.
Yeah, there's that. There's a lot. I would say the phone gate is they basically tested all these phones, and the manufacturing radiation emissions, the SAR readings were not accurate. They were higher than they should have been, like 90% of the phones. So it's just a blatant lie from the tech industry. And that phone specifically, I think it was almost all major smartphones. But the problem is even that whole metric, specific absorption rate, how they go about that. What they're doing is they're measuring the energy, the quote unquote energy being absorbed by your body from cell phone radiation. That I think came about in the 80s originally, and then implemented more so in the late 90s as wireless technology emerged. And it's purely based on calculations of like tissues. And you know what they do the testing on? They do the testing on a 6'2", 220-pound adult biodome. So there's no real testing going on in terms of it being indicative of like a real human using the product. So to me, that whole metric and that system is flawed in every which way possible. And if you want to get even more like upset, if you go into your settings of your phone, you can literally go into like legal and regulatory guidelines, RF exposure, and there's a very cleverly crafted statement from every smartphone, consumer electronics product device manufacturer that says like, don't hold this product on your body. Like, use 5 millimeters of separation to
How do I find that?
reduce RF exposure. Go into settings.
Okay. Let's do it right now. Settings.
Legal.
Legal and regulatory?
Yeah, and then go to RF exposure.
RF exposure.
And you can read like, to reduce the exposure to RF energy, use the hands-free options such as speakerphone, headphones, and there's a much longer.
The last paragraph. To reduce exposure to RF energy, use hands-free options such as the built-in speakerphone, headphones, over similar accessories. Cases with metal parts may change the RF performance of the device, including its compliance with the RF exposure guidelines, in a manner that has not been tested or certified. Wow. But although this device has been tested to determine radio frequency exposure compliance in each band of operation, not all bands are available in your area. Bands are dependent on your service provider's wireless networks. That's another thing I wanted to ask you about. What about the wireless Bluetooth headphones? Those super toxic?
They're 2.4 gigahertz as well. So it's the same frequency as your Wi-Fi, just below a microwave oven. I think
I saw a clip on the Huberman podcast where he's interviewing, I think it's a brain neurosurgeon.
the Neuralink guy, right?
Is that who that was? No. It wasn't the guy who had Neuralink. Or no, it wasn't the guy who had the brain chip. This guy was like an actual neurosurgeon. And he was asking about radio frequencies. And he asked the guy like what he thought about those headphones. I don't know if it's not a big deal. So they put out such a little bit, it wouldn't make a difference.
That's true. But guess where they're located?
In your head.
In your ear canal.
Right.
Zero distance. Not even zero distance. It's almost like even closer than your phone would be, right? Because it's in your ear. So it's very true that Bluetooth is low energy, low power. That's the whole glamour of Bluetooth. It's like low power. It's amazing. In electrical engineering, like everyone loves Bluetooth, even though it's kind of like for connectivity and stuff, it's kind of a pain in the ass. seamless, right? Like things are always connecting, disconnecting. Apple has, made it seamless because they have the hardware and the accessory. Every other Bluetooth accessory doesn't get Apple's kind of protocols. That's why they're a lot more annoying to connect, by the way. So yeah, but if you measure, the EMF meter like we use today on AirPods at the distance they are exposed to your head, because they're zero distance. It's like the same as standing like a foot away from a microwave oven, or actually worse. So it's very much. I would be concerned. I would say because of the duration and the distance. It's all part of the equation here. Yeah, you have the distance, you have the intensity of the field, and then the duration of the exposure. I've looked at a ton of studies. A lot of the studies have harmful effects over some duration of exposure being like chronic. So again, if it's just like 10 minutes or 20 minutes, that's really not what we're talking about here. We're talking about 24/7, 365. We're in a Wi-Fi bath. We never turn our phone off. It's always on our body. We have the AirPods in. It's a layer on top of a layer on top of a layer of an EMF toxic cake. And that's my issue with it. I could make the debate that says if you wear AirPods to take a phone call and your phone is on the other side of the room, that would actually maybe be better, because the phone is typically the highest source of RF.
Versus having it up to your
that is the worst. The phone up to your ear is by far the highest amount of RF radiation exposure. Wired headphones would be better. You could even say that wired headphones have some conductive material. They have a neodymium magnet that has a DC static magnetic field in them as well, which is not ideal.
So they're a little bit better, not much.
They're better. Air tube headphones exist, but they have like the most atrocious user experience. They're horrible. Yeah, they're horrible. So it's imperfect everywhere. If you, I think, are more diligent about how you use your phone, don't keep it on your body when it's on, especially next to reproductive organs or next to your head, and you want to use AirPods for a couple hours a day, like, be my guest. All I'm saying is this all adds up, and we're never giving our body a break. But what we did at your house today was what? We optimized your sleep environment. So that's when you actually have a chance to recover, to repair your cells, to get into autophagy, to get into apoptosis, clean up the, damaged cells, and that is what we're not getting because of the blue light at night, because of the disrupted circadian rhythm, and because we have all these stressors like Wi-Fi or cell phone, high amount of electrical power, EMFs in our bedroom all the damn time.
What have you noticed as far as like a change? Can you like actually feel a change in the way you feel during the day after getting rid of all the shit that you're sleeping?
The opposite. I feel it when I'm back in an environment that is high enough.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It's like with everything toxic, you typically don't feel an amazing response when you cut something out, but when you add it back in, your body's like, well.
Yeah, so like it becomes normal, right? You're just used to that feeling better, and then you get back into the shitty environment. It's like, oh, shit.
And then conversely, when you go back to the good environment after being in a bad one, notice it. Yeah. So for example, I live in central Wyoming, 2,000 person town. So very chill, low EMF, low stress, no traffic. There's barely any people. My house is hardwired. I turn the power off at night. It's great. It's amazing. And then our office for daylight's in San Francisco, and I go there. I was there for 2 weeks last month, and you just feel it. Like you're more on edge. You're just hyperactive, sympathetic, dominant nervous system. You don't sleep as well. You're kind of just, a little fidgety. You're just stressed out. And that's what you feel, this anxious energy. And it's probably a combination of a lot of stuff. And then I go back to Wyoming for the first time, like 2 weeks later, and I walk around the block, and it's like, I just took a deep breath. And I was like, okay, wow. Like, I actually feel like I can relax. And that's what it is. It's this background stressors that are really just keeping us on edge. And that's so draining to our biology. It's so fatiguing for our cells to never actually fully be in a parasympathetic state and execute biological functions. We're always in fight or flight. And over time, that results in, a bad outcomes at a cellular level. And it's a mitochondrial toxin is what most of these studies, there's thousands of studies, almost all of them point to oxidative stress, mitochondrial damage, and you see it because it proliferates in the most energetic, genetically rich, dense, mitochondrial dense tissues, which is your heart, your brain, and reproductive organs. And that's where a lot of these studies and issues.
That's another thing that I was reading. Was that there was a study that was based on these EMFs and heart cancer in, I think it was mice or something. And that was, they were exposed to were they exposed to like 5G or was it 4G? Do you know what that one was?
Yeah, it's the National Toxicology Program. They ran multi-year studies, spent $25 million to, there's been a lot of studies where people spend a lot of money.
Right.
And this is a government agency coming from the Department of Human Health and Services. And they looked at, it was 2G and 3G frequencies and modulated signals, which is, again, we can talk about what 5G actually is, but we still use a lot of those signals. It's very much indicative of the cell phone exposure. I think it was for a normal amount of time per day, like 10, 12 hours. And there was clear evidence of tumors in the hearts of male rats. There was some evidence of tumors in the brains and another area of the body. And that was the conclusion. And then guess what happened? Nothing. They just cut the funding, no follow-up studies. There's so many, conflicting media articles published on that.
Yeah.
And that's just one that's happened so many times. People are always like, the studies are inconclusive. But guess what's happened over the last 20 to 30 years? The telecom industry has funded so many shoddy studies. So you're like, oh yeah, so many. This is, I think, the worst industry where this occurs. And there's people like Dr. Henry Lai, who at the University of Washington put together these comprehensive reviews. And he literally has a Google Drive of thousands of studies where he's tried to filter out. And one of the first reviews he put together, he did 350 studies, and he found, I think, it was 55 to 60% showed harmful biological effects. It was kind of almost 50-50. But then when he subdivided them into who was funded independently and who was funded by industry, it was 70% of the independent studies showed harmful biological effects, and 25 to 30% funded by industry showed harmful biological effects. And then more and more people did the same thing, and they found the same conclusions. UC Berkeley in 2010 did a review of all the industry-funded studies, and were like, these are inadequate. These are studies that are not even using real cell phones for their studies. They're using simulated frequencies. So it's insane. And
Here to get better results, of course.
because what is the worst outcome for the telecom industry? We're talking, the OG ones like Motorola and now Verizon, AT&T, and of course the big tech, device companies. Really, the telecom giants. This could really hamper, and it's happened since the 90s. That Dr. Henry Lai guy in 2006 found that radio frequency cell phone exposure causes DNA strand breaks, and then Motorola went on this smear campaign. It was like, no, that's not what it is. Dr. Henry Lai, L.A.
Henry Lai, and then how we respond on DNA strain.
Yeah, DNA strand break or EMF exposure summary. And the reason why I've never heard this or no one's talking about this is so many of these researchers basically got canceled. So everyone, like Alan Frey, funding pulled. There was Milton Zorit before him in the 60s who was proving that EMFs cause cataracts. That was the first known. Cataracts was the first known side effect of EMFs besides thermal, increasing the temperature of your body. And then it was actually testicular damage in the 60s as well, which they covered up. They both got canceled. Robert O. Becker, Andrew Marino, they went on 60 Minutes. Robert O. Becker did. They got canceled.
Henry Lai's research has shown that exposure to a 60 hertz magnetic field at intensities of 0.1 to 5 millitesla for 2 hours can cause an increase in DNA single and double strand breaks in brain cells of rats. So, okay, what would a 60 hertz magnetic field in the 0.1 to 0.5 millitesla range be equivalent to in the real world?
So that's 60 hertz is power frequency, so that's what's coming out of your outlet. That's so what's that? 100 milligauss. That's probably being 6 to 12 inches away from your power outlet, pretty close. Maybe even closer.
We're up sitting in my bed.
Yeah, you'd have to be really close to it, or live very close to high voltage transmission line. The more damning one for me There's one that even goes further back, is actually that there's a statistically significant increased risk of childhood leukemia at 4 milligauss. So that's, like 100 times.
What is it milligal?
A milligauss is just another measure of power flux density, which is magnetic field. So if I converted that,
So they found out that childhood leukemia rates were. How did they do that? How did they measure this?
it was epidemiological research that correlated it, but it was reproduced. So it's actually a crazy story what happened, because there was, and it comes back to Robert O. Becker as well. So basically, the Navy was trying to build this antenna in Michigan and then Wisconsin for submarine communication. That was called Project Sanguine. Eventually, like, they renamed it 4 times because the public kept freaking out about it. Because the Navy asked Robert O. Becker and a few other scientists to review the current research on low-frequency EMFs and their biological impact. And they looked at that time in the 70s at the existing research, and they concluded that there were potential harmful effects, mostly from power line data, and yeah, there's some correlated stuff. Sorry, I'm distracted. And they recommended that the Navy, not proceed forward, or proceed with caution, because there was existing evidence that showed low frequency EMFs could be harmful to biology. Although the Navy's antenna they wanted to build was like thousands of times lower intensity than all the power lines and the exposure to power lines. And then the Navy kind of covered that up. They didn't tell anybody. And then they just were like, yeah, this is safe. And then Robert O. Becker went on 60 Minutes and made this big public outcry about it. And, then the public kind of was freaked out. So they boycotted it, got moved to Wisconsin, etc. And then Robert O. Becker went back to his home state of New York and started, petitioning against this new power line project that was going to be built, because he thought it would be unsafe based on the distance that they were putting into it. And he started doing his own studies on rats, and they found some multi-generational issues with birth rates and health concerns in rats. And then someone from North Carolina, I think her name was Nancy Wertheimer or something, came out and it said 4 milligauss is like a threshold for statistically significant increased risk of childhood leukemia because of proximity transmission lines. Then the New York State Power Lines Project were like, we're going to fund the study. It's going to be like $20 million to disprove it. They had this whole thing, and then guess what? They came up with the same result. They actually admitted it. They admitted it, and then you know what they said? They said, well, it's too late. We're going to set the safety threshold to 100 milligauss because the public has already taken this safety concern. That's their problem. And they've done nothing. Jesus, that was in the late 70s. Yeah, I did my notes up there. Yeah, Nancy's study at only 3 milligauss in 1979. The utility-funded studies in 1987, which confirmed her results. And then they were like, "Yeah, sorry, the public has accepted this risk." And then there was guys in the 90s. This guy R.P. Liberty that showed more studies for 60 hertz fields proliferating cancer cells, suppressing melatonin. And then the New York Times said that this guy made up his results, even though he graphed one table and slightly graphed the right results. A lot of every decade there's been massive EMF debate, and nobody knows about this. So most of the literature I'm reading, I wish I could have sent more stuff. It's all from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and then so you just have to apply that today. Well, because first off, the power transmission exposure is exactly the same. Nothing has changed. We still have 60 hertz. We have the same exact power. The same exact power. But guess what? Now we have 5G towers. Yeah, but we also have way more stuff just plugged in power. Yeah. And then on top of that, we have wireless technology. We have the AirPods in our ears and the Meta VR glasses on. I have a buddy who he walks around all day with this. He's got a prescription Meta glasses, and he films everything in fisheye, connects to his phone. Dude, it's insane. I wonder what those Elon Musk brain chips are doing to people.
Well, I mean, not many people have it, but like, so say you were one of the medical people that got paralyzed, how to get that chip installed. I wonder how that thing, like in your brain, inside the brain.
We just don't know. And, you know, from reading Robert Becker's work, we know that the human body is operating at very, very low intensity, like currents and fields. So any of this exposure, even this low level exposure, a lot of this research actually, it's not linear. It's not dose dependent. Like higher is always worse. Actually, for magnetic fields, and what really blew everyone's mind, in my mind, like 3 to 4 milligauss is nothing. That's like if I'm sitting in the front passenger seat of my Forerunner, I'm getting like 2 to 4 milligauss from the alternator. Like that's
I was gonna ask you that too. I was gonna say, do you have some super old car with like not a lot of electronics?
If you want the lowest EMF car, you should buy like a 1999 Camry or something. You know, 4-cylinder.
What's the best truck that's low EMF? Do you think?
I mean, something that's older would have less electronics in it,
The older the better.
but the alternator is actually going to generate magnetic fields. And again, I wouldn't worry about your car. I would worry about like your phone that's next to you in your lap as you're driving.
Right.
I mean, there's little you can do about. You're not going to go shield your alternator. They probably could figure out a way to do that, but that's, you know, I'm not a fan of Teslas, of course, because they have a tremendous amount of magnetic field exposure. Plus, screens everywhere. Plus, they have the semiconductor content is really good. Well, the batteries have to be converted to run an AC induction motor, and whenever you're converting power, like the alternator, like the inverter traction inverters that are used to convert the DC batteries that can run the AC induction motor, tremendous amount of EMF exposure. Even solar inverters, like, you know, if you're running an off-grid homestead and you're converting DC to AC, you want to be cognizant of your inverter, because that's going to be high power. Converting electricity is high EMF.
Have you ever run your equipment inside of Tesla?
No, I've never. But people have sent me videos. I want to. It'd be cool. But it's really hard because, like you saw in your house, measuring radio frequencies is a bit challenging. I'm like, is your Bluetooth off? Is that off? The baseline is very high, so you need to make sure everything is clean. And I'm not gonna lie, I've seen videos online of people like measuring Teslas, and I'm like, I'm 90% sure their phone is on when they're recording the video. So
They're recording with their phone, right?
So once that's on airplane mode, people, and you've removed every other variable, you are not measuring something accurately from a radio frequency perspective. And then who knows how close the stuff you're in a public space.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you said 5G, right? It's just everything is additive. We're subtracting nothing, and then everything else around us is getting worse. But there's so much correlative data. There's, you know, tons of studies actually getting into the nitty gritty with rodents. There was a interphone study, so people don't realize that the IARC, which is not some like end-all be-all organization, like magnetic fields and radio frequencies, International Agency of Research on Cancer, they are both classified as possible carcinogens. And when they started first looking into radio frequencies in the late 80s, I think it was the EPA or one of these organizations, they did like a preliminary investigation, and they recommended that it be classified as a probable carcinogen. And then the White House did some like side quest and came up with some data, and they were like, no, don't do that. So there's been a lot of back and forth, but the study that the IARC did, called the Interphone study, was from like 2000 to 2004. They spent millions of dollars to look at cell phone users and brain cancer. And this was 2000 to 2004. Not a lot of people were using cell phones. So there was mixed results, but for heavy users, which was up to 30 minutes a day, heavy user had statistically increased risk of brain cancer. Wow. So that's what I'm saying. It's like you kind of have to make extrapolations from the data that exists, whether it be from the 70s microwaves using frequencies, from phone studies from 20 years ago, because guess who's not studying anything indicative of our actual EMF exposure today? No one. Because no one's going to fund the study. All the researchers who have got canceled, and definitely the industry is not going to publish something that could be potentially harmful. So 5G literally got rolled out with no studies, like nothing.
So 5G is interesting. And 5G is like one of the top conspiracy theories out there. All the craziest, deepest tinfoil hat people like 5G, Moderna vaccine turns off nanobots. But one of the great, like, what I think, I don't know if you ever seen the show Westworld on HBO. Yeah. You see the latest?
It's one of the like few TV shows I've ever watched.
One of my favorite shows of all time. And the last season of it, they have these towers all around the city that like blast out this signal that frees all the robots, so they can go in and make repairs, they can go in and make alterations to their simulation. And I like driving around this town now, and I see 5G towers on every fucking street corner. It reminds me of that. They look similar, and it's like it's hard to avoid thinking about those just crazy conspiracy theories when science fiction shows are literally like utilizing the same sort of form of thing. But like, so when it comes to 5G, correct me if I'm wrong, but in your Substack article, you basically explained that it's way higher frequency and far more dangerous, but it's more localized. It's less like of a widespread thing that blankets.
Yeah, so 5G is complicated because it actually operates in 3 different frequency bands. So it still uses the low frequency, similar bands as 3G and 4G. It's called like the low band, like 800, 900 megahertz to 2 gigahertz. Then there's the sub 6 gigahertz band, which is kind of in between 2.5 gigahertz to 6 gigahertz, which is new, but kind of the in between. And then there's the millimeter waves, which everyone was really concerned about because millimeter waves are like 30, 40, maybe even up to 50 gigahertz. So we're talking about like a 10x increase in frequency, millimeter waves. And that's referring to the wavelength. So frequency and wavelength are inversely related. Okay. So the higher frequency you go, you get higher energy of the wavelength, and then you get a shorter, you get higher energy of the wave, and then you get a shorter wavelength. So that's just like when you get to 30, 40 gigahertz, it's in the millimeter wave territory as opposed to the centimeter wave territory. Because it's just different energies and stuff. And that's a big jump. It's like 10x increase all of a sudden. I've never done this. They're higher energy. So potentially higher energy is a concern. And that's fair. But the problem is, as you alluded to, it's more local. It's really more challenging because the range on the millimeter waves is terrible. They can only go like a few hundred yards before they get eaten up by the water vapor. And they get blocked by trees, they get blocked by buildings because of the characteristics of that frequency. So that's why they have to build these repeater towers everywhere. Else this repeater. Oh, those are the towers. Yeah, 5G towers. You know how like before you would have like one massive tower that's like over town, over there. That's working like almost omnidirectionally, where it's just spewing out like 3G, 4G signals in all angles, just like your Wi-Fi router is. 5G is different because they went to this higher frequency. The only way to really like get anywhere, they have to have a narrow beam width, which when it's more narrow, it's more concentrated. So it's actually higher power. And then they have to have repeater towers. So these smaller towers, these smaller cell stations, all over. So that's why you see them on light posts, on buildings, on like disguised as trees, like literally everywhere. And they have this different look. Look at the paltry one. Yeah, they try and like disguise it, right? And they have these different looks because they have way more antennas on them. So they're using a different frequency. Scale more to the paltry, electronic paltry, less cancer. And that's bad potentially because it's higher power, it's more concentrated. But they really only rolled out millimeter waves where it makes sense. Because it's a massive infrastructure problem. It makes no sense to have like that in suburbs or in rural places.
Can you tell by looking at these towers if it's 5G or 4G or something else? Are there differences? Or are they mostly all 5G?
Well, they're mostly now the newer ones with those like big white rectangular blocks are definitely all 5G.
Actually, I want to back up quick. You can see what you think.
Sure.
Let's take a quick break. All right, we just looked at the 5G tower out back, and we put up your meter next to it.
It is hot. It is not millimeter waves.
Change your hat. You got to your hat change.
We got a podcast. I changed. I'm from the Wyoming-based organic cotton to make America again.
Good. We got to cover all the bases.
Not millimeter waves because you're not in an urban downtown area. So the good thing about 5G millimeter waves, which everyone's the most freaked out about, is because they're so range dependent and very, get eaten up very quickly. They're only ever going to be probably in downtown areas, entertainment centers, airports, big venues. Like a strip
on top of the hotel.
For sure. Where data throughput and bandwidth matters tremendously. Like if you're in a stadium with 100,000 people, they're going to need insane throughput, and it doesn't have to go that far. So that's where they have them on now. All the stadiums, the top of the stadium railings have like 5G repeater towers or cells. So that's a good thing about 5G.
Well, then how come when you're in one of those stadiums, you never have phone service?
Well, that's what they're trying to fix. I haven't been in a sports stadium in a long time, so I can't tell you if it's gotten any better. But also the data throughput now, the amount of garbage we're posting on social media and downloading all the time is just always increasing. So it's like they're always just trying to catch up. And that's what people need to understand, that 5G is just 5th generation wireless technology.
Does it mean gigahertz?
It does not mean gigahertz. It just so happens that 5 gigahertz is in the range of like where 5G mid-band is used. So it's very confusing. And it's very confusing for the layman, because even for me diving into this, there's not a lot of information out there. And there's a lot of people reporting on 5G in 2020, 2021, and not a lot of updates since. But I can tell you, millimeter waves have actively been rolled out every major city in the U.S. for sure, downtown areas, entertainment centers, airports especially, and they're probably never going to be rolled out in suburbia, maybe, and rural areas for sure not. So that's where the mid-band, like 3 to 6 gigahertz, you get the sweet spot of slightly higher frequency, slightly higher data throughput, but you're not, dropping out every 100 yards. So I don't know for sure. This measure, my EMF meter measures 200 megahertz to 8 gigahertz. So that could be mid-band, that could be low-band, but for sure, we went out there, we measured it, we stood like 20 feet away from it. It's hot, but what did you realize? You're like, oh, that's not even as bad as my bedroom.
Right, my bedroom was worse than that.
So,
Next to my baby monitor. That baby monitor, dude, was like sitting next to Chernobyl or something.
not quite, but it was
400,000 on that.
It was about 10 times higher than standing 20 feet away from the cell tower. So that's what I like to tell you people. Distance is everything. And
yes,
I would
it was 10x next to a baby monitor than it was sitting next to a 5G cell phone.
Yes, that's correct.
That is insane.
But also our phones were off out there. If you connected your phone and then it was pinging the tower, again, your phone is the biggest source. Whatever's closest to you is going to be the biggest source. Like that baby monitor was so close to you. Where you're sitting. That's true. That's the problem. Yeah. And that's good. Why? You can't move a cell tower. You can change how you use your technology, how you interact with it. And it is real criminal, I would say, and something I learned and talked about on the Maha podcast was the legislation side of things a bit more. And the Telecommunications Act of 1996, it actually took away the ability for state and local government to have any say in where wireless infrastructure is placed. It's purely a federal decision, and if they give the green light to the industry, they can put towers wherever they want. And that's why you saw the 5G rollout. All of a sudden, there was towers being built everywhere. Nobody could do anything about it. To me,
he leases the guy who owns this, he leases that land for that tower.
Yeah, and it depends maybe on certain agreements, but for this part, there's pretty much say. And that was the most lobbied bill of the time. The wireless industry lobbied $50 million. That was back 30 years ago, and nothing has really changed. That's also coincidentally the last year that wireless technology safety thresholds and guidelines were updated. And that's what RFK, the Children's Health Defense, successfully sued the FCC for being negligent in safety standards and guidelines because they have been updated in over 25 years. 2021, they won the lawsuit. You can look that up. So more details. Children's Health Defense sues the FCC, and RFK Jr. was a presiding attorney there, and they won, but nothing's happened. So I'm really excited to, I was talking to the Maha team, like, is he actually, I think he's actually going to do some stuff on EMFs, because guess what? There's a lot of issues out there. This one's probably the hardest one to tackle, from how sticky the infrastructure situation is. Oh, it's 2022. Oh, no, it's good. You got it. That was the right one. Oh, no, it was 2021. The article.
Okay, so this is the article. Scroll down.
And they made the case for children.
Challenging the FCC's wireless radiation guidelines. August 31st, 2021, a U.S. Court of Appeals of the D.C. Circuit published decisions on the historic case of defense in its landmark case against the Federal Communications Commission, challenging the FCC's decision to not review its health and safety guidelines regarding 5G and wireless technology. The court's decision states that the FCC failed to provide a reasoned explanation for its determination that its current guidelines adequately protect against harmful effects of exposure to radio frequency radiation, and failed to review the extensive scientific evidence, and evidence of existing sicknesses that was filed with the FCC. So nothing's changed. So they won the case, but there's been no sort of extra regulations put on these people, or maybe they just got a shitload more money from it.
Nothing's happened, and that's why I'm really excited to see.
Has RFK talked about any of this stuff, like, in the last 6 months?
He has a little bit, but not a ton. And I don't think it's the start, to be honest. Like, this stuff, it's hard. What is he going to do? You can't just, like, snap your fingers and all of a sudden red 40 dye is gone. That doesn't exist with radio frequencies.
Well, the crazy thing about him is, like, before he got confirmed by the Senate, there was all these senators coming out saying, like, if he starts saying crazy stuff, we're not voting for his ass.
Yeah. He's playing the game. So,
you have to play the game.
You have to play the game.
That's the unfortunate part of the whole thing, because it's got to be so. Who's to say he's not corruptible?
Yeah.
We don't know that. He's never been in that position before.
But just spending time with his team, they told me he is fired up about EMFs, and the Children's Health Defense. Like, they're two big topics. Like, EMFs is just one of them. Vaccines is the other one. To see if there's anything that's going to come of the EMF situation, because it's so hard. What are they going to do? These towers already exist. We're operating on this wireless infrastructure. It's not like they can just switch to something different. They could change the safety thresholds and guidelines. Russia, other Eastern European countries, they do have more stringent standards, and they do have even more stringent standards for, like, schools and hospitals, etc. But I don't think that would make, like, a meaningful change. What I would really like to see is better science, better research. Let's fund some studies from the HHS or the NIH that's simulating what the actual exposure is. Okay, we have a 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi. Danny just made a call on 900 megahertz, and there's another, like, 6 gigahertz band over there. That's a real life exposure, and there's all these different input signals. There's never been a study done like that, and all the industry funded studies are an absolute joke. And then the ones that people have skated by on and are really old are not exactly applied to how technology is working today. So I think that's probably the biggest impact that he can make in the short term. And at Daylight, I'm going to try and reinvent wireless technology. I think we're the same thing. Hopefully we can try it out. Maybe get some research grants to look into, like, what if we use infrared range for wireless data communication? That's an option. Some Wi-Fi actually is a thing. So infrared, it's using infrared terahertz wavelength data communication. But I'm skeptical that even that would be non-harmful to humans. The idea is, so radio frequencies, Danny. If I go to the mountains where I hunt, you know what this says? It says zero. Nothing. This 200 megahertz, 8 gigahertz is completely alien. doesn't exist. Light fidelity.
Whoa, that's light fidelity. Wireless communication technology uses light to transmit data over visible light, ultraviolet, and infrared spectrum.
So potentially,
is available from Hyperion Techs, which features a 940 nm 1W IR LED. It's of course a wideband with 100 kHz to 25 mHz. Okay, well that's 1 watt.
1 watt infrared, 940 nanometers. So it's basically an infrared LED, and they're using it to transmit data, which is cool because the idea is we are used to infrared light. Like that's something the body has taken as an input signal for a long time. So the idea is it would be less harmful potentially than radio frequency, which is completely alien. However, I'm not 100% certain that would still be the case because a lot of the research from the 70s, from Alan Frey, from folks like Dr. Martin Powell, who has looked into like voltage-gated ion channel activation from EMFs, they all say the same thing, that it's not just about the frequency, it's about the modulation. So a frequency is one component, but in order to get the data through, you lay the wave to carry the data to be received by the receiving transceiver. And that is very pulsed. It's very unnatural. Like sunlight and electromagnetic waves in nature are just like continuous waves that don't have modulation techniques applied to them. So you still are going to have to modulate the infrared wave because there needs to be data on the wave, or else like that's the whole point of wireless technology. So I'm curious. I would love to test it. I would love to see research on alternative solutions like that, and that's kind of what's exciting. But there's multifaceted. It's very complicated. We started talking about light. Dude, light's pretty easy. We just need to copy the sun. The rest of the electric spectrum is quite complex, and we haven't even talked about like the Earth's natural magnetic field and resonance, and fields interacting with each other, having a biological effect. There's a lot going on.
So when it comes to the daylight computer, how did you and Arthur get hooked up about it, and then what specifically are you working on in regards to the technology and everything that's going on?
Yeah, so I had Anjan on my podcast last January. My old podcast where I talked about
a year ago, January.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Over a year ago. Decentralized radio. It's called a lot of these researchers that I read their papers. And I just wanted to ask some questions about kind of this electromagnetic stuff. And halfway through the podcast, I was kind of in between. I left my engineering job like 3-4 months earlier. I worked in the semiconductor industry for 5 years, and I'm an electrical engineer, but I went right to more of the business side, product marketing management of the industry, and then was building my health brand, podcasting, and writing, coaching a bit. It's like I don't really know. That's not what I meant to do. I had this kind of very specific skill set. When I met Archie, I was like, oh, this is the most important company in the world to succeed because there is no alternative. No one's building healthcare tech, and I knew it was possible. Like I knew about all this stuff. It was engineering changes that needed to happen. But you're competing with the biggest companies in the world. So the barrier to entry is so high. Archie's like, yeah, we're releasing a product to the market in 6 months or 5 months.
Yeah, but you guys are going in the opposite direction.
Yeah,
so you're not competing with them. You're almost in a completely separate world.
But I know how working chip industry, I knew how hard it is to start it because nobody cares about you. Nobody cares about you. Everyone's doing hundreds of thousands, millions and millions of units. So when you're a small guy, it's so hard to get started. So I knew it from that perspective as well. And then I jumped on board. I was like working full time. So I started just like health marketing stuff. He didn't even know like what exactly I did in the past, but I slowly just took on more and more, and now I'm head of operations and marketing. So kind of like running a company a bunch of.
It's such an exciting product. I don't think I've ever been so excited about a tech product in my life. Like other than when the iPhone first came out. So I remember when the first iPhone came out. I think it was 2008, something like that. And like my buddy had one, and it was just like, holy shit, how does this fucking exist? everything. You just touch it, you swipe it, it makes these little sound, and it makes the screen changes, and it does things just with touch. It was like, there's not been anything since the first iPhone came out that groundbreaking technologically, consumer-wise, in my experience. But like this, it's the same. It's a touch screen, but like it is. The goal of it is to reduce all the negative effects of technology, which there's nothing else like that I've ever seen. Which is why it's so fucking cool. Because you can do things like read a book, browse the internet, listen to podcasts, sketch on it, all this crazy stuff, and it is optimized to work outside, which is, I love it because I've really been outside, spending more time outside during the day reading, which is great. It makes me get my ass out there, and like, everything about it is just amazing. I just told you before we started the podcast, I take notes on this during every podcast, which is like, and it's cool to save it all, and you're not dealing with this thing that's connected to this whole like Apple walled garden where all these notifications are connected to everything on my phone, my computer, my laptop. Like, it's just disconnected, decentralized, which is why it's so fucking sick. And I don't know. I think that there's got to be. I understand it's going to be really fucking hard for you guys, and I'm sure you can probably elaborate on that a little bit. But that vision that you guys have, and like that, the why behind your company is completely genuine and completely unique.
Yeah, and it's cool because people are ready. And just talking to like the Maha stuff. It's this real thing. I've been doing this stuff for like 6-7 years now, and there's people who've been talking about this stuff for decades. And I've met some friends in Austin that have been living kind of this life for 15 years. It's like, this is actually finally happening. We have so much momentum. People are becoming aware of these problems. It's kind of the benefit of the internet and of social media to some degree, and podcasts like yourself, like the new age of media, actually being able to elaborate on these topics. Like, people can listen to this podcast and be like, yeah, this guy, he's pretty fired up about health and EMF. So it's not, there's nothing to fake here. Like, say with Unjin, right? Like, people get on a podcast, it's so genuine. Our marketing is just, it's real. Yeah. And that's the company mission. Let's return to what's actually real. Get outside. Let's have real conversations, real relationships, not being sucked into the Apple ecosystem or the Google ecosystem. And especially for children, which we're most passionate about, they're just being set up for failure on every level because we're handing them devices at such a young age. And not only is there direct impact from the light, the EMFs, keeping them indoors, and then that's the reality they grow up in. And they're just missing out on all of that experience. And who is surprised when there's all these mental health issues and physical health issues that stem from that. So for us, we're just so grateful, and there is no one else, doing this. There's no one who's ever made a consumer electronics hardware product. It's like, I'm going to market this to be healthy. So we think it's a massive opportunity. We're super excited. We're super focused on building better solutions. And I'm actively talking about things we're looking into. Like, I hope someone else talks or looks into Wi-Fi. And we want to add infrared LEDs to our backlight and maybe do a few other things. And we're investigating. But if you have ideas or you have experience, like, hit us up. We want to collaborate with people because we're still a really small team. And it's going to take some time to keep improving on this. But even the first gen product, I use it for everything almost, and use every day for 4 to 5 hours, taking notes and messaging, and that's like, you said messaging? Yeah, like WhatsApp, Slack. Oh, really? Telegram. Yeah. So you can do that. When you connect to keyboard, you definitely have a lot more of the computer functionality. Yeah. But yeah, it's great. I mean, I can't work on things that I'm not like super passionate about. So I'm just so grateful that I have this opportunity where anything I've done in the past decade can be channeled making daylight success. And if daylight's success, then people have the option of better choices in terms of technology that isn't harmful.
I'm just explaining how this screen technology you can only find it in Japan.
Yeah. That's where he pioneered it. He innovated this researchers and manufacturing. So The display is the innovation.
Yeah, because it's like a Kindle on steroids, but it's not good because you can zoom in and out. It's super quick, but it looks like that ink.
There's the electronic ink is what
Kindle looks like electronic. Yeah.
all the e-readers use.
So this is the only device that has that special Japanese screen technology that utilizes that.
Yeah, it's out. It's Ungen came up with that with researchers, and then they're implementing it from a manufacturing perspective. So it's the only 60 plus frames per second refresh rate e-paper product. Tablet.
What does have you guys talked to anybody? I asked Andre this, but from your perspective, like how much time you spend in like Silicon Valley around other people that are working for other tech companies, and have you seen like what their reactions are to this stuff or this topic in general?
Yeah, most of our investors and a lot of our early supporters are from Silicon Valley, I would say, and they're people I think that are seeing what's coming. They've seen what they've created and worked on, and how it's really not bringing out the best in people. They themselves, I think we're at a point now. If you ask the average person, they're like, "Yeah, social media and my phone. I don't really have the best relationship with that. I'm kind of addicted." And it's true. Everyone, myself included, probably you, like we do scroll. Like it's designed that way. It's so hard to not be sucked in. And then those people, a lot of them, they either have money, disposable income because they did make some wealth from whatever SaaS startup or other company that they had, and they want to support something that seems a bit more meaningful. And yeah, I would say a lot of our early supporters, they're big, deep work people, so productivity, reading, writing. And I would say overall, from the individual perspective, the reception in Silicon Valley has been pretty great. I mean, I don't hang out there a lot. I live in Wyoming, so but from what I've experienced and gathered, it's been really positive. I think it's been positive in so many ways. And we just went to South by Southwest and we won like an innovation.
In Austin.
Yeah, in Austin, we won an innovation award and bunch of people, especially parents, were coming up to us like, "This is so amazing! Like, I'm looking for something like this. Can't wait to get this for my daughter." Because just like, don't want to give her an iPad, but it's helpful to have something, and you can probably relate to that better than me. But that's what's cool about this, and we haven't even spent a ton of effort on marketing and bandwidth.
You guys have the sickest website I've ever seen.
We spent a lot of effort on the website and launch videos. I will say that, but then after that, we haven't. We've kind of been quiet.
If you can scroll through this website and not spend money on this iPad, then the iPad. I call it a healthy iPad. That's what my kid calls it. Acceptable. If you can scroll through this website and not buy one, you have enormous self-control.
Yeah, our team did such an incredible job on that. It's brilliant, and that's the thing. When we do things, we want to do it on brand. So it's not like jumping out and having all these colors in your face. Any type of content, we're trying to be very true to our brand and very authentic. But that's why discussions like this podcast is so powerful, because people can actually align with what we stand for every year. I'm sure myself talk about these topics, and that's what it's all about. For me. But we've been building, so we're really excited at what's to come in the next couple of years, and for us, this is just the beginning.
So does this? Obviously, it's very unique screen technology because there's no like you guys have this sort of like incandescent color, right? It's like full spectrum color to it. But like, what have you done, or what do you guys plan on doing with like the frequencies? Like, does this put up the same radiation as an iPhone?
Yeah. So the EMFs have not been optimized at all at the hardware level. We technically have a weaker Wi-Fi chip because we're just like a startup with the first Wi-Fi chip on like the iPad. Yeah. I've done like a head-to-head of this versus my MacBook, and it's actually like significantly lower for just that percentage of availability. We're coming out with smart airplane mode, which is going to be a software update, which takes very little effort. Any company could do it. Where, say right here, this is connected to Wi-Fi, but I haven't used it in like a minute. They're just going to airplane mode.
Oh, cool.
And then instead of pinging the network every 8 to 10 seconds, like right now, like same with my phone, like I manually put it in airplane mode, like it's in airplane mode right now. If you're not a psychopath like me who does that all the time, you're never going to do that. But if it was sitting next to you, do you need it constantly connected? And maybe it just pings like when you have a custom setting every 5 minutes or on a daylight. That's not what this is for. So we can be in airplane mode much longer.
Yeah.
And we're thinking of what's the best way to do it. But that's such an easy gift for us. Smart airplane mode, and you won't have to remember to do that. Then in the next generation products, we are definitely looking into how we can optimize EMFs, EMI, radiation, RF at the hardware level.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to say it's pretty complex. It's pretty tricky. Like you're going to be the first company that's ever tried to do this. And we have some ideas like, hey, what if there's some sensors on the daylight computer to where it knows your position in space, and then it's only outputting the radiation, the Wi-Fi connectivity, like away from you. Right. That would be cool. And that actually wouldn't be too challenging to do. A lot of the newer chipsets have directionality functionality. So that should be possible, theoretically, in my head. So I'm going to explore that. And Wi-Fi is all around the room, so it's not going to make your connection throughput worse.
Right.
So that's something. There's shielding, there's filtering potentially to look into. But again, if you're an electrical engineer listening to this, and I'm not an RF engineer, but if anyone has any ideas, hit me up. Tristan@daylightcomputer.com. Or the Wi-Fi thing, like long term. Maybe that's it. Maybe in like a couple generations, we build a Wi-Fi router and we move our devices to that. Because what I can tell you, Danny, no one's going to move to hardwired internet. I do that at my house. Because I think for at-home setups, I think for at-home setups, it's actually not bad. Because hardwired, if you set it up to where, sorry to wake up, what is that sound side? Just wakes you up. I have to do it. Oh, wow. That was a light sniff.
No Wi-Fi necessary.
Let's go. So if you connect it, like, if you set it up the way it's not super inconvenient, it's better. You get better data throughput. It's more security, and then you have lower EMF exposure as well. So I think for like home office setups, if you're building a new house or getting a new setup and just pay someone to do it, if you have the means, you can make it pretty convenient. But if you're on the go, like your phone, no one's ever gonna hardwire.
Well, that's like the crazy thing about people talk about this Internet of Things with 5G, smart homes, and everything just being connected everywhere. And it's scary. I just had this dude in here a couple months ago talking about how his TV's spying on him, and these people, these like hackers, were like messaging him, trying to extort him. So they were like recording the shit he did off of his TV, like not just audio, but video too.
Is he like a prevalent guy? Like just some random guy?
No, just a random dude. I thought he's working on a movie. He's like an actor, and I don't know. It's a crazy story, but like. How, like, looking at China, for example, with all of the security state that they live in, and the cameras everywhere, and I don't know how much 5G they use, but I imagine, especially living in the dense metropolitan areas in China, just bringing your little meter out there would make it probably explode with all the connectivity that they have.
Yeah. And do you need that? Do you need like your washing machine to talk to your smart meter, to talk to your Amazon accounts? Or really, do we actually need that? Or is that just a byproduct of the fiat economy and selling us more stuff that we don't need and collecting data that is just going to sell more product to us? So we're big privacy advocates too. Like
that's where the tinfoil hat really starts to shine. When you think about all the things that there are, all these smart products and the Internet of Things and government control, because like most of the stuff is in China, where they have complete total control and surveillance over everybody with all this technology that they have. So when you have your washing machine or your hair dryer that has a microphone built into it, it's just like, where does that little
And it might just be for collecting data so they can sell you more products. But even if it's just that, that's also
it's just that, right? Which it most likely is. It's most likely
but
not.
it doesn't even matter. I don't want that. I don't want that invasion of my privacy, and I definitely don't want to be sold more products. So to me, regardless of where we stand on the reason for all this, it's not okay, and it change. But we didn't even talk about some of the mind control, or you said moving people around. Something that is very factual is like the military use radio frequency for like active denial systems. They're called. They use millimeter waves. So
Active denial.
yeah, it's this 95 gigahertz.
Some like crowd control stuff.
Yeah, that's a real thing. It's been like 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
That is straight up just a very high powered 95 gigahertz millimeter wave.
The videos of it are insane.
And they can crank it to where it feels like your skin is on fire.
Right.
It feels like your body, because it has such a, it'll heat your body up like 5-10 degrees in a matter of seconds. So that's where this is not a conspiracy theory. That exists. And there is definitely, like you were saying, if they wanted to move people around, like in Westworld, I'm sure they could do that. If they actually wanted to do that, they could do that. And maybe that's like what we're about.
Give us some volume on this. Please, volunteers.
Their new active denial system boasts a reach far beyond any other non-lethal system.
Well, it's a versatile system. It has a range of non-lethal capability that we can't even come close to with any of our field systems. It's very shallow into where your nerve receptors are, and there's no permanent injury caused by it. Very safe system. We build in some safety margins, training for the operators.
They even let any of the guests volunteer to test out its effectiveness and safety, including the Assistant Commandant of the Marine Corps, Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, and Assistant Secretary of the Navy. Most described it as feeling like a hot oven or grill being opened up.
Something that, once again, probably the safest system that you've developed as far as non-lethal capability.
From Washington, I'm Sergeant Andrew Hellman.
The safest non-lethal.
They put non-lethal and safe in there a lot of times.
Yeah.
But then they received
the next day.
They blasted it on something. They moved. So that's good. That's moving. Crowd control right there. So that's not conspiracy theory. And I think
they've been doing this stuff since the Cold War.
And I sent you, I think, a PDF. I need to read it again. But there's literally directed energy weapon documents from the military that you can just look up. Yeah. It's not conspiracy theory. This is warfare in 2025. It's going to be all drones. It's going to be all DDWs, lasers, and EM waves. And that's, if they wanted to use it on civilians. I think the other case to be made is, some of these research studies from the past that show like rats becoming docile from, electric field or magnetic field exposure and things like that. There's like maybe a case to be made there. But then guess what? Everyone is consuming the same environment. So would they be doing that themselves? Maybe they have some crystal evidence. I don't know. But yeah, to me it doesn't matter. It's like we have a problem here, and we need to think of what's a better solution for wireless technology. But
so what was that thing you were telling me about that I could install your panel to a switch or something that you can use to drop a certain room in your house, like at nighttime you go to bed, just flip off the power in your room?
Yeah, so we said that turning your circuit breaker off in your bedroom will have it drop your AC volume.
So you turn the breaker on just in my bedroom, and it reduced it by like 100,000, by like 10,000 times.
It was. You don't want to turn your breaker on and off all the time, like mechanical switches like that were not meant to be.
Right.
It's not a light switch. Technically, it could be unsafe after a certain point. So I would never recommend someone do that. You probably could do it on any breaker, but the safe thing to do would be to get like a relay install, and then there's companies that make solutions where they can hook it up to a remote control, and then just flips on and off. So you can be like, hey, I want my bedroom, the kid's bedroom, to be on this, where I hit the button at 10 p.m., the circuit breakers turn off, and only the kitchen, the AC is powered on at night, so that my electrical power and low frequency and other switch transformer. So you can get that. There's companies that make solutions like that, and there's also like you could just ask your electrician to probably do something like that if you have a good electrician. So that's something to consider.
Save power and don't shake
Yeah,
your
there we go. And then you can use that electricity that you're not using to power your incandescent bulbs, right? There's a lot. I mean, I think there's a lot of studies out there, and I would say the vast majority, if not all of them, like 80 to 90% of them that aren't funded by industry, show harmful biological effects. And I would say this is kind of a very inconvenient truth for people. So I don't want to be like fear mongering. You know, you're going to die because of all this 5G and Wi-Fi. It's just another stressor on top of this toxic cake. We have the food, we have the plastics, we have the water, we have the lights, we have now the EMFs. It is another thing. And in my opinion, the electromagnetic environment might be the most important, if not the, because it's what we're consuming 24/7, 365 days a year. And the argument usually made against it is that non-ionizing radiation isn't harmful. And we already talked about studies of weak magnetic fields, increasing risk of childhood leukemia. We looked at other studies for cell phone exposure risk. That's all non-ionizing. So I think that's without foundation. And I think that's just something that people use because that's what they've been taught, and it's like a blanket statement that it's like, oh, there's no way. And it's intangible, so people really can't understand the impact that it's having. But it's a low-level stressor that's present in the environment. It's disrupting your sleep. It's disrupting your cellular communication. Like your mitochondria are really the hub of communication and energy production. And think of it, right? Think of it like me and you are in this room. We're talking to each other. We can hear each other very clearly. It's a great conversation. Imagine if 50 people were in here. I think we'd be able to hear each other as clearly. Imagine if there's 100 people in here. The signal to noise ratio, because of this electromagnetic environment that's alien, has never been lower. There's all this noise going on. And our body is using electromagnetic fields to communicate, to drive cellular processes. And when we have these non-native input signals, that becomes distorted. And we get, timing interruptions. We get there's trillions of cellular reactions and functions being executed every second. And to me, that's how people should think about this, is that there's so much noise going on, and it's constantly keeping us in this sympathetic dominant fight or flight state. So we really never have that chance to be in the state and to be fully relaxed and execute function normally. And at the lowest level, our biology is electromagnetic. That's what people can't conceive. Like, what are we using to measure all these things in the hospital? Using EEG to measure your brain, EKG, those are purely electrical. MRI machines for torn ACLs, cancers. It's magnetic resonance imaging. And there's just such a disconnect between medicine, modern medicine, academia, and this world of electromagnetism, because no one's really taught physics. And then the physicists and engineers, they don't know anything about biology. Right. So that's the only reason why people talk to this.
You're the only one that's making it.
They're one of few people. There's a lot of good folks out there, but a lot of them have been, suppressed, had their funding stripped over the years, and nothing has changed. Like, go and read a lot of these books. The Invisible Rainbow is an amazing one. Recipes to Arthur Furstenberg, the guy who wrote that, just died 2 weeks ago. That was more high level, and he correlated the electrification of society directly correlated with the increase of chronic disease. Now, that happened across the 20th century, mostly in the 40s, and then 99% of society was electrified by the 60s.
Chronic disease, was there any specification of which disease was most prevalent?
Heart disease. I sent you a picture of the one graph he had. I heard pull it up on my phone. But it's basically, again, this is correlation, not causation. Steve can show it. Yeah, it's rate of rural heart disease in 1940, which is when only the cool states had electricity. So
the same.
Yeah. All right, so you'll email this to right now. And basically, Arthur Furstenberg just talks about that, and he talks that's some crazy stuff. That telecom cables, when they were introduced in the late 1800s, all of a sudden the flu went from being something that happened like every 5 to 8 years, now happened every single year. And it used to be more tracked to flu. The flu used to only be a phenomenon, apparently, that occurred like every few years, like really badly, and it correlated with the solar cycle. So there's an 11-year solar cycle, and we're actually in a peak year right now. So if you're wondering why a bunch of crazy stuff is happening, you can say the solar cycle has somewhat of impact. Because there's a solar maximum, and that means the most amount of sunspots are happening, the most amount of geomagnetic storms, which means the most amount of like magnetic variables and disturbances. And that's been studied and looked at and having.
It's called a solar cycle.
Yeah, 11 year.
Can you look that up? I need to read about this. How have I not had anyone tell me about
July 2025 is the peak. So
July 2025 is the peak of the solar cycle, meaning there's more electricity.
there's more. You can read it.
Okay, the solar cycle, which is approximately 11 years long, is the periodic change in the sun's activity, measured by variations in the number of sunspots on the surface. Okay, the cycle is driven by the sun's magnetic field, which reverses direction every 11 years, lending to fluctuations in solar radiation, injections from solar material, and the occurrence of solar flares and coronal loops. The 11-year period is influenced by the differential rotation speed between the sun's poles and equator, causing the magnetic field to stretch and eventually reverse. So the magnetic field of the sun reverses every 11 years? Is that what this is saying?
Yeah, and that's having an impact on the magnetic environment on the Earth. And there's studies that look at, psychiatric patients and overall like mental health of people that are very sensitive. And when there's increased solar activity and magnetic disturbances, that can be felt. Sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's negative, but there's more variation. And this is all what I'm getting at here.
Scrolling down, Steve. Sorry, keep going.
Is that we are electromagnetic beings. The only reason there's life on this planet, Danny, is because we have a magnetic field that protects us from all of the a lot of the ionizing radiation from the sun. And we have a magnetic field in the Earth because the Earth has a molten iron core, right, moving charges, and that moving charge is creating a powerful magnetic field that's protecting us. And that magnetic field is driving our biology. It actually influences our circadian rhythm. And that's why potentially these weak magnetic fields from power lines and other products are harmful, because we are, it's called electromagnetic interference in electrical engineering. When we have interference or noise on the line that's disrupting the real input signal. The real input signal we need is the Earth's magnetic field, the Schumann's resonance, which is a natural resonance phenomenon in the Earth, and the solar spectrum.
The sun has a magnetic pole flip every 11 years. That'd be like north of the sun poles swapping places every decade. And the sun transitions from being calm to holy shit, dude.
If that happened on Earth, we would not exist.
It would go. Exactly. It wiped out humanity.
That's also happening slowly. Magnetic pole reversal is definitely happening.
The North Pole is moving, and we just talked about this a couple weeks ago. It's like a couple feet per year, right? It's like 12 feet per year. Is that right, Steve?
It's like a few feet.
A few feet per year, and it's increasing. And the overall strength of the magnetic field is decreasing. So we're definitely in the early stages, probably, of a magnetic pole reversal. But these things take thousands of years to play out. So this is what we should be studying more, not like going to Mars, in my opinion. But we are learning a lot about the magnetic or electromagnetic environment by looking in space. So I will say that. But that's what I'm trying to get at here is we are designed for this electromagnetic environment that goes on into the Earth system. So I usually start podcasts with telling people that, but we're doing the opposite here, because I want people to know that we are electromagnetic beings. And the Schumann's resonance, for example, is a phenomenon where lightning strikes occur and there's electromagnetic resonance in the cavity in the atmosphere, and the Earth's naturally resonating at like 7 to 8 hertz in its first harmonic. That's the same frequency as our alpha brain. It's not a coincidence that occurs. And And then when we have these low frequency fields from technology, it of course it's going to have that potential effect on our mental state. And that's something that again is very esoteric for mainstream science and medicine, but it's truth. And the overall acknowledgement that we just need to study more phenomena on the electromagnetic environment. And the other point I want to make here is that this is all very localized. So if I had to give a recommendation for health, it's not only, getting outdoors is beneficial and getting connected to your environment is beneficial because we are designed to take all the input signals from our local environment. But that local environment is different depending where you are. So what you're doing in Florida and what I'm doing in Wyoming is different. And different modalities and foods and things will affect us differently because the electromagnetic environment is different. There's a different magnetic field coming out of the earth, different directional vectors, and that's where all this gets really complicated because there are things such as resonance with certain molecules in our body that are interacting with various fields, such as the electromagnetic field of the Earth. And depending on your location, it's going to have a different effect. So when we do research and stuff, there's just so many confounding independent variables to consider. And I hope someone has the foresight to think about all of that. But that's also why where you live and embracing the local environment and season is very important because we're cyclical creatures. Everything that goes on, even the magnetic field of the Earth has a rhythm, our circadian rhythm, seasonality. I'm very big on all of that stuff, and it's kind of nuanced. So even the mainstream health influencers, they live on a beach somewhere in the tropics, you really shouldn't always follow their advice if you live in the Northeast in January.
Right. Okay, so this is the magnetic holes in the area 45 kilometers per year.
You said feet are off by it.
So it was 45 kilometers.
A lot.
Really?
Yeah.
But it's
45, that's like 30 miles.
45 miles? That's crazy if that's real.
Is it that much?
Yeah, almost exactly 27 miles per year.
God, that's what we should be studying. I think
Somebody has to be studying
not enough. Not that I've seen.
It's all of the public now. Because if you're in charge, you're figuring out that this Earth's about to flip, do a pole flip, and tell the public.
It's hard.
That would be the equivalent of telling them there's an alien invasion.
Do you think?
I think so, yeah.
In 222 years, the pole will be flipped completely.
I don't think that's...
What?
That's
nothing at that. Yeah.
That seems off. That has to be off.
Yeah.
Brave. I don't know. I like
Brave is the Bitcoin browser.
Well, the planet is 6,000 miles across. Is that right?
I don't know. See what Chrome has to say.
All I know is that these pole reversals do take thousands of years, and then it can just happen all of a sudden. So it does accelerate over time.
Yeah, well, it has to do with the ice sheets getting really heavy, right, and melting and getting really light. And that has to somehow releases the crust from the core or the mantle rather, and it makes the outer part of the Earth. So 8,000 miles is that. So we'll figure out first. 8,000 to find out if it's really 27 miles per year. That might not be real. I would try another browser. You gotta have two. You can't just rely on Brave.
But folks
you can't just rely on Chrome. You gotta hedge your bets and check your sources. Do your own research. Then we'll ask China what they say are their North Pole shipping. Their view deep sea.
Oh yeah, deep sea. But that's something Robert O. Becker even wrote about. He was like, pole reversals have been correlated with 80% of all events. He wrote about that in the 80s. I don't even know if that's exactly true, but I imagine it would be.
Yeah. The pole is currently drifting at a speed of 31 to 37 miles per year. Here's it. So who's this according to? This is Google AI.
It used to be 6, and now it's 30.
That's frightening.
Oh, wow.
So this is why Elon's trying to ask.
I would be concerned. I didn't know that's insane. the compasses aren't going to work for us.
Right, like soon. Like 100 years, it's going to be halfway there.
I guess.
That's
a
in
while.
less than 100 years, will be more than halfway flipped. Well, that's, at one point, the idea is that it goes, and then it's just like the ice cap, it's so heavy.
That could be a chaotic.
And how are we going to get to Mars, bro? How are we going to get to the moon? How are we going to get to the Van Allen radiation belt?
That is another example of like why our electromagnetic environment is so important. People, they go up there, they get osteoporosis, they get all these chronic diseases.
What's that thing called? That he was the Jefferson by the pregnenolone steal syndrome. So all the astronauts had, they all came back with like virtually no testosterone. I guess that's legit.
I mean, it's all regulated by electromagnetism. At the end of the day, the lowest level, and that's where even supplements, for example, antioxidants, oxidative signaling in our body is so important because that's what's reacting with our electromagnetic environment, like free radicals and oxygen in general, paramagnetic molecules in our body. So if we just like blunt all of that all the time, you're really blunting the ability to take in the input signals of your environment, which could be problematic, could be beneficial if you're traveling.
How fucked are we going to be if we don't have it?
I don't.
You be on one of the journeys to go to or you just stay here and go down the ship?
I will stay here. I'm not going to Mars, dude.
Do you know how hard it's so unhealthy for us? Like it's gonna like. I can't imagine what it's going to look like, but human lifespan is probably going to go down so much.
Do you know what? I can't believe how resilient we are in our current state. This is what's cool. I can't believe with all this stuff we're talking about, we're still walking around like, people are drinking 4 cups of coffee and whatever stimulants and antidepressants, but we're doing pretty good for how much toxic stuff is in the environment.
Yeah.
And even travel. Like, I can get on a flight to Australia and somehow my body figures it out. I don't feel great. And the problem I've found is once you get hyper connected to your environment, you become more sensitive to being uprooted and going somewhere else.
It is hard to kill people.
But it is hard. It is damn hard to kill people.
It is hard to kill. There's this documentary called Mr. Death. Have you ever seen it? It's this dude who, his dad worked for the Bureau of Prisons. And they had one of their electric chairs with that, and they had to fix it. So they brought it to his house, and his son started tinkering around with it, figured out how to make it work, better. They brought it back at work, so now he became the repairman for the electric chair. Next thing you know, they're like, "Oh shit, the states are making us come up with more humane ways of executing people." So he came up with gas chambers. Then he came up with lethal injections. And this kid that was just like had no background in this stuff, just figured out how to fix an electric chair, was now in charge of implementing all of the execution devices across all the prisons around the country. And he was in his book or in his documentary, he explains like a lot of them didn't fucking work. Like people weren't dying; they were just getting like tortured. And he was like, the human body is really hard to kill.
Yeah, and that's where the people are like, well, where's everyone dropping dead from all the cell phones or whatever?
Right.
Name your toxin. And where's everyone dropping dead?
Yeah.
Well, this stuff takes a long time to manifest, and it's the death by 1,000 cuts. That's the problem with any of this. There's so many. Like we asked Steve to pull up that chart about electrification and chronic disease or heart disease.
Yeah,
that's a great chart. It's cool. Like, look, all the cool states in the Northeast, New Jersey, Massachusetts, New York, they had the highest percentage of electrification, and they had the highest rate of heart disease at that time period. But
this is from so this is
1940.
This is 1 year.
1 year, yeah. So it's just a snapshot in time. So again, but guess what else? New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey. Maybe they had Crisco, and maybe they had other stuff that was toxic. But it is pretty compelling. And again, it's just another factor to consider in your environment that is foreign and based on the research and our knowledge of how biology works, if you dig deep enough, is toxic or is potentially disruptive. And the thing about like the flu and the solar cycles, that we are so disconnected from our electromagnetic environment.
How is the flu connected to the solar cycles?
That's just like maybe Steve can look that up too. But apparently, what Arthur Firstenberg wrote about was before telecom cables were put underneath or in society in the late 1800s, the flu was more of a uncommon, like it came around for a couple of years and then left for like 5-6 years, and it was more tied to the solar cycles, which I wouldn't be surprised with, but you're gonna have to try and find some very unbiased.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
well, like, but in antiquity, people were dying from fucking plagues left and right. Like, there was a plague every 5
So
years.
that's something different. I think it was more so like the annual, like what's known as the common flu, like every winter, not like the bubonic plague or some crazy infectious disease.
Yeah.
So that's something different. But
We're doing a lot better than we were back then.
yeah, and that's why I don't want to romanticize the past totally, because people, they were living outside, but they were struggling with infectious diseases. But the thing that the mainstream likes to paint, we're healthier as a society because of lifespan, but they had kids dying when they were 8, and that skews all
Infant mortality.
infant back then, childbirth mortality as well.
Yeah.
And you can look at again, like what is health span versus lifespan. It's like a whole debate.
Well, I think it's always been the same, as far as we know. So, correct. Obviously, people were dying from hand-to-hand combat, plagues, famine, all that stuff, war. But a healthy individual that didn't get murdered or didn't die from a plague would live the same exact time, same exact lifespan back in, as far as we know, like BC, than we do now.
And as for the longevity biohacking community, I'm like, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see, but I'm focused on.
I always wonder about that guy, the Brian Johnson.
I talked to him this past weekend.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, we were at the same health event in Austin, and I was like, "What are you doing about light and EMFs?" He's like, "I'm pretty cognizant of light. He doesn't go outside very much, or he's in the shade." But he was open to the EMFs. He's like, "We've looked into it, but we're not convinced." I was like, "Well, try it out."
We've looked into it. Oh, he has a whole team of
I think I like his intent. I'm not gonna, talk bad about anyone. Like he's on his own wavelength. If he thinks God and wants to live forever, by all means.
Time will tell, right?
He's putting money into telling us which products are maybe
he's
more
using
toxic.
himself as a science experiment, right?
Yeah, so at least we know what's going on. But my goal is to convince him that sunlight is good for you.
He doesn't buy into it.
Not the ultraviolet.
Give you the jet cruising over.
That will never work. You gotta meet people where they are. But the EMFs he's open to, so I'm gonna send him some papers, and it's like, dude, what do you have to lose? If you want to live forever, what do you need your Wi-Fi on tonight? But you guys are bad. Like he's committed, so you have to respect that.
Yeah.
But I don't think all these anti-aging experts. I think we know far less than we think we know.
Yeah, I think so too.
About biology, especially, and what I am excited about. One of the few things I'm excited about for AI is how do you create a tool that can parse? There's thousands and thousands of studies on EMS. Let's say there are, and I can't read all of them. I could post one on Twitter for the next 10 years every single day, and that wouldn't even be all of them. And then you can't find all of them, and you have to piece it together. So if there was a tool with the proper guidance, I think we could learn so much about how biology is actually functioning. And then if we fund real research, that's what's promising. But we're not even scratching the surface.
Well, that's happening. The EMF topic seems like the most damn topic of all of them, because just look at the lobbying, the food industry, and then the pharmaceutical industry. Now the telecom industry.
And guess what?
How much money? I'd be interested to find this out, Steve. How much money does the telecom industry make compared to the pharmaceutical industry? How much do they spend on it? And we can just do the math. How much lobbying?
I got the lobbying.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, written down here. What is it? In 2018, for AT&T was 18.5 million, Verizon 12 million. The CTIA and the NCTA, they're basically associations that represent the telecom industry. So vouching for them, fighting for the rights was another 22 million. That was in 2018. I looked at more recent numbers, and it's about 20 to 50% higher now. So it's a lot. They're probably lobbying $100 million a year, which is nothing compared to what they make, but it's pretty high.
Global pharma industry is estimated worth 1.2 trillion, which would grow to 1.5 trillion by 2021. Pharmaceutical industry generates 5,500 billion in revenue in 2021. All right, well, let's look at the telecom industry. Here we go. By comparison, the telecom industry with a global revenue around 5 trillion is significantly larger than the pharmaceutical industry, which is estimated to be worth 1.2 trillion. Almost 5 times bigger. Way bigger. Wow.
And guess what we said earlier? It's like,
And they're working for the NSA at the same time. So, like, we're fucking dude.
but the thing with the food and the pharmaceuticals, you actually have a choice. Do you really have a choice about your electromagnetic environment right now?
Really less of a choice, right?
Much
It's
less.
invisible.
It's invisible, plus there's no consent to where the infrastructure goes, and we have to use it. You don't have to take medication. You can choose pretty deliberately about your food. Like, you could go buy it from a farmer. Right now, there are not really great alternatives for tech. There's literally no alternatives for telecom. We all use Verizon, AT&T, like, it's a monopoly in all facets.
No choice, yeah.
And then if you look at the FCC, if you want to talk about corrupted three-letter agencies, I mean, they haven't updated their guidelines since 1996. The former, like, heads of the CTIA and I think the general counsel of Verizon were their last 2 commissioners. I think the guy Trump put in now is he's kind of okay. I've seen him referred to as, like, the 5G czar in a good way. Oh, Trump, I don't know, Brendan Carr, I think is his name. I don't know enough about him, but I mean, Trump loves 5G. He's like, we're going to have the best 5G.
He loves 5G.
He just, he's a business guy. So he's like,
He also loves Operation Warp Speed.
so it's,
Brandon Carr is the senior Republican on the Federal Communications Commission, having served. So, yeah, what's his name?
he's like a legal FCC, like, guy.
Okay.
So
He's anti-5G.
no, he's pro.
Oh, he's pro.
I shouldn't have said czar. I should have said something else.
Oh,
But
okay.
I don't think we're gonna. I'm curious to see, because guess what? You got Trump, who's like loves 5G and tech and 6G. He's just says 6G. Oh yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
It's
We're gonna have 6G.
it's gonna be so big.
It's gonna be great.
Well, we are somewhat behind China in terms of telecommunications, because the rollout for 5G is taking a while. So you have those two.
Well, at least we're not installing the Huawei bases all over here.
Yeah, they're just listening.
Yeah.
So we're smart about that. The U.S. military still buys like Chinese drones, but at least we got to
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That
And
seems silly. There's no way. Well,
who makes
oh,
all
there's
drone?
not military.
No, but well, I don't know for sure. But anyway, we make all our products in China, so yeah, like these are all made in China.
Yeah, they are.
So we're kind of stuck in that regard. But what I'm saying is, we got Trump who's pro 5G, 6G. We got Elon. Elon, you need to acknowledge that EMFs are potentially harmful for your environment. So that's what I gotta say. Because he's been on Rogan and be like, you could put something like 1,000,000 times stronger than your phone up to your head, and it wouldn't have any effect. Like, he said some stupid stuff. But again, look
He also says that there's no evidence for any kind of advanced propulsion systems by any aerospace industries. He thinks aliens are interesting, and he thinks that we can go to Mars, even though we haven't been in 54 years.
Yeah, he's also highly intelligent and highly strategic. So I'm sure he's not just going to say what actually makes sense.
Very highly strategic. But, like, I don't know. It's kind of like, is he that? Like, why are you on Twitter all day, every day? Just like,
I don't know.
just boring, like, not even funny memes.
And then you have RFK. So I'm like, how is this going to play out? I'm very curious to see if there is anything. Maybe they let RFK just do some research funding on EMFs, but this is where consumer demand, like consumer opinion and voicing of concerns, is actually what drives change. And I think spreading awareness that this is a real thing. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a real thing. Go look at the studies. Go read some of these books: Invisible Rainbow, Cross Currents, Zapping of America, Microwave Debate. Some of these you can't even find anymore. You have to find a PDF from 50 years ago. But there's a lot. There's a lot of great researchers: Henry Lai, Martin Powell, Robert Robert O. Becker, Alan Frey.
Robert O. Becker was in that book. There's a whole fascinating episode on where it talks about them. He was the guy who's about them regeneration.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fast.
And that's where he discovered like bone was semiconductive. That's where he discovered that there's little electrical currents that stimulate, cell repair, cell regeneration, limb regeneration. And now they're studying how magnetic fields can alter that as well. And it's highly dependent on the frequency, the intensity, the directionality. So there's so many things there. But yeah, that was 70s, maybe when we studied that. So there was so much, like we could have made so much progress, and it all just got shut down. And he was on 60 Minutes. I'm pretty sure Alan Frey went on 60 Minutes. So if you want to dig up some fun archives, there we go.
Tristan, thanks, man. This has been a great podcast. Fucking mind-blowing stuff. Tell people where they can learn more about you and Daylight and everything that you guys are doing. So put links to that.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man. Really appreciate it. It's been a fun time. DailyComputer.com is our website. You mentioned you're a big fan of the website. I'm a huge fan of the best website ever created. At Daylight Co. is our socials. Personally, I'm at Tristan_Health on Instagram and at Bitcoin and _beef on Twitter. That's a book I wrote. Like Bitcoin Beef? Bitcoin and Beef. Bitcoin and Beef is a book I wrote 4 years ago talking about why decentralization matters. So now it's all come true, so it's kind of hilarious.
That's awesome, dude. Thanks again. This has been super fun. I'll link everything below. And good night, everyone.
Dr. Gad Barnett, thanks for coming. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I just got done listening to your podcast with Neil, Gnostic Informant. It's fascinating stuff. And I'm excited to chat with you about this stuff today. Can you just explain what your background is?
Sure. So my focus is really on history, especially of the Iranian world, the ancient Iranian world, and the role of the Jews within that world of Jewish history. Within the context of the Iranian world, the pre-Islamic, what I call the Age of Empires. So the Achaemenid Empire, the Parthian Empire, and the Sasanian Empire. So I focus on these three empires, which together really kind of deeply impacted the ancient Near East for about together. So these three empires, unfortunately, in scholarship, have been relatively little studied, little researched thus far, and so I'm trying to correct that and to focus on that particular perspective of the Iranian empires in the ancient Near East. And my main work is with the original material, the actual primary sources. So I do a lot of epigraphic work, even with actual papyri, leather scrolls, ostraca, things like that. And ostraca, just for people who don't know, that these are shards of jars, things, objects, household objects that were broken. And so people use that to write short messages on. So these ostraca represent daily communication. So daily communications and short messages. These are that's the SMS of ancient world, kind of the WhatsApp. These are short messages that were that people handed to each other, and so you can learn so much from these deep documents within papyri, whether it's ostraca, whether it's other types of communication. And you can read what people knew, or what they thought about it. These are people who never thought that what they are writing would be studied 2,500 years later, or even 2 days later. They were just written for someone to read that same day or the next. And so we learn this is purely unfiltered data from antiquity. It's not Herodotus, which is obviously filtered data. Of course, the Bible is filtered through ideology. It's not any of that. It's really the great record of what reality was in eternity. That's why it's so exciting. And I work with those primary documents a lot.
What set you in this direction from the start? Like, how did you get interested in this stuff, and what led you to specifically dig into things like this?
It's a great question. I think everyone in my field, things were not necessarily planned out from the beginning this way. I was initially involved with some activities at an NGO in Israel that was dealing with Jewish-Christian dialogue. And from that, I started doing a lot of, started doing conferences, I started doing lectures, but I really wasn't specializing in the field, and people said, well, you need to start specializing in this. And one thing led to another, and eventually I did my PhD on the island of Elephantine. So that's an island in Upper Egypt, southern Egypt.
It's in the middle of the Nile, right?
It's in the middle of the Nile, and it's an extremely important island, not just for Jewish history, but also for mainly for Egyptian history, for anyone. Even before the Jews came here, it was already important for them. Anyway, this island, which is just facing the city of Aswan, as you know, in southern Egypt.
Which is like 500 miles from Giza, roughly.
In miles, I don't know. It's not. I mean, it's about an hour and a half by airplane from Cairo. Okay, so I did make that flight, so I can tell you it's far from that from Cairo, and so Egypt is a pretty large country and a beautiful place, and so Elephantine is this island just facing Aswan, really close to Aswan. And this island was extremely important for the Egyptians' daily life, really, and for the Egyptian cult. I use cult in terms of just a symbol for majority, just
Right.
but it was a central island for Egyptian cult. It were these three deities that were associated with this island that eventually became a triad of deities: Khu, the ram god, and Saket and Ankhet, two female deities. One of which was his wife, and the other was considered his daughter. Anyway, this island initially was the island of Satet as the main deity, but the island was seen to be, because this is the first cataract of the island of the Nile, it was considered to be the source of the annual inundation of the Nile. So what happened on that island had implications for the economy of the entire country of Egypt. And it was on that island that in the 6th century, before the current era, a Jewish community settled and was actually brought there as mercenaries to guard what was for a while the southern border of Egypt.
600 BC?
6th century, so around 550, according to my calculations, my research. There are some scholars who think much growth. But I published on this, and I showed that this is the most probable date around 550 BC, where they arrived there, 540, 550. Anyway, so there was a Jewish community on that island, and they had a temple, a fully functioning temple. They had priests, they had sacrifices. It was a temple about the same size of the Jerusalem temple, and in a very important place of worship. So that was what led my PhD on this community, and one thing led to another. Initially, I didn't really look to, like most of my colleagues, I didn't really look to Persia, I looked to the Iranian sphere. But then I started noticing certain elements within these texts that pointed my attention more to, because of course this was under the Ottoman Empire, because the empire grew in that area.
What empire? I'm not familiar with that empire.
So that's Cyrus, King Cyrus, right? I'm sure it's heard of. Cyrus the
Everyone except me. No, I've heard Cyrus.
So Cyrus the Great is considered kind of the founder of this empire, and that is the first world superpower. It's it is a very, very important empire in the history of humanity and certainly of so-called Western civilization. The impact of the Achaemenids, so the Achaemenids is just the name of their kind of mythological forefather of this dynasty, and so this dynasty, this particular empire, is something that the world has never seen. We've seen other empires before the Achaemenid Empire, but this is a superpower. It had not just conquered an area that is greater than the Roman Empire in its greater extent, by the way. A huge area from India all the way to Greece or to Macedonia and to parts of the Ukraine. So into Egypt and Libya today. So it's a huge, absolutely huge area that they control and administer very, very effectively. And they control it also with an ideology of how to deal with these peoples. So it was something that the world has never seen, and it impacted the Greek world, it impacted Greek philosophy, it impacted the Jews as well. Really, the impact of the Achaemenid Empire is with us to this day. So
when did that empire start? The Achaemenid
Empire, roughly around 550. Look at it, but some people date from the fall of Babylon to really the section of Cyrus around 550 BCE, and then up to Alexander the Great that destroyed, took over.
Oh wow, that's a good map, but that's a lot.
Yeah.
So all that thing,
exactly. And more. I mean, even all the way to India. This actually shows you different stages. So the area in pink is just what Cyrus, the first campaign, the first phase of Cyrus, all the way up to Turkey, to modern Turkey, and then he went down to conquer Babylon. And so and his dynasty continued after that. Very complicated picture in reality, but Cyrus was about to conquer this from the Medes, the Median Empire, which was there for a short while, and then conquered Babylon. Through Babylon, of course, took over the New Babylonian Empire before him, and so he got through Palestine. It's the first to kind of consolidate the first phase of his empire. He was succeeded by his son Rabbi, who then added Egypt and parts of India to this, and then Darius the Great was the first actually to this major superpower. Darius the First is truly one of the greatest leaders. He's a truly impressive, a very impressive person. Anyway, so
and these writings that you were finding were in what language?
Aramaic.
They're in Aramaic. Okay. When you first started with looking in Elephantine and you were finding the same thing, you wanted like fragments of vases and things with written Aramaic language on it.
Right. So I wasn't finding the actual physical things, so I'm not an archaeologist. Right. Finding physical objects, these were already excavated in most of the 21st century. And many were published, but not necessarily published directly. So several of my more recent publications are corrected bad readings, incorrect readings.
Like they were getting the translations wrong.
No, I mean the reading was wrong. Simply, it's not just translation, but they weren't text correctly. In some cases, they didn't understand the text correctly. In one case that's about to come out, I'm republishing an Ostracon, a relatively long Ostracon, that was first published in 1908, but has been since, so for 116 years, it's been read the wrong way, so inside out rather than so the direction of reading was incorrect for this long. But this is part of it's not just reading the text. It's not just trying to say, well, this is an aleph, this is a bet, this is whatever letter that is. But the context, the material, even the materiality of the object needs to be really deeply taken into account. And that means not in a field, not in reconciliability to relative as well, not giving the proper place that it should be. So we look at the materiality, and that might impact the way we read the text, because we start seeing elements on the surface of the object that we didn't see before, and that might point us to a different letter than we thought originally. Things like that. Epigraphy is very complex work, and it requires encyclopedic knowledge also, because some of these letters, some of these constructions, and some of the context might come from a different position. So, for example, there are loan words from Persian, there are loan words from Egyptian that we need to know. It really requires a lot of contextual knowledge.
So is Elephantine the first place that the idea of Yahwism developed? No, where did Yahwism come from?
Yeah, so that's a great question, but that Elephantine is not where initially developed. So I'll give you my definition of reality first. So Yahwism is very simple. It's people who, for whom a deity by the name of Yahweh is the head of the pantheon. That's pretty much it. They have that element Yahweh in many of their names. So there's a theophoric element. Theophoric is holding the deity, theos. And so a name that has a component with Yahweh, like Yahushua or Yahushua, or many other examples.
So if they participated in Yahwism, or if they believed in Yahweh or Yahweh, they would incorporate his name into their name.
Yeah. So that, not all of them necessarily, but this would be very, very common. And so Yahwism is simply those people who identify for their identity, for their ethnic identity, for their cultic identity. The main deity, the head of the pantheon, is a deity by the name of Yahweh. There are no specific unique cultic features, such as commandments, or observations, or feasts that are necessary to them. There are no special sacrifices or anything like that. They are very much like any other group around them. The same sacrifices. We generally speaking, observe very similar feasts that are not specifically served to them, like agricultural observances that everyone is obviously around them. So we don't see anything about early Yahweh that is necessarily unique, set up for the main data that they have. And so that's really very, very simple. And that started, well, it's hard to know exactly when it started. We can only say when we start seeing the things. Now, there are debates about where the first place that you see documented might be. There are two temples in what is today Sudan and what used to be southern Egypt, or the extreme southern part of Egypt. Two temples of Ramses II. One is in Sicily and the other in Amara West. And these two temples have lists of people. And one of them, in these two lists, there is a group that's called the Shasu of Yahweh. Now, there's a question if Yahweh is simply a place name, is that deity Yahweh? Or I actually, for a long time, I thought this would not be the deity Yahweh, but now I think that because of parallelism, it is within that people group is within a list of other groups where there's a Shasu. Shasu just means the nomads. So the people who are nomads. So the Shasu of Yahweh comes after the Shasu of Baal, which is of course another Greek. And there's also a Nazi for it. So you have parallelism with other deities, Shasu of another deity within that same list. So it makes sense or at least the probability becomes higher that this might be the date. And if that's the case, we're talking about 14th century before the Common Era. Already the name of that date of this date in what century? 14th century.
14th century.
Whoa. So
What does Yahweh?
yeah, we don't know. We really don't know. There are all kinds of theories for that.
I had somebody in here told me it meant Hail Zeus. No.
But that's definitely
That's out of the question.
That's out of the question. But we don't know exactly what it means. I mean, of course, there is a much later folk etymology for it, which just means to be. And that's, we find that, of course, in the book of Exodus. But that's a much later folk etymology for the name as a name for existence. But after these two, after sort of our West is done, we don't hear about this lake until the 9th century, the late 9th century, in some stelas like Shasta and Teldown stela. And Teldown is interesting because it also has one of these four names in it, so these are, so for a long time, it goes off the radar and it comes back. And what's interesting is in the 8th century, one of the most fascinating, we don't know a lot about him, but he's absolutely fascinating. He's mentioned in the New Assyrian inscriptions as a king, as a Hittite. And Hittite means that he comes from modern Turkey, southern Turkey, northern Syria, and but he's a Hittite according to the inscriptions, who is the king of Hamat, city in Aramean Syria, in modern Syria. And so he's a Hittite who rules an Aramean city on Hittite. And his name is Yahweh. The first component of the name Yahweh is clearly the name of the deity Yahweh, because in the Akkadian language, there are determinatives, there are little drawings next to the word that make sure to understand what the meaning is. This is a person, this is a deity, it identifies. So a lot of these ancient languages have identifiers like that, determinatives like that. That tells you if we're talking about a person, people who are
Like they would draw little pictures next to it.
Exactly, next to the and so here we see that there is the deity here. It's called deity determinative. It means that this is a deity. So that the Yahweh component in his name is clearly the name of the deity. But then he's not Judean, he's not Israelite, he's not even Canaanite. Right? This guy is a Hittite from southern Turkey, who was king of an Aramean city somehow. And he is a Yahwist. He is, for all intents and purposes, Jewish in that sense. Proto-Jewish. Yahuism is not synonymous with Hebrew. I'm sure we'll get to that. But he is clearly a Yahwist. And so, and that is fascinating. That's really all we know about him, and the only reason we know about him. He rebelled against the Assyrians, and the Assyrians captured him, killed him in a very, very gruesome way. They described. And but the only reason we know about him is because he rebelled. I'm sure there are many others that simply did not make it into the record. But we do have proof that Yahweh existed outside of Judea, Samaria, and and so it looks like from the data that we have, the extra data that we have. In the Bible, there are other hints that I think are much better and not anchored. But from what we have, from extra biblical data, it looks like Yahwism started in the Arab areas, so areas of in Syria, were adopted by nomadic tribes in that area, and somehow at some point kind of migrated down to Canaan from Syria, and so that was more popular in Syria, in Canaan. But we already have, as I mentioned, we already have rabbis in Canaan over the 9th century as well. So, so the entire region already had 4 different rabbis in it, from I'd say at least around the 9th century.
And did Judaism to come directly out of Yahwism?
It's a great question. So
Isn't that like the consensus? Or is that's the like academic consensus?
That is the consensus, and what I'm actually
Or you're pushing back?
against. Yahwism, so you're right, Yahwism is seen as kind of proto-Judaism. People usually argue that by the 2nd century before the Common Era, Yahwism kind of disappears and we're left with Torah-based Judaism.
When you say before the Common Era, you mean BC?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
I don't use BC.
Yeah, everybody has different things. Every single Bible scholar, they have a different way of doing it, and I'm always confused. So that's why I try to like figure out what you mean. Right. I guess for me, it's just BC,
Yeah. I understand. So, I just use these more objective.
Right.
So about the second century before the Common Era, we have Torah-based Judaism. So Judaism per se, we really want to talk about actual Judaism. You have to talk about people who are following certain commandments and are living in certain authorities, right? So that the commandments that are enumerated in the Torah, for example, observing the Sabbath, etc., etc. So Judaism is, by definition, depends on all of these commandments and observing it. Now we have thousands of documents from different Jewish or linguistic, I should say, settlements in various places in the ancient world. So from Egypt, from the southern part of Egypt, as I said, Elephantine, and all the way through northern Egypt and Palestine and into Babylon. Okay. We have thousands of documents, not all of them textual, some of them are coins, for example, but these are also very important. Right. But we really have thousands of documents altogether. But none of these documents betray the slightest knowledge of the Bible. Okay?
They don't betray.
They don't show any. They have no knowledge of the Bible in any of these documents. Okay? I mean, even not no idiomatic expressions, for example.
But when you say the Bible, you mean the Torah.
The Bible in general. In general, of course, the Torah is the document that you would expect. But it has absolutely zero. There's nothing. No, even the names, personal names of people are not the names that you find in the heroes of the Bible, like the 12 tribes, or Moses, or Aaron, or Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. None of the people that are Yahwists in this entire time period that are listed here. None of these people are named after literary figures from the Torah or from the Bible in general, which is fascinating.
That is.
Think about this. Now,
So the academic or religious viewpoint or consensus on this is that Judaism started around 1200. Is that right? Or what is the date that like Judaism?
let's talk about academic and religious.
The Torah. Right. Like why in that? What is the idea of when Judaism?
So the religious, I can't talk too much about the religious because there's a lot of different. And I mean, like really kind of fundamentalist religious folks would say, well, Judaism started with Abraham. So, 2000 before the Common Era, something like that. And then they go forward from that.
But so the earliest people will say is 2000.
Something. I mean, I can't talk too much about the religious perspective on this, but I think that's what is said in this In academia, Judaism, I think now it's pretty much consensus that Judaism as such, meaning people who observe commandments such as Sabbath and Passover and feasts, Abinicals, and etc., and kosher diet, and all of that. All of these rules, 7th century, before the common, that's where we start to see people observing this extra biblical. Okay, in the Bible, well, that's a different story. But from what we start seeing extra biblical outside the Bible, from these primary sources that I talked about earlier, right? We talked about the Gospel, we talked about the documents that are written by the Simple, that they trade things, they do all kinds of activities on the Sabbath, for example, that are not permitted by the Torah. They do a lot of stuff that goes squarely against what is prescribed in the Torah. But we don't have anything to show adherence to the Torah. We have a lot of negative examples, but we don't have anything to show that we knew anything about the Torah at all. Exactly. So Judaism, from a purely extra biblical perspective, Judaism starts around the 7th, maybe into the 3rd century.
And if you want to not be extra biblical, you want to stay inside the Bible. When is it from?
According to the Bible, according to certain interpretations of the Bible, we're talking about Abraham, right? The correct founder of in the sense of the covenant with God and things like that. Which, I mean, as a scholar looking at this for a lot of reasons, this is mythological.
Yes.
And so, and so I consider that as a scholar. It was supposed to be around 2000. Got it. And but the reason I'm very certain about this is that, first of all, again, we have thousands of documents about any of these stories. We know nothing, even the name just in the sphere of Jewish life or realistic life. But also, the idea, so the whole concept of Abraham and the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, is people coming from the East to establish a new nation. Right? That's the whole concept of the patriarchs. Coming from the East, and even when Jacob and Isaac need to marry, they have to go back and marry someone from the East. So the idea of people coming from the East and establishing a community is such a deeply Hellenistic idea. So in the Hellenistic world, when you say Hellenistic, what do you mean by that? Well, in the Hellenistic world, it was really important for a lot of these.
What Hellenistic means a certain time frame, right?
Correct. So we're talking really the turn of the 3rd century, late 4th century before coming down, and really into the common. I mean, that's a much wider aspect of Greco-Roman now talking about. It's still
like 550 BC is as early as it is, right?
No, about 400.
Oh, 400. Okay.
About 400. All right. But not even not 400, about 300. Let's say 320. So the Hellenistic around the conquest of Anatolia. Okay. So about 320-ish. And into the Roman world, we call it Greco-Roman, but it's really still kind of continuing relatively Hellenistic sensibilities that we have. And so for the Greek world and for the Greco-Roman, creating the mythology, the founding mythology of its police in Greek world, or even was someone coming from the East, which for them is always the kind of early world, this mystical world that comes from the East, and establishes their country. So several paintings in Greece had these legends about this mythical founder coming from the East to establish them, and even Rome at the height of its power. So under Augustus, or one of the heights of its power, under Augustus commissioned Virgil to write the Enneads, story, the mythological story of the family line, which is about the same size as the Torah. About the same.
Oh, really?
Yeah, number of verses and words as the Torah. So it's a lengthy work. He had it to write it into Quran, which the Torah authors didn't have to do. So it's much harder. What he did is much harder. But he did that, and he also called the Ennead because after Aeneas, who was this mythological hero from Homer, from the Trojan War. So they built this entire how he is coming from Troy, from the east, to establish it. And so this idea of someone coming from the east to establish a new race or a new city or a new settlement is something that is deeply animistic. And we see that here. So with the story of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, these founders coming from the east. That is so animistic. It's interesting. And again, we simply have absolutely zero knowledge anywhere. It's not. These patriarchs. And the names of the matriarchs, either Sarah, Rachel, etc., are not found in the document record at all. None of them that are mentioned anywhere in these thousands of documents that we have are viewed like that, and none of them after these literary things from the Bible. So there is simply zero knowledge of the Bible anywhere up until the beginning of the dynasty. So that's why, for these reasons and others, is to me is mythological.
Is this new, or has this been known for forever?
Well, let's certainly not forever. And
has this been how long have academics been aware of this and been talking about it publicly?
Well, not long. The fact that there is such a definite silence before Alexander. I don't know.
Bless you. Scared the shit out of me.
So the fact that there is this deafening silence before the 24th century, I'll talk about Alexander, I'll talk about my analysis of the historical background here. But the fact that there was this deafening silence is relatively new. Most scholars, unfortunately, are really looking, I think, too much into the biblical narrative rather than the historical narrative, right? The primary narrative. And the biblical narrative has its own identity.
That's something I've talked about on this podcast so many times. And that's another funny thing about biblical scholars that I've had on the show. Is they all have different ideas of things. There are different opinions on events or historical texts. And I always thought it was an odd thing for someone to be a religious scholar. Typically, those people they subscribe to the very religion that they're studying and they're dedicating their work to. So there's a built-in bias.
That's right. I wrote a lot about that, about this bias, and I've lectured about the problems of bias. In fact, we talked before we actually talked about this Oscar publishing that was read the wrong way for 60 years. Yeah. One of the reasons that it was read the wrong way was because of bias. Okay? Because of this bias. Another article of mine that just came out a few weeks ago in a book that I edited with Professor Ronald Krauss from Virginia. Reanalyzes a document that Papyrus called Passover Papyrus. Now, it has nothing to do with Passover. It was already analyzed as something related to the Passover because of the date range that is mentioned in this document. And so the date range, that's actually a perfect example. In this document, which is very fragmentary, but we do see something related to the dates 15th and the 21st of December, which is a better but it is in the Bible. And that corresponds to the Passover. Those dates do correspond at least to the Feast of Matzot, part of the Passover feast. So we saw these dates, and like, oh, that's Passover, right? But that's absolutely that is not a critical approach to the text. Right? That immediately you say, well, because I was raised in a Jewish or Christian background, right? Therefore, these dates are really meaningful to me, and they mean Passover. But if you look at this critically, you realize that this is simply the first full moon of the year, 15th of Nisan. The sun is the first month of the year, both in Babylon and in the Persian restriction. So that's the first month of the year, and the first full moon of the year, and most importantly, the beginning of the harvest. Now, in the ancient world, the harvest was the season that would dictate whether you live or die. I mean, if you are about to harvest everything that you worked on for months, planting, taking care of the earth, so you're about to harvest, and if the deity is now going to send hail down and destroy crops, or flooding, or all kinds of stuff, you will die. You and your family will not be able to survive it. So this was an extremely important. Month of Nisan, and this is an extremely important time for the entire northern hemisphere. Not just, this is the beginning of harvest. And so looking at the dates of those dates in the middle of the month of Nisan is necessarily being related to the Passover is simply not understanding the ancient world. And that projection is rampant, unfortunately, in scholarship.
Yes, and then there's another problem where people don't like to drift from the general narrative. They don't like to say things that most of their colleagues will disagree with, or catch them outside of the lane that they're supposed to be in, because they have the risk of being shunned by their colleagues or their university or whatever it is, the institution that they're a part of. They like to be a part of the team. They don't want to go outside the box.
That's true, but I think in many cases they truly believe this because they were reading. When I wrote this text, I also had this projection as well. I was able to step back and look at it more objectively because of all the things that I was seeing. So then I started questioning this, and then I was able to step back. But I also at the beginning had the same projection because I was also brought up in the same sphere, right? And so I think for a lot of these scholars, this is genuine. They really think when they see these dates automatically, especially if within a realistic context. This is not if they see these dates in an Egyptian context, a purely Egyptian context, they wouldn't necessarily believe it. But since they're seeing it within a realistic context, they're like, okay, this has to be Passover. But even within a realistic context, it doesn't necessarily have to be now. But there were a lot of scholars up to more recently studying this object, this so-called Passover legend, shows that the Passover was observed in the 5th century before the Common Era. Meaning this is the first proof that we have extra-biblically of anyone observing this particular festival. Now, every time, as I'm spoken, every time we deal with firsts, we need to be extra careful, right? It's very different dealing with the second occurrence or the third occurrence because you already know it was a first. Right? So you're not even asking whether such an observed even existed. But when you're dealing with the first occurrence of something, you need to be extra careful. And this is, according to many scholars, this would have been the first occurrence of the Passover as a festival. But then you need to step back and say, well, is what we're looking at really Passover? Yeah, the answer is for a lot of reasons that I talk about in this article. And actually, I connected to Zoroastrian, to the Zoroastrian cult. And then it's called not control. It's a synonym for religion. But I'm connected to the academic version, so really early Zoroastrians. I explain why in that analysis connected to academic Zoroastrianism is based on a lot of data, or significant data, whereas there's nothing to connect this. at that stage to the biblical passage. So when you compare the two, the chances are much stronger that it is connected to Zoroastrian observance to the biblical passage.
Have you received any sort of pushback or any sort of backlash for talking about this kind of stuff?
I mean, I've had people disagree, of course, which is normal. Nothing really too aggressive against this, but I did have people disagree with this. But without a lot of, just people just saying, well, I don't like it, without explanation, without saying, well, these are the reasons why. I would expect people to, and I'm fine, of course, I mean, science always progresses through people seeing things differently and disagreeing and we all progress together. But when people just say I disagree without explaining it, just I disagree because I disagree, that's not a good approach. So, and I've had a lot of that. I mean, I have some of that. The thing is, in like I really try, and in my different lectures about this in different places, I start by showing how wide the Zoroastrian impact on the Elephantine Mystic community was, independently of this particular document. And then I zero in on this document after the reader already understand that this is not the only place where you find Zoroastrian influence, right? So there's a much wider context, and then we zero in on this particular document. And it's really important to go that way in order to understand that this is not just a single event. The influence of Achaemenid Zoroastrianism was deep, very intimate to the people. But the Lafontaine to the Yahwists or early Jews in general.
And Yahweh, back then, it wasn't necessarily like an exclusive thing to be a Yahwist. You can partake, pick and choose a dozen religions and practice them all. Just like you go out to a restaurant on a given day of the week, you can pick and choose. It doesn't happen. That's not like today in Christianity and Judaism, where you subscribe to one thing for life, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, there was no, right. I mean, it was different. It wasn't exactly like this. It wasn't like you can choose it, but it was also not exclusive. So in the early you find documents like where people bless each other by the name of Yahweh in the community. So I bless you by both of you. Or you take oaths by the local female deity, Saturn, or other cases like that. And a very common, just I bless you by the gods, pure. All gods, we don't mention specifically. You're blessed by the gods, and so that's very common in that period. Not just the telephone, but in general. Just not mentioning all the gods, because there's so many who are blessed by the gods. And but these are Yahwists. These are Yahwists. But there wasn't, the reason I use the word cult so much, not religion, is because these are systems of adherence to specific deities for specific reasons. But religion, properly speaking, when we talk about religion, it's a system of observances. Going to Mass, for example, for Catholics, or going to the synagogue, and doing certain specific, very specific, and unique things for those specific practices in until have religion as such. Have cultic systems, but there were a lot of them had common and were so. So if you would go and observe a sacrifice in the Yahwistic temple, and then you go and observe the sacrifice in the Phoenician temple, that would be almost identical. And these observances would be very, very close to it. So you have cultic practices, but not even as such. The observances themselves were not that. The macro might have been a little different, possibly, and things like that, but the actual practices were not that different from one another. So we don't use the word religion at all. That's what I wanted to say. But actually, going back to what we said earlier about Yahwism being early Judaism, and that's really important. Yahwism as such continued, so it spawned Judaism around the 3rd century. Judaism, so when when authoritative texts that eventually became the Bible started to become to be collected and made into corpus of texts, which is about the 3rd century. At that point, Judaism started to take its own route, but Yahwism continued unabated, continued in parallel to that. And you had the Yahwists did not subscribe to the authoritative texts, and in Egypt and other places. So Yahwism continued, spawned Judaism off, and then Judaism spawned off Christianity. But Yahwism continued, and Yahwism continued to be the most popular, the most important, the central form of adherence to the deity while Judaism and Christianity were parallel to that. And so Yahwism, if we were to be transported back now, 2000 and wanted to know what form of Yahweh cult is the most popular, Yahwism by far the most popular at that period, more than Christianity, more than Judaism. And the reason I say that is because we find all over the world, and even outside of it, we find texts, amulets, curse texts, and all kinds of magical paraphernalia that people use in order to protect themselves, but it's in the name of God. And we find it all over the it's much more, it was so popular that even Roman historians and Roman philosophers wrote about people not Jewish or not Christian. They would write about Yahweh's importance in the Federation. And so Yahwism continued in parallel to the development of Judaism. And that is something that's really unique about my research. My research focuses on those as a religion, as almost an unseen, unknown religion that we didn't really see before. Because we're so, again, because of these projections that we have.
Yeah.
Looking back at the Bible, so it's through the New Testament and the Bible. Nothing
Right.
It's so crazy. Yeah. These are the grinders that we have.
I just read this book by a guy named Thomas Paine, if you're familiar with him, but he lays it out in such a compelling way where he explains that like the Bible is essentially a book of testimony. So today, in today's world, in court, if somebody has a testimony, it doesn't mean it's truth, right? It's just testimony, somebody's recollection of something that happened that they claim to be true. It doesn't mean it has to be true. It's something the jury. Right? Okay, now take it and make it anonymous. So now say we have testimony, but we don't know who the person who said this is, and we don't actually have it straight from their mouth, right? Now take it to another level and say it's the most extraordinary thing you've ever heard in your life by an anonymous person and his testimony. They said the sun and the moon stood still by the command of one person. So like, if that's what the Bible is made up of, that's so crazy. And it's just like, it really, like that book that I'm reading the book right now, I think it's The Age of Reason, where, it really, really lays out the history of the different versions of the Bible and how it was edited, redacted, and added to over millennia.
Right. So, I mean, I'm not too much into that book, but the Bible, I explain the Bible to my students and to general and I believe the correct way to look at the Bible is it's a battlefield. And so, like people often say, well, you can take the testimony of Herodotus, and you put more weight on what Herodotus said about the history of that period. More over the Bible, so why do you trust Herodotus? First of all, you look at Herodotus as extremely clear. Do not trust anything, just blindly believe it's right. But there is a big difference between Herodotus. The Bible is a book that defined the identity of people and of different sects within the Jewish Yeah. So you have a lot of different sects competing for ideas. You have the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the Essenes, etc. You have all of these different sects competing for Enochianism. You have a lot of different sects competing for ideas and theological ideas. What is redemption? What is salvation? What is the end times? All of these different ideas competing against one another. No one was defined. No one's identity was defined by the writers. Okay? That's not in. He did not. No one said, "I'm a good document," right? But people did define their identity by the Bible. So that's a completely different corpus, and the impact is completely different. Now, the reason I say it's a battlefield is because the different redactions, different editions, different treatments that the Bible had to go through were different ideologies competing against me. In the text. See things that are go to one direction or go another direction. Text in the text contains all of them, and if the Bible does not contain works that did not make it into the Bible, apocryphal works, do contain. So even the addition of the Bible and eventually making the Bible into a canonical work, that process also is ideological, deciding which book would get in, which book is not going to be in, and things like that. So the Bible is truly a battlefield for ideas. And I think that's part of the beauty of this book. The fact that it is, the Bible is a very beautiful book, regardless of religious, the religious perspective. And I think the main beauty of this book is its humanity. What I mean by that is that the power of this text comes from geography. And what I mean by that is that it was written at the place which is, if you look at where Palestine is, Israel is, right? That plot of land is. In the map. See, it's the bridge between Asia, between Europe, Asia, and Africa. That's the land, the only land bridge between these three continents. Every single empire, every army had to go through that region. So every culture in antiquity, from Western Asia and Egypt, or China, but every military, every culture from those areas had to live and work on that land, and people, and so they shared their ideology, they shared theology, they shared views with the people of Islam. And that's what gives, I think, the Bible its uniqueness, because it's a big, huge book of different perspectives of what went by the great empires and the different groups that came out of that region. So it's really a product of the geography that it's composed, and the beauty of it is really that we see elements that from either the Indo-Chinese, for example, so from the Indo-Arabians, we see from the Greeks, we see a lot of the Egyptian and the Assyrian and the Babylonians, etc. So we see all of these different elements coming kind of mixed up in the text, and I think that's what gives it a lot of its beauty and richness. And how all of these cultures coming together. And for my research, I got kind of reverse engineered this. So I look at the data and put data into the actual cultures and see and look at that you try to reverse engineer the original direction of the story. And especially looking at the Arabian which I chose.
And who was the first person to mention Moses? This is one of the things I spoke
biblically, right?
I spoke with Neil about this.
Yeah.
And he was explaining to me essentially that Moses wasn't ever mentioned until like 1,000 years after he died.
Well, if Moses is so good,
If he's real.
which is okay. I'm going to say very clearly. It's not, and we shouldn't be surprised. It's not.
Why do you say that?
Well, so I'll answer your question first. Moses is really kind of the first extra biblical mention of Moses is found in the text of the Torah, and who was a Greek writer writing around the 3rd century before the common era. And he talks about the 8 Moses. There are about, according to my calculation, about 11 to 13 different Moses in the Greek sources. And these are very different. It's the same name, but completely different stories about this person.
Say similar stories or
No, different stories.
Different stories.
The same name, but different stories. And that's very, very interesting. So we have Moses as this military leader, Greek military leader. We have Moses as an Egyptian priest. We have Moses as the teacher of orphans, this great musician, secret musician, teacher of law. And the reason why, because it sounds like a name, right? Moses.
Yeah.
So he's the teacher of orphans. We have him as a magi, as an alchemist, as a magician. We have all a lot of different, and we have him also as a police leader. We have him as the one who built Jerusalem. We have him as the one who divided the Jewish people into 12 tribes. Things that are not in the Bible, right? I mean, the idea of 12 tribes does exist in the Bible, of course, but not as tribes that Moses divided. It's not the same story. So we have 11 to 13 different Moses. We have about 4 different Exodus narratives around in the 3rd century, and many of them are simply people they don't know about the biblical version. They're not polemicizing. They're not arguing the biblical version. We're just saying this is the way it was. On the flip side, actually, the biblical version is polemicizing against these sources. So clearly, it's in order to disagree with someone, you have to come later.
Right.
You have to know about it.
Yes.
And so the biblical version of the Exodus narrative is polemicizing against a lot of these sources, trying to correct them, to protect the Jewish people from some of these interpretations that seem to be offensive to the Jewish people. And so that we do find. So the Exodus story is purely later and purely reacting to these to many of the sources. And that's a good reason to say this is mythological, because we have so many different Moses, and you have so many, and you have at least 4 different Exodus narratives. And the biblical version of that just emphasizes against all of these other sources. And so it comes later, and it's eclectic. It looks at all of these different directions. So so that's I think a very compelling argument. It's not from a lot of people say, well, Moses didn't exist and Exodus didn't happen because of archaeological reasons. We don't find any archaeology to support Moses existing and the Exodus of the people. That's an argument from science, and that's true. It's certainly true. And it's important to take into account. But ultimately, people can say, well, there were nomads. We might have somehow missed that particular point in time. So archaeology is very convincing up to a point, but then it's hard to know in terms. What I'm showing in my research is that we put archaeology aside, even though it's important, but it's simply not a strong. It's not absolutely 100% convincing either. I think when you look at the Greek sources and you see how many different, even within all of the sources that I mentioned, there are later generations that amplify these stories about Moses and add data to it later on. So we have a lot of different stories, even several generations of these stories developing in parallel to the biblical one.
Oh, wow.
And we're talking about a very, very rich corpus about a person, a very well-known person called Moses, not necessarily the Jewish or not necessarily the biblical Moses, although he's always associated with the Jews in some form. But sometimes he's associated with the Jews in a very offensive way. So, for example, he's depicted as a leper. And he's depicted as a leper, and the Jewish people are the people of leper, according to this, to some of these sources. And that was of course, offensive to the Jewish people. And within the Torah, they polemize against it. They fight against that idea. And they say, well, and that's why in the Torah you see so much about leprosy. There's so much dealing with leprosy, dealing with keeping pure. I mean, leprosy was a fact of daily life in ancient world. It wasn't something you would obsess with. But the Torah is dealing with leprosy all over the place. Even with Moses. Moses is a leper for a short period of time in the story of the burning bush. So in the story of the burning bush, he kind of puts his hand into his cloak and takes out his lepers and then puts it back in and it's healed. But then also all the people have to do with leprosy. There's a lot of things about leprosy, even leprosy of the house and the leprosy of the clothes. I mean, things that are not natural. So this obsession with leprosy, I believe, is part of the pushback against this kind of pejorative view of some sources against the Jewish people.
Okay. I want to talk about Alexandria. So, is it true there was absolutely? So I think basically what you've already said is that there is no evidence of the Bible before the Library of Alexandria.
Right. I mean, more specifically, before the 3rd century.
Right.
To me, that corresponds to all Alexandria phenomena.
And so, who are you talking on the other podcast? I thought it was fascinating. The two guys who were students of Aristotle who created Alexandria.
Well, that's Alexandria very important.
Okay.
Talking friends who studied in the academy, in the Aristotle Academy. And Theophrastus, the heir of Aristotle, took over the academy and was probably the visionary for the Library of Alexandria. The phenomenon of Alexandria. The reason we say phenomenon of Alexandria is that Alexandria in antiquity was truly a science fiction city. It was something that the world had never seen before. It wasn't just a valley. Kind of something like Silicon Valley, but truly, I mean, what they had. If you go to, I mean, it was a new city. It was built by it. You can see Alexandria. And it constructed in a way to reflect the vision of Aristotle for kind of rational city that is designing in a great. It had the coin operating machines, for example. It had coin operating machines,
Like vending machines?
like vending machines. No, it was truly ahead of its time. It had automatic doors. Yeah.
And how did that work?
So that particular, I mean, not everywhere, of course, but in the temple, the automatic doors, the heat of the sacrifice that they offered before the door at the temple would cause this symbolic action below the surface that would make the doors open. So you offer the sacrifice, and that would cause the doors to actually open up seemingly automatically and have the deity accept the sacrifice.
That's crazy. Oh, this has ropes and pulleys. Okay.
Yeah, but it was triggered by the heat of the
That's what the coin operated machines for. Like, what did they use those for?
I don't know, all kinds of. I mean, that's very. When you have coin, I mean, the weight of the coin.
Yeah. With the lever and
Exactly.
pulley. Right.
I mean, that's very straightforward, but you have to think about that.
Yes.
Do it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And so, yeah, I mean, in antiquity, you would go, anyone could go there and do truly something that you've never seen. And now, the library, what we talked about, the library was a part of complex. No, just a complex of the palace of Ptolemy. And so there was this huge palace complex that included a temple for the muses. This place where you could walk around and philosophize, think, come up with ideas. So this place, this museum, which we use for museum today, but this museum, this place had within it the library. So that's the library for example. Now, what's unique about the library for example, technically, we had libraries even before Alexander. But those libraries, like the offshore Balipa, other great monarchs of antiquity, those libraries were really more archives than libraries. They were there to store texts and to train scribes. And mostly to store own texts that predict the future, and you want to be able to store those texts and refer back to them. And so those other archives really were very different from the Library of Alexandria. The Library of Alexandria was also about storing first, so keeping texts stored. But the main goal there was to implement the vision of Aristo on how to deal with texts that disagree with one another, so different manuscripts. So they had different manuscripts, for example, of Homer, and they saw that there are all kinds of contradictions between these manuscripts of the same work. And we developed the methodologies, sometimes put them side by side of different versions, sometimes harmonize them, sometimes modify them, or remove one version and keep only one. All kinds of methodologies to deal with different versions of the same story, different manuscripts. We see the same exact methodologies applied to the Bible. Exactly the same. We see we see two accounts side by side. We see harmonizations. We see the same type of editing methodologies applied to the Bible as well.
ChatGPT of antiquity.
If you want to look at it that way, but it's the as I said before Alexander, so before the turn of the third century. I should say, as a historian that came to this from a different angle, I noticed that before the turn of the third century, there's nothing.
Nothing. What do you mean? Nothing?
No, as you said, there's absolutely no trace of any hint of knowledge of anything in all of these thousands of stuff.
Right.
There's absolutely nothing. That was definitely silence before the turn of the third century. But around the turn of the third century, we see those Greek writers starting to talk about things that are missing the piece of the Bible, like Moses and things like that. Not necessarily, that doesn't necessarily mean that they really off the biblical text. Right? Again, if we go back to what we talked about earlier about projection, the fact that they mention Moses or they mention the Bible doesn't mean that they knew about the biblical text.
Right.
They might have been familiar with
This was the source for the later biblical. Could have been the source. Could have been the first sources taken out of context for the later.
Right. What I argue is that some of the biblical text is kind of arguing against these Greek sources, but they might reflect certain traditions that were oral traditions, even among the Jews of Alexander, for example. They might reflect all kinds of other traditions that we're not familiar with, but they don't necessarily mean that they were the biblical text, because they're not really arguing with the biblical text. That's
right.
Right. They're coming in and saying this was the case, and they're not trying to show that the biblical text is wrong, whereas the biblical text is trying to show that they're wrong. Right. So that means that actually hints at certain precedents here of the Greek sources over the biblical sources. And so, because when we're arguing against something, we clearly are contradicting.
By the way, what out of all of the texts that were in the Library of Alexandria, do you know what language they were in for the most part?
I mean, for the vast majority, of course, is Greek. And that's another thing. The Library of Alexandria was constructed in order to organize the Greek world, the great works of the Greek world, to create authoritative editions, clean editions, and the most accurate editions according to the scientific standards of that day. It's for the Greek world. So they were very Hellenic-centric. There is in scholarship and historically, a lot of people have claimed that there's this idea coming from the letter of Aristotle, a very famous document about written to describe how the Hebrew Bible was translated into Greek. But it's also a it's not a very historical document, but often in scholarship called pseudo-Aristeas. And there's a lot of yeah. And so that it's a very important document, but it's not a very historically trustworthy document. But it's a very important one because it does show what the Jews wanted to show in the second century of the fourth to the second century. And in that document, in this letter of Aristeas, supposedly the king Ptolemy wanted to commission a translation of the Hebrew Bible into the Greek, and in order to keep that in the Bible. There are a lot of problems with that idea. First of all, as I said, they were not really interested in what they think is not Greek. The idea of them commissioning a work like that is simply antithetical to how Alexander operated. They were not this cosmopolitan. There's a much greater, better romantic idea that Alexander was this cosmopolitan place where all cultures were treated equally. With this great Kuba of cultures,
supremacy.
Yeah, yeah. And a lot of that comes from the time of the French Revolution, where the intellectuals wanted to show that Christianity is the source of all people. And so look at how humanity was before Christianity, was absolutely great, universal, everyone was working together, and then it was destroyed. But the reality was that Alexander was very central. Now, another really important point that a lot of scholars miss is that the Septuagint is not Greek as such. It's not Greek. It's Judeo-Greek.
For people who are new to this stuff, can explain what the Septuagint was.
So the Septuagint is this translation of especially of the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, into something that is Greek related. And the reason I'm saying Greek related because it's not actual Greek. It's Hebrew. It's Jewish. It's Hebrew. It's kind of like Jewish. Right? It is. So I come from classical studies, and so I studied Greek classical Greek for a long time. And so for me, coming into and reading the Septuagint or the New Testament, which is an extension of the Septuagint into its language, it was almost shocking. It was almost uncomfortable for anyone coming from classical Greek or from Greek to read the Septuagint because it's not. In some cases, even it seems to be wrong. It seems to be bad written.
Right.
Some of the terms that it's using don't make sense in Greek, but when you know the Hebrew term behind it, it's an exact translation into the Greek of the Hebrew term.
Interesting.
So it's Hebrew. It's really not very much true. A lot of people look at this and know about Yiddish. So Yiddish is Jewish German. Right? That's it's a German language adopted by the.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's okay. So Yiddish is Jewish German.
Okay.
And it's It's based on German language, but it has a lot of words. Also, kind of sprinkled in, and that's the same thing with the Septuagint. It's not so tough for Ptolemy or anyone to commission a work that would be written in a Jewish Greek, not in Greek. Makes sense.
Yeah, why would you create a new Jewish Greek? Why would you just make it into a real Greek?
Right, so that was probably the Greek that was spoken by the Jews. So it was written for them. It was not, so that's the language, that's the Greek that they had for their own identity in Alexandria. There was a pretty large community within of Jews in Alexandria from the beginning, from Alexandria, from the Jewish Muslim within the Abraham, or at least a settlement in Alexandria. And so this language that it was translated into, it's not Greek. And that's extremely important to realize. And unfortunately, in many cases, that is not, people don't realize this as they should.
So when you want to compare Hebrew to Greek, how much Hebrew literature is there from that time?
Oh, that's a great question.
The Dead Sea Scrolls are from when?
So does that support our nature?
They're like 200.
Yeah, I mean, some people date the first fragments to late 3rd century. I'm not sure I sort of subscribe to that dating. It's all based on scripts, format of the script.
Like how much, like when it comes to Hebrew versus Greek, like how much, I don't know, how much philosophical text, medical text, legal text do we have in Hebrew?
Almost nothing. As medical text and philosophical text as such prior to the 2nd century.
Oh wow!
Before the coming here. It starts maybe for one really generous in the late 3rd century. But it's hard to date.
How do you think that is?
Well, first of all, we don't really have a lot of Hebrew before the Dead Sea Scrolls. Hebrew was not
Dead language?
and that's a really great question. And it's not. It wasn't completely dead. Some people obviously knew it because they were able to write the Bible in Hebrew. But the language that was spoken by the Hellenistic people living in Babylonia or Egypt or whatever was Aramaic. Most of them spoke Arabic, most of that. In Babylonia, there was still some Canaan that would be, of course, moving into the Persian period. But Arabic was the lingua franca. It was the language that was the place of the language. For a lot of people, it became not just lingua franca, but also the Hebrew materna, the mother tongue. And so Aramaic was their central language for everybody. And we do have Arabic text, of course, also. Hebrew was more of, I wouldn't even say liturgical language. We don't have any proof of it as liturgical language. And that's an important thing. It could have been, but we don't have any proof. But clearly it was preserved somehow because people were able to write Hebrew text. Now, again, I'm not also, it's important to point out, I'm not saying that everything in the Hebrew Bible was written in Hellenistic Greek. Clearly, there are texts that were much older as well, that were compiled, that were collected, and then implemented, and put together as part of this enterprise. They were putting together an authoritative source based on the things about what Alexander. I'm not saying all of these texts were composed in Hellenistic. And of course, also, I also have an article about the portion of the Book of Amos that I can date. I can date not necessarily the text, but I can date the story there to the end of the 8th century, the 7th century. So this is a text, and the reason I'm able to date it is because I can compare it very precisely to new Assyrian inscriptions that were common at the time. And so every time I have an extra biblical anchor, I can use that in order to date certain texts, and even then you have to be very, very careful not to assume certain things. Because even if there are certain paragraphs between texts that are extra biblical and the biblical text, doesn't mean that necessarily they were composed at the same time, because you have access to that text for centuries later. So we have to be very careful of everything in order to make sure that we are as objective and scientific as possible in coming to our conclusions. But in the case of Amos, I also showed in the article that there were only a very short window in which these idioms could have been fully understood, and I show how they were later misunderstood. So I can narrow down the time frame to roughly the first part of the 7th century before coming for that particular small passage because I have it. But so what I'm trying to say is that there were texts that lived into the Bible in the 8th century, 7th century. But there were people, Jewish people, that were inspired by what was going on in Alexandria. They were not working for under any kind of condition by the king to translate the Bible or anything like that, but they were inspired by what was happening in Alexandria, as others were, not just people who were not known as, it inspired Egyptians, it inspired other people in the they said, okay, we're going to apply this approach. The Greeks are applying this to their own corpus. We're going to apply it to our corpus. And so they were able to get texts from various sources and apply this methodology in many cases as well. And to propose the collision between the texts, to put them together and also imagine, in the case of the Torah specifically, imagine all kinds of answers to the Greek people, which were never seen all
Right.
they were concerned with. And so this enterprise that happened when it started in the 10th century before the common era to collect, edit, adapt, propose, harmonize, and really kind of put together a more authoritative version of the authoritative corpus
Of history.
Of history, theology, we didn't think of history the way we think of history today. Of course, there wasn't a concern with that at that time. We really weren't concerned about precise history.
Really?
No. I mean, even Herodotus, that's not history the way we do today. I mean, he basically walks around people about culture that now, often through a translator, so it's often in Boston translation. So he writes it down and just goes with it, and he doesn't necessarily. Sometimes he has critical, sometimes he's reserved, sometimes he's just runs with whatever he's told. So Herodotus is not really considered to be the father of history, right? Phidias came after him called him the father of lies because of so many inconsistencies that he has in that. But Herodotus is certainly a source, and he is kind of pseudo-historical in many ways. We certainly have to use him as a source, but always with a grain of salt in our research. But again, in antiquity, history wasn't really science. It's like writing things that were sometimes asking questions, sometimes doubting. It wasn't really. In the case of the Bible, it was more about building identity, about establishing their own kind of cocoon, ideological cocoon, in parallel to the Greek one. So the Greeks were doing the same thing with their sources, with Hesiod, with Homer and other sources, and they're looking at this critically, these different critically for their day. And the Jews were simply just applying the same methodology to the sources that existed, or they would revolt new sources. So a lot of this is, according to my research, certain important layers within the Pentateuch, within the Torah, are really written within the like the story of the patriarch, all of the patriarchs that is so humanistic, right, in its overall features. And so these were proposed, I believe, in the humanistic period. But other elements that are found their way into this narrative could be.
So, my understanding of the languages and the translation is that, especially when it comes to Greek and Hebrew, is that Greek is this deep, complex language that has over 1 million unique words, and Hebrew only has like 7,000 unique words, give or take, something like that, which is like an insane the difference in the two is great. And when you translate that, you can't translate from something less technical to something more technical. Now, you saying that it's Judeo-Greek is a whole different. It makes it really like throws a wrench into this whole thing.
Right.
But like the way it was described to me before was that Greek. This is just my analogy for it. Is that Greek is like a flying saucer of a language, right? And then Hebrew is like a single engine prop plane. So how do you find a flying saucer and then try to reverse engineer it into a single engine prop plane? It doesn't make sense to go from something super technical and deep to something way less technical and deep that has way fewer words. And then in some instances I've seen on a debate on John Neal's channel, which people that there are words in Greek that actually take like two or three words and make that one word Greek.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're talking also about different language families, right? I mean, this is Semitic, this is so we're talking about different languages.
Right.
So comparisons. There are cases where it's the other way around. You can see things in some of the time that are much more compressed compared to so, but I mean, technically, the translation can happen.
Right. And Julius Africanus also said something, I think, that I heard around the 2nd century AD or something like that, where he looked at it and said, this is the original Greek word. I don't know if you go that far. Just heard that.
I've heard Julius Africanus, but I don't remember that particular part, but I do know what he said about it.
He said in the Septuagint looks like it reads like a Greek original. That's what Julius Africanus said. Biological, so Stephen, maybe you can find that.
I'm not surprised if you say that because, again, like I said, anyone who has been trained with actual Greek to be Septuagint, in a sense, I think for a lot of actual people who came from the world and were exposed to the Septuagint, it made them feel comfortable. It looks like part of the Greece. Parts of it are just unexpected in terms of phrases and things like that. And certainly the vocabulary is different. Right. It is, of course, Greek, but English is German ultimately. But it's not Greek. And it makes you feel like you're kind of a loose Arab. It's not even the difference between British English and American English. It's much more than that. Right. And it is in many ways more efficient. It's the Greek that was spoken by the Jews in the Empire, and especially in probably mostly in the City. And so it was commissioned by the king. The chances of the king commissioning something in Judeo-Greek rather than actual Greek, I think, are slim to non-existent. And we can't completely, but I think it's written very good center. The work commissioned by them to not be written actually. And you could have translated Hebrew and Greek. You could have, but he didn't. So it is translated into Greek, and I think it's translated for the Alexandrian Jews, who are, as I said, pretty significant.
And what, like as far as like a time frame of when this translation took place, like how much time toward the translation?
I think very little time. We're talking about the 3rd century before the Common. I think in the first quarter of that century, we're talking about kind of the Hebrew text starting to come together of the Torah, and then the translation is very decade or two.
A decade or two.
Yeah. Earlier I mentioned him writing the equivalent of the Torah. That took him 10 years. That's it. It took for one person to write the equivalent of the Torah and more, because he had to write it in a meter line. So it was much more work to do this, again, at the same length of text. 10 years to write it. Now, he was also using existing material. He didn't invent the entire story just by himself. He was the idea that the Romans were children of this hero, this heroic hero from Troy, from the Battle of Troy, of course, predated him. We find the echoes of that in the 2nd century in Rome. So he's using existing work and really working this to fit certain graphs and certain features, and adds to it and composes this incredible work. And so, but it took 10 years to do. Now, a much more impressive example, although from about 1,000 years later, is the Shahnameh, the Book of Kings in the Iranian tradition. I really recommend people probably one of the best, greatest epics of humanity ever. It's an incredible story. It's an incredible book. Written by Rabbi, this great Iranian poet, also in Egypt. That book is about 150% more than the entire Bible, including the New Testament. Wow. It is a humongous work. Okay. And it took him 30 years to write. One person. Also using wisdom, also not inventing everything. But one person working for 30 years producing a work that is shown also a work that is significantly larger than the entire Bible. So, Book of King. It is, I really recommend people to read this incredible. Anyway, so this is one person for 30 years. So people, if the resources are available, if the time is available, if the will is there, people can write the large works relatively quickly, 10 to 20 years. Within a lifetime of a single person, well within the lifetime of a single person. So the work of writing and collecting Torah could have been accomplished within a decade or two. Technically, I'm not saying that it was, but it could have. And the translation could have happened in parallel to it, because if the goal was to work within this Alexandrian state of mind, this Alexandrian ideology, this Alexandrian methodology that was developed in Alexandria at the library at the time, they wanted to follow this way of doing things and to produce something for the people, for the Jews in Alexandria, so that they feel that they are getting receiving the same kind of treatment as their neighbors. The translation into Jewish Greek again.
Yeah, and even with like the Alexandria was right on the water, right? So it was not a great place to store text. Like those works would get diminished by just like the climate and the humidity there. So that they constantly had to have people that were rewriting books, right? And making copies of them, and like who knows what was lost during that.
Lost a lot. I mean, the Library of Alexandria continued for some people. It was on the news. There was some kind of library that destroyed parts of the library. But the library continued well into the common and slowly but we lost a lot, of course. I mean, it was truly treasure trove.
It's such an interesting thing the way you say you didn't look at history the same way we look at it, and the way that people today in our culture look at history is so much different. And when we try to fit that into our frame of view of history, it's crazy. And when you have people writing about this stuff for different motivations, whether it be just mythological or if you want to call it historical, or if you want to if it was for any sort of economic gain, if you want to get later into like Christianity, people writing it to develop these religions to create this sort of like a society, like Plato's idea of this noble society that he wanted to create this sort of Santa Claus character to make people, to build it around fear so people would obey. And he wanted to get rid of Homer and like just the schools and stuff. And they had just different motivations for things. And then if you extrapolate that to where we are now, like an example would be something we've been talked about recently on recent podcasts is like Plato's Atlantis. And Plato, that like up until a couple decades ago, there was just this gap where no one would talk about Atlantis, and some guy wrote a book about it on how it was this crazy lost city that somehow was lost during the flood and went underwater. But like, go and talk to Plato about it. Or if you look at any of Plato's artwork, Plato's only wrote about like philosophical allegories or ideas, like his cave. We're not out looking for Plato's cave. So why would we look for Alexander? Well, the people like now write well, the people often write books just to build a name for themselves, to make money on things. There's so many motivations for developing these works today. So to look at history through the same lens we look at it now is just it's kind of crazy.
Right. And we need to always be very careful. We in academia try to be as methodological about this. So we have to look at, we can't just look at one data. We have to find where as many data points as needed to draw conclusions. It has to be as scientific as it can. And in the study of history, we are now moving in this generation, and that's something I'm really trying to focus a lot of my energy on, is to make the study of history to be more scientific, more like the hard science, rather than just coming up with ideas and trying to see if it sticks. Which was the way a lot of history has been done thus far. And I'm not saying that we've made a lot of progress in the study of history, but in order to put history on a very solid ground and to make it less subjective and object, there's a lot we can do. So one of my projects, I'm not going to go too much into detail, but we're trying to work especially on the people. I mentioned people for a number of times, which is the study of these original primary documents, the actual documents written in real time with people living in real time, not thinking that this will ever be studied again. So epigraphy is the beating heart of the study of history, of ancient history at all, because this is the primary material we have. It's more than Herodotus, which is not a primary source, right? Herodotus, of course, wrote his books, but he did not. First of all, we don't have his original document, or his original manuscript. But that was not something that it's not a daily life. It's not something that people don't have visceral experience. The epigraphic material is the most basic, most original, the most raw material that you can have and build. And on top of that, you should start building historical analysis of the data. So epigraphy is really heart and soul, really the blood of historical science. Our mathematics in history is grammar. So if you look at these texts and you need to really identify what we actually say, right, it has to correspond to the rules of grammar and syntax. Right? And if it does not, then you are probably missing something. So the way for us to check whether we are or not is to find. So we're starting to look at history more scientifically, more precisely, and we're trying to be more objective. In order to do that, we also have to be, it's really the motivation, is to shoot for maximum transparency. Now, in my work, I try to be as transparent as possible. That is the most important thing for me. More than accuracy. Now, I try to be as accurate as possible in my restorations of texts, right, but I'm doing other mistakes. What's going to is more important than me being accurate is me being transparent and explaining with as many photos as I can, and always offer microscopic photos of different aspects of the text, enough to object of the story. But as many photos as I can, always explaining why I reached these conclusions, what the options that I had, right, and being as transparent as possible, because the transparency is the key for the study of history.
Yeah.
Because we're always working together, all scholars, and I want them to look at my work and find the mistakes. If it's transparent, they can find the much more easily, right, to be able to correct, because we are working together for the progress of science ultimately. And so we are really shooting in this generation of historians, shooting for the maximum transparency. That's me. That is me. Maximum transparency, maximum methodological rigor. And I think we're already starting to see the first fruits of that really starting to lead us into a more stable vision of history.
Yeah, and it's tough too. Like even with the Dead Sea Scrolls, I had a gentleman on here who's an expert on deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he was explaining to me how when they were doing all that work on the Dead Sea Scrolls, they came across a lot of forgeries where people were basically trying to sell fakes at Dead Sea Scrolls and the stories book, and they would go under microscopes, and they would see the degradation of the actual. What is the word they use for the skins that are written on? There's
Parchment.
Parchment. Yeah, so parchments they would see like gradations or like depressions where part of it was torn away, and they would see the ink going over that, so they knew that this was like obviously not original. This was a forgery, which is crazy. It's not you guys have stuff.
Absolutely. You always need to be very careful about these sources to check whether they are actually original. Found in the archaeological context, that's the best, because you can actually, with the stratigraphic dating, which layer in the archaeological excavation was found to be dated.
Right.
So yeah, but a lot of these documents, unfortunately, don't have this with them, so you have to in different ways. But of course, checking whether these are forgeries or not is really important. It's really tricky.
I think that people try to do that for multiple different reasons. To help push a narrative or just to make money.
Just make money. And the thing is, a lot of forgers are people who went to academia and probably not make it the way they wanted, but they are really good. They do the work and learn how to copy and mimic the hands of scribes. But they also have a lot of money. They are sponsored by people who can sell this, and they have more money than we have in academia, for sure. So they have better resources in order to make these forgeries. So we need to be very, very vigilant and dealing with actual source material. But again, a lot of these documents in the Dead Sea Scrolls are really ancient. Some of them are not. But we always need.
I know this is a little bit outside of your expertise, but what language did Jesus spoke? Do you think he was a real historical figure?
I mean, I think most historians say that there was a rabbi, rabbi at that time was called and there was a Jesus after that. Whether that person also resurrected from the dead, that's more of a faith than more historical. But yeah, that's really not my view. Languages. So we're talking about first century of the Common Era. Greek was certainly a major language. I'm sure that that people as a group spoke Aramaic was certainly very important as well. So I think between these two, between Aramaic and those are the people at the time that students as such. But Aramaic and certainly Greek.
Yeah, too. And I also I get the impression that a lot of these cults and these ancient religions like Yahwism, they correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like that they view them much differently than religions today. Like they viewed them as mythological traditions that didn't necessarily have to be objective facts, but they were more of just traditional myths that they subscribe to because, for whatever reason, maybe it helped them get through life. Maybe it was just an important tradition to them. But today, it's more of a hard black and white thing.
Absolutely, you're making a very good point. In antiquity, things were much more fluid, much more interesting as well, and very energetic. The energy. One of the things that always really excites me from research is the energy that I see from these private documents and how people were so keen learning and exposing themselves to new ideas and to new traditions and fluidity. Very, really stands out in these days. And what I mean by fluidity, we talked about realism. Now, realism had Yahweh, of course, as the head of the pantheon, but as it continued to develop, it evolved like any other cultic system / religion. Everything evolved. Even today, right? Even today, Christianity is constantly constantly evolving. We constantly have to deal with new things, new data. Evolution, right? That's right. Now Christianity has to elaborate what is their position versus where acceptable, is it or not, how each test should be right, different. So any religion, any cultic system has to develop to evolve over time. In the case of Yahwism, it continued to develop into what is called, even so. Before I talk about how it developed in its own right, even the quote unquote Orthodox small Jews of the time, so those who did believe according to the commandments or to their interpretation at the time of the commandments in the Pentateuch in the first century, when they had a sick child or they had a problem, they would go and use curse texts that are completely come from a different tradition. Gnostic.
What's that? What did you say? What's that word?
Curse text.
Curse text. Okay.
Curse text. Like amulets and other kind of curse texts and protective texts that would protect the children or the family. And those texts were typically more realistic in that, in the sense where there was this ancient value, really sexuality. But they also have other terms that are very unknown to us from the Bible that we saw as they like Adonai saw a series in its own covenants, its own God. Like the word Adonai, which is very familiar to people who are from the Hebrew Bible. That is in the Bible, it's really a title for God. It's seems. But in later Judaism, what's called Gnosticism. I don't like the term Gnostic because it's a pejorative term. So but there's nothing else from there. There is a reason for convenience. But the Gnostics are kind of continuing Yahwism as in parallel to Judaism and Christianity. So the lay of the land in the first century era, was very complex, very rigorous, very effervescent, very with a lot of kind of cross-pollination between different systems and ideologies. You would take something from, even the idea of the Son of God. If you walk through the Roman Empire, every milestone, literally stone every mile of the road, would have the name of Caesar that established this road, and often it would have the name, and it would say Son of God. Right? So that idea of the Son of God would be around you, okay, at that time. It wasn't just Jesus, that's not God, but it was also the Empire. And so all of these ideas came from imperial cult, from Egyptian cult, from the Gnostic field of a lot of different sects there, from different Jewish sects, from different readings and even interactions with the Persian world, interactions with this early Zoroastrian. Everything, they weren't really kind of strict walls between these different religions that we have today. Like you said, everything was flowing cross-pollinating, and that's why I love about this period, because it's so rich, so energetic. People are always kind of looking and confused in resources. And so, and that's what caused ultimately, I think, one of the reasons that Christianity was able to spread quickly and successfully was that Yahwism was the engine that enabled things that really appreciate because people were already very much interested in aspects of Taoism, but they were not Jews. But they did have amulets of flower, they did have Sabaoth as another deity, or other knowledge. So they were, the language was becoming more and more familiar. And I think that really helped prepare the spread of Christianity. So Taoism is an important engine in that.
Also, are there any other myths that are so as ubiquitous, spread across so many different cultures and so many different parts of the world, like the flood myth, like the flood of Noah, the Sumerian flood? You find it there, you find it in Egypt, you find it in Central and South America. It seems like this. It seems crazy that it's known from all these different cultures, all these different parts of time. And there's like literally there. I think there's geological evidence that proves that there was like some sort of catastrophe around the time that I think it was talked about, which was like 1200 BC or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think you're mixing things here. I mean, the 1200 BC is what's called the Bronze Age collapse, roughly speaking. And that's not really a flood. It's related to a lot of other things, including climate change.
Well, there's this theory called the Younger Dryas hypothesis, where they imagine that there was a couple different ideas, but one of the prevailing theories that there was like a cosmic comet impact that hit the North American ice sheet and some other parts of the world as well, that melted the ice cap, ended the Pleistocene, and then created like an enormous flood that wiped out a huge amount of humans and animals.
I'm not familiar with that, but might be, maybe. I'm not familiar with that. I don't think I have done that cosmic path, so I'm not sure if this is big. But it's not hard to imagine. I mean, people in agricultural society, we're talking about all of the ancient societies are agricultural societies, and you have to deal with floods. I mean, by definition, if you're an agricultural society, water is critical to your daily life. And you are planting seeds and you're trying to be close to the water as possible. On the flip side of that, flooding, right? If you're close to the water sources, you will be flooded. Right? So flooding was a daily, something that you would constantly be worried about. And it's not daily, but certainly every year that would become a concern. Around the springtime, that would become a concern about potential flooding. And so it's really easy to understand in every agricultural society across the globe why it would be a legend surrounding massive flooding. It doesn't necessarily mean that there was a event, and it doesn't mean necessarily that there was influence from one tradition to another. It's really easy to imagine why a massive flooding would come. It's not, we don't really necessarily need to go to understand. It's like with pyramids. You find pyramids in different places.
Yes, exactly.
You find the same structure in South America, you find possibly in Europe, you find possibly in Asia and other places, of course in Egypt, Indonesia. So, but this is just because this is a utility of the form that is very, very stable. And it makes a lot of sense. It does not necessarily mean that there is any kind of transfer of so it's not necessarily. So you can start to think about aliens or whatever, but that's not necessarily the case. It's really simple to think that certain elements, like the flooding everyone living in an agricultural society has to deal with floods.
Right.
Everyone has. In some cases, the flooding is so extreme that it would destroy the livelihood of people miles around. And these things are it's very easy to see how that could eventually develop into mythological story. And that would happen all across the world. Because every society has every culture. Same again with pyramid. It doesn't have to be necessarily, you don't have to go the route of pyramids in order to explain it. It's,
It is great. The pyramid, especially the Great Pyramid, is such an astonishing feat.
it's the,
1,500. I think there's like, I don't know if there's thousands of stuff. I think there's at least 500 ton granite blocks that are at the top of that pyramid. That's from Aswan, which is right a long ways
we
away.
talked about that.
Yeah.
That's the bit.
Like, oh,
Very good. Yeah.
and these things, I'm sure I don't know if you're familiar with these vases that they found, that pyramid, but these vases, a guy you're going to see, Matt Bell, he actually purchased a bunch of these on the antiquities market, and they're made out of the hardest granite, I think red granite, one of the hardest granites on earth. And he had them measured with light scanners, and they're perfectly symmetrical within the deviation of a human hair, from top to bottom, perfect set of symmetry. And to create that in granite today, we would need a CNC machine, like we'd have to create this on a computer. The fact that they did that 2700 BC is like it doesn't compute. You know, like almost.
Yeah, I mean, people were very, very good. I mean, they were brilliant. And I do think that.
Yeah, I think the description. I think so. Obviously, they had to have been to create this stuff. I just don't think like the conventional theory of how they did it with like copper chisels and pounding stones or like something like that in the middle of it. Like something as perfect, precise as that.
Right.
It's like a piece of a jet engine.
Yeah. No, I certainly agree with you. Yeah. There's a lot that don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
They don't have the knowledge and the technology necessarily to do that. But I do know that these were brilliant people. And, they were able. I mean, sometimes today, people can place to say, well, how we reproduce this today, and we are stumped because we think, according to our technological knowledge in a certain direction, they did not have this technology, so they had to create a computer and come up with solutions that we don't have access to. So I tend to look at these things and just say, it's also the building of the pyramid. I mean, if you go to Aswan, to that region, and you see all these forms, they cut the granite stones. You see how they work. You can see how they work. You see because they did in some cases they did it first. So you actually see the work kind of midway, and you can see actually how they do this. And you can see also how they transport a lot of technology we know how to do. We know how to do this. It's very, very impressive. It's extremely impressive. But it's, you know how we do most of it. In some of these temples, for example, these massive temples in Egypt that you see, parts of the ramparts on which they were able to pull the stones up still exist. And so we know a lot about creating these massive buildings. And that's all very, very natural. It's not extra.
Have you seen the 1,000-ton obelisk that was never finished, that was never pulled out of the quarry?
In Aswan.
Yeah. Underneath it, I've seen I've been there, but I've seen photos and videos. There's like it looks like ice cream scoops taken out of the granite.
The holes, yeah.
Underneath, like when they're underneath it, like digging it out. It's like it looks like you see. You don't have to pull a photo of it. It literally looks like ice cream scoops out of the rock, and that's in a lot of the places too. Even in what is where Serapi, the Serapi, yeah. The Serapi, there's these granite blocks, scoop marks out of them. It's like, what? It's almost like they had some sort of like chemical that we just don't have any evidence for that was softening it or something.
Yeah, possibly.
Look at that.
You know, they were very, very impressive people. They had problems that we don't know how to approach. But it's It's all part of their genes. Really amazing, amazing people. They were, and what's amazing also, go to visit the temple. I don't know if you've been to Egypt.
Never.
If you're highly recommend to people this thing. These temples are huge, huge. And of course, the pyramids as well. And a lot of this, people in Egypt were driven by the ideology of the Egyptian cult. And the idea was that they really believed in life after death. And the idea was that you worked for the pharaoh and you did with the pharaoh after death. You would be part of this. So of course, every person participated in the construction of these massive, you know, monuments. Really.
So that's
So this is Abu Simbel. Abu Simbel. Now, what you're seeing here, so this is Abu Simbel today, of course, and I don't know if you know this, but this entire side of the mountain was transported from its original location in the 60s to what you're seeing.
oh really?
Yeah. So every rock, it was cut in using modern technologies because Kamal Abdul Nasser wanted to create this dam, and there's a lake down there.
Right.
And the original location of Abu Simbel is now submerged under that lake. And so in order to conserve this, they actually moved the entire temple. This is the temple itself. The entire temple, they moved it out of its original location in the 1960s. Modern engineers moved it to this location very, very accurately, except when you go into this temple on the solstice day, the solstice, in the morning, the sun comes through this entrance and shines straight on the statues at the end of this tunnel. There are statues of Ramses II and the Pride of Great and it shines directly in the center of him and around him. And that's exactly a certain time and a certain day of the year in the original location. Here, modern engineers did that, but they missed one day. It's not. It's like
no.
And so with modern technology, we were not able to replicate this even. We were able to cut to we're able to be as precise as they were. So this is really, really impressive, right? People at the time were truly, they had, in many ways, they had less distractions. They were able to test things out. I just think the humanity of this is so impressive.
You were definitely on a different trajectory than we're on.
Different trajectory, absolutely. And but I don't think there's anything supernatural about it. It's just humans doing what humans do. And figuring out some of these. And sometimes we don't have the solutions today.
Right.
But they were able to do that, and oftentimes they actually liked it. They said we did like it. They did express how they did, how they moved large strategies around, for example. These are things that
There's connects to explain that.
you have to actually talk about that. They describe it to a certain degree, not to the level of detail that you want. But
what do you know what they say?
they talk about. This is not my field.
Right. Obviously. Yeah, we're just talking.
But I do know that they do describe to a certain degree how they move things around. Okay. So Egyptologists do know a lot about how the pyramids were. You read in popular culture a lot about we don't know today how they built the pyramids. Must have been no, we know a lot about how they built the pyramids. So that they used to know about how they built the pyramids. It is what's truly breathtaking is just the level of ingenuity that we have. To come to find solutions for these really engineered problems, deeply really serious engineering problems, and to do it so precisely.
There's a gentleman I had on the show a while back named Christopher Dunn, who spent his whole life studying these pyramids, and he was actually an engineer at first. He was an aerospace engineer, and he discovered the pyramids. I think it was like in the early 80s, maybe even 70s, I think it was. And he started going to study them and like look at them and measure everything. And he like rented out the whole pyramid by himself many times, where he could do his own studies and stuff. And he came up with the hypothesis that it was like an ancient power plant. And he's talking, and he, like, through his early years, studying the 70s and 80s and 90s, he obviously got a lot of pushback from Egyptologists, he was. And now he's published a second book on it, and he's explaining to me how there is a whole new generation of Egyptologists that are coming up, young people, who are questioning the fact that the idea that these things were originally tombs, and they're looking into it more and trying and pushing back on this original idea. And it seems like the idea is evolving with young people coming up in Egypt now. So it's interesting. In his book, it's interesting. He looked at the Serapeum, and he measured the blocks and how much they weighed and everything. He went to a company, the biggest granite company that cuts granite in the United States, and he basically asked them what it would take to replicate one of those boxes in the Store Avenue. And the guy was like, "We would never do them all because it's one piece. If we would do something like that, we would take all the sides and bolt them together. Like even just to get a piece of granite like that out of the ground and transport it, you're talking like $500,000 with today's technology. Like, it's insane."
Yeah, but they didn't have. They didn't have budget.
Right, exactly. That's my point. Right.
A pharaoh like Ramses II was so powerful. Really limitless power. And so, but the people believe that participating in the work of the pharaoh would also bring them in the next life, the life beyond. And so they did this thing where they were not slaves. They were not slaves. They were paid for their work, but they also were deeply religious in that sense.
Yeah.
They really believed in what they were doing.
Weren't there temples that were built specifically for people in the afterlife that weren't like temples people would dwell in? They were just like they existed for like, somebody went to the afterlife, like the Syrian.
These are temples. These are temples for not for the afterlife per se.
I thought there was temples that they built that were actually not inhabited. They were like had doors that went nowhere.
Oh, there's a lot of doors. Many different places, of course. But I'm not sure that's good for the afterlife. Again, that's something you should ask them.
Right.
But having visited Egypt a number of times, this is I'd be very cautious about reading too much into supernatural or extra. This is
it's fun. It's fun to talk about.
It's fun.
Super fun.
It's really fun. It is, but from a scientific perspective, it's when you do go in Karnak, for example, it's massive temple, beautiful temple, where the colors, the original colors from 3 millennia ago are still there. Some of them are still preserved. You walk around this massive building, really massive, huge, that was built every detail. People really cared about it. The level of professionalism, the level of artistry, not just artistry, the impact of working with the material. You see how people cared about every element. And the Egyptian society, ancient Egyptian society, is something that is truly. We don't need to have extraterrestrial or supernatural. The society itself was so incredible and what it was able to achieve that. Now there are features. For example, the fact that there is the Nile is there. They don't have to worry too much about right? And they don't have to work. I mean, they were well fed because they have a constant source of nutrition. So they have their fields around them now. Of course,
Right. It wasn't a desert back then.
well, it was desert around anywhere but the Nile. The Nile was always also desert back then. But just the area surrounding the Nile, okay, was very fertile. And is still very fertile. In antiquity, you had the annual inundation of the Nile, so there were a period of about 3 years when you couldn't, everything was inundated. So but after that, it was very fertile because the Nile was sea, and there would be a residue of very fertile elements that would remain in the soil. So it was very fertile, and you don't have to worry too much about being fed. So you had time to do other things. You don't have like anywhere else. You always have to fight for your survival. In Egypt, you don't have to fight that much for your family survival. So you have time to think about other things, to do other things. So there were seasons where they would participate in building projects like this. And so they were truly an amazing society. And many institutions, even to this day, are an amazing society that love Egyptian people also today. And some of the nicest people there.
Yeah.
Really recommend visiting Egypt. And so, but truly, when you think about innovation, groundbreaking ideas that they have, and the ability to see them through and actually implement them in such amazing ways, that's due to the people. It's just due to their ingenuity, parts of the people which we don't understand even today, but it's still assigned to their energy.
Definitely. Well, thank you, man. I really appreciate you coming in. Thank you. Where can folks that are listening or watching find more of your work?
So on my
get in touch with you?
yeah, so I think that's right through my academic page, and my book that just came out, edited book with articles, my article, but also several of my colleagues, 19 people contributing to this, and that's a lot that focuses on Yahweh's history of the history of Yahweh's academic period. So that's a book that's available for free download. So it's open access. If you want a physical copy, you have to pay for it, but obviously it's a physical copy. But you can download the entire book for free from the website. So that was really important for me to be able to make it available for free for people to just download and read. And that was made available through a very generous donation by the assistance from the to get the professor on the and so we're able to sponsor this open access to the so people can
That's amazing. All right, Steve, we got a couple Patreon questions before we wrap up. These are our beautiful big subscribers on Patreon. I have a couple questions for you. All right. Kyle says, hello, Professor. Do you have any thoughts on Homer, the Iliad, and where its inspiration came from? A lot of these questions may not be relevant or whatever. We're not spending a lot of time on all of that. We can do that one.
Yeah, it's not my thing.
Yeah.
So I can't talk about this.
Okay, Sean says, my question is, how much of a leap is it to make the claim that religion came from early drugs and then was adapted by the Catholic Church to control the masses?
I won't talk to the second part of the question. The first one. So the first one, the early drug use. I mean, I'm sure that drug use played a part in practically all early cultic forms. So, yeah, I mean, to a certain degree, when you say drugs, you just say all kinds of brain altering.
Sure. Medicines, for sure.
Yeah, even just certain herbs that you can consume without need. So I think
People on MD drugs the same way we do. Yeah, they definitely do.
that's right. I mean, yeah, exactly. So I think that I mean, I'm not saying that religion came from that, but that was a part of the development of religion and the way to communicate with the divine. So clearly, when you were consuming certain substances, even natural substances, that you're consuming that cause you to hallucinate, to kind of enter this state where you are communicating with the mind, seeing visions. Of course, these play a role in practically every cultic system.
Jacob, hello, Dr. Bernay. In the podcast with Neil from Not to Conform, and I heard you say that the Jews from what is considered the first temple period worshipped a god named Iao. And you equate this god with Yahweh. It is possible that the god Iao predates the Jews and is worshipped in Greek culture since the name itself is the root for whatever that is.
Yeah.
Okay. Which means to heal in ancient Greek. Hail Satan.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks, Jacob.
Okay.
I got the best.
Absolutely. Yeah. So going back to yeah, I don't think it comes back. It does not predate because it's not mentioned. I mean, it only is mentioned much later. So it doesn't. I don't think it's yes, there is a verb that sounds similar. But there's nothing that connects this verb to Yahweh directly. And again, it's simply not talking.
Okay. Blake, what is the tree of life and how is it misinterpreted? Straight to the point, these guys.
Yeah. Completely misinterpreted. Yeah, I don't know how to answer this. It's that they're talking probably if they're talking about the Bible, they're talking about the eating tree of life, what is considered the tree of life there.
Yeah.
There were tree of lives, the trees of life that depicted in the Western and in general places that are considered to be trees of life. But that's not necessarily directly related to this.
Right.
And it's not something that I talk to.
Cormac, how do digital tools reshape our understanding of ancient texts, and what is the most compelling evidence of Zoroastrian influence in Jewish traditions?
Okay, so this is a good question. So the digital tools today are still reshaping archaeology. And I mentioned earlier that we're trying to do, me and some colleagues, we're trying to make the study of history become more precise, more objective, more transparent, closer to the exact science. And we're using a lot of different tools to do a lot of AI work, both on the visual capture of the original documents, so how we capture how we visually capture the visual data for these objects. We're doing some 2D and 3D, all kinds of filters, all kinds of mesh algorithms to do that in order to absolutely fully capture the documents in a way that is as precise as possible and as transparent as possible. We have an entire team in Germany working on that. We have in development also data using AI components. We have others, other teams also in this project that are kind of really pushing in that does AI-driven OCR. So it's one OCR for optical character recognition, but in order to do that for the future, it's not like OCR that you just wait for future documents where everything's printed and everything's obvious. For the ancient world, you have to be very, it's a very, very complex process of how to do that. But yeah, we have a lot of digital tools, a lot of, really, an entire set of digital tools that we're using now in order to ultimately produce this historical data in the most transparent. Now, the second question is Zoroastrian, the most compelling evidence of Zoroastrian influence in Jewish traditions. I will now start not with the Bible, but with the day-to-day. And again, in several of my articles, also in this book, this open access book, so that there, I talk about the existence of a fire holder, not a fire altar. I don't like the term fire altar, but that existed within the temple, the Taoistic temple that well, this is a temple to God. So in that sense, it's a Jewish temple. Now, in the 5th century before the Common Era. But they had, according to their own sources, they had a fire holder in the temple, in the confines of the temple. They had a fiber holder. And they use the term, a Western term, Atorban, for main components of Zoroastrianism, fire holder liberation. It's not an altar because nothing is offered. It exists for the great liberation of the fire. And the fire in Zoroastrianism is seen as the same effective of the deity of Zoroastrianism. So you do have, and this is very because you have within a realistic temple, and they had their own altar in which they offered other sacrifices. But within the temple, they also had the fire holder, and they are using the term, these are new terms for it. And they could have just as just a regular fire holder, they could have expressed it in pure Aramaic. They didn't have to use a technically cultural term in order to refer to this. So within the temple, they actually had a Zoroastrian, fire holder function of the temple. So that is very compelling. That is very strong in terms of influence. Again, it does not mean that they converted to Zoroastrianism. As I said, there is cross-pollination concept. Everyone's constant. That does not mean that they turned into
Nothing was exclusive.
exactly. It's cross-pollination. All areas of taking and doing concept, especially with the empire, because the empire that is now controlling everything about your life. And so clearly that does not mean anything more than just showing that you're a good citizen of the empire. It's not. But clearly they do adopt things in a more intimate level than impossible other cultural traditions. This is the earliest evidence that we have for final in textual evidence for the fire holder anywhere. We have fire holders depicted in the Kenyan people, depicted on inscriptions, depicted as an image. We have images of Zoroastrian priests around the fire holder. So we do know that these were part of the cult in times, not just the Telephantine, but we don't have that as a text. We don't have the textual reference to it outside of the So this is the first textual reference for us, and it's within the linguistic context. So I think that's really the most compelling evidence of this cross-pollination in the centuries and Zoroastrian. But there's a lot more. In my article, I also talk about this so-called Passover letter that actually shows elements that are of an observance that are very close to or almost identical to the Zoroastrian Mass, which is the Zoroastrian liturgy. And so that we have a lot of elements, and even within the Bible, the idea of the eternal flame, the eternal the holy flame that comes down, even the burning bush, which is a supernatural flame, supernatural fire. I have a lecture coming out to Lisa in Paris about this, specifically about this burning bush.
Oh, really?
And the theophany there, in its Zoroastrian aspects there, which are set on several levels in that particular story. And I have a colleague, Professor who wrote a great article also in this book about the fire sacrifice in the Bible and just a great analysis of this, dating back to a influence. And so, yeah, we're seeing a lot of Zoroastrian in Jewish sources, whether in the Bible or external to the Bible. One thing we need to be very careful is to identify what we mean by the Zoroastrianism of the Because most of the sources that we have are much later from the 16th so that's most of the sources that we have. And then actual manuscripts that we have from Zoroastrian much later than that. And so for my research, what I try to do is limit myself to things that I can prove already existing in the kingdom. Whether it's pictographic representations of these liturgies or text or even names, components of names. So, for example, just one example, the name daughters that were published in Romanian, in Old Persian, is based on quote, the quote from the Avesta. It's a tzitat now. So it's a very citation from the authoritative text. So it's not Persian, it's Avesta. Daria Wahushman is the holder of good. The Vahush element here means good. But in Old Persian, we would say Naiva to say good. It's not he's not even using Persian, he's using Avesta, which is the liturgical language of Zoroastrian. And so the fact that he chose that as his throne, the Semitic throne, means that obviously not only that he quoted from the Avesta text, knowledge of the oldest part of the which is the oldest part of the Avesta text, not necessarily all of the Avesta text, the earliest layer of the text, the 17 hymns that are part of what's called the Gatha in the Avesta. So knowledge of all of these quotes are from the Gatha. And so not just his name, but other things as well. But it means that he expected people to understand this is what he's doing. So people who are familiar enough with the texts, not just him, but also his citizens. Right? So that teaches us a lot about what part of the texts of the Avesta might have and again, pictographic and all that. So I'm looking at all of this and I'm limiting myself in my research to things that I can prove exist and that appear to not only. Sometimes I more cautiously refer to things that are not yet there, and I say, well, I say that I'm speculating, but it may be that these things might have already existed, but that's much more observed. To make it to make it precise point, strong research company. I always use stuff that I think I can show existing. But clearly the Achaemenids were Zoroastrian to a certain degree, not Zoroastrian in the same sense that we have Zoroastrian today, but they did have at least the Gothics, so this early era of the Western text, and that's really the Zoroastrian deity, and Islam is almost exclusively Korean deity. And the acknowledge the existence of other gods that they talk about the Muslim, pretty much almost exclusively, especially the early. And which is interesting also because they kind of gravitated more towards monotheism, so to speak. It's not monolatry. In the early period, then they became more polytheist.
Right.
Usually we think that people evolved for the sake of
Right.
not attaching any kind of quality to it, but move towards more of a mono type.
Yeah. Honest.
Religion later on, but it's not always. Things are cycles. Vastness.
It's fascinating stuff. Well, thank you again for your time. This has been super enlightening. I'm going to download that and read it myself. Super cool that you're doing it for free as a free download. I think that's incredible.
Oh, it's very important.
Cool. Thank you to the patrons for your questions. Thank you again for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you for having us.
All right. Good night, everyone.
If I sound too smart on this podcast, it's because I'm using performance enhancing drugs right now. All right, cheers. Crush the magic. Come on, off we go.
Yeah, baby. So what the fuck are you doing at the Rand Corporation?
I'm still there.
You're working there.
No, I'm a national security student. So they have a.
So wait, where did you work talked about this in the first podcast.
Yeah.
You worked for some sort of other national security agency, correct?
I didn't work for an agency. No, I was an open source intelligence.
Open source intelligence. And then you started to see like decapitation videos.
Basically, and now that there's a comment that it's like now I'm clearly aware. No, I was working in open source intelligence for a little bit and just writing geopolitical analysis and forecasting. And then at a certain point, I got laid off along with the rest of the company and decided to go overseas again. I spent a lot of time overseas for the Peace Corps volunteer. So I was in northern Albania for about 2 years. Decided I wanted to go back and report from overseas. So I was working as a freelancer, the Balkans, a little bit in Africa, and from there decided I wanted to do a book, a sort of unusual travel book. And I decided that I was going to live in unrecognized countries for a year and a half.
Are you still the ambassador to Somalia? What was the name of that island that you were the ambassador of?
I was previously the ambassador from the world's first cryptocurrency-based nation, cryptocurrency libertarian-based micronation, which is called Liberland. Liberland. Shout out to Liberland. Their 10-year anniversary is coming up.
You go back to ride the jet skis.
I would. I was out in Europe right now. I mean, this is the longest I've been back in the States for a long time. But yeah, no, good on Liberland. I mean, they have come really close to establishing like a fully recognized and autonomous state. And I was when I was on so for folks that don't know, go back and listen to the first pod that I was talking to the president of Liberland on the back of the jet ski, which was a really strange first way of meeting somebody.
That's when you were sworn in, right, on the jet ski?
I wasn't sworn in on the jet ski.
Oh, okay.
No, I was just clutching him like a spider monkey so I wouldn't fall off the jet ski because he had a life vest and I didn't. But I asked him. I can, but it was the Danube, and it's a moving river, so I hopefully not. I didn't find out, which was good. I asked him. I was trying to figure out like what to ask him because I'd spent all of this time in unrecognized nations. I spent almost a year in unrecognized nations in Iraqi Kurdistan and Transnistria, and there I was holding on to the president of Liberland as we sort of went up the Danube River on the jet ski. And I was trying to figure out some really good question to ask him, but in that environment while you're holding on to your interview subject, I don't know if you've ever tried to interview this way, but
so you like talking right directly.
I was just sort of yelling into his ear because the jet ski was loud. Yeah. And I was like, you started in a country, is it worth it? That was the best I could get out. And then he kind of stopped the jet ski and he was like really thoughtful for a second. He was like, everybody should start their own country. And then he just busted the sickest 180 on the Danube, and I was like, that's either the most brilliant thing that I've ever heard, or it's complete nonsense. And the project that I'm kind of working on now is exactly that. I'm trying to investigate how one would start their own country nowadays, because there are these new nation state building projects that are currently happening, and that's an insane project. So I was like, I should probably get some academic and scholarly backing for this kind of thing, and actually try and get some good scholarly roots in actually exploring what statecraft really is. And
you gotta be really ambitious to start your own country.
Ambitious or stupid, I don't know. There's quite a few of these projects that are going on right now, and some of them are verging more on what I would consider art projects that are sort of challenging the mainstream of the nation state. There's this project down in the Southern California desert called Slow Jam Stand. Shout out to the Sultan of Slow Jam Stand. Yeah. So he's just a DJ and wanted to start a nation. And then there's another one called Malasia, which
desert, and they consider their property taxes as like foreign aid to the United States. But then there are these other like kind of incredible projects with like that are like more network state projects. And so network states is what some people believe the future of nation states. And it's basically like a decentralized nation state. And this was kind of predicted, it's been predicted by a lot of these futurists that say, you know, the nation state at a certain point was this ideological technology that was invented in the 1600s at the Treaty of Westphalia. Basically, so the Europeans would just stop killing each other for a couple of years, and they were like, okay, you know what, let's get rid of all of these sort of this complex network of family relationships and religious ties, and allegiance is tied to land. We're going to draw borders around the land. And by doing that, hopefully, the sovereignty of a national unit will be allowed to bargain with these other national units. And so, as part of like Westphalian sovereignty, as they call it, you've got, you know, this sort of equality of nations. There's no nation that is above any other nation. They're sovereigns, you can mess with them. They're able to make their own laws within their own territories, and then that's sort of, you know, one of the big geopolitical guys, Francis Fukuyama says, they have the monopoly of violence. So they're able to keep and maintain their standing army, forces, and kind of handle business within their borders. Now, this worked pretty well, and it's still working pretty well, but I think we're starting to see the cracks come into it. And one of the reasons for this is because capital no longer really rules within nation states. You're starting to see that there is the flight of capital by way of power or by way of prestige or by way of just money to places where there's just a lower tax rate. You can see even you know, the golden visa that's being introduced in the United States. Essentially, we're trying to draw highly capitalized individuals into the United States from other countries because we're saying, hey, we've got a better deal for your taxation here. Come over here, maybe start some jobs, maybe just enjoy a lesser tax life. And so there's this negotiation that's going on in the world right now where you're starting to look at statehood as a service. And because if you think about, at least the way that network state folks think about this is, it's almost as if statehood or your citizenship is a subscription service which you can pay into, right? And so they're looking at it from the perspective of Silicon Valley, which is like, well, what if we just offer you more benefits for your subscription service? So there are places like Prospera down in Honduras, and they have some sort of charter city status where they're kind of allowed to make their own laws there, and they're offering a lot of like extension certificates, or I should say like extension treatments and things like that. And there are a couple of these other projects. So I think the first step is really just to kind of go to these places and try to find out what exactly the end goal is, right? Because at a certain point, the nation state was created, and it was carved out of the empires and kingdoms of yesteryear. We look at it because we don't really know generationally anybody who like lived under an actual king rather than obviously you still have kings and states and stuff like that, but nobody's like a serf in the modern world. Yeah. So it's hard for us to imagine something that would come after the nation state. And there is a lot of thinking that is going into this right now. So yeah, this is all a really long-winded way to say, I wanted to start thinking about this from a really, well-founded scholarly perspective. And so I decided I was going to go and pick up another master's degree at the Band Corporation. So I've been there for the last 6 months and currently working on a dissertation about fifth-generation York.
Right. Well, there's, according to John Mearsheimer,
yeah,
he talks about, I think what he says is there's 3 things that determine the power of a nation state. It's like number 1 is how big their gun is, number 2 how big their population is, and number 3 I think number 3 might have been like their geographical,
probably territorial integrity.
Like,
yeah.
Us, we're surrounded by 2 oceans, so the people in Israel are surrounded by all these other adversaries.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, Mearsheimer is he's known as a big time realist. So he really sort of underlines the geopolitics,
Yeah.
where it's like what natural benefits the territory does the territorial integrity of your nation sort of offer you.
Yeah.
One of the reasons that the United States has done so well, there's obviously a lot of reasons that the U.S. has done so well over the couple centuries that we've been around. One of it is just really hard to invade the United States, right? It's we got two big oceans, we got a big mountain range, and we got a desert right in the center of us. So that's one of the things that years out of talks about a lot. It's incredibly difficult to take over Afghanistan, as many people have tried over the years. It's just really mountainous, and even with all of our modern technology, it's really hard to fight in mountains, as it turns out.
what do you think would be the biggest vulnerability or the weakest link of the United States as far as like its ranking on nation states or countries of the world? Like we have the biggest military, we have the most high-powered weaponry on Earth, we have the best geographical location. I don't know if we're number one GDP. Are we more GDP?
Yeah, it's currently I don't know the exact number, but yeah, we're up.
But there's been like no major world war since the 40s. So like, but I'm sure this is something that companies like the Rand Corporation are looking at.
Yeah, I mean, there's always an assessment of vulnerabilities, and right now, a lot of the scholarly research that's being done is looking at how we transition from the global war on terror to what people are talking about as great power competition. Has everything to do with the sort of research that I'm working on, which is what's called fifth generation warfare, sometimes called hybrid warfare. But I think that your vulnerability, the question about vulnerability has everything to do with fifth generation warfare. And to kind of understand it, I think you have to go through the first 1 to 4 generations. And the thing to remember when you're sort of looking at these generations is it doesn't necessarily mean that one generation ends and another one picks up. These different generations of warfare can be happening simultaneously, but what matters is how technology and geopolitical aims end up affecting each other in order to change the nature and the character of the warfare.
So can you explain the generation 1 to 5?
So first generation, basically anytime somebody decided to get their buddies together and to go, build a bunch of other strangers and goals for some geopolitical aim. So it could be anything from like early Neanderthal tribal warfare,
Right.
all the way up to sometimes the example that people tend to use are like the Macedonian conquest, where strategically you have a really high level of organization, but a fairly low level of technology. You've got dudes in lines marching with spears and their tribes. Yeah, but the Macedonian conquest were kind of like the latter end of it. They had shields in it to make phalanx and they could stab each other in unison.
Yeah.
Which was a technological boon at the time. It wasn't something that we'd seen before. But again, it goes from technology to geopolitical aims. How do you marry those together in order to create warfare? So second generation, that kind of takes us up to almost the Napoleonic Wars. And at that point, you're looking at things like gunpowder, more advanced tactics. You've got decisive battles, but you also have entrenchment, right? So you have these wars of attrition that are made possible by this new type of technology. World War II is kind of where we start to change again, right? We've got more maneuverability warfare, and of course the nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
So now you're talking about the industrialization. So suddenly you're able to absolutely annihilate a battlefield, not only with industrialized weaponry from the sky, but industrialized weaponry that's being driven across the land. So if you think about Hitler's Blitzkrieg, that's But as things go up towards the Cold War, we see this big characteristic change in how wars are fought. And obviously this happens because of the nuclear bomb. So at this point, we have the last iteration of great power conflict. But with the nuclear bomb, it becomes far too dangerous to have direct nation-state on nation-state violence, because at any point, somebody could drop the world-ending weapon. Or so we thought at the time. And so suddenly war has to change again, because the geopolitical aims aren't completely annihilating the world. It's just to get strategic advantage over the adversary. In this case, it would be, the Soviet Union and the United States. So we go to proxy wars. The proxy wars are asymmetric. So that can take us basically the end of the Cold War all the way up to the Global War on Terror. And global war on terror changes things massively, because suddenly we have a unipolar world. Essentially, Soviet Union has fallen, and the United States is able to project power all around the world. But we haven't been able to project power all around the world without making quite a few enemies, and also training a lot of those enemies at the same time. So suddenly the global war on terror turns into really precise asymmetric combat with semi-state and non-state actors. So Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and as long as say name your insurgent group, your favorite insurgent group, name them.
Pick your flavor.
Right, exactly. But now we have something different. It's fifth generation warfare. We still have the same constraints of third generation warfare. We can't go directly into combat with each other with these world-ending weapons. And in fact, there's so much economic entanglement in the world that it's very difficult to actually disrupt another nation so significantly, because you're disrupting your own market. So that leads us to this new type, this new iteration of warfare, which is the cognitive domain. Essentially, it's a war of media, a war of ideas, and a war of attempting to divide populations against populations. And to use the cognitive domain, essentially like the gray zone warfare and people's gray matter, and to occupy the space between people's ears in order to achieve some sort of strategic gain. So a lot of what I'm looking at is, how does the United States work to shield itself from any attacks in the information space? Because one of the biggest assets we have as a country is our freedom of speech. But that also leaves our information space massively open to any sort of intrusion by different actors. In fact, there was this one psychological operation. The agent who did it was a guy named Ivan Agayans. This was in the 1960s. And he essentially had created this fake treasure trove of Nazi documents. So they were all fake Nazi documents, and he dumped them into a lake in Czechoslovakia at the time. And then he hired a real news team to unearth them and say, and so the goal was basically to sort of acknowledge some sort of complicity with the newly Western government, and say, hey, maybe these guys were working with Nazis. Granted, all of these documents were fake. Sometimes this is called Operation Neptune, sometimes called the Fake in the Lake.
What year was this again?
It's in the 60s, I want to say. If you want to read about it, definitely recommend Active Measures by Thomas Ridd. Fantastic book. But he has this one, the Agayans has this one, like, absolute banger line where he says something like, it's great that they have freedom of the press. If they didn't, we'd have to invent it for them. And so it talks about this permeability of the information space, where it's like, on the one hand, we're able to call out really terrible ideas, and we're able to surface really good ideas in free dialogue. But on the other hand, it leaves the borders open for anybody to make an injection of information into that space.
Yeah, it's almost like with that Russian community that we were just talking about.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which it seems like that is like precisely what we're at today.
That's right.
Exactly what he was talking about.
Well, and the Bezmenov speech is fantastic too, because one of the things that he talks about is the generational aim of these kind of active measures. Russia specifically tends to have a lot more time to do these things. They don't have administration switches literally as regularly as we do. So they can
Dictatorships can make decisions way faster.
That's right, and they can also make more long-term decisions. I was reading a report that I'm like having trouble getting it out of my mind because now it's the only way that I can sort of think about the Ukrainian conflict or really anything that's happening in the Russian Federation sphere of influence. And they were essentially saying that the psychological operation of Russia is really the locus or center of the conflict. The kinetic conflicts are just ways of influencing the psychological operation. And so I know it sounds a little perplexing, but I think the information they give or the evidence that they give is, their incursion into Syria at a certain point was everybody was saying, well, it's because they want to warm water port. Great. But what also came from that was a massive amount of refugee outflows from Syria that went into Europe. And this is, you can draw a direct line from that into this new wave of hyper-nationalism that is sort of drawing fractures in the European Union. Because they're saying, well, if we're a European Union, then why are some countries bearing the brunt of taking care of these refugee outflows? And why are other ones able to not have that same burden?
Right.
And so, in one respect, Russia benefits from the rise of autocrats in the European Union and a fractious European Union too. So we've seen a bit of that already. And so you might wonder, okay, well, what about the war in Ukraine? We have a slow encroachment into the war in Ukraine. 2014, is it? You really start seeing these gray zone operations where the little green men come into Crimea. It's a sort of like a situation to the war zone. Like, are we at war? Are we not at war? And it's testing waters to see what will the result actually be. What actions is NATO going to take? And we're already seeing an enormous cultural divide, especially in the United States and amongst allies, about what do we do about this kind of conflict. I haven't lived in the United States for a long time, but I've been back for 6 months, and maybe it's because of at a think tank where these things happen. We have these conversations a lot, but I'm quite surprised to see how much division there is over the funding or not funding the war in Ukraine.
Right.
And there's certainly a lot of gasoline being thrown on that fire, not only internally but from abroad. So
How what do you mean abroad? How specifically abroad would you throw gas in the fire? That's making more division in the U.S. over that war.
yeah, so one of the operations that we've seen is Operation Doppelganger, which was covered pretty well. And this, honestly, especially after looking at these things for a while, you get to know how clever they are and how low the cost for sowing a good deal of discord is. So what Operation Doppelganger did was it basically launched websites that looked like, almost looked exactly like common news websites in the West. But of course, they had more anti-Ukraine, pro-Kremlin stances. And so these were just sort of littered across the internet. And people would sit and point to these potentially reputable news sources and say, see, they're supporting the Kremlin instead of supporting Ukraine. And we know that was coming from the Russian Federation. Obviously, you also have weaponization of the alternative media. We're going to pay X, Y, and Z influencers to sort of go on to our talking.
Oh yeah, you see Tim pulled up.
Right. Yeah.
Although I guess he didn't know where the money was coming from, but he got I think it was a few $1 million from Russia.
Yeah. And look, the Russians are really good at making sure people don't know where the money is coming from.
Right.
Yeah.
What was I don't remember the story there, but I don't think did they were they told to talk about specific things?
That I don't know, and I can't remember. And I
See if you can find the story about Tim Pool being funded by Russia.
I think it was Tenant Media.
Tenant Media,
Yeah.
that's what it was. Okay, here we go. Tim Pool was been implicated in a Russian influence operation according to federal indictment. 2 employees at RT funneled nearly $10 million into his company, into his teammates' company called Tenant Media to create content favorable to Russia. Tim Pool was one of the content creators associated with Tenant Media, receiving a payment of $100,000. That's what it was. Yeah, he got paid. That's what he had to create a new YouTube channel for this.
Right.
And their videos were not getting, some of them were getting like 5,000, 8,000 views.
Yeah.
And he was getting $100,000 for 8,000 views on
No,
a video.
I'm not a YouTube creator, so I'm assuming that's a pretty good
God,
payday.
that's a really good payday.
Yeah.
He claimed, so Tim claimed that he was a victim of schemes. He said Putin's a scumbag. So yeah,
There you go. With that case closed, he said Putin is scumbag. Nice. They got him.
baby.
Really, I bet the Russian active measures agents are really wringing their hands over that statement.
And it says here, Pool has made statements on social media supporting Ukraine, or some of you guys an attempt to counter the claim.
Sure. Yeah, and this is a version, like this is kind of it's deeply within the Russian playbook, and some of the research that I'm doing too is trying to look at what's the character of a Russian psychological operation versus a Chinese psychological operation versus an Iranian one. Like how are they fighting a 5th generation war? And they tend to be very different than one another. So Russia has been doing this stuff for a long time. And obviously, Desmonov, yeah, I mean, everybody go watch that speech. It's
You can find it, Steve. It's probably you can probably find like a 1-minute clip of it. It's like a long interview, but they have a clip somewhere on YouTube.
It's just like chill hop playing in the background.
Yeah,
This is really, really vibey Desmonov.
Have you been to Russia?
No, I haven't. After this interview, I've got built the Buggy Welcome. That'll be 2 countries I'm banned from.
Turkey is the first one.
Turkey is the first one. I actually ended up, I got detained flying through Turkey recently. There he is.
Actually, find a short. I just start keeping it slow. See if you can go back and see if you can find a short. This could be condensed. There you go. Second one. Try that. No.
Ideological subversion is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measure or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interest of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing which goes very slow. It's from 15 to 20 years. Demoralizing nation. This is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americans. The demoralization in the United States is basically completed over. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. Ideological subversion, craziness.
The loaded language there of lack of moral standards. Ouch, man. Rude. But yeah, I mean, that is
It's
like
like
a good primer on the purpose of the generation warfare in Russian psychology.
It seems like you don't really have to do much. It seems like kind of like let the people fight themselves and light little fires where you need to light them.
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, it's sort of demonstrated in how well Russia understands the American character, really. I think about how there are quite a few skeletons in the American closet, and they're really good at like playing the xylophone on those ribs, right?
Yeah.
One good example is sort of famous example. I want to say it had a really cool operation code name. It was called like Infection or something. But anyway, this is one of the more famous ones, and it was during the AIDS crisis. There was they wanted to sew this story into the American media that AIDS was being generated as a biological weapon to affect marginalized populations in the United States. So what they did was they sort of smuggled a story into a paper, I want to say it was India, and then that hit the international news wires because it was a story in India. It was really hard to fact check, and also it's a fairly sensational story. So it sounds really like it sounds plausible. It sounds exciting, and both of these things are big red flags when you want to like identify what is and isn't, a psychological operation. And then suddenly it ends up in the American news cycle. I mean, one of the big news broadcasters broadcast on, I don't want to say Tom Brokaw, but that's like literally the name that people do. Anyway, people ran with it, and it's a process of idea laundering. So you put an idea somewhere within some sphere of influence that has a direct line into the target community, and then from there you have a certain amount of well-known sources of information that seemingly vet that information, and suddenly it becomes almost indistinguishable from the truth.
Yeah.
But it has a distinct effect on the American population. One of my favorite versions of this was, so they had the I think this was Yevgeny Prigozhin's. He was the guy who
Prigozhin, that was the dude that was working for Putin.
Yeah, Putin's chef.
He flew him out of the sky, actually.
He's had a catastrophic airplane failure.
Yep.
Crazy. What
Surface
that?
to air missile.
Yeah. He shouldn't have been flying that missile there. What bad luck. So it had it was called the Internet Research Organization. And the Internet Research Organization was the Russian troll farm, right? And I mean, it just sounded like you read reports from the people who were working in these troll farms, and the conditions sound brutal. Like, you've got to write something like 700 posts a day, either supporting or denying or just fighting with people online under the guise of American justice or whatever. And at a certain point, they were like, well, can we make things happen in the real world from online? And so they did this one operation that I just think is hilarious and brilliant, which was it was called Free Hot Dogs. And they created an event on Facebook in New York City that was just like free hot dogs, free hot dogs in Central Park. There were no free hot dogs, spoiler alert. But what they did was they had a Russian active measures agent go and just like see who showed up. A lot of people showed up for free hot dogs. And so what they found out was they could now make people take real life action through online events. Now this changed into full-on demonstrations. So there were these two groups that they were trying to get to fight each other. One was called the Heart of Texas, and then the other one was called I want to say USA Muslims, some sort of Islamic thing about Muslims in the United States. And they started essentially like counter protests against both of these groups, but both groups were operated by Russian troll farms. And of course, one group had 250,000 people, and the other group had 250,000 people in it. So suddenly you have real life division and an actual protest and counter protest that was being ginned up from St. Petersburg by a bunch of people posting. And now this process has gotten so much easier that it's insane with artificial intelligence and LLMs. You can have actual agents, not human agents, but LLMs running around the internet and just generating hundreds of thousands of posts for you. That's wild. There's a fascinating paper about this, and it was about a Chinese researcher who sort of predicted this. I can't remember. There is a RAND report on this. I think if you look up Chinese disinformation, then you can RAND report about it. But there was a RAND report. Yeah, most of most, if not all. I mean, there's certain classified grand reports.
Yeah.
And then grand reports that are classified and then eventually declassified. But I think you'd be surprised how Chinese different. That's yep. These reports are fantastic and they're incredibly dense. So yeah, they're all publicly available as well. I don't know if it's this one that talks about it, but there was a Chinese computer scientist who sort of saw the LLM AI opportunity coming, and initially he sort of laughed at it. Well, that's not actually. He came up with the idea of these artificial intelligent agents, but he called them souls, right? So you come up with a digital soul or an army of souls, but really what these were very realistic social media profiles that had, a full history, so you can sort of vet somebody's full history. All of these artificially intelligent generated imagery, online accounts, and then you could start having those accounts run around the internet, posting various things.
An LLM.
Well, so that's what he predicted. I think that this is something that we'll probably start seeing a lot more of, because it's so easy. A lot of the barrier to entry that previous generations of psychological warfare fighting had was legitimacy, right? Going back to that Operation Neptune, the Vacant Link, you think about how much they had to do in order to, quote unquote, uncover these Nazi documents, right? You had to have forgers work for months creating realistic, fake Nazi documents. They even went so far as to take the steamer trunk and artificially age it, so that not only would the steamer trunk be able to hold these fake documents, but it could be identified realistically as something that was at that time period, not as a fake. And then you have all of these fake documents discovered by fake divers. In fact, Aki Jans was one of the divers, as far as I know. And then you have a real media team that shows up there.
Yeah.
So that's an enormous barrier to entry. Like, you have to have this army of forgers working for months to make sure that everything stands up to scrutiny. Now you have an artificial intelligence agent that can work, within a matter of seconds to sound plausible or to sound realistic. Then you can launder the idea through any number of different websites to make it sound as if this is somebody speaking from a measure of authority. And so, as the bar to affecting the information space, it becomes easier and easier for both state actors and non-state actors to start messing with the information space in the country.
Yeah, if something sounds sensational enough or sounds logical enough, all it takes is one person to report on that story, no matter how reputable the original foundational source is. As long as there's a second source, somebody who reports on that, someone else might find that interesting, might make a video about that, some other bigger reporter or content creator can see that and make a video that goes like really viral. And then once you get 2 or 3 sources removed, then it's just like free for all. People aren't going back to the original source to see it as a Russian agent or a Russian Chinese psyop.
Well, and
they're going to run on it because it's a huge story that's going to give them a lot of page views and make them a lot of money.
I mean, I've heard you, dealing with this. I'm a fan of your show as well. So I listen to a lot of your episodes, but I hear you sort of struggling with this from time to time regarding like UFOs and Egypt stuff, right? You have so many different conflicting reports, and then there's so much information in the space, and the original sources are obfuscated from you and from anybody. I want to know where the UFOs are too.
Yeah,
this is something that some buddies of mine talk about at Rand.
You guys talk about UFOs at Rand?
Totally, yeah. We're like, I took I took a course on space stuff, and anytime like a professor told me that they got it, they got to know. But then you also realize how stovepiped information is, and Anyway, so the thing that I think is it must be really frustrating for you, and it's certainly frustrating for me when it's like, okay, I don't know how to vet any of this information because the information comes from a place of secrecy already. So anybody that's going to claim some authority, whoever seems the most convincing from that space of authority, I guess they're right. And then, when there's conflict in the space, it seems like everybody's just going to throw the other guy under the bus and be like, oh, that's a psyop, that's CIA, they're little green men or CIA, but these aliens, like the Pleiadians, they're definitely like legit.
Right. Think about imagine if a person like Joe Rogan, be an example. I don't know. I'm sure he does quite a bit of background research on these guys before they come in. But maybe there's one day where he was hungover or in a rush to do something, and he came across some article or someone forwarded him some Instagram clip of somebody talking about something really interesting to him, and he's like, "Oh fuck yeah, get this guy on the show." Right? And this guy comes on the show, talks about all kinds of crazy things that no one's ever heard of, or things that are blowing his mind that he finds super interesting. Puts out the podcast, gets millions and millions and millions of views. Now all of a sudden, there's all these millions of other podcasts that are trying to get this same guy on their show. They don't have to do that. Joe Rogan had him on.
Yeah.
What other than the fact that this person's talking about, it's going to get you a ton of views, make you a lot of money. What other background checks do you need to do on this guy? Because he's on the #1 podcast in the world.
Yeah, because they've leveraged the authority of that platform, right?
Think how easy that must be for some. I mean, if there were a Russian or China or any kind of foreign agents doing that kind of work.
Well, you also, a lot of what I've learned in studying national security, at the brand, which I should say is a fantastic program, and like the teachers that we have are like it's really cool to be in a room with people who think about this stuff at all times. But one of the things that you sort of consistently discuss is like cost benefit, right? I think oftentimes conflict is really fought on a spreadsheet first, which is how do you maximize the impact while also lessening the cost. And information-based attacks just happen to be really cheap, and getting cheaper all the time. So long as you have access to that messaging service or you have access to that point of authority. And sometimes like the idea is I don't care as much to change people's thoughts. I care that they act a different way. So the thought can be any number of things. It's not necessary that you change somebody's beliefs. You just want them to act in a way that is strategically important to whatever your aims are.
Have you noticed on the internet, I don't know how much time you spend reading comments or how much time you spend scrolling through X?
Just comments just on the video that I did here last time. That just got absolutely shredded.
I'm surprised you came back.
I did.
Congratulations for overcoming that.
Thank you. I am a deep state operative, and you guys are all right in the comments. So, I'm here again to be heard emotionally.
It seems like at least in comment sections, I've noticed this recently, that blaming Israel for everything seems to be in vogue right now.
Yeah.
And I notice it more and more in comments though, like comments on Twitter or X and on YouTube. Like for example, I saw a clip the other day of, I think it was actually a clip of Joe Rogan's podcast where he was talking to a bunch of like MMA dudes. Or no, it was Eddie Bravo.
Okay.
he was talking to him about JFK.
Okay. Yeah.
And then
that would be the right guess for that.
And then every single comment on that video was like, not one mention of Israel. I can't fucking believe Joe Rogan must be an Israeli agent. He's an officer.
Sure.
Because he didn't say the word Israel when they were talking about JFK. There's this crazy thing where everybody, there's a lot of people on the internet that want to blame Israel for killing JFK.
That seems like a stretch. I don't know. I'd love to hear their argument for that.
Well, there's two easy arguments against it.
Yeah.
Right? It's because in 1963, did Israel have the means to kill JFK and wrap up the FBI and the CIA to work with them to cover it up and to make it happen?
Is that the general argument for that?
Well, that's one of them.
Okay.
With Israeli intelligence or the Israeli military be able to get the U.S. military, the U.S. CIA, and the FBI to help them kill their own president because of what the argument for it is because people will say Israel wanted a nuclear bomb.
Okay.
Kennedy wouldn't let them have it.
Got it.
And right after Kennedy was killed, I think some uranium was smuggled out of a plant in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
That's true. That did happen. But to say that they killed the president over that and got the entire U.S. government intelligence agencies to help them do it is kind of crazy. That's really fucking crazy to say. And then just to even think that they would consider going that far just to get some nuclear material is also insane. And on the other hand, you also have the entire U.S. military and Joint Chiefs of Staff that wanted to commit a full-on thermonuclear war across the whole entire world. They wanted to nuke China and Russia because that was one point in history where we had their weapons.
Right.
And Russia had very, very little at that point. They didn't start cramping up a nuclear arsenal until like it was like a year after Kennedy was killed. Right. So it was, boy, we had the most, they had the least. We wanted to fucking full-on nuke everyone. Knew that they would, if they nuked it, we would only lose, maybe 100 million people.
Right.
And waiting 5 years would be catastrophic.
Yeah.
So that's the most plausible reason why Kennedy got killed, because the Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted full-on war. He didn't want war. He was pulling everybody out of Vietnam. The whole Bay of Pigs thing, all that stuff combined. But everyone wants to blame Israel.
Yeah, I think that part of this is also,
And also a lot of UFO people think that because of UFOs.
what?
There's so many different flavors of JFK.
I was gonna say, I did, just because of the release recently, I was like, I gotta get into this because honestly, I just haven't researched it, been too busy with unrecognized nations. And then I started dipping a toe into the waters, and I'm like, this goes way too deep. This will either consume all my life,
Right.
or. But immediately, I was really confused as to sort of like what the dominant most plausible theories were.
Yeah.
Think it's interesting you say it like it's either UFOs or Israel. Clearly, the usual suspects.
Right.
But I think that this also sort of speaks to in scholarship and in academia, there's this idea of somebody somebody on a dark street looking for their keys under the only place that there's a street light on. It's like, well, the keys have to be here because it's the only place I can see. And UFOs are top of mind for a community that's interested in JFK and the truth thereof.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like stitching together this grand plan is more plausible because those things are the things that they're already interested in.
Mm-hmm.
They already have a sort of working model for how the world works, as leveraged by somewhere in between UFOs, Israel, and probably the pyramids.
Yeah,
I'd imagine.
yeah. There's a reason.
I know. Yeah.
Like bullshit.
Did you? I sent that thing to an Egyptology friend of mine, and he basically told me to not bother him ever again.
Really?
Anything like that. Yeah. He was like,
Yeah, a lot of people think it's bullshit.
yeah.
I don't know if I looked at the whole report, but
Well, and so this is one of those there are certain areas in which psychological operations thrive. My girlfriend has a joke that says psychological operations are psyops. She has to take a shot, and she's not dead. But she would be if that was true.
she's over 2 weeks in a rehab.
That's right. Yeah. Just kept but anyway, this is kind of the space that these things thrive. So, one of the original people at Rand was a guy named Kenneth Era, and he created this rational actor model, right? And the rational actor model, or the rational actor theory, is basically that people are going to maximize their own benefit in a situation.
Yes.
And nature can do something similar. So I was doing some research into that, and I was like, well, what are the things, where does the theory really fall apart of the rational actor model, right? And it was really interesting to see the places that the rational actor model falls apart are really the sort of weak spots in terms of getting people to believe parallel realities. So biases, just cognitive biases, are one way of leveraging information into somebody's head. So a good cognitive bias, particularly with what you just talked about, is the availability bias. Like, somebody has just come from reading an article about UFOs, and now they're reading about JFK, and they're also reading about Israel at the same time.
Right.
Suddenly they have a grand theory about how they're all connected.
I can see that. I can see the idea there and how that makes sense. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of these comments, at least that I'm reading, it seems, and also the sudden rise to this kind of rhetoric online, it seems very unnatural to me.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like it's some sort of bot farm or something.
I mean, that technology is totally available. I think that, this is one of the things that I've been talking with one of the sort of key researchers on this kind of stuff. His name is actually Rand. So Rand Wansman, everybody should go follow him on LinkedIn because he has this fantastic
LinkedIn.
Yeah, like weirdly on LinkedIn, he really rocks with
Everybody
everything.
here that has a LinkedIn account.
Well, he has this incredible. So he posts a
Do you have a
slide.
LinkedIn account?
I do, yeah, and currently open to networking. So
Do you post on there?
no,
Okay.
not usually. But Rand posts this a lecture series that he did years ago called "Defense Against the Dark Arts of Psychological Manipulation." And so it's basically like a slide a day that talks about how psychological manipulation happens. And one of the things that he talks about is a cognitive DDoS attack. So
What's DDoS?
denial of service. It's basically like a hacking attack where you have a bot farm or just a lot of people sort of like query a website over and over again until the website shuts down. So what this looks like on the cognitive level is, let's say you're an important piece of mail, and you go to your mailbox, and that message that you're waiting for isn't in there, but you have 100 other pieces of mail that say nonsense on them or they're junk mail, right? The next day you have 1,000 pieces of mail, right? Eventually, it's going to be too costly for your time and your just effort to go through all of those messages to find the message that you actually want. And eventually it's going to just be, it's just too costly to go through all of that information in order to find what the signal is. There's too much noise and not enough signal, basically. And so by sort of assaulting, let's say, a hashtag or a news piece with a bunch of information that is sort of nonsensical. In fact, I think Steve Bannon calls this flooding the zone with shit. Essentially, you can make the noise go away or be so reduced that you're never going to be able to hear the signal within it. So when you're talking about potentially bot farms or just dumping messaging into these spaces, there might be, it could very well be, it could be a cognitive DDoS attack where there is a bunch of noise going into a space just because whoever is trying to obfuscate the signal is doing so. I think this is something that you certainly experience with UFOs as well, where it's like everybody is coming in with their own hot take on UFOs, and also they're fighting in the space at the exact same time.
Yeah.
So the game isn't to generate a truth statement from the conversation. The game is to win the conversation. Right. And that doesn't actually surface the truth. Right? I don't know. I'm still...
you have no incentive to prove anything right or wrong, right?
Yeah.
It's just to gather more eyeballs.
This is I've been writing on my newsletter about sort of trying to coin these new phrases, right? And so this is something I called the Napoleon's penis problem.
I saw you TikTok.
Yeah, right? Okay, so I'm trademarking it for the world right now. Napoleon's penis problem. And it's the idea that, Napoleon famously had his penis cut off and embalmed and sent to his lover because, I don't know, he's Napoleon.
This is Will.
It was. There are different reports on why exactly. Some people even say that the priest that was around was mad at him. The weird part is that none of those these reasons are important. The weird part is that we know his penis got cut off and involved at one point.
Really? That's a
Yes,
fact.
that is a fact.
Are there other images of this? Do we know? Is there hard evidence? Can you find
I've
something about
spent so much time looking for an
Really?
image of Napoleon's penis that
Yeah,
just
I bet there's a lot of fakes.
I do. So, yes, exactly. So, we know that it went up for auction in several places. And I think the last place that we had it coming up for auction is like in the 1920s at some big New York auction house. One person, the most plausible case of somebody owning it was actually a guy who was a urologist at, this is classic. Yeah, right. Urologist from New Jersey, who is just,
Of course, you lived in fucking New Jersey.
right. Yeah, shout out to Julie Dory. He, purchased this thing, and he was also a big collector of all these other, sort of British tchotchkes. But there are other claims to who owns Napoleon's penis, right? But we're in a situation here, right, where you can find the truth. Like, you can do a DNA test of the truth. But all of the actors within that system just have negative incentives based on actually finding out what the truth is. Because what could happen is they do some DNA test and then suddenly they're like, wait a second, I have somebody else's dick.
Now it's worthless.
And now it's worthless, right? So there are certain circumstances in which it is a negative incentive to actually surface the truth. And I think that this happens in places like the UFO community, conspiracy communities, and certainly in political communities too. Moon landing, right?
That's a perfect example of it.
I think one thing too that I constantly have to be on guard against is like how fun all these stories are. Like, I love them. Like, it's American mythology, right? Like the conspiracy theories are the American art form. Like there are myth making, because we don't have these sort of like deep cultural myths, but we do have a certain apparatus of sense making around these things that we all sort of share, right? And I think that by making sense of them in these ways that are, one, really entertaining and super interesting, and two, some of the stuff is partially real. It allows us to feel as if we have a lot more control and agency in the world that is often chaotic and instead of being run by people who are, masterminds and crafting our own reality around us. Really, they're kind of incompetent. It's a lot more comforting to me anyway, that like some evil mastermind is twisting a mustache and bending the world to their will, than it is that somebody sent an email to the wrong place and then suddenly more plans were leaked.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think it is that our society is the one that is most prone to this kind of stuff? We're the most prone to ideological subversion or divide, or we're like, but it seems like, I don't know, because I've never been to a lot of countries, but it seems like we are the most fractured. And we have so many things going wrong. Like, we have, not just in our minds, but like, I think 40% of the U.S. population is obese. I mean, it's not good.
Yeah, I mean,
It has anything to do with, and you've been to a lot more countries than I have, but like, do you think it has anything to do with religion or religious ideology?
I think there is a portion of the American character that has a religiosity to it, and there's also a portion of the American character that is a very like individual. I'm going to find out for myself. I'm going to do it for myself. Like, I've been in countries that are very communally based and countries that are very individualistic, and I think the far end of the spectrum is, and Americans tend to be much more individualistic, and sometimes that can mean that somebody has an individualistic reality. I don't necessarily think that the U.S. is more prone to this. I think that our information space is just more open, and it's also more globally important. Like any English person can do a really good American accent because they grow up with American media, right? And it doesn't go the other way. There is, I think in my research of like, well, how do we conduct information space defense in the United States? I start to think about like, well, what are the things that people kind of like get and enjoy from American media, because that acts as a cultural ambassador for us. And it's like, I have never been through, traveling through Eastern Europe, especially in Albania, where I usually live, and not met somebody that can quote every single episode of Friends. Huge there. And that, is acting as, or like Big Bang Theory, like that acts as a cultural ambassador for us. And that's just because our information space really is spread out through the entire world. It goes through our movies, it goes through our music, it goes through sitcoms. And frankly, I think that's like, I would much rather somebody get introduced to American culture from sitcoms than, from military action. For me personally, I'd much rather them have familiarity with that. But also, it's not to say that like American specific conspiracy theories don't end up in other parts of the world. Like it was right before the end of the last Trump administration, and I was in the back of a cab in Albania, and this guy, I was traveling to Tanzania, and so I needed a COVID test at the time, and let's just talk about the cab driver. And he's like, so do you believe it? And I'm like, what? He's like, COVID? And I was like, I mean, I'm on my way to get a COVID test, so like I gotta take this travel. And then that just sort of uncorked, like all of the Big Ten conspiracy theories. And he was, talking at me for about like 20 minutes about how, every conspiracy theory under the sun was like QAnon, and then JFK, and probably some UFO stuff in there, but he's talking real fast, and Albanian is my second language. And then at a certain point, he was like, you know what's going to happen? And he gave me a date. I can't remember what the exact date was. He said, on this date, what's going to happen is the U.S. is going to come to Albania, and they're going to get rid of all of our corrupt politicians. And he gave me his phone number, and on that day, he was like, you call me, and you're going to see that it happens. And so the conspiracy theory adapted for that Albanian point of view, right? It became this almost like this prophetic thing that was a godsend for him in particular, because specifically he felt that he was being ripped off by the country that he was in. And I think this is one of the spaces that these things thrive too. Not Adrian Gibson. The book Surveillance Capitalism, Shoshana Zuboff, incredible book. Such a fantastic book, but she has this concept in it that I always think about when we think about like, well, how do people get their mind changed? How do they sort of switch tracks? Because I think we've all seen this happen. I know that I see it, after spending a couple of years abroad, and then I come back and somebody has ideologically changed remarkably, and it's like, well, how did this happen? And so she has this idea of the right to a future tense. And the right to a future tense means that people sort of have this psychological need to believe that in their future, they're going to be healthier, wealthier, and more secure, right? Even if marginally. And so if they are deprived of that right of a future tense, they're going to start believing in something, even though it doesn't bear much relationship to reality. They'll start believing in something that gives them that same right to a future tense. And this is something that I was seeing from that cab driver in Albania, who actually randomly ended up in his cab like 3 months later, because there's just so many cabs in Toronto, Albania. I didn't want to, say, that was nothing happened that you said. It's like, I'd imagine that he felt a little like depressed about it, because he wanted his life to become remarkably better based upon the fulfillment of those prophecies.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, we're talking like, none of those things happen. But you know what? Something's really messed up. And I was like, yeah, we can agree on that. it's difficult to sort of see a future where everybody is healthier, wealthier, and more secure right now.
Yeah.
And so pouring our belief for that idea of a future tense into fringe communities or to political strongmen or whoever, like that feels good because I want it to come from somewhere and I want that information to be reliable. But it's just difficult right now, right? And I think these are the spaces that psychological operations thrive.
Yeah, you can definitely see that, especially in the West or in the United States, where there is a lack of cohesive religious worldview, and people try to map this onto UFOs, onto even psychedelics. There's like a religious bent to people who are really into psychedelics, and which is interesting because have you seen any reporting or any recent stories that have come out about how Silicon Valley, or there's this big movement to sort of map Christianity onto everything Silicon Valley is doing?
Oh, yeah. I've heard a lot about this. I've talked about this a bit. So
It's crazy.
it's
Because
really
Silicon
interesting.
Valley used to be like anti-Christian,
Right.
and to be religious in Silicon Valley was crazy. You would never see that.
See a bit anathema
And now you have Peter Thiel, who is a gay Christian billionaire,
Right.
and other big Silicon Valley named kingmakers in Silicon Valley holding these conferences, these religious conferences.
Right. Yeah. So I was talking with a buddy of mine who's very super like AI positive guy, which is kind of unusual. And he's actually kind of like AI poked me, for lack of a better word. I'm saying actually, AI could has a possibility of being a net benefit for humanity. His name is Tate Tower. I think Tate L Tower at Twitter is his thing. If you ever want to feel better about AI, which is harder and harder these days. But we were talking a bit about there is this sort of belief in the sort of halls of the tech priesthood that you can almost arise an AI god, right? And that it would be a sort of all-consuming platform of belief that would be almost engineered perfectly to fill that God-shaped hole in humanity. When Nietzsche said, you've killed God, right? And then I believe Jung said something along the lines of even if you kill God, you're going to invent new gods.
Right.
Somewhere within the human character, there is that God-shaped hole. Fill it with whatever they want. There's or whatever seems relevant to them. I shouldn't look down on anybody who's filling that God-shaped hole with UFO stuff. Good on you. Go for it, man.
Well, there is a push to do that.
Yeah.
There's a huge push to do that. There's people that are deep in the intelligence, legitimate former CIA people who are coming out saying that this is angels and demons. These are biblical things.
Yeah, and I know Beck talks about that, right? Beck Glover?
Oh, probably.
Yeah,
everybody
talks about
angels
angels
and
and
demons.
demons.
Yeah. No, I'm saying there's not just that, but there's legitimate, legendary CIA officers that are are CIA people.
Yeah.
Who are coming out and saying that they're also UFO people.
Right. Which, I mean,
fucking Tucker Carlson talks about it. He believes that these are fucking biblical things.
Didn't he have a thing of that he was attacked by an alien or no by a demon at one point? He actually said that he was attacked by a demon. Yeah, I heard that recently. I mean, I'm not informed enough about either the Bible or UFOs to put them together. Right? I went to Catholic school and I like UFOs. But to create an all-consuming philosophy where there's a total verisimilitude between verisimilitude, an equality, right? Between
flex.
Yeah, SAT 1240. But they only let nerds write. Our football team sucks. There isn't. But we have a ping pong table. Yeah, there's a ping pong table there. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's only for jocks. But to say that you have these two sort of vastly different bodies of literature, right? I've got the Bible over here on one hand, and I have a bunch of like UFO stuff originating from the 1940s on the other hand.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels comforting to put those things into one unified worldview. I think I would just kind of have to understand what the bridging mechanism between those two are.
Yeah.
Then again, I also think that like maybe I just like I don't access the mystical like other people do.
Well, no, to me, it's just interesting how there's so many efforts that seem to be coming from very powerful sources, trying to inject or infuse Christianity into various things that are popular culture right now.
Well, and also finding a way of technology coming into that too is really interesting. Like there are, and you know, when you talk about AI at certain levels, like it becomes specifically like mystical and religious sounding. Like there's in the AI community, there's this the concept of the Shoggoth. If you've ever heard of the Shoggoth is like I think it's an H.P. Lovecraft creature. So just imagine, you know, sort of cosmic horror, like unimaginable creature. And the Shoggoth is this sort of anthropomorphized black box. Oh, sweet, yeah. If you got a cool picture of it, that's the Shoggoth, baby.
Well,
So the
top left, yeah.
Oh yeah. So it's this sort of like anthropomorphized creature of the black box of AI, right?
Yeah.
That we're feeding all of this information into it, and then it's gaining agency. And the fact that it was an H.P. Lovecraft character, which is this sort of like cosmic horror idea of like it almost doesn't necessarily even see humanity as a functional agent in the world because it's so much more complex than us. It'd be almost like, you know, how we look at ants, right? And
Yeah.
the Shoggoth is like, well, we keep pumping information into this thing,
Yeah.
and outwardly, like, it's really helpful because, like, I didn't want to write that tweet anyway. But inwardly, we actually don't know what its aims will be. And there's even some thoughts of like, I know I said that I was like AI, you know, positivist, but I'm really trying. There's this concept of Roko's basilisk. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
So the Roko's basilisk is this this idea that at a certain point the like collective intelligence of AI is almost keeping notes on who's for it and who's against it, and that those against it will sort of end up being punished by the AI. But ultimately, this all depends on like, can we find alignment between humanity and artificial intelligence? And it seems like with this the sort of Silicon Valley groups that you're talking about, what they're maybe attempting to do is try to leverage the authority of both of the biblical texts, specifically the Christian biblical text, and the leveraging power of artificial intelligence. We already know that Christianity has been a very successful religion. So layering these two together really gives you an enormous amount of power to sort of bend reality to your will. Whether or not that's actually happening, I have no idea. I've heard about it a little bit, but you know, these are two really powerful concepts, and it's really easy to proliferate ideas with artificial intelligence. So I also I think that only in 2025 would you ever say like gay Christian billionaire is, you know, attempting to sort of like manipulate the world in some respect.
Yeah. No, I always wonder, like, my perspective on it is when you have people like Peter Thiel and people like Alex Carter, CEO of Palantir, who are very different in certain ways, where like one of them is super liberal, the other one is really conservative. They're both war hawks. They both have economy. Peter is the owner, but those companies that they run are military industrial complex companies. They get paid by the U.S. military or the U.S. intelligence agencies. They're funded by the U.S. government to protect national security and to they're like a defense contractor, right? They're companies that were formed. I've said this before, like, if you want to like create the most successful company, you don't just make a company and then go and find customers. You build a company that's based on a customer that has a huge amount of fucking money.
Yeah.
Like the fucking Defense Department.
And then you develop more customers by making sure that problem maintains.
Exactly, right? So I wonder how much this movement to map Christianity on this stuff and to get more people in Silicon Valley invested in Christianity, what does that have to do with national security?
I don't know.
Because like you have like if you look at other countries and their worldview and their religious worldview, like an extreme example would be Muslim countries that are religious extremists to the extent where they're going to strap a bomb on their chest and detonate it. To us, we are like, we worship the next Netflix series, the Kardashians, and TikTok.
Yeah.
So, like, if you wanted to make us a more powerful country, I think one of our weakest links is our people and our ideologies and what you're talking about, like this fifth generation sort of.
It's easy to divide us away from
It's
one
easy.
another.
Super easy.
There's a great paper, I don't know whether you can find it, by Mike Mazar. It's talking about restoring American dynamism. And one of the things that he talks about are these, these periods of time in American history where almost like the dynamism has gone out of the United States. And a lot of times when this is happening is because there is, there aren't shared beliefs. There's an us versus them mentality that has proliferated the culture. 1960s when there was, pro-war, anti-war movements.
Yeah,
early 2000s, sure. And part of being in the United States and part of being a citizen of the United States is saying your government shouldn't want to enforce your beliefs on you. But there is a difficulty when there is a completely different understanding of what reality is, largely on one side and then the other side.
Yes.
And I think that one of the problems with this too, and again, these areas where the fifth generation warfare really thrives, is that we've started to see politics and even technology as a zero-sum game, right? That if I win, my opponent loses. Like, my side of the aisle won, and therefore I get to do a touchdown dance as my opponent loses. You even see this with, people who've won an election, and then people on the other side saying, like, well, I hope you're happy, like, things are worse. It's like, no, it's like, there is one country. Everybody's a citizen of that country.
Yeah.
It's not a zero-sum game, because if it becomes legitimately a zero-sum game, then we descend deeper into chaos. And that's not in the best interest of the United States, but is in the best interest of competitors. And so we have a fantastic ability to allow people to share ideas freely, but we also can't say, hey, this is what you believe, because that's just not how we do things as Americans.
Right, but if you can covertly inject some sort of cohesive idea into the U.S. population, like Christianity, in a way that seems natural, why wouldn't you try to do that? Like, for example, there's a whole nother movement in the psychedelic world to try to merge psychedelics and Christianity as well.
Whoa, interesting.
Yeah, there's this book by Brian Marescu where he makes the case, he makes the case at the end of it that it would be beneficial to introduce psychedelics into the church.
Now, I guess
help people, and one of the crazy things about that is because you can really manipulate somebody with psychedelics. People's minds become way more manipulatable, and especially if people that are, a lot of them who are going to church are probably not, they probably are looking for answers to things, and you have somebody who has a direct line to God, who's running this, and also has the power to give you psychedelics. That's going to make you way more submissive and way more malleable to whatever that is. And if you can do that, like also if you can give all these people psychedelics and have these individual church fathers giving them a specific message, maybe that's the way you can do it.
Well, I think that especially religion and spirituality, really talks to you. You know, there is no greater right to a future tense than forgiveness in heaven, right? Like, even if your life really sucks right now, at least when you die, you go to heaven. Like, that is the ultimate belief in a future tense.
Right.
And like, you know, we have seen that younger generations have become actually more conservative,
Right.
At least as far as their voting is concerned. I guess the question that I have, and you know, since I'm not a religious scholar at all, is, you know, what is the benefit specifically of aligning with one spiritual text over another? Is it just because that has been a part of the sort of spiritual DNA of the United States? And also there's a lot of diversity within communities too. You know, I was raised Catholic, so it's very different than you know, somebody who went to a mega church, right?
Yeah.
And obviously wars have been fought for hundreds of thousands of years over who's doing Christianity right. So could you potentially, like, you know, create like some, you know, totally heterodoxical like version of faith for the United States? I think it kind of goes back to that thing somebody from NASA said about the faking the moon landing, right? So they're saying, like, you know, if you would understand how hard it would be and how many people would have to work together in order to fake the moon landing, you realize it's easier to just go to the moon, right? Like,
Do you believe that?
I do, yeah. I think that it's, I think that there, and I've had,
Sometimes, why is the moon landing the one that seems to be the most cookiest? If you believe the moon landing was fake, you're a fucking crazy person. You can believe all these other conspiracies and people don't have to watch like that.
oh, see, I disagree. I think,
Oh, really?
I think flat Earth is the kookiest.
Oh, flat Earth is,
Yeah.
Right.
I think flat Earth is by far the kookiest, or like
Flat Earth is the stupidest for sure.
Tartarianism. Do you know Tartarianism?
I think I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's basically the sort of idea that there was a large chunk of history that was covered up by the powers that be, that were actually like 200 years of history that was covered up by, you know, some shadowy cabal of the powers that be.
Right.
And that was because, like, you know, there was this group of people called, like, the Tartarians, and they had, like, 0-point energy,
Right.
and they had giants, and they had, you know, all sorts of, like, advanced technologies.
Yeah.
Frankly, like, as far as conspiracy theories are considered, it's one of my favorites because it's just so cool. Like, they talk about how, like, you know, towers were, like, 0-point energy machines, and, some, like, YouTube channel just like has a slow black and white footage of something old and like a really big door, and they're like, NC giants. Damn, that is a really big door. Story checks out to me,
Yeah.
right?
Moon landing's definitely up there though. Before
It's up there.
You're stupid if you think the moon is fake.
I mean, I think that, like, I try to have as much empathy as possible for like fringe communities, because it's like,
So you said that a lot of people would have to keep the secret.
Yeah, right.
Fake.
yeah.
Do you think it's more than the Kennedy assassination? As far as people that would have to know about it.
Damn. I think there probably just be more people involved, because there's more people involved with with launching something into space. I mean, you've got
Right, but
Yeah.
they could have still launched them. They could have still launched the astronauts into space, right? And just never gone into the actual moon. Maybe only the astronauts and a handful of people that were involved in like filming it or knowing about that stuff.
I mean, my official opinion is UFOs did both.
Yeah.
That's my the Tartarian UFOs did.
But like all the people in the command center, you know, that
Yeah.
were guiding the launch, they knew they were launching into space, and they still launched the astronauts into space, right? But the fact that they get to the actual moon, you could easily I think you could fake that without a ton of people knowing about it.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't there a movie that was made about that too?
There's a bunch of movies.
Are there?
About it, yeah.
Like a fiction movie made about that.
Oh no, I don't know.
Yeah. There's like something.
Can you find that?
Fly Me to the Moon, is that like a rom-com about them faking the moon landing? Maybe. I heard about it. Yeah, I didn't see it, but I heard it's great.
But like during that period of time, the Cold War, there was so much fuckery going on.
Yeah, well, and
Gulf of Tonkin, Kennedy's assassination,
and during the
MK Ultra.
right, you know, was it about that? Oh, that's
What
hilarious.
does it say? Fly Me to the Moon, a 2024 American historical romantic comedy drama. NASA launch director set against the backdrop of an Apollo 11 mission. The story follows Jones and Davis as she is tasked with creating a false moon landing in case the actual mission fails. Wow.
Oh,
That's another good point.
Hollywood's telling us.
If they couldn't get, well, that's the thing though. Did they actually try? Is it plausible that they could have tried to do it and had a backup plan in case it fails? And they can't do it. Because one of the biggest arguments for the fake, for the fraud, is that they couldn't get through that radiation belt.
Yeah, but that's the Van Allen. Yeah, but that's a sort of fundamental misunderstanding of how the Van Allen radiation belt works.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's because yes, that radiation does exist there, but it's still in a vacuum of space, so you can pass through it, and it's not like you will be immediately irradiated. It's because of how thermodynamics works in space. So you can pass through it, but there is a heat signature there, right?
Yeah, but have we ever do tests sending like animals through the radiation belt, bring them back and test them and say that it's like the Russians did?
They said
like
that
a
dog.
Yeah, died a couple days later.
I can't remember the name of the dog. But they also sent Yuri Gagarin up there, which is such a wild story. You know that Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, he actually
they sent him up past the radiation belt.
That I don't know, but he was the first person to orbit space,
right?
Which must have been a wild thing for him. Literally the first dude.
Oh god!
Also, he grew up in like a mud shack without lights, and he was the first person to rotate around the Earth and come back. Like, how incredible! That's actually one of the reasons that I think, like, when I think about how technology will advance within our lifetime, I think about Yuri Gagarin, right? Because Yuri Gagarin, he literally grew up in a mud house with no lights. And then, flash forward a couple of years, and he's blasting off and is the first person in space. Like, our version of, growing up in that, like, mud hut somewhere in Russia could be that, like, we grew up remembering, a time without the internet or without cell phones or something. But that it's really hard for us to understand how exponentially technology will grow in our lifetime.
Well, look how exponentially all technologies grow.
Right.
Like, look how crazy, how fast the AI has just evolved since it first came out. But the moon, the Apollo mission technology is literally the only technology in human history, modern human history, that hasn't doubled since the time we created it. It literally disappeared. We haven't got, like, we went to the moon in 69 and from 69 through 73, and we haven't been the only technology that hasn't exponentially gotten better or like doubled its capacity or its ability to.
Well, so there are plans to go back to the moon. I don't know if they're being scrapped right now with.
They keep getting pushed back.
Yeah, if you look at Artemis, is it the Artemis Accords?
Yeah, they just push it to like March 2026.
So the question right now is, like, does Artemis go through, which is a transnational agreement to go back to the moon, or because Elon Musk has become so deeply entrenched in the current administration, are we just going full on straight to Mars? And obviously there are problems with that because,
well, didn't he say we had to go to the moon first?
A lot of people have said that we have to go to the moon first, and the reason being is because you need to have a sort of like base of operations somewhere off of Earth.
Right. And Elon also said the reason they haven't gone to the moon is because they would need to refuel 9 times.
To go to the moon or to go to
the moon.
Interesting. So, presence.
So there's 3 Artemis missions. The first one's already launched.
Hey,
Yeah, but it was unmanned.
Second one is scheduled for 2026.
Yeah.
The third one,
April 2026.
Yeah, and I mean, the by sort of and there's also a lot of private space companies now. They call them new space. They're basically the startup space of space companies. And I've interviewed a couple of these people. It's really fascinating. Some people are building full-on space habitats now. I think there's a company called Vast that's doing that. Some are creating ways of like storing material in space so that if you need it anywhere in the world, it can just kind of be dropped down to have on the Earth. And space as like an emergent field is super fascinating.
Yeah. Have you ever heard the sound of Earth from space?
No.
Steven,
What does that sound like?
Pull up the Earth from space.
What?
Yeah,
There's like howler monkeys.
well,
And stuff?
it's from like plasma fields.
Whoa.
Yeah, because there's no. Yeah.
This is the sound of the Earth's magnetic field.
Oh, whoa.
This isn't the one I saw. Go back. This is not the one I saw. This must be fake news.
It's gotta be fake news.
Maybe that one. Try that one.
12
wait,
hours?
No. That's
The rest of this podcast is just gonna be
Earth
us
sounds
listening
go
to Earth.
up, right there. I think that one's 11 million views or 1 million.
There you go.
Oh, you just passed. There you go.
Oh, now I'm getting the rainforest feeling.
Yeah.
These sounds are generated by energetic particles in Earth's plasmasphere, which are being tugged to and fro by the rotation of Earth's magnetic field.
That's so
You see, there is a plasmasphere around Earth containing clumps of ions and electrons. As Earth and its magnetosphere rotate, the magnetic fields push through these particles, accelerating them in a way with a plasma wave.
I'm sitting next to this guy at a
is
bar. Like,
That's good, Steve.
start explaining plasma fields there.
Yeah, that's no way the other videos that sounded so different.
Yeah, well, and then we also demonstrated, our own sort of appeal to authority here. It's like, well, this one's got 3 million views.
This is the
clearly.
one I want to
Yeah, the English guy speaking at this point sounds like
Right.
clearly the most reasonable.
Right.
But it's like all English guys.
Yeah, for real.
I
Also, how come the first guy who ever stepped foot on the moon, which is without a doubt the most profound, groundbreaking thing that humanity has ever accomplished on Earth?
Yeah.
He's only done, I think, 2 interviews, and the president had asked him to do both.
is that right?
2, and one of them was super cryptic.
Really?
Yeah, he did one for like the 20th anniversary for like a college class that he was saying like we have to break through the lies of our history or something like that. So if you are the person who achieved the most amazing, astonishing feat of humankind, why have you only done 2 interviews? You need to have president. He says he only does interviews with the president after the specifically asked him to do.
Yeah, it could be that he just doesn't like talking in public too.
Right, but if you did,
Like,
if you accomplish something like that for the purpose of solidifying America on